She got £50, I'm afraid.
She wanted 1,000.
Suck on a mama. Suck on a mother. Fuck off. Yo, gatekeeper, play me blood clot, yo.
Suck your mother 1 million times.
Depressed music. Oh Lord, Trauma made another one. DA got no hope.
Depression took it to 10.
Yo, Pierre, you wanna cry out here?
When I was a young boy.
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life. You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired. You are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
February, March, April, May, July, September, October, November, Sunday.
Give me wife, give me children, give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, kill my enemy, kill my enemy. Give me, kill my enemy, give me. Anyone that doesn't want me to succeed, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, give me that. Give me this, give me die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire.
If it's me, your mother, you get a scar on your chest like Saga. She fighting, that's what I'm bad at. My thing working. Come through in a beat up Honda. Give one the 100 slap like Yonda. Give it the mic and I'm ride the rhythm, cause I spit the fire just like Douse him. I'm a Liverpool invader, climbing to the top just like Vega. You view me, nobody can save ya. On the mic, man, I way too major. Shocking them teeth like Blanca. I got money in the bank, I'm a banker. You got money in the... Look, pick with the hooks like bullrock. Get the raver jumping like a bullfrog. I've been doing it for more than a while. In the game, I'm a soldier like Gaio. So, cause they're big like Zangief. Don't when you get ever tight it. Now you don't wanna get into no big man beef. I'm here, if you want a lyrical. I'm that guy, son. Stuck in a prestige like a dice. I'm like a big man if you wanna come on. If it's me.
Top put a thing in your face like
what did he say?
Yo, I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I pull up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. I don't know why they wanted the Yo, I know why I never got the award, cause I'm still putting man up in a hospital ward. If I pull up in a Honda Accord, long clip teeth so big enough to floss with a sword. Don't know why they wanted the war. I ball out with hooligans, scrapping at home and abroad. You went there, you was home with your broad. Tell him I ain't messing when I'm chefing his beef with the rams, could handle the sauce. Big boy set surrounded by 20 dead MCs, feeling like I'm trapped in a morgue. Turn into a corpse, sperm and alive with a fantastic four. Would you expect when you man gas up a torch? Sets on my own mic on my left, blade on my right. Never ever got my back to the door. Luke Skywalks when I come man with force. You don't want me battling, battering. Grab a stake and rattle it. Firing so many shows from the top, the ground looks like a gravel pit. Wanna see what I got till I unravel it. Look how they starring babbling it. You and I'm backing it. When it gets messy, they don't tackle it. Take whose chain aboard, you ain't having it. Never caught that line, but came, you're trapping it. Fool, it's not that in it. You ain't got the belly, you're grabbing it. If I left the money, you're grabbing it. Snakeboard MC. You been in the ground for years with that stacking it. Every year attacking it, that's why I'm busy. Summer after summer, you man know I'm busy. They don't know Dylan. So every MC that I span knows what it's. Yo, live on the
Yo. Been a hot girl from Paul's Boutique and a six-type part in my rolled up skirt. I pass round in no industry, your favourite MC gets swerved like curb. There she thinks she can chat for me, you ain't even a freak, you're just a little dirt. Come against me, you must be absurd, like I'm the hottest chick in here, no jerk. Who better you for suck, your mother them coulda never reached Big B more thorough. I just wanna ball like I need more gala, or should I be a wife like I need a more seller? We were outside, you was not outside, you snapped the wheel, that is not your right. Said he wants me to be his ride or die, but I'm just a girl, I am not your wife. Raised in the era of Gully and Gaza, so you know me, I could just switch it, reverse it and flip it. Thinks that she bad, them girl are just timid. I'm not just bad, me, I'm coming on wicked. But you knew that already, my friend them few, I don't roll with many. I don't trust nice man, but I still love Temmie. Just said hi and I gave him a nasty with it. I got crafty lips, where I fuck up the beat, I get archy with it. I can back my chat like yes, I said it. I got the juice, I'm too acidic. Why does my man think he's the shit? I've saved his name as weirdo, don't pick. He hits women, you call that a bitch? I'm real from my forehead down to my them girl have a new friend every week. I can't trust it if we ain't 10 years deep. I don't want your man, I heard he's a creep. Them man to pictures of feet. Fine babes don't hate, and I hating bitches ain't fine. If he ain't giving me his die what time, I swear that nigga ain't mine. Trust me. Yo, I'm like, trust me. Yo, I'm live, and I just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it. I'm live, and I just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it. We're live, and we just done did it. Do the dance, Mickey bounce with it. We're live.
Come with it. Whitman. After throw me brother. I think they turn it up on the post. Out to the ladies. Beach settings, infinity. Okay, the birthday gang. Okay, Shannon. Out to Amber. I am a money maker. Hand to the edge, I'm a money maker. More guns on, you're a money maker. If you're on this train, money maker. Hand to the air, money maker. 419, money maker. On this thing, money maker. You see us terminal. You see me. You see me. I ain't watching you, I ain't watching her, I ain't watching him. I got to dance and bubble and sing. Terminal 4 with a terminal 3. Terminal 4 with a power goes. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Don't let my house. Don't put me out of the house. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Blood clots up to them. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Hold on. Hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Hey, sleep up. Hold on. Hey, Wiggy. Hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Can I please have your attention? I said this is the captain's weekend, and I'm in the terminal 4. Can I please have your attention? Early.
Woman living in the UK, I'm scared of reform voters more than I am of asylum seekers. So I've had to put my last video on Friends Only because of the comments I was getting of proud British men who vote for reform who were threatening to hurt my children. who were threatening to hurt me, who were being downright nasty pieces of shit. It seems you're all for freedom of speech unless it doesn't follow your narrative. The only people who are calling to remove freedom of speech is reform voters. And they're calling for freedom of speech to be removed from anybody who don't agree with them. I literally got a comment saying that they hoped I got gang raped. So you're not for protecting British women and children, are you? Now, of course, I don't think all reform voters are arseholes. But the ones who aren't arseholes need to call out this shit. Because they're making the party you follow look like thugs. I have opinion that differs to yours. There's no problem with that. It's okay for people to have different opinions. However, it's not okay to threaten to gang rape a woman on TikTok because she has a different opinion than you. Look at these guys' profiles. They're all like 40 to 50-year-old men saying some scary ass shit to a 30-year-old with 4 kids. As a woman living in the UK,
Yo, y'all got day another. What's going on? You telling me? Come on, this G block, hurry up in this bitch. Yeah. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear, yeah? Check, testing, 1 3. Alright, let me hear back. It's making that fuzzy noise, man. So I was glad. Alright. Hold on, let me let it play. Yeah. Weed him along.
Of the victims coming forwards from other group-based offending.
So if you were to have a national inquiry into Pakistani grooming gangs, you would be ignoring 90% of those grooming gangs, and that only makes up about 18% of all group-based offences, which in itself is only 3.5% of all child abuse victims of Pakistani grooming gangs. A lot of them do want a national inquiry. I think what's being highlighted here by the police is that there are a lot of people who are victims of child abuse. You know, if you had a national inquiry specifically into this one thing, that might discourage people who've been the victims of other forms of child abuse.
Largely a Pakistani problem. What does the data say?
That it isn't. It's mostly white people. 3.9% of group-based offenders are Pakistani and 85% are white.
The reporting has been very heavily focused on Pakistani men and heavily focused on the offences committed against white girls. And you can see from the data that the highest proportion of those offences is actually committed by white men. It impacts on the confidence of the victims coming forwards from other group-based offending.
So if you were to have a national inquiry into Pakistani grooming gangs, you would be ignoring 90% of those grooming gangs, and that only makes up about 80% of all group-based offences, which in itself is only 3.5% of all child abuse victims of Pakistani grooming gangs. A lot of them do want a national inquiry. I think what's being highlighted here by the police is that there are a lot of people who are victims of child abuse. You know, if you had a national inquiry specifically into this one thing, that might discourage people who've been the victims of other forms of child abuse.
Largely a Pakistani problem. What does the data say?
That it isn't. It's mostly white people.
Right. Yo, check, test it. 1 3. Yeah, alright. You can hear me better now, yeah? Lord have mercy. Alright, man. Big up the people them in the place, man. Slap the like button, share the stream. Hey, there's like feds right next to me, innit, man? So I can't really like be touching the screen and all them things that. You hear me? Alright. We let them roll up, yeah? And then we go, let it play. So, yeah, shout out to everyone that slapped the like button. Slap the like button, man. Yeah, share the stream, all that. Type your name in the chat and get a little big up. You get me? Yeah? Alright. Alright. So, number one, no. We'll get this into the right position. Over there, man like Danny West in the building. Wagwan, old Tyrika Bizzle. Wagwan Rika, come on, old Ty Rabadub, old Jizzle. They are, I mean, the Rashma show. Wagwan. What you saying? Natty 2 Dread, I mean. I want them feel like. Come on, old Ty way, man. Can't let me pray, man. Come on, you telling me? Jeez, old Ty, old Tizai. Car wanna tap this eye. I think got Violet Skizai in the building. Come on. Anyone else new in there? Why so religious? Oh, go on. Man like Triller TV. Yo. Mad. We man were mad. Jeez. Alright, shout out Wendy. Woo. Jeez, who's that? Nixie, yeah? What's happening? Jeez, walk on. DJ 8 show. Mad. Come on, old tight lady D, you know. Come on. Jeez, what you saying? Oh, bad mind. Good morning. Trust me, you know, they never want to see me haircut. So I keep talking. Hey, hello, bad mind. How you doing today? We don't want a strange face around me, and that's how it's there. We not big blood clot friend. Hey, you mate. Jeez. And we not running on people outside A1000. How you mean? 100 stuff. 1,000 joke. How you mean 5, 10, 50, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 100 stuff. 1,000 joke. Shit IT. Man. Who else we got in there? Man like ultra funky, you know. How you mean? Can't take man from a bomber clock monkey. Jeez. What you mean in the back, bro? You can add yourself on the panel, fam. You got powers. Get the fuck out of here about in the back. Pause.
Bruh, I'm driving.
For that. Yeah, why?
I'm driving.
How you mean? We let them out of them fly.
Come on.
Who else we got in there? Old tight KK. There. Mad. Jeez. Hey, bad people in the building, you know. Old tight J Bizzle. Mad. There you go. Yeah, man. So, jeez, man, like crypto gains, you know. Just about made it. Yeah, alright. So, yo, Och.
Yeah.
Yo, Och.
What you done to Banksy, man?
Oh, man.
What the fuck did you do to Banksy?
Mad.
Oh, man.
It is a G. Look how what they got them require. Make them a ball and them a lot, man. Mad.
Bro,
Miss Iran was on, boy.
Bro, he said he can't even listen to the show. Oh shit! No, I was like, shit, Banksy. Is that what?
Oh shit, yeah, man.
Oh
my days.
And the thing is, you know what's funny as well? G-Block's literal fucking founding premise is opposing views, but them man are just snowflaking. It's crazy.
It's only because Banks is a conspiracy theorist now, man. And you know, I mean, me getting slapped up a bit lately still, man. You know,
his syrup's leaning to one side and that, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
Couple of shirt buttons missing.
Wait, Benny, listen.
Swollen
I've
temple
got to
and all
go.
that, cuz.
Bells, I've got to go, right? I just quickly jumped on to say, like, one thing, right? This question has been in my brain the last 2 days. Right, so all the Pakistanis or the Pakistans, they've been brought to justice, right? Like the rapists, the groomers, they've been brought to justice.
I don't think all of them have, but a lot have.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? Everyone keeps saying, like, oh, we want to get to the root of the problem. Like, obviously the girls were filmed by the state and rare. So if essentially the groomers have indeed been brought to justice, or some of them, then essentially their problem is with the state and how the state failed its girls so spectacularly. But so why on earth then are they still angry with Pakistanis or Pakistans? Like you're surely,
bro.
Surely it should be like you guys for the state. No?
All I know is tears don't go under why mad.
No, because I feel like
sudden stand. You get me?
Yeah, no, something's going on with 1 minute they're vexed with Pakistan's, and then the next minute they're vexed with fucking.
There was no Pakistan man in their window.
So what? Like you're talking about deportations and da 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 da. But I'm like, but what about the authorities? Like it's like, well, they're just as culpable because they played. I'm just like, who are you really vexed with? Are you vexed because it's Pakistans who are the assailants, or are you vexed at the state? Because if the only people that haven't been brought to justice, I would argue, is the authorities and the social services that were involved in this whole thing. Like, not one of them. I don't see anything going on.
Banksy told you yesterday on Manny Cinders that he doesn't care about the white paedophiles. I don't care about them, man. I only care about the Pakistani ones. I'm like, God damn, bro. You're getting a bit mad, bro. Like, we need to get rid of all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear that bit. But Banksy, here's the thing, right? That means you're so ideologically blinded that you've actually become a piece of shit, Banksy. That means you're willing to turn a blind eye. You're willing to turn a blind eye to the criminals, depending on what color or religion they have. I'm saying, lava splash all of them. And then, like I said, like I've seen loads of pictures of Pakistans who have been convicted of these crimes. How many people who are involved from the state have been prosecuted or have even lost their job?
Some have, yeah. There's a MP called Peter Hain who went on the run to France because he was going to be exposed as a paedophile, and then others had died before they got their convictions and all that sort of stuff there, innit? You know what they do, man? It's like they man go wait until these men get either till they're literally just about to drop out, so they just keep fucking delaying it, or they're flipping already dead unless they move like that Ivor Kaplan and get nyammed by a fucking predator sting on the roadside. You get me? Like rotted. Yeah, and if you look at his X timeline, Twitter timeline, yeah, he's on smoke. Oh my god, he's on fish smoke. Yeah, ooh, fishy. Yeah, on his his timeline's mad still. Man, like why so religious?
But this is what I'm saying, Belly. So Belly, this is what I'm saying. Is Banksy saying the quiet part out loud then? Is he saying the reason why he's vexed that white British girls and Sikh girls was getting fucked up was because the assailants are Pakistan's Muslims?
Now, you don't care about the Sikh girls or whatever, man. These man only mention the white British girls getting raped, and then even like has put on the chart, yeah. So I was saying that it's all they're taking advantage of any child that's in a disadvantaged position or any person that they can take advantage of or whatever, no matter what race they are. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so all the different races are on the chart have been groomed. Like every single race in the
Bells,
UK.
I've got to go, man. My fucking students here. I'll speak to you later, yeah?
Alright, brother. Yeah, man. Big up IICSA, cuz. I'm gonna slap this Medi Hassan video, yeah? And then, I don't know, do you know anything about the IICSA report in the UK, IICSA?
I just read the general report. I typed in that IICSA, and then I just read it. Yeah, it's focusing on like priests, monks, and churches of churches. It doesn't, and it goes all the way up to what 2014 or 2016, but it focused mostly on every religion except Islam. Like, it's kind of funny, but I just read it cursory. But yeah, I read it.
Yeah, because obviously, like, a lot of the times when we're having these discussions, people try to straw man the argument, right, and make it look like people are trying to defend groomers or whatever. And we're saying, well, I'm not saying we're saying, yeah, let me speak for myself here. I am saying that if the evidence or the stat shows that it's a small percentage here and a large percentage there, but there's groomers in all circles and all corners, then if you are calling for another inquiry, even though there's been like 10 million inquiries done already into this sort of stuff there, and they actually know things that they need to implement to make these changes, why are you calling for an inquiry into every single angle of the grooming thing rather than just the Pakistani grooming gangs? Obviously, as far as it's highlighted to you, it is only the Pakistani grooming gangs that even matter to you, but like,
I thought that
the majority of the grooming thing is carried out by British men.
I thought the major part of the wanting for the inquiry was why police didn't react, why police didn't investigate, and why there wasn't as many charges and convictions as they thought there should be. I thought that was the premise.
Alright then, cool. If that's the new argument, then oh shit. If that's the new argument, then yeah, then like there was a Casey report in 2023 that stated a lot of things that was going wrong with the Metropolitan Police, including institutional racism, misogyny, homophobia, and other things. Lack of dealing with rapes properly, and so and so. But a lot of the people that are calling for an inquiry now, I was actually debating with me about the findings of this and didn't even accept the findings of the Casey report when I was laying out anything to do with the Casey report and how fucked up the police are and what's going on inside the police. Because this was a report into the police by the police. Yeah, so I don't know what these. There's been an inquiry into the Manchester police, also a report that they should be able to look into and see the findings of, which if they, before this, making this angle of now they want to report into the police and all that sort of stuff there, they wouldn't have accepted all the findings, because one of the findings was it's institutional racism. Yeah, these man don't accept none of them findings until it's something that might be able to used in an argument in one of the points that they want to bring up. So
I would just say I didn't know that was a new argument. I thought that that's what people were saying. But one thing I will point out, Pakistani population is 2.7% of the UK and Wales. Up here you have on here, they say that they covered 3.9% of abuse cases. So that's essentially a percentage increase of about 50 plus percent, or around 50% versus the population. And then when you point up on this same video, it says that 85% of all abuse cases are from white people. When you do the math and the population is 81% white, and that means that that's only a 5% increase for the population. So there is a
75% white British, but 83% or 85% white British.
I looked it up. I looked it up. It said in a census in 2021, it was 81% British, white for the UK and Wales.
Okay.
So maybe what I'm looking at is outdated, but that would be. But that's a huge percentage difference versus, but whatever. That's just something to think about.
Yeah, per capita, both groups seems like they was overrepresented. But I swear the latest statistic, Carl, you got an echo, bro. The latest for the Asian community was like 6 to 7%.
Well, no,
the Asian community is bigger than the black community in the UK.
But no, I searched just Pakistan.
The black community is like 4%. Pakistani.
Yeah, so that's the reason I said theirs numbers is at 2.7%, which at 3.9%, if you compare that, it'd be about, I think it's like 46% difference. So that's a 46% over increase in representation, as opposed to the 81%, the 81% white and 85% of abuse cases. That's a representation of about overrepresentation of about 5%. So that is something.
All right.
You know, you can't. The video that you just showed is talking.
Is it me or did he cut out?
It's me. I'm here, man.
Yo, why so? Yeah.
Oh, why so?
Why so you cut out, bro? Yeah, when are you speaking? But like I was saying, yeah. Obviously, anything that's or any group that's overrepresented in sort of any of these stats or whatever, like you want to look into the reports previously and try and build your argument on why you want an inquiry on the things that they never done. But what's going to happen though, yeah, is that in a week or two, someone's going to come with a new angle that they've read up about in the inquiry, and then everyone's going to bandwagon onto that angle as the reason why they want this inquiry to be as ethnicity specific in its search as they do. Oh shit, YSO's backstage. Hey, YSO, jump back on, bro. Let me run this Medi Hassan.
Sorry to start with this. Grooming gang, pedophiles, Pakistanis. If you're that's what you've been hearing about in recent days. Dissolve the British government. The king should get rid of the prime minister. Labour are complicit in gang rape. This is Elon Musk bridging up scandals from the last 10 years. Used to grooming of young girls in towns across England. But Musk has decided in 2025 to make that a big wedge, try and to bring out all old tropes about Pakistani Muslim rapists, etc., etc. We wanted to get to the bottom of this because you know what? There's a lot of people running their mouths who don't know what they're talking about. And who better to talk to about this and take your questions than my guest today from Manchester live, Nazir Afzal, who was the chief crown prosecutor for the northwest of England between 2011 and 2015. He worked directly under the then Director of Public Prosecutions, Keir Starmer, now Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The New York Times described Nazir as the go-to prosecutor for issues of sexual violence and violence against women. He actually prosecuted some of these gangs. So let's talk to Nazir about all of this. Nazir, thanks so much for joining us on this Zateo Town Hall.
Medi, good to see you, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to spend some time with you.
Sorry, we have to talk under these circumstances because it's you know, it's one of those things where we're all dancing to the tunes of the Elon Musk and Donald Trumps who create stories out of nothing. And look, again, to be clear, the underlying story is very real. There was a real scandal in the UK, real horrors against children. But the way that Musk has suddenly just made it the dominant story and insisted today, we're speaking on the day that Conservatives tried to have a vote in Parliament to have a new national inquiry into grooming gangs and Pakistani men, and it failed because Labour voted against it. So I'm just going to jump off with just a very obvious question. Elon Musk, Nigel Farage, the new leader of the Conservative Party, Kemi Badenoch, right-wing press in the UK are demanding a national inquiry into these scandals of young girls in northern towns like Rotherham and Rochdale, Oldham, being gang raped and groomed and trafficked over many years. What do you believe? Do you believe there should be another national inquiry?
No, because, I mean, I think you're quite right to say that I led the work on tackling sexual violence, not just in the northwest of England, but nationally for about 4 or 5 years at the beginning of the last decade. And that included this issue. In fact, I was the one that highlighted this issue because I brought the very first prosecution in Rochdale, which has been turned into a BBC film. And that prosecution changed, I think, people's thinking. It led to such a significant and seismic change. I think you said it a moment ago, and I'll repeat it. These were horrific crimes. In the Rochdale case, 9 men over a period of 2 or 3 years raped and abused 47 girls, 6 of whom gave evidence in the trial. And they were horrific rapes, but they were very distinct from your... Because generally, when you're dealing with rapes, as I have done, you're looking for things like, did they return to the perpetrator? If they did, well, you should question whether they did or not. Or were they consistent? Well, some of them were so plied with drugs and drink, they weren't consistent. So all the usual tests that you would apply for these cases weren't really relevant. And it was quite significant that we had to change the way we worked. And we did change the way we worked. So Keir, the Prime Minister, as he is now, we changed policy, we changed practice, we changed the way the courts operated. And over a period of 3 or 4 years, Medi, we went from being okay at tackling sexual violence against children to producing the best outcomes in British history.
All right, let me pause it right there, innit? Because, you know, a lot of people like to run up their mouth about what Keir Starmer did during this time of this grooming gang scandal and how he could be implicated if they have another inquiry and this, that and the other. And like, obviously you can hear from the guy that was working directly under Keir Starmer in these cases saying that it's actually the opposite, right? These men got the best records for prosecuting these people and all that. So, and also, you know, it's strange to say that you support Nazir Afzal, but don't support what Keir Starmer is saying on the issue, because it was literally Keir Starmer was his boss in this case. In these
and Billy, was this guy saying he's the chief prosecutor on the case?
Yeah, he was the chief prosecutor on that case.
That's high, isn't it? That's high up. Cases. That's proper high up. Yeah.
He's even gone to Pakistan here to bring people back because there's not a return treaty with Pakistan, to bring people back that had committed a murder in Scotland. So
he's been putting the work in
for the government still.
Yeah, this is what I was saying yesterday, man. I think these lot, we're calling them far right, yeah, but they're verging on anarchy. They're becoming anarchists. It's like they want to turn against the government, they want to turn against the politicians, the police, the establishment, and for what? Just for one Tommy Robinson. It's just crazy.
Like, that's funny, isn't it? Like, you know, Tommy Robinson's about to crash Reform Party, when I think Reform Party was really the far right's only real hope of even getting anywhere near to the throne and all that sort of stuff there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Play. Hey, wait, hold on. Why so? Did you have anything to say on this so far, or you just like listening in and then you give your chime in a bit later?
Why so? You following the story?
Yeah, I'm just listening right now. I mean,
All right. Well, in like 5 minutes, I'm going to be going into a customer's house, so I won't be able to speak in like 5-10 minutes or whatever. So if you hear anything and you want it paused, obviously shout pause so you can get to speak in that. Yeah. Khan and Waiso. All right.
Yeah.
And if anyone wants to join the panel, make your way to the stage, innit? Yeah. All right. Let it play.
And so when Musk and others are suggesting that somehow we were all complicit back then, it's clearly a political move. There's no other way about it, because the data, the experience of everybody who was around at that time and involved at that time will tell you that we improve things beyond all measure. But he can't say that. He wants to.
Well, he's saying explicitly the opposite. He's saying Keir Starmer was complicit in the mass rape of the UK.
He's been using some quite horrific language.
Yes.
I think he called another minister a rape apologist.
Yes, Jess Phillips, who's now getting death threats as a
and so he's been very clear about how he wants to say it, but he's completely rewriting history and doing so in such a way, quite frankly, which I think many people haven't recognized, is over the last week or so. This is the first broadcast interview I've done since Mr. Musk started talking, and that's because I've been listening to victims who've been ringing me up and saying, look, you dealt with my case 15 years ago. I thought I was getting better. This last week I have been re-traumatized.
Wow.
Wait, 15 years ago?
I've believed myself.
When were the gang rape cases?
Because of Elon
15, 20 years ago.
Because of all of this.
Wait.
Between 15 and 20 years ago. Like 20 years ago, a lot of it happened. And then by the time we got to court and whatever, it was 15 years ago.
Yeah, the investigation was from like 2012 to 2022.
But the crimes obviously were happening way before that.
Huh. Okay.
All right.
It's strange though, because on that, when I searched that IISCA and read it, it was up until 2014 it had mentioned, and it didn't mention anything about these cases. Like it kept saying the church, priest, and monks. So that just threw me off of why it wouldn't be in that I just read. I don't know, but go ahead.
See, I think what you just said there was so kind of,
and
what you said just there just proves that there was a reason, like a legitimate reason, why they tried to isolate these street grooming cases into one separate section. Because if you don't, the Catholic Church is involved, politicians are involved, the movie industry is involved, celebrities are involved. To carry out a search.
The reason for the IICSA report was VIP paedophile rings. They was investigating whether this, because like it started going mad with this VIP paedophile ring claims, and there's Jimmy Savile was doing this, and there was this other guy that was allegedly a whistleblower on all these different cases that was happening in children's homes and stuff. So they investigated all parts of the child exploitation, which covered also grooming gangs also.
Yeah.
There was a 2-year report into grooming gangs. If you go to the community page, you'll see snippets from the 2-year report.
It's just strange to me that he's saying how they did everything above and beyond and they're so great. And he's like, no, we don't need a review.
No, because the current review hasn't been implemented.
I'm just saying, he's like, no, we don't, they did everything so spot on and so great.
But they did.
And then he's saying, but he's against proving it from an outside
No, it's
source.
It's been proven. But what is is that there was a number of cases that didn't even make it to court, right? The CPS wouldn't even let them go to court because they'd be wasting the court's time. So these lot looked at it and thought, why is that? Why is it? And they realized the criteria that they were using for the children
was too
it
high.
was based on the adult one. So they were like, we can't treat children and hold them to the same standard as adults, right? So they had to
No,
come up with a
it
whole
was
new
also
criteria.
And it was also
Yeah.
because like a lot of the people that was taking advantage of the children was like either giving them gifts, giving them drink, drugs, and all that sort of stuff there. So this, and also having like vivid memories of what happened in it. Like, so some things might be inconsistent and all that sort of stuff there. So they lowered the
there was
bar
that side of it as
for
well.
all
It's
that
true.
sort of stuff to make sure that
That's right.
people's cases get heard. Because obviously, like,
of course,
you might give an inconsistent story if you've been fucking plied with drugs and alcohol and abused, innit?
It just seems odd to
Exactly.
me that you could spout how you did everything spot on and great, but you're against reviewing it.
But the
Like an
review's been
inquiry.
done.
But there's a review
It's
of
been
it.
done.
Okay. Do y'all don't believe that it's just strange, right? Like, because reviews or inquiries can find new evidence. You believe that, right? Or you don't believe that that's possible?
Yeah, of course. Of
Okay.
course.
So
Yeah,
I
they
just
can
don't
find the
see.
evidence, yeah.
So I just don't see why it's an issue.
Because they have enough evidence to come up with the findings that they've come up with. It's only that the findings haven't been implemented.
Yeah, they have.
I think because
they have
the people
evidences
that
of
are asking
people-
for a specific figure to Pakistani grooming gangs, they're saying that right, they've done a figure to actual all the sections of child sexual exploitation, and then CSE, I should just say, and then like because they've done that report and how long it took to do that report, they're not looking to carry out another report of the same multitude or whatever. But people want one of just the Pakistani grooming gangs, isn't it? But they're not giving enough of a reason to the people that can run the inquiry why they should carry out another inquiry, innit? Like, there's like, if they able to show they didn't investigate this, they didn't arrest that, and there's this stuff happening here, and this new laws and implementations doesn't cover this, that, and the other, and then obviously those would be valid reasons to have another inquiry. But you know, the people won't even read the first inquiry to even find out what was investigated. They're just going on what Elon Musk said on Twitter and then any other talking heads on YouTube and Instagram or on TikTok or whatever.
So, what did the inquiry say about how the police were refusing to follow up leads and arrest
It weren't that the police were refusing to follow up leads. It's that the guidelines that the police were given enabled them to be able to basically do the minimum and get away with it. It weren't that they were not doing their jobs, because if they were not doing their jobs, that would be gross misconduct, and they would be able to be brought to justice.
One of the new implementations is that if any person in authority is found to be covering up any of these sort of things, like not reporting it properly or letting things slide or whatever, they can also get prosecuted themselves now.
Yeah. So there has been changes made.
Where do I read this report?
It's called the Professor
IICSA
J report.
It's IISCA IICSA. No, CSA.
Dude, I just read that. It was all about the church.
CSA.
It was all about the church and monks.
Yeah, but there's a section based on street crimes.
Do you know what?
was
Yeah,
it called,
like
Benny?
I said, if you go to my community page,
Networks.
go to my community page, go to my community page right now, yeah. Let me see if it's cooled down a bit. All right, let me go to it now.
What is why so? The woman done a 7-year study into this whole matter, but 2 years of it she devoted strictly to grooming gangs. But the title that they used doesn't say Pakistani grooming gangs. It says something like networked street rape gangs or something like that. So you have to know the specific title to be able to find that section of the report, because it's just a subsection of the report. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, I don't know. I read pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah, the one Yeah, the one for the grooming gang specifically is group-based child sexual exploitation characteristics of offending from the Home Office, December 2020.
And you're claiming it says what? That it covers how
It gives recommendations.
That's the one into grooming gangs.
Yeah,
that's the one into grooming gangs. No, that's the one that the people that obviously, wait, hold on, listen. The people that are asking for another inquiry, asking for one into the grooming gang side of it or whatever. So that's the one that was into the grooming gangs or whatever.
So when I look at it and
I've
read it, and
took screenshots of some of the pages here. It says grooming groups and gangs, as well as the need to define CSE in terms of group and gang, also cause inconsistency. While the term grooming gang is widely used in the media, as well as in some literature, it's an ambiguous term that has no official definition. It is important to understand what is meant by grooming, and so to distinguish between groups and gangs. Grooming is a process which a person prepares a child, significant adults, and the environment for the abuse of the child. Grooming is a feature of many different forms of exploitation and abuse, including criminal exploitation, by which children are manipulated into coerced into committing crimes, whether online, in the family environment, or by persons in positions of trust, as well as being a common feature in group-based exploitation.
So where does it start talking about if police were told not to investigate, or these guidelines that were given to them? Where does it say that?
That's the implementations.
Implementations part of it. So it's in that report though, because I'm about to.
No, that's not in that report.
That's what we were just talking about.
That's for the input. That's for the for the implement. Bro, it's like a massive report in it, like a 7-year report. So it's not like there's different parts of the report, right?
So,
but if you want to find out what the implementations are for
that's fine. But this
for the J report, you have to find out. Yeah, you have to find out that
conversation.
Right.
The specific context of this conversation was addressing how this guy, who's the former prosecutor, was saying how we don't need a report, an inquiry, because we've already had an inquiry and we did everything perfectly or whatever. So where do I read the inquiry about the procedures that were passed down to law enforcement, or how they were told to proceed or whatnot? Like that IISCA thing has nothing to do with that there.
It's just the layout. It's just how it's laid out.
That's like 400 pages, bro. Like, so I don't know how you've read the 400 pages of the IICSA report to be able to come up with that conclusion.
No, I read the general.
I read
the general review. There's if you go to the IISS website. You go to it and it gives you the full report, and then it gives you the general review, and then there's another section that gives you to break down certain sections. So I'm just wondering, in that document that I went to and read, I'm wondering, are you saying inside of there is the inquiry that this guy on the right is claiming about how they did everything fucking to the T and nothing was messed up? Where is that?
Yeah, he's talking about how they carried out the investigations into these crimes, what they did to carry out the investigations. The people that carried out the inquiries, Professor J, Baroness Casey, and others. So that's two different sections that you're talking about, right? He's talking about what they did to get prosecutions and to get to lower the bar for people carrying out any of these acts in sort of group settings to be prosecuted.
From what I've
they're the people that prosecute the stuff, right?
From what I've heard on this panel alone, just coming in and out for a few days, is that the majority of it is that they want an inquiry about the way that the police handled it, the way the judges handled it, the way that they were told not to do it because it might be racist, or they felt that there was some type of racial condemnation going on. So that's what I understood.
Yeah, but from what sources have you arrived at that conclusion?
The people on this
Yeah,
panel.
and they're talking bullshit because that's not what's being offered to them.
So whether that's what's being offered or not, that's what people on this panel are saying, that's what
I
they want
know,
the inquiry to be
I
about.
know, I know, and I've told them as of yesterday that what they're asking for isn't what's being offered to them. The request for a specific look into Pakistani grooming gangs is a different thing than what they're asking for. They're asking for
The only thing that
something
the
that
only
will
people that's
attack the
offering that
police and social services, and no one's offering to do that. Police are not offering
there
to
is
investigate the police.
now there's the Reform Party said that they will do their own inquiry into grooming gangs if it's not carried out. So if anything, yeah, they've already voted down that they're not going to be doing a national inquiry anyway. So right now, the people that support there being an inquiry should be putting their pressure on Reform right now to carry out this inquiry. They said they're going to be able to get the funding for it and all that. So
Yeah, as far as I can see, it's like a bit of a witch hunt where they're saying we want heads to roll. We want to see people being brought to justice. But then you have to show me that there's been cases that haven't been tried, or there's X amount of victims that have gone without justice. And that's not really the case. Because most people that went through the process have been processed, have been serving jail time. So
You
for them
said
to make out that we
most,
need a specific,
but
yeah,
that's the
like,
thing.
what do
Like
you mean? What
you,
do you want 100% signed, sealed,
well,
and delivered?
of course, that's what people would say
No,
to me.
because you've been doing this whole
So
conversation.
what?
This is what you've been doing, which is very disingenuous, is that you're raising the bar so
No,
high. Yes, you are. You've been saying that these people said that they done everything perfectly.
no,
So if
I've
you're
been
saying that if
super
it's not
calm. I haven't
perfect,
been yeah.
wait, let me finish. You're saying that if it's not perfect, then we have to spend another 200 million to sort it out. Is that what you're saying?
So no, I wasn't talking like that. I wasn't inferring any of that. All
But
I'm
you was
saying
just
is, so
repeatedly said
no.
that.
So just a moment ago, you said that essentially that yeah, they've been bringing all these people to justice, and
Right.
they did a great job, but they probably got most of them. Well, if they got most of them, then
No, they
that
got the
would
ones that were able to be
so
prosecuted
no,
based on
but
the evidence.
so your statement has changed 3 times. That's
No, it
the issue.
hasn't. You're just
So
inconsistent in
no,
your
I'm being
criteria
consistent.
for what
No,
you're accepting.
dude, you haven't. I haven't even stated what my criteria would be.
Yeah.
All I'm bringing up is the concept of when somebody tells me that, especially when they used to be the head of what is
It's the
supposedly going to
chief
be,
prosecutor.
whoever is going to be the head of something that's going to be investigated, and they come out and say to me, oh no, everything was done to the letter, everything is perfect, there's no need for inquiry, I
You don't
instantly am
understand
like,
what I'm saying. Why so? What
dude,
I'm saying to you,
okay, dude, i
listen,
guess i
listen,
guess i guess
listen, listen, listen,
I guess
listen.
you understand
Why
perfectly what
so?
I'm
Why
saying
so?
because you
Yeah,
keep
I'm
interrupting me,
capable of extrapolating what you're saying.
and
Yes,
I
I
can
am capable
understand
of
what
doing
you're
that.
saying too.
All right,
You
cool.
just
But what I'm saying to
go
you is
ahead.
what these people are asking for is unreasonable because there's been enough work done, there's been enough justice served, there's been enough cases looked at to come up with findings to make sure this never happens again. But what these people are asking for is a witch hunt into a community. They're saying that they want Pakistani culture investigated to see if there's anything within that culture that makes them racist or makes them prone to these kind of crimes. Yeah, that's technically a witch hunt. That's what they're
so
asking for.
so I haven't heard that, but if that's what your claim is, and that's what the claim is.
But I'm saying, even based on the review that's been done, for them to try to undermine the review, you have to show evidence and say, well, this review wasn't conclusive in its findings. But that's not the case. The review was done meticulously. The fact is, the findings haven't been implemented because there hasn't been the political will to carry it out. That's all.
Oh,
That doesn't mean go and have another review. That means implement the findings.
dude. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with inquiries and reviews.
Well,
Like
they cost money, right? And they take time.
it costs money. Okay, dude, and they take time. Yeah, so what? Neither of those things should be an issue with the way that governments waste money as it is. If it helps the population feel
If it helps a certain part of the population feel that things were done thoroughly and that the conclusion is true, then there's no problem with it, dude. That's like saying in America, try telling the people who wanted the Mueller report where they spent over $20 million. Sorry, boss. So that's like in the Mueller report, they spent over $20 million in what 2.5 years to try to prove something, and then when it showed up that it wasn't true about collusion, you know, there you go. There's your answer. If they wanted to do another one, do another one. Who cares? Get it over with.
Spent over
Make sure that everything
200
comes out
million on
correct.
this one.
You'd
Why?
have
So
to
they
be
spent nearly
justified
200
in
million
asking
on
for
this
that.
one.
You'd have to be able to undermine the original one to a point where you'd be justified in asking for that.
Let me
There
play the
isn't
rest of the
any
video, you
evidence
lot,
that
yeah?
this. Go on, run the thing, man.
Say pause if you want to hear something, yeah? If you want to say something, so.
All right, all right.
Alright, join the panel if you want to chat as well, yeah?
I've got no services to go to. I got lots of wraparound support when the trial happened. Then I got better and I've improved my life and I've moved on. And now the last week or so, I can't sleep. My life is a mess. And that is entirely directly related to the furore that's been created across the pond in your part of the world. We're having to pick up the pieces of that. And it was done for all the wrong reasons. You know, had it been done to improve the future victims don't occur, I'd be very supportive. Being done to ensure that more perpetrators were brought to justice, I'd be supportive. It's none of those things. It's simply, as you say, I used the wedge earlier on. It's simply a tool by which to attack minority communities in the UK and also the government of this.
Just on the national inquiry, and it's fascinating to hear you saying what the victims are saying, and clearly they've been ignored with the obsession.
Couldn't see that this seems like some of the people that are calling for, I wouldn't say all, I'll say some, yeah, or a lot of people that are calling for the inquiry, seems like it's more on a, like Khan was saying, on a witch hunt basis rather than on a, like Waisu was asking for, they need to investigate the police and this, that and the other and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? Like, the argument skips and jumps every time you have it on a panel or whatever. But anyway, Nazir, Afzal, let it play.
Their ethnicity, which we'll come to. Just on the national inquiry, just to be clear for people watching, Professor Alexis J held an inquiry 7 years long, cost £200 million, 468 pages, 20 recommendations, which I urge people to read. None of those recommendations were implemented by the Conservative government, which was in power for 2 years after her report came out. She also held, earlier in her career, did a separate report on Rotherham specifically. Interestingly, Liz Truss, who was outlasted by a lettuce as Prime Minister of the UK, was Prime Minister when the report came out. And right now, she's sitting on Twitter saying, how dare the British establishment cover this up? She was Prime Minister, and she didn't do anything. So when people say another inquiry...
The only tweet she ever put up about grooming was in relation to a dog. A dog,
that says everything.
A dog being groomed.
So Nazir, let me ask you this. When people say national inquiry, it sounds to people who are not following this, what could be wrong with a national inquiry?
Because we've had them. We know what needs to change. We need to bring in, and the government now committed, this government, the new government, are committed to mandatory reporting. So if you see or hear or suspect something, you have to report it. If you don't, you will suffer a criminal consequence. That's the most significant recommendation. There were 19 others, as you pointed out. And there were other inquiries. You know, this is a national inquiry. There have been lots of local inquiries as well over the last decade. We know what needs to be done. And victim survivors have told me, do it.
Yeah.
Just don't spend another 7 years and another £200 million coming up with the same answers.
Well, one of the lawyers for the victims in Rotherham, whom I'm sure you've come across, David Greenwood, came out this week and said, it would be a distraction. We've had enough inquiries. We need action, as you're saying. We're getting lots of questions from our subscribers. A lot of people in the chat. We've got over a couple of hundred people watching right now live.
Just a moment ago that part of the issue is that it wasn't being prosecuted? Like that was one of the actions that they needed to take? I thought he was saying that, essentially he said something along the lines of we have recommendations, and one of those recommendations is actually prosecute.
Is what? Prosecute?
Yeah, like he said, yeah, that's one of the recommendations that we're trying to enforce essentially is to prosecute.
No, that's not the decision of the
I could have swore he just said that.
inquiry. You must have misheard it because that is based on the amount of evidence that's put forward and what the bar is that needs to be passed to secure a hearing, right? And then it's just down to the court, and it's down to the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, and the judges, like the what they call the magistrates and that, to decide based on their guidelines if the evidence is sufficient to prosecute or to convict the thing,
I'm seeing more and more people
the
type in the
criminal.
chat. I'm seeing more and more people type in the chat that that it is the police and the council authority, that it's the police and the judges and everybody that needs to be inquired. Like at least in this chat, and that's even from that Muslim woman, Empress, whatever. She's even saying that.
I
So
don't even know what she's on these days, mate.
So, but I'm just saying. So it does seem, if of course we can't use Veli's channel as like indicative of what the real movement is, but it, from what people have been coming on here saying and people in the chat on multiple sides of it, it does seem like that's what the real issue is supposed to be about. And I would agree if like they did the report.
Yeah.
From what I
Okay.
remember, there was a report about how police were not investigating and prosecuting because they were feared that it would be considered racist.
Right,
So
but where
that
did that
should,
statement come from? Like, who said that?
I could have swore that was an inquiry years ago.
No. That was the whistleblower who originally exposed this before the leader of the the BNP, Nick Griffin, took up the battle for these people, which then put, like Tommy Robinson acquired that same role of fighting for these people. But they carried on using that same statement of the police are scared of being called racist, but there was actually no real evidence for that. It didn't come from the actual police authority. Maybe one or two officers might have said that, but that's not a reason to use that as your main issue. It doesn't make sense. Like a couple of police officers that were asked, "Oh, why didn't you take these girls seriously?" And they said, "Well, we don't want to be called racist," and palmed it off, basically putting themselves in a situation of getting away with it scot-free. But they're basically just dodging responsibility, and you're letting them because they're giving you an axe to use against what you see as a social injustice of political correctness.
I thought the statements were that it was passed down from the higher ups not to do it.
No. There's no way that the police authorities. Yeah, that's fine. That's
been
fine.
so many years. It's
Yeah,
definitely
but
possible.
there's no statement. There's no statement from the police saying that they were scared of being called racist. That's ridiculous. Police are called racist on a daily basis anyway. If there's one group of people that don't mind being called racist, it's the police, because it's like a constant accusation that they have to live with. It's like water off a duck's back to them being called racist. That's ridiculous. Because if there's convictions to be made and the convictions go to the magistrate and the person's prosecuted, then you can't then call them racist, can you?
Well, there is a difference when you're talking about kind of like a localized concept where it's a population inside of a community and they make up only across the nation 2 point something%, but they have a whole community where they make up maybe like 40 or 50% of that city. That's
but what I'm saying is, if the arrests,
that's a totally different concept of being called
if
racist.
the arrests that the police make on the street isn't followed up by convictions, then it's easy to blame them and say, "Oh, you're just targeting a subsection of the community, and you're arresting, stop and searching black people, or you're accusing whoever for whatever crimes you want to do." And the crown prosecution isn't backing you on that. It's easy to call them racist then. But in this particular instance, the people that were brought to justice would prove that the police were right in arresting them. So you can't then call someone racist for that just because the the people that were arrested or convicted happened to be from one community, that's not a justifiable argument to then say, oh, they were racist. No,
Well,
if the convictions
dude,
are
being
there,
called
if the
racist,
convictions can justify the arrests.
but being called racist nowadays, there is no like you have to have justification. People just throw around racism all the time for things that aren't justifiable. So that's not really like a
No, but
solid
look what I'm
position.
comparing it to. There's a situation in London where they had to do away with stop and searching because the police were targeting the black community. Now, the reason why the outcry from the black community was upheld was because they were showing that the amount of people that were being stopped and searched wasn't justifiable because the conviction rate wasn't there to support the police's bias towards black people. But I'm saying in this particular instance, as we can see that a certain amount of Pakistanis were convicted. So the convictions would have supported the police. So therefore that they would have easily dodged the bullet of being blamed of being racist. It doesn't make sense. It's a nonsensical argument.
It's still, if we use like over here, right? People say that when you say that 13%, 1350 is a racist remark, but by your statement, it's a factual statement, but they still say it's racist.
No, you don't understand what I'm trying to say to you. I'm saying that if police are targeting a certain subsection of a community, you can call that racist. But if the police turn around and say, but actually the conviction rate justifies us targeting these people, then you can't call them racist. I don't see how I can make it any simpler than that.
Dude, that's just what I said about 1350.
So then you're agreeing with me then?
No, what I'm saying is they'll still say it's racist. Like it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter about statistics when you can just throw around racism, the term racism. You can make the argument like, so do you know what 1350 is?
I don't need to know. What I'm showing you is
no, wait.
No. What you're showing me is that your criteria is what people say, and my criteria is what is actually a fact.
No, that's
conviction rate is a fact.
Dude, that's the thing. You don't know what 1350 is.
I don't need to.
Yes, you do, because it's a conviction rate. It's 13%.
Right. So you're saying what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is they call it racist just to even mention 1350, which is that American population 13% is black, and that 50% of the conviction of murder rates is black people. Now, the statistics support what you say, but because you say it, it's still a racist concept. Now, by what you were just saying, that would give precedent for people to target, your word was target, police to target black people because they do commit 50% of the murder rate in America. That would be deemed racist, even though they have the conviction numbers.
All right, cool. What you're saying is on point, right? But what you're missing is there's a difference between England and America. America has a certain amount of black people that they deliberately try to subdue. In England, the minorities are so small that no one's really going to invest time in subduing them. What they are doing, however, is doing the minimum amount of effort required to do their jobs. This is the overall psychology of an English person. They're doing their jobs, but they look at it as they're being underpaid. So they'll never do above and beyond. So to persecute a whole community in your own time would never happen in England, right? These people are not getting paid enough to persecute anybody, right? What it is they're basically just doing the minimum requirement. In other words, if they can turn a blind eye to girls getting groomed on the streets of England and get away with it, they will. Because they're just doing the job to get paid and to pay their mortgage. They don't care about nobody. This is the psychology. This is why England's such a shit country, because no one's actually doing anything because they're passionate about it, or because they believe in it, or they have a sense of conviction, or they have some sort of morals. That doesn't happen in England. In England, everyone's just trying to get by. Everyone's trying to pay their mortgage and put their kids through university. And it's a struggle. Like middle class people are struggling now at the minute. They're saying that there's an attack on the middle class. They're trying to eradicate the middle class. They're trying to bring in some sort of communism where everyone gets paid the same money and has the same like lifestyle. And like this is the problem in this country right now. There's a drain of on the population, extraction of money from the population, whether it's putting up inflation and taking money out of your lifetime savings, or whether it's putting up the fuel bills and basically allowing fuel companies to make ridiculous amounts of profit year after year. They put up the gas and electric by 70%. People can't afford to drive cars. I'm driving my car on the road. It's like I'm driving in 1950. Like there's hardly any cars on the road because no one can afford to drive.
So
Like
this
this
is
is
like a big conspiracy to you.
it's not that it's a big conspiracy. It's what I would say is there's a reason behind it, but it's an ulterior motive. What they're trying to say is that there is a condition amongst Muslim people that makes them prone to this type of crime. And if there's wars going on in the Middle East where the Muslims want to come to England, we shouldn't take them because they're criminals. And like this basically is what Jupiter and Wendy and these people are arguing, that there's Muslims in Europe, right? They might not be Pakistani, but because they're Muslim, they're also committing these type of crimes. So they're saying it's a Muslim issue. We shouldn't allow Muslim immigrants into this country from Muslim countries, even though America and England are supplying these countries with weapons to carry out their wars. We're going to wash our hands of the whole situation, and even as a humanitarian position, not accept any refugees from that place. Now, if you are the bastions of civilization, right, there's no position you can take that's saying to you, we have to not take any immigration whatsoever, zero immigration, because you're denying human beings who are in a war situation, whether it's of your making or not, the right to escape from there, whether it's temporarily or permanently, and seek sanctuary with you, the people who are supposed to be the civilized ones. So this is the issue. Like, does your country have principles of equality, liberty, etc., like these high ideals that we're living by? Or are we going to go by the white working class people saying, fuck them, let them drown in the sea? Who are we going to go by?
I mean, that's not necessarily just related. There's more nuance than just not taking in immigration, than just saying.
No, it is. This is like Elon Musk's whole intention. Elon Musk's whole intention is to undermine the working class people and basically make them slaves.
You could try to say that, yes, one of the points that they would try to make against immigration from certain areas, from certain groups, whether it's religious or ethnic or however you want to say it, is, grooming gangs or their belief systems or how they feel about other. Yeah, but
right.
there is also just more nuance about it. Not everybody has that opinion. So I mean, but yeah.
No, but the people who are calling for the people who are making this call, saying that this needs to be done, are specifically people like the Reform Party, people like Elon Musk, who have this vested interest in this position, right? And the far right in this country just jumping on their bandwagon. The poor working classless people are jumping on the bandwagon of the elites, which I've always said that the far right are an extension of the elites. They carry out the localized wishes of the higher ups. That's what they do. And they say, black and white unite, jump on board with right-wing politics. Why are you not lefties? Yeah, because lefties, like, for all their faults, actually care about other people. Whereas right-wingers care about their own pocket, and they think that aligning themselves with the elites is the best way of going about securing that.
So there could be a conversation about how in that video we just watched, right, with Villy, not the Medi one, the other one. And they mentioned that, 3.9% of abuses are from Pakistani people. And the population of Pakistani people in the UK, Wales, Britain and Wales is 2.7%. So that would be an overrepresentation of about 40%, a little bit more.
By your estimation.
But just by random numbers, just by
your maths, I'm saying you worked that out, right, yourself?
Yeah, it's just simple math. So then, and then when you say that 81% of the population is white and they represent 85% of the
abuse cases. That's a representation of about overrepresentation of about 5%. So,
Right.
so there is a difference now.
Yeah, we're not saying there isn't.
But I mean, looking into that about like why that is, I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. You know what
No.
I'm saying? Like, but yeah, I don't know. I
But
just
it
think
was.
it's
But
strange.
here's the thing,
I just
Moisa.
think it's strange that they
When you
would.
read the report,
You don't think that,
report,
real quick, you don't think that that's an important thing that they should have
of
added
course,
when they're
it was
talking
no,
about
not added. It
statistics?
was covered. It was
No,
covered.
they didn't cover
It's
it that
yeah,
way.
they
They
did. They
covered
did. They did.
no, that video he showed, all it said was that they're 3.9% and then that whites are 85%. It didn't give the population of Pakistanis versus whites and what the overrepresentation would be.
Yeah, because they're
It
not trying to target Pakistani
no,
community and have them on the run from the rest of
no,
us. Like the
but
government's not
it
going to
was
do that, is it? It's not going
obviously
to incite some
no,
sort of
no, it was
violence towards
obviously
Pakistanis.
no, it was obviously to try to show, oh no, well, you think that Pakistani people have are overrepresented. Well, 85% of the cases are white people. So it was obviously to skew the conversation.
No, no, no. That's not
Absolutely
the
it was.
case. It's not. It's
Absolutely
not.
it was.
It's not. It's not. They're saying that when you look at the total number of child assaults, child sexual assaults, the overwhelming majority who are overrepresented are white, indigenous, British
No,
people.
no.
Yeah, that is
That
what the statistics
no,
showed,
no, no,
right?
it
Now,
doesn't
when we
because
look
it
at grooming, when we
81%,
look at grooming,
81% of
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait.
population. Listen, just
One
think of it
second.
this way.
One second.
81% of the
Can I
population,
just?
no, 81% of the population, let's say, is white. So then if it was 81%,
You're not getting the point.
listen, if
Let me land the
81%,
point to you.
dude, you've
Forget the
spoken
numbers
more
for a
than
sec.
me, dude.
Forget
Yeah,
the
dude,
numbers. Yeah,
it
good,
is
because
about
I've
the
got
numbers.
something to say. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Numbers.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Forget the numbers for a second, right? If we go from the overarching umbrella of child sexual assaults, right? Obviously, the majority is going to be white people because the majority of the country is white people, right? But what these lot have done is they've whittled it down and whittled it down and whittled it down to where they've invented a crime that only, well, they've newly defined a criminal term that only encompasses Pakistanis. The reason why they've done that is because they're saying that Pakistani gangs, right, are different from English gangs because there's this racial element to them. They have this hatred of white people that promotes their abuse of white girls. This is what they're saying. Now, you cannot expect the government to go out and carry out an investigation of an entire ethnic community to find out if they're racist towards white people and if this racism permeates itself or represents itself as attacks on children. That is a witch hunt, right? That's not what's being asked for. That's not what's being offered. That's not what's previously been done. But this is what people are asking for. The right wingers that have jumped on Elon Musk and Nigel Farage's bandwagon are asking for a witch hunt into a community of people to find out if they're racist towards white people based on their religion, and if that religion is encouraging them to look down on children and abuse them. Right? This is called a witch hunt because the answer that they think that they're going to get, when they don't get it, they're going to object and say, well, you didn't carry it out to our specifications. And then when they do get the answer that they want, it's basically just reinforcing their confirmation bias and supporting their racism and their attack on an entire community and basically empowering them to carry out some sort of, what's the word, communal punishment. They're saying that housewives, all these women that turned up to court trying to thingy their husbands, like defend their husbands, they're all complicit in this crime and they should all be deported. That's what they're saying.
Yo.
Yoga.
Yeah, my bad. I dropped off still, man. I was in a fucking building and they had shit reception still, man. But let me see if I can play the video from where it was from.
Yeah, yeah.
I still stand by that. We're not saying the same thing, Con.
that from the chat and from people coming on here, they want an inquiry about the police force and the judges. That they're not asking for an inquiry about what makes Pakistani people more prone to do this or that. Like, we see it in this chat and we heard it on this thing. So if the politicians are asking for something that when I come on a channel of British people that they're not asking for, then that means the politicians got it wrong.
No, you're saying that we should trust your evaluation of the situation based on the evidence that you've accumulated just by being on panels.
What are you talking about?
You're saying that you exactly said, from what I've heard from being on these panels. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Right, from that position, there's no point in you even saying anything anymore further than that.
Dude, all it is saying is that you're claiming that the inquiry being brought forth by the politicians is that is an inquiry about being suggested about what's making Pakistani people do this, or what's in their culture, or what's in their religion, or whatever. What I'm saying is, from at least on this panel and from these comments, it seems like there's a disconnect from what the public wants and what the politicians are asking for. So that's a different conversation. That's like that just means that they're not actually reflecting their constituents.
No, it's not that. It's people are jumping on other people's bandwagons and trying to hitch their personal views along for the ride, right? So Nigel Farage is hitching on the back of Elon Musk's argument, and Tommy Robinson's hitching on the back of Nigel Farage's argument, and Jupiter's hitching on the back of Tommy Robinson's argument, and everyone's adding an extra component as we go along. So they're creating this drag. Right,
dude,
drag force.
Y'all just hopping on this bandwagon of Elon Musk and Vivek and Donald Trump. It's hilarious, dude.
But it's part of the argument. It's part of the current situation. Like it's something that you can't ignore.
People have been saying this shit for over a decade, right? And just because finally the richest man in the world says it, that all of a sudden he's the one who's bringing it up, it's ridiculous.
That's using your phrase, Iftikhar. Every day you'll see somebody being charged in relation to something that happened in the years gone by. So people are...
Let me run it. I think I'm running a little bit too far.
I've moved on, and now the last week or so I can't sleep. My life is a mess, and that is entirely directly related to the furore that's been created across the pond in your part of the world, and we're having to pick up the pieces of that, and it was done for all the wrong reasons. You know, had it been done to improve the life of victims, to ensure that their future victims don't occur, I'd be very supportive. Had it been done to ensure that more perpetrators were brought to justice, I'd be supportive. It's none of those things.
I said that earlier.
As you say, I used the wedge earlier on.
And insisted today, we're speaking on the day of perpetrators and their ethnicity, which we'll come to. Just on the national inquiry, just to be clear for people watching, Professor Alexis J held an inquiry 7 years long, cost £200 million, 468 pages, 20 recommendations, which I urge people to read. None of those recommendations were implemented by the Conservative government, which was in power for 2 years after her report came out. She also held, earlier in her career, did a separate report on Rotherham specifically. Interestingly, Liz Truss, who was outlasted by a lettuce as Prime Minister of the UK, was Prime Minister when the report came out. And right now, she's sitting on Twitter saying, how dare the British establishment cover this up? She was Prime Minister and she didn't do anything. So when people say
the only tweet she ever put out about grooming was in relation to a dog. A dog
that says everything.
A dog being groomed.
So Nazir, let me ask you this. When people say national inquiry, it sounds to people who are not following this, what could be wrong with a national inquiry?
Because we've had them. We know what needs to change. We need to bring in, and the government now committed, this government, new government, are committed to mandatory reporting. So if you see or hear or suspect something, you have to report it. If you don't, you will suffer a criminal consequence. That's the most significant recommendation. There were 19 others, as you pointed out. And there were other inquiries. You know, this is a national inquiry. There have been lots of local inquiries as well over the last decade.
Yeah, what happens, when they do an inquiry, they make recommendations on things that they want implemented in either law, legislation, or whatever, employment law, tribunals, and so to make sure that the same stuff doesn't take place again, right? So that's what they say when they say that stuff.
Was it not a requirement before?
No. So the requirements that they make are things that wasn't. I swear, if you look into what the laws around taking care of children and sort of stuff like that, yeah, some of the laws for children in like institutionalized places like care homes or child prisons or sort of stuff like that, some of the people didn't even have to get their criminal records CRB checked, DBS checked, I think they're called now, DBS checked, and all that sort of stuff there. Like, so that's really the point of enough of these arguments, right? It's that a lot of people are not making an argument from what they haven't or have implemented. It's from what people were just telling them, or what they feel like has gone wrong, right or the other. One second.
We know what needs to be done, and victim survivors have told me, do it.
Yeah.
Just don't spend another 7 years and another £200 million
yes.
coming up with the same answers.
Well, one of the lawyers for the victims in Rotherham, whom I'm sure you've come across, David Greenwood, came out this week and said it would be a distraction. We've had enough inquiries. We need action, as you're saying. We're getting lots of questions from our subscribers. A lot of people in the chat. We've got over a couple of hundred people watching right now live. We obviously not going to be able to take all your questions, but I'm going to try and take some of your best questions to Nazir. Iftikhar Saraf says, Dear Nazir Afzal, you know more about this case than anyone else. Are you satisfied that everything that could have been done to catch the culprits was done? This is 10 plus years since the horror happened. Could a new inquiry make any difference at all in terms of catching people who weren't caught?
Because we've been catching them. If that's using your phrase, Iftikhar, every day you'll see somebody being charged in relation to something that happened in the years gone by. So people are being brought to justice. We've put the government, the UK resources have gone into tackling this issue. Hundreds of people. I have put, as a British Pakistani Muslim, I have put more Muslims in jail than anybody else for this type of offending, and that's the way it should be, because they're criminals. But criminality begins and ends with the criminal. The whole community is not responsible for what these individuals did. We've done everything we possibly could, Iftikhar, and they have. Okay. This is not an issue about whether more resources could be offered or whether certain cover-ups are taking place. This is quite simply an issue about raising it, because they're not talking about the 88% of child sex offending that's carried out by British white men.
So let's talk about race and ethnicity, as you brought up. I do want to talk about cover-ups. We'll come back to that. Shagufta Slaughter, sorry, I do slaughter people's names, asks in the comments, why is it that often when these grooming gangs are referenced, there is specific reference to the Asian grooming gang, for example, in Rotherham, when the UK government itself has reported that the vast majority of these gangs are white? And I think that's a reference to a Home Office piece of research that came out in 2020, which suggested that the majority of people in grooming gangs, if we can use even that phrase, are white men under 30, not Asians. Although Asians do seem to be overrepresented in some towns, as we mentioned.
When I prosecuted the very first one I mentioned earlier on, it got acres of coverage in the UK and globally. The week after, I prosecuted 10 white men, and it got a paragraph in the Daily Mail. The reality is,
that's like, it's mad still. You could definitely believe that, right?
So the statistics that you showed on that video said 85%. This guy said 88%. So
the statistics that I showed on that video. That video is 2024. He's talking about 2022 or something, isn't it? When he was doing the prosecution or whatever, in the years that he was doing the prosecution.
He didn't say that was during the years of prosecution. He just said that. So that could be a plus or minus of 3, which would still stand up. But statistically, there's always a plus or minus for variations. But the concept that what I just said is that what I was mentioning earlier is trying to make it seem like an overrepresentation. If 81% of the population is white, right? And that's the reason when Medi brought it up, he said, oh, well, versus Asians. People aren't making it about Asians, they're making it about a specific Pakistani group.
a specific population inside of the Asian population. So
Yeah,
of
but they're
course
saying that's what they're saying though is like you just said there, when the government has done the stats on who are committing these stuff there, it's that if you are going to only investigate Pakistani groups, then you're going to be missing a large chunk of groomers. If you do need to do an investigation, it has to be into all grooming. It can't just be into one section of grooming, innit? Because you're missing a large chunk. You're missing the big. Obviously, you're missing the majority chunk of people that are reported for grooming and abusers, and then you're missing any of the other small parts of the 100% that make up to the 100%.
Well, yeah, that's it. I don't know. It's funny because Asians obviously overall would be a bigger statistic to pull from, population-wise, but you want that, right? Because if it spreads the data percentages in your favor of just saying, oh, you see overrepresentation with white people, then yeah, you're going to use that. But if the conversation is about, hey, what's going on with this subset of the Asian community, then you look at it and you see that, yeah, they represent about over 50% almost overrepresentation versus 5% overrepresentation of white people, then that's where the real statistics are. You understand?
Isn't the real argument that someone wanting inquiry would be that this investigations took place. One sec, one of the doors is open. It's the red door. Hold on a sec. Yeah, so obviously displaying all the evidence that shows the things that wasn't investigated would be the greatest. For me personally, would be the easy or greatest measurement in holding the government to account to have to carry out an inquiry into what you carried out. Because if you're just saying you want them to carry out an inquiry into Pakistani grooming gangs, and they say, oh, but we carried one out 2 years ago into Pakistani grooming gangs and other grooming gangs, and you say, yeah, well, we just want another one. Why are they going to give you one?
So, well, here's also, you notice he was willing to say the 88% for the white people. They didn't say what the Asian percentage was, did they? Why didn't they do that? If they're going to say, like, why wouldn't they give the statistics for both groups that they're talking about instead of just giving one?
I don't know why they didn't do that. I can't give you an answer for that. Yeah, I don't know what. Your mic's come back to mad again. I don't know what's happening, man. It's trying to tell you to tap out, man. Ask Katie. It's telling you to tap out, man, and retire. you need to retire from YouTube, cuz. you might not want it. You hear me? Yeah, man. You might not like it. Huh? Yeah, we can't even hear you, man. It's like you're not even speaking English right now. You know. Let me talk to you in Papa English.
I do think it's interesting that he would say Asians, and then the other guy would just say, oh, well, whites 81%. Like, I find that interesting. I mean, 88%. That they wouldn't give the percentage of what the other group is. Like, why does he just know that one statistic? That seems like he came on here like, I'm going to have this talking point. And we're, because he did self-identify just a moment ago as a Muslim Pakistani. So he's like,
well, he was one of the main prosecutors. And differently, like you said, That's not even fair to lay that on him. Like he's got skin in the game as a Pakistani, because he's one of the people that's prosecuted the most Pakistanis for these sort of crimes.
Yeah, because he was at the area where it was happening, right?
Yeah, so saying that, saying that he's favouring Pakistanis when he's arresting loads of Pakistanis is.
No, what I'm saying is he has skin in the game to just say white percentage and not Asian percentage. But just like the fact that he's
No, because the argument is that yes, that's thing that's happening. It's not. Grooming gangs make up the majority. There was one grooming gang that had one black dude in there. They were saying it's all white dudes and so on. So can't take the video. All these white dudes in Thing Bob. There was a black dude in there and a mixed race dude. You hear me?
I know.
And they were calling it a white grooming gang.
What I'm saying is.
And they said a white grooming gang.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, like, the majority of the people that he's prosecuting happen to be Pakistani Muslim. That just has to do with the fact that under his jurisdiction where he prosecutes, it just so happens that there were more Pakistani Muslims doing those crimes in his area that he prosecutes versus other areas that don't have as many Pakistani Muslims committing those crimes. So
he's nationwide, bro. He's not like in Rotherham or so. Like he's the chief prosecutor for CPS. So that's like England and Wales.
Yeah, that's like the FBI.
The FBI.
It's England and Wales, isn't it? Not Scotland and not Northern Ireland, isn't it? England and Wales.
That wouldn't be like the FBI. So.
Well, he's on a federal level. He's on a higher level.
So he's like our DA.
Yeah, he's high, man. He's the chief prosecutor.
District attorney is that? Do you know what it is? Yeah. I don't know
district
what
attorneys,
your
local
public
level.
services. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know what your public services terminologies transfer over for the UK equivalents. So sometimes I feel like we get a little bit cross-wired in some of these international conversations.
Things get lost in translation.
He's the chief prosecutor for the Crown.
Yeah.
So then that would mean that he's essentially okay. I'd have to look up exactly.
Well,
basically, after the police have done the arrest,
sounds like he's
put all the evidence together. They send the evidence to them guys, and they decide which evidence is strong enough, or is there strong enough evidence to bring this person, to charge this person, to bring it to court. So the police do the investigation. They gather the evidence. They send the evidence off to the CPS, and the CPS make a decision on whether there's enough evidence to bring criminal prosecution. Like, obviously, you could still get found not guilty in the court or whatever, but the CPS are deciding, is there enough evidence to bring these people to trial?
Sounds like
that's like it for England and Wales. The Attorney General. That would be the equivalent.
It would be, yeah.
Hold on, my phone's ringing.
So then I don't understand how he could be proud about how he's prosecuted more of them if that was his term of office and they happened under his term of office and it hasn't happened since his term of office, then it would stand to reason that he would have the highest numbers.
I don't know, Miss Marple. You work it out.
Jordan, you haven't given one you haven't given one stat. You just said that. I've been reading these comments. I'm giving you the national stat. You haven't given one stat. Like an actual stat would be where she says, JB says 75%. That's a stat, like a statistic. You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen one statistical number that you put up that's unique, but you're claiming that you've given stats. Huh.
Jordan's always taking you for an idiot. I don't know why that. I do feel that he's a bit of a troll sometimes.
But he's doing it to JB, where JB just keeps on like putting in quotation marks something that I guess they're reading, and then JB is reading and putting in quotation marks, and it has like a percentage in there. That's a stat, and Jordan is not
Yeah, but
giving a stat.
he's not given the sources of his stats though. Like he's given a stat, but for all we know, it could be like some misconstrued statistics on that.
He hasn't
You
given
have
a
to
stat.
say what the stats, where the stats are from, right?
Alright, my
Says
bad,
the
you guys.
stats clearly show.
Go on, carry on,
What he
Carlo.
claims. This is what he considers a stat, I guess. The stats clearly show that whites are overrepresented in Group CA, but that's not really a stat. That's just JB. The stats talk about Asians
This
being
comment
overrepresented.
thing, you've highlighted a good point though, Waiso, that there is a lot of ignorance, and we've been talking about this subject for easy a week now, and all we're doing is really displaying our own levels of ignorance on, we don't know how to read proper documents and understand what them documents are saying. Like there's a lot of people that don't even realize that all the conclusions are at the end. Like you just go to the end and look at the conclusions. There's people that don't even have that level of understanding, and yet they want to come on panels and start talking about how things should be. Oh, things should be like this, and there shouldn't be any Pakistani gangs. There shouldn't be this, and there shouldn't be that. And it's from a very emotional and idealistic point of view. But like, what education level are you coming with? Like, do you know how to evaluate statistics? Do you know how to evaluate hierarchies of evidence to say one evidence carries more weight than another evidence? A lot of people don't even know this, yet they're on panels talking. And it's just displaying our own ignorance, making ourselves look stupid.
That's partly true, but I mean, statistics are very simple. Like it's just basic math. Like
Of course.
I mean, if you can do basic math, then you can understand statistics. But it's the fact that, I mean, there is some truth that people can manipulate statistics. Part of that is how I just said how Medi was talking about Asians as a whole group when the conversation seemed like it was about a subsection of that group, and then the other guy just mentions the other ethnicity, if you will, group, which was whites.
The reason why so was because the argument is that it's Pakistani grooming gangs. So he's showing you that it's not just Pakistani grooming gangs. If you want to end grooming,
absolutely.
That's why he said about the majority white comment or whatever, because obviously the way that people are framing this now is like it's specifically a Pakistani issue. Robert Jenrick's made a statement talking about importing barbaric cultures, third world cultures, and this, that, and the other, like being disrespectful to obviously people that don't originate from the UK or whatever, and their cultures and all sorts of stuff like that. Like, so the way it's being framed and the facts that's been found via investigation, it's like two different arguments, man. Grooming is true. People that are groomed and taken advantage of. There's people that turn a blind eye to it and all that as well. That's true. The only thing that's not true is that it's strictly a Pakistani Muslim issue. And that's the frame of the argument that keeps getting made. Alright, let me play the rest then, yeah, if no one's got stuff to say still. If you guys want to jump on, man, the link's pinned, yeah? The link's pinned. Come and have a little chin wag. Uncle Vels. You get me? Professor Belly, you get me? The
Valley report. The Valley report.
Yeah, the Valley report. Beta. Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Hey, I just want to say this. Jordan, the person on the video, if somebody on a video gives a stat, but you don't give it, that is not you giving the stat. That's the person on the video giving a stat. Like, it makes no sense what you just said. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, play the video.
All right, yo, Jupes, did you want to say anything before I play any more of the video?
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, you keep going on about county lines and the grooming there.
You're on me, yeah? You're on to me, yeah?
Yeah, I would agree with you that the county lines involves grooming. Could you tell us who the main perpetrators of county lines grooming are?
The main perpetrators?
Yeah.
Drug dealers.
No.
Gangsters.
By ethnicity.
By ethnicity?
Yeah.
I don't think it's black people by ethnicity, though. Majority.
I didn't say it was. I said, could
black
you
people
tell us?
I can't tell you still, but
Okay.
I've not even.
Is that because they never broke the stats down independently of the CSE?
Yeah, they never broke it down on stuff for county lines. They've not even done a county lines report or anything like that.
Right,
They've
so
done
that's
like
our
small
argument.
investigations, but not county
So
lines
that's our
reports.
argument, because the grooming, even though grooming techniques are very, very similar, sexual grooming is different to county lines grooming, and the ways that they implement it are different. And for us to make sure that
No, but there's
boys
things
and
that
girls,
are similar as well, right?
Yeah, it's similar, but it's different. And if we want to really go down and stop county lines, and we want to stop girls getting groomed into being pimped, then we have to understand what the two differences are, and we have to have task force within social services that are actually going to go to those refined things and deal with them at the level that's needed on each case. So this is what I'm saying. If they haven't broke it down for children, like that poor boy in Woolwich that got killed, I feel so sorry for him. Yeah. Then the same thing for the girls. That's what we're asking for, Belly. We're not saying that they can't implement what they've found so far, right?
Yeah, I've not even
the
made
J
any of
report
those
implement it, but now let's hone it in onto what's really important in the two different things. If you want to call for an inquiry for social services, for the county lines and the grooming that's been going on, outside in the streets, fine, we've got no problem with that.
Yeah, but why don't you do it? Why are you telling him to go and do it?
There hasn't been one. There hasn't been an inquiry for counter lines and all that sort of stuff there. A lot of the times the kids that get involved in all that sort of stuff there, they get demonized. People, if you see the comments underneath videos or posts of any of these children that are killed in them situations, majority of people were condemning them.
Yeah, so I would agree with you. There does need to be a call for that as well. But you can't mix up the two, because the two are done in different ways.
I'm not mixing up the two. I'm saying that the person that carried out the main prosecution for it, the person that carried out the inquiry into this sort of stuff there, like the main figures of people that have been investigating this stuff for this amount of time, are saying that they don't think that there should be another inquiry. So
yeah, but there's more and more people coming out, because even Andy Burnham has come out and said, Lord Ahmed has come out and said, Maggie Oliver's calling it out. She's saying that it's a cover-up if you don't do it. So there's more and more people that are coming out that are saying, actually, we do want an inquiry. And 76% of the population want an inquiry.
Alright, but it already got voted down still. But anyway, we can still... Let me play the rest of the video so you can see what Nazir Afzal concluded in in his findings from doing the investigation. You know what I mean? Did the groundwork and that. But damn.
Yeah, go on.
Nah, sorry man, I'm in one fucking super tight corner, but alright, let it play.
Failures, or the failures of people who look a bit like me or you, are amplified. That's not to deny or in any way minimize the terror that these people were responsible for, but it's also recognizing that the last government kept saying over and over again, it's brown men, it's brown men, it's brown men. That was really dangerous. Why it was dangerous, Medi? Because you're telling girls, beware the brown man, when 88% of sex offending is carried out by white men. So you're actually putting them in greater danger by simply choosing the ethnicity as the issue. The thing they all have in common, by the way, all the perpetrators, is they're men. And we don't have much of a conversation around misogyny and sexism and all the things that drive this type of behavior.
On just sticking on the ethnicity issue, the average person who's not, let's say an average British person, average American, anyone watching this, who's not on the far right, doesn't see themselves as a racist, but looks at Rotherham or Oldham or Telford, Rochdale, sees pictures, lots and lots of Asian faces staring out, and says, but why are they overrepresented in these towns, in these crimes? What is your answer to that question? Is it culture? Is it religion?
No.
Is it opportunity? I know some people have talked about the nighttime economy. A lot of these men are taxi drivers.
Well, you know, when I gave evidence to Parliament 13 years ago and said we should have some research, and there has been no research. So we're still all relying upon anecdote or guesswork. Some of the victims I spoke to back, when it first happened, told me that because they had broken families, they had troubled backgrounds, they were out in the evenings and they were looking for warmth, they were looking for food, they were looking for mind-numbing substances, they were looking for somebody to love them. And these predators offered all of those things. And they happened to be in predominantly South Asian or Pakistani environments, taxi firms, takeaway restaurants, that kind
So
of
this
stuff.
is all
So
speculation.
yes, predators hide in those environments. And
This is all speculation.
Time and
because
moment.
you just said that they haven't done any research into it.
Nah, he just said this is speculation to say the reasons for these crimes happening, but when he spoke to victims or was doing the investigations into the reasons why this was happening, they was given reasons like obviously they needed places to hang about in. Obviously, when people had gone home and all that sort of stuff, they came from broken homes and they needed to have a little you need a cotch in it. Like,
but that's not strictly true though, Velly, is it? They didn't all come from broken homes. In fact, the ones that came from good homes.
He's the one that's doing the investigation in it. Like, so you keep making these points.
We know it's not true.
You're arguing with the guy that's doing the investigation.
Yeah, because this man.
The definition of victim blaming, dude. He said we don't have any research into why the criminals did what they did, or if there's any background about doing it. But let me tell you what the victims have told me. The victims have said that it's because they were lonely or they needed a place to stay. This guy is 100% just victim shaming those people, bro.
Yeah.
He
Sure,
100% just did that.
Yeah. Okay. So I would agree with you a little bit that they are victim blaming, but the fact of the matter is that not all the girls came from broken homes. Eventually, they were broken homes because those that came from good homes, the police didn't support them, social services didn't support them. The children ended up going into care where the grooming continued. So he might be right in saying that the majority of them were being picked up from care. But that's because when they were being picked up from school, when the parents tried to intervene, they removed the children, put them into care.
So there's no research about it. He spoke to victims. They never spoke to any of the actual criminals and asked them why they did it. Like what? He don't have any statements from anybody. Yeah, he doesn't have any statements from the criminals saying, "Yeah, I did it, and here's why." Fuck this guy, bro.
You'd have to. That's where you can just make all these mad, wild jumps about what the actual chief prosecutor in these cases. brought people to justice and all that sort of shit there is what he's assuming
All I'm
about the
saying-
victims and all that sort of stuff.
Dude,
That's
all I'm saying is this guy speaks to victims all the time. He can tell their story. He also speaks to the criminals. He can't say what they said. That's bullshit, bro.
But this guy's the chief prosecutor. He said he's single-handedly put more Muslims in prison than anyone else, and you just want to talk against him.
Yeah, because the
Like, what are you on, bro?
Because statistically at the time that he was doing it was when the time when more Muslims were committing crimes. Statistically it makes sense.
No, but that's not true though. That's not true. What is no. What you're saying is not true though. Why so religious? Because, like he said, statistically, he's actually convicted more white people of doing these crimes, but he's convicted more Muslims than any. Wait, hold on. Listen, he said he's convicted more Muslims than any other prosecutor in these circumstances because him and Keir Starmer was able to change the circumstances for reasons why people was able to get convicted. Because, like, if you gave an inconsistent story in some of these police stations before for what it was, the CPS might not have prosecuted. But once him and Keir Starmer was in charge of the stuff there, they was able to bring charges for some of these inconsistent stories and for some of the things where obviously the children have been plied with drugs
all
and
about
alcohol
timing,
and
dude.
could not.
That's all.
You can't ask him to do stuff when he's not there. Like, you're talking about now, it's all about timing. It's like, bro, you're just making any excuse to. So, what do you mean about timing then?
So timing, right? Let's say he's the head prosecutor for 10 years. Okay, if more Muslims / Pakistanis commit crimes in that 10 years than they ever had statistically previously, then it stands to reason he's going to have more convictions than any previous prosecutor. Now,
You're making that like he just got he happened to be in the position at the time. That's not the case. They hired him specifically.
The statistics are wait, hold on, Khan, listen, yeah. The statistics of the percentages of people committing said crimes rise and fall by, let's say, what percentage would you give space to allow for a timeline? Why so? So like a fluctuation of between like 3 to 5%
is normally
either way.
That's normally that's normally considered the variable.
Yeah. So over the time, like the different year by year or whatever. If you look at the statistics for people committing said crimes or whatever, unless you see a spike in the time where Nazir Afzal was prosecuting, then that's really the only way you can make that argument. I don't think you've even looked at the charts like that to say that there was a spike in people getting convicted or Muslims getting convicted at this time.
So I want to bring up DJ H's point in the side chat, which I totally agree with. DJ H is saying that this man is giving reasons for why the children were vulnerable, but it's not giving reasons why the perpetrators chose to take advantage of the vulnerability.
I said that just a moment ago. That's the reason I said.
But that's not his job. He's to prosecute them for the crime they've committed.
Unless
he's not a social worker.
If Medi Hassan doesn't ask him that direct question, right now, there's no way that me or Khan or you or Jupiter, YSO or Jupiter are going to be able to get an answer to that. Like,
no, I'm just pointing
it's cool. You can point it out. You can point it out.
No, but that's what we're saying,
no
Benny. That's why we want a new investigation or inquiry into these certain points, because it's not making clear to us why these people.
You want a new inquiry because Medi Hassan didn't ask him why the groomers.
One of the reasons, we want to find out why these people, what motivated them, because I don't believe
modus operandus, yeah. That's how I know you don't check the community page, innit? Because if you would have looked on the community page, you would have seen a printout from the 2020 grooming gangs specific report where
I've seen it. I've seen the chart above it. So what do you want
modus operandi. It says modus. So you haven't though, because it says the modus operandi on there.
Right,
and
which
what
is?
Well, it's written on the thing. What?
Yeah, which is?
It's written on the 2020 report. What do you mean, which is? Like, this is the annoying thing about arguing with like some of you right wingers here and all that sort of stuff. There, yeah.
Not right wingers.
The level of wait, hold on. Listen, the level of evidence or the level of proof that needs to be brought on my side to provide the argument. Like right now, yeah, we need to listen to the fucking chief prosecutor in the case. Yeah, the other head prosecutor. We need to actually read the report, go through the stats and this, that, and the other, and all you can just say, "Well, I just don't believe it," and then that's your level of well, I just think
no,
that's not
so
right.
Rude.
And then that's your level of
basically
evidence that you need to bring to the table.
It's not you're being now.
It's just bigotry.
It's just no hard work.
Small-mindedness.
You just have to say, I don't believe it. Oh well, I'm just going to do that. That's true. What level of evidence have you brought to the argument to show that why they? Listen, what level of evidence have you brought to the? Can you hear me now? Yo, can you hear me now?
No, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can always hear you.
Alright, listen, I was saying, what level of evidence has been brought to the table to show why there needs to be another inquiry that this inquiry or parts of this inquiries before or after or whatever, haven't been investigated?
So what we're saying hasn't been investigated, right? It's quite simple. It's two.
How do you know you ain't read the report?
The first, yes, they have. Yes, they have. Not in full, but there's quite a few bits that I've read. First of all, the ethnicities in that J report, they said that there was a need for ethnicities to be recorded, right? And that's why the other report that was done, I think, was incomplete, because they didn't have all the details of the perpetrators, right? So even the charts that they've made up, they never had full details of the perpetrators, to be clear on that, which is why they had to widen it to child sexual exploitation. And again, the chart that you've got on your page is the widened one. It's not honed in, okay? Which is why I came on and asked you the question earlier to do with people and county lines, because it's not honed in. Right? So everybody that works within finding crime, for example, would know that to stop something, to find the motive, to find the reasoning behind something, and to logistically look at problem solving, you have actually got to hone in. Now, you're saying the modus operandi is already there on your page. Okay? So I'm asking you, so what was the modus operandi of the Pakistani men? Why was it proportionally higher amongst Pakistani men?
They targeted white girls because white girls were available to them. They didn't target white girls for being white. They didn't have a preference for white girls, but the white girls were the ones that were available.
Black children in that chart was 5%. And black people like 4%.
Yeah, but that's white. That's child sexual exploitation altogether. We're talking about just grooming gangs.
In any of this. No, that was in that groom. That was the grooming gang specific report.
See, that's what I mean. She's just trying her luck. She don't even know nothing. She's just trying her luck.
But it doesn't say that on your page.
Listen, just to what Jupiter said, though, what this guy just said. That concept, right? Because he says that there was supposed to be research. That's what they suggested, that there hasn't been research about why they did it. But let me tell you about the victims. Well, they were homeless, or they needed a place to stay, they were lonely, they were this and that, but still nothing about why people actually did it.
Yeah, but bro, listen, what it is, it's stuff that other people, you see, that people that are not groomers, that might be about at these sort of times. If you see a child constantly sitting in someone's flipping cab office or something like that, you might be able to report that and say, oh, listen, there's like underage kids just sitting there at unsavory hours at night or whatever, and all that sort of stuff there. It's like giving people listen, what it is, yeah, is how I saw it was he was pointing out to people that may not be wise to what is going on, things that you could spot yourself and say, oh, listen, that might be a situation that might be worth looking or getting someone to look further into or whatever before it develops.
That's what we want to look further into. All right, let me put it another way, Benny. Let me give you an example.
Over there, but
with county lines, right? With county lines, you know and I know, right? Because we live in Greenwich and there's a lot of it going on in Greenwich, right? You and I know that there are a lot of black children involved, but it's not exclusively black children that are being groomed. You know that there's white kids involved, there's Asian kids involved, but if we were to break down the numbers, it would be majority black kids that are being groomed, yeah? Now, there must be a reason why black kids are more predisposed to being groomed into county lines, while white kids are more predisposed into being groomed into being pimped out and raped.
It'll be easier to describe by the relation to the areas of the people that they're coming from, right? So if you've got like a higher population in one of these poorer areas, then they will make up a majority, and people being the victims of or being perpetrators of certain crimes or whatever.
Well, no, because you could
Jupiter, wait a sec. Based on what you just said, yeah, if I was to make two gangs, yeah, in my neighborhood, one with white girls and black boys, and one with black girls and white boys, yeah, did I say that correctly? So one with black boys and white girls, and one with white boys and black girls. Made two separate gangs. Which gang would be more affiliated to crime? Based on what you just said. What do you mean? You just said that white girls are getting pimped and black boys are getting put into county lines. And I'm saying to you, so what about the black girls and the white boys? If we made a separate gang with them in here, would they be sitting at home reading books and playing computer games? So what are the others doing? What's the difference between the two groups?
I have no clue what you're saying.
The difference is they're on the streets.
No, I have no clue what you're saying.
You don't see black girls. Listen. Let me finish what I'm saying. You don't see gangs of black girls on the streets of London. You don't see it. Hanging around the stakes. No, you don't. You don't. No, you don't. Same way you don't see white boys hanging around on street corners. You don't. You don't see white boys trying to sell drugs and that at a young age. You don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it depends where you live.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, that's not true, man.
Show me one gang of just pure white boys.
It depends where you live, man. If you live in,
of course it depends where you live.
If you live in if you live in a certain ends, bro, and you know what I mean, like they're man of the guys, bro. Like, so if you live in a different end, depends on who's got control of that piece or does this, that, and the other, man. So.
No, because her argument is to separate
let me tell you what my
the girls that are getting groomed. Wait. You're separating the girls from the boys. No, but you're separating the girls from the boys. I'm saying if we put all the girls and the boys together and say, okay, what's going on with street grooming?
No, I'm not.
That is, street grooming is getting kids off the streets and involving them in crime. What difference does it make whether they're getting pimped out or whether they're getting put on county lines? They're still getting abused, isn't it? They're still getting abused on the streets. So the common factor isn't their race or their ethnicity or who they're getting groomed by. The common factor is that they're on the streets. They're available.
Right. So, no. So there's cause and effect, yeah? So the effect is that they're all getting groomed into criminality, okay? Across county lines and across the girls that are being raped, okay? And even in county lines, by the way, some of the females, if they don't do what they're told to do, get raped as punishment. You probably don't know that, Khan, but it's a fact. So there are black girls getting raped and white girls getting raped in county lines. Even men, even boys, young boys, believe it or not, that's been reported as well. But getting aside from that, yeah, that's the effect. But the cause of it is what we want to understand, right? So in the premise that you gave, where you said that there was a load of white men with black girls and a load of black men with white girls, we would want to know in the first gang, why is it all white girls that seem to be predisposed in being groomed by these black men? And why is it in the second gang, all these black girls are being predisposed into being groomed by white men? Because their modus operandi is what needs to be broken to stop the chain happening. Do you get
So
it
you're
now,
saying that
Khan?
black girls
You
are
big
getting groomed
fat
by
fuck.
white men, but that's not happening, you dumb schmuck. That's not
It was
happening.
your predisposition.
Yeah, I'm saying
It was
in real
you.
life.
It was your premise that I was arguing
No, it was
with.
your premise. You're saying that
No,
the
you brought the
defining
premise.
factor is separating out. You're saying separating out. You're saying separating out the boys from the girls. You're saying don't involve the
premise.
No. You're saying don't involve the crimes of county lines in with street grooming of girls. And I'm saying to you, street grooming is street grooming. Why are we separating out boys and girls into separate categories?
Well, I've just explained why. If you're too thick to understand, that's your problem.
That wasn't an
Hey, you
explanation.
guys, let me play the rest of the video so we can hear from Nazir Afzal. If you hear anything that you wanna chime in on, shout pause, and then you can have a quick little talk and all that. Yeah, let it play.
Memorial. But whether or not, I mean, I thought maybe because we have abundance of arranged marriage, whether that had an impact on it. There are all sorts of factors that could possibly explain why these men do what they do.
Do you agree with some of the local reports?
That's interesting.
For
Can you
example, in
stop?
Telford, which say that local authorities didn't go hard.
So he just said there that it could be down to arranged marriage, which is a cultural thing. He's just said that there might be some predisposition with these men, effectively in their sex lives, basically, by the sound of it.
I think he said he looked into that to see if there was any pattern or anything like that.
Yeah, he said it could
like
be
he
that,
investigated
yeah.
all angles. I think
So,
he
that's
looked
interesting.
into.
But anyway, let's keep going then.
After this, police forces and officials didn't crack down because they were nervous about the racial aspect, because so many of the suspects and the accused and the perpetrators were brown men of Muslim origin, Pakistani descent. Do you buy that argument? You were at the heart of the prosecution.
Well,
Was that
you see,
what you saw?
well, at the time, it was obvious to me that they were not dealing with crimes involving this cohort of young girls. As I've said before, ethnicity to my mind was an issue because of the disproportionate nature of men of brown background in these cases. But the main issue was the fact that these young girls were allowed to be abused and that people were not listening to them. In fact, some of the girls who were from very working class, impoverished backgrounds would say it was snobbery.
Yeah.
They were being looked down on by the authorities.
So it's
That
class
was-
as well as race. It's the idea that they're white
Exactly.
working class girls who were not seen as credible witnesses
Exactly
or
that.
people whose value. Yeah, it's an interesting point that we've ignored the class angle in this.
Yeah.
But look,
So he
it's
didn't
interesting.
answer the
I did
question.
an interview with
Push
Piers
pause,
Morgan
dude.
today.
Yeah.
With
Pause. He was asked a very direct question about if he felt, because he was the lead prosecutor, he asked if he felt that the claims about because they would be called racist and because of Islam or whatever, that guy did not answer that. He sidestepped and went to, well, I think it was something about class. He's like, oh, that's an interesting thing. He didn't answer that at all, dude.
Hey, you know
But
what
to
it
be
is?
fair,
I'm
why
not
so
too sure
religious?
about.
Class is involved in this, to be fair.
Did you call him white so delicious?
I'm not too sure. Yeah, no, she said religious. Yeah, but I'm not too sure about the police being scared of being called racist. Like, I agree with Issa, the Black to Let's point. Like, God knows how long man's been calling the police racist, and they ain't give a shit about that one time. And now this time,
Dude, that's
they were
not
scared of
we spoke
prosecuting.
about that when you were off here. That's not a good argument.
Yeah, but bro, listen.
He was asked,
It is though,
dude, the
because
lead
how many
prosecutor was
the
asked.
police have been bro. The police have been classed as institutionally racist on multiple occasions, yeah, and haven't flinched each time that they've been classed. So, being scared of being called racist, I don't think is a strong argument or acceptable argument.
Firstly, prosecutor
Well,
didn't answer a
I would
direct
say
question.
this,
So
Feli,
then- and
because
then
there
what
was a
we
little
spoke
clip
about, what we spoke about
sorry,
while
Risto,
you were
go
gone.
on.
What we spoke about while you were gone, because Khan made that same argument, and I guess IICSA. That's hilarious. That guy. So the concept here is that if you're saying that they've never cared about being called racist, then and that this wouldn't be an incident that they should care or that they would care, then you're pretty much setting the precedent that they will never care. And yet they have done various. You mentioned an inquiry earlier from, I think it was like 2019 or 2020. We've covered it
And
on
you know
this
what?
channel.
The inquiry
So-
comes up with the same answer every
Okay.
time.
Thanks.
Never,
Okay. So
never a solution.
So the difference between the concept of being considered racist, right, and this is like if it's a community where the community is majority white, and then the subsect of the community calling them racist for these investigations would be so small population wise, and it would come off as that. But then if it's in a community where the general population is the majority that are committing these crimes and the police force is the minority of these crimes, then it's very easy to be like the police force is the minority of the actual population, then it comes off as racist. How I spoke earlier, Carl was trying to make this point, and he was saying, well, they could prove that it's not racist by getting the prosecution and the numbers of the statistics of people being prosecuted and convicted would prove that it wasn't racist. And I said, well, anytime somebody says 1350 in America is deemed racist, but those are the statistics, right? 13% of the population are black, and 50% they are convicted and prosecuted at 50% of the murder rate, but that's considered racist. So the concept of like, oh, why should they care? I don't believe that argument. Why should they care? Well, that's an individual care, right? That's also a position of where you don't want to lose it. So if the area itself is a majority of Pakistanis, let's say, and the police force is a majority that's not Pakistani, then they do have the concept that if they follow out with these, they will be deemed racist. And it could be that essentially that whole community stands up against them and just shouts it to the high heavens and demands reform, and then nothing ever changes.
So why so religious? It has been
That's
noted
bollocks, man.
that the police actually made a comment about the girls, one police officer, but there seemed to be a general attitude that they thought the girls
Hold on.
were treating these men, that were treating having a Muslim boyfriend was like a fashion accessory. That's something that you find within the racism circles, that people will say things like that. So I do believe that the police officers looked down on the girls, not just because they were working class, but actually because they considered them to be race mixing, which would tie in with the fact that some of these officers were actually racist.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, why so religious? You seem to speak something on the British police force and about them being afraid of being called racist or not, or something like that. Are you still there?
I'm listening. What?
Yeah, was it me you were talking about? You said about IICSA saying that they would not be afraid of being called racist. Is that correct?
I said, I guess that came from IICSA, because Belly made the same comment that Khan made, but Belly said that he agreed with you, that I guess your position was that because historically they've been called racist and nothing's changed, or apparently they haven't allegedly cared about it, why would they care in this instant? I don't think that that's a legitimate argument.
Okay, well, me and Veli made that point, but it was originally IICSA's argument.
Wait, Khan. Number one, it's not what were your actual words just then? Khan, don't do that again. What were your actual words?
Why do I have to fucking repeat myself again, dude?
Because bloody Khan just interrupted, and it was the actual words you used that I was coming against. Just a
Then
bit about
use my words. I'm not repeating myself to you.
Okay, don't repeat them. I'll just guess because.
Hey, listen, I got to jump off here because I'm about to go into a building. I'm going to jump in the lift and it's going to be bad reception. So I'm going to leave these on the panel for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, big
The
up.
reception's actually really good.
Give me the spanner, Veli, man. Come on, bro. Just give me the spanner quick. Come on.
Begging, boy. Begging for spanner.
It's not begging, bro. It's a request, isn't it? I like request.
Man's a straight nutcase.
On Thursday, and I read out the list.
Borderline pleading.
And I know you know these cases well, but there's a white grooming gang in Cornwall prosecuted in 2010, in the West Midlands prosecuted in 2020, also in Glasgow, also in 2023. We don't talk about those gangs, as you say. They're part of the 88%. And Piers Morgan said, well, we're not talking about those gangs. And I said, you've made my point for me. Why aren't we? And I just think the obsession with the race of the perpetrator only damages and undermines the victims. Because if we're talking about the perpetrator's race, then we're not really caring about the victims, regardless of their race. And I should also add, Nazir, is it true, and I've read this, I read some reports, I think it's a J report citing a Muslim Women's Network report, that it's not true to say that all of these Pakistani men, British Pakistani men, focused only on white girls. The narrative is that they went after white young girls because they saw them as non-Muslim, cheaper, less valuable, less equal, easier to get, and they left Asian girls alone. That's not true. A lot of Asian girls were also,
It's 100%
they just
not
didn't
true.
come
Again,
forward.
No, they did come forward. When I prosecuted the ringleader of the very first one, Rochdale, I also prosecuted him subsequently for his abuse of a Pakistani girl. He got 22 years in jail for that. So, but as you
But
said,
we don't hear about that, Nazir. We only hear about brown men, white girls.
A
100%.
Pakistani girl.
And we should be
One.
hearing about South Asian or Pakistani or other victims.
No, there was a lot, plus Sikh
I think
girls.
to some extent, you're right, Medi, because of issues of honor and shame that we found historically as a reluctance to report. And I think it's 3 times less likely to report abuse than white girls. And so there have been and there were victims from these backgrounds, these communities. But again, but it's
an honour and shame for white girls as well. I'm sick of the narrative that only ethnic cultures find honour and shame in being raped.
About the victims.
It's not that. It's going to white racist
nothing
police
said about
and telling white
other
racist
than,
police
using them
That's
as a
the
tool to attack minoritized
So in both
communities.
cases, it's shameful.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We just Sabah Shokat asked the same
Going to
question about
white
the
racist
rhetoric
police and
in Asian
complain about it is
communities
not
that
gonna
white
make
girls
things
are an
better for
easy target.
an Asian or a black, is it?
Is the rhetoric from some people? Let's not make sweeping statements. And that's been fed now. This argument that a lot of this stuff is driven by that. But as you say, it erases Asian victims. Mirza Beg asks, what is the statistic behind the numbers being floated that there are thousands of such rapes that happened? What was the common background of these gangs? You've touched on some of that. On the numbers, Nazir, I saw Elon Musk, who started all of this, retweet a video of Lord Pearson, the former UKIP peer, saying millions of girls were raped. I mean, I feel like people are just inflating whatever they want to make the point. Surely not.
Yeah, I think it's a competition, isn't it? The reality, that's just absolutely ridiculous. And we know that the only data that we do have, official data, was which told us that actually more than 3.1 million British adults were raped as a child. So a significant number, 1 in 20 Britons were raped as a child. That's not different, though. In the United States has a similar figure. I think it's 1 in 20. But the millions, people are it's just competition to make it sound worse than it is.
Sabah also asked, the British press say 80% is done by Pakistani grooming gangs. Have they fiddled these figures? How do we debunk these figures? I mean, I read somewhere, Nazir, that the problem is not that it's 88%. I know there's a report doing the rounds, I think, for the Centre for Sexual Abuse, Expertise in Sexual Abuse, the CSA Centre, which a lot of people have been sharing the graphic online, which shows white people make up 83% or 82% of the population of England, Wales, are 88% of child sex abuse defendants. Asians make up 9% of that population, are 7% of defendants. So they're actually underrepresented versus white people. But even those statistics, all of that is very inadequate, right? Because a lot of police forces haven't recorded the ethnicity of perpetrators or victims.
Absolutely. And that was a recommendation made 10 years ago, by the way, Medi. The police officers, the data is inconsistent, the collection of it is inconsistent, and even the wrong definitions. We've talked about grooming gangs today. I also call them paedophile gangs. I also call them child sex rings. Because of the nature of the definitions, we can't really, we're comparing apples with pears. And that's why it's impossible to get a picture. But there has been, over the last 14 years of the last government, no progress on all the recommendations that we made in report after report.
You mentioned, Nazir, earlier that you're a Muslim. You're the child of Pakistani immigrants. You grew up in Birmingham, I believe, in a working class house. You know all of these communities that we're talking about. Atif asks, why are leaders of Muslim communities not coming out and condemning what happened? The timing is key here, is it not? What's your view on that?
They are, but they don't have the oxygen of publicity. They don't have Zitia or any other media channel to do it. When it first blew up 12, 13 years ago, every imam in every mosque in the United Kingdom did a Friday sermon talking about this subject. Leaders have spoken about this. I have spoken incessantly about this. So it has, but they don't necessarily get the oxygen of being able to talk about this in the media. They don't get called in. If they're called in, they're brought in next to some racist for a little battle.
Also, of course, I mean, a couple of things there. Number one, I find this argument that it's Islamic absurd, because even the most ignorant
Yes, so as I was saying, why so non-religious? You said something about black people saying that the police were racist, or other people saying they're racist, being called racist.
I didn't say black people.
What did you? That's why I asked you to repeat it. What did you say?
I said that people just say they just throw out racism because it's a catch-all.
No, historically, you were talking about historically they were, and then we're saying, well, they're never going to change or something like that. Yeah.
No.
That bit.
So what I said on the basis of the argument, if you're discounting that, if your position is that, historically the police have always been called racist and they've never cared, so that means I'm going to discount that in this situation, that the reason the police didn't intervene is because they were going to be considered racist. I throw that out wholesale just because the police have never cared about being called racist. That's like a non sequitur. That is the definition of it.
Yeah, that's. But the thing is, that's not what's being said here. The point is, there is no, for us, it's a lived experience that hasn't changed. So, you know, it took us several riots and beating the police up and beating the racists up and all kinds of other shit. You know, fighting according to legal systems, etc., to get things changed.
That's not addressing what was.
I am. If you stop talking, I'm saying your angle is wrong. That's what I'm saying. You're saying, well, the people today are saying because they were in the past and so on, they're assuming something about the present. That's not what's happening here. The reality
IICSA, could I just come in there?
Belly said, this was what he said. He said, when I said that that there were people, he even asked them, that Medi guy, he asked that prosecutor, what about the people who say that the police didn't prosecute and follow up, investigate because they didn't want to be deemed racist? That prosecutor didn't answer that at all. Right. So then, and I call that out, that the guy sidestepped it and made it about class. Belly stopped the video and he said that he doesn't buy into that because historically the police have always been called racist and that they've never cared about being called racist and that they flaunted their racism. So yes, that was the point. Like you can't that was
I'd like to come in. I'd like to quickly come in here and just say something.
All right.
The police don't care about saying that they didn't want to be called racist. It wasn't towards everybody. They were quite happy to be racist towards the white girls. They were quite happy. They're quite happy to be racist on occasion towards to black men and women.
Anyway,
the special group that they didn't want to be deemed to be Islamophobic. That should be the correct term. They did not want to be seen to be Islamophobic.
Oh, so now Islamophobic's a real thing, is it? It's a real thing now.
To what she's saying is like, that's what I meant by we'll just throw racism out anything because Islam is not a race. But there's people who will come on this panel. There's people who go on Medi
They were trying to be politically correct. It's the woke. It's the ethos of the woke ideology that has caused this problem and nurtured this problem.
Dude, let me say this. Medi was just on a panel about 6 weeks ago on CNN where he said that where he called people racist for being Islamophobic. He equated it to the same thing. So the concept that. So that's what I brought up about we just throw the term racism around as a catch-all for anything that we're against.
Okay.
So Islamophobia is not real and it's not an accepted term.
I'll let you take over from me then when it was me to respond. Right.
Yeah, go on, go on, Issa. I'll go after.
Why so? What Veli told you was what I kept pushing to him about, and what I kept hearing from, let's say, the so-called right, whatever you want to call them, the other side, is that the reason why, and this was their main thing, the reason why the police did not investigate the Pakistanis and arrest them for 15 years or whatever is because they were afraid of being called and deemed racist. This is what, if you go through all of these videos for the last how many weeks or years or whatever, this is what's been said. Yeah, so even Jupiter's confirming that. So coming into that now, me and Veli, and black people from the top of Britain to the bottom all know that police don't give a frigging damn about being called racist. They will just look at whatever and then bend you up and put their frigging knee on your neck and so on.
But it was specific. See, they've used this is what we're saying, and this is why we need a better inquiry because
you're saying you want to be more specific about which bit we're talking about.
Well, yeah, we know exactly what it is. People everybody knows, but they're just not admitting it. There is a level of corruption and a lot of conspiracy behind the scenes between the Muslim community and elites in this country.
The Pakistanis.
Yeah, well, Muslims have quite a swaying power. They've got voting blocks. They've got Muslim councils of Britain. We know that this goes on, and we know that they will cover for them purely because they are Muslims. So they will try to get lighter sentences, etc., etc. And this goes on. It's the same thing that goes on with the elites. We know the elites blackmail each other. They use it to blackmail. They use it to cover up, right? And a lot of this has been going on. When yesterday on Wendy's, we brought up a list of 50 politicians that are in the Labour Party that were council officials during the time of this happening. Okay, now it can't be a coincidence that these people were in a lot of the groomed areas as council officials. So there's going to be an overlap, Issa, right? And there is definitely a voting block of Muslims that will protect other Muslims. Now, it doesn't matter to them whether it's going to be predominantly Albanian Muslims, predominantly black Muslims. It could be a whole selection of Muslims, okay? Right? It could be. And they would have still used their power to sort of like rein in any investigation. Could be. You're making it up. It just so happens, let me finish. It just so happens that it's predominantly Pakistani. Yeah. So we know there's a level of corruption. That's the first thing we want looked at. We also want the elites that are up there doing all this stuff and the overlapping and everything else looked at. But we also want to know, why is it predominantly Pakistani? Why is there black Muslim men that are not doing it? Why is there white Muslim men that are not doing it? Not in the majority. Yeah, there are some. Why is it you're not getting other Muslim men not doing this? Because some of the argument is that it's to do with scripture. Okay. Well, if it's to do with scripture, how come other Muslim people are not doing it? Is it because Pakistanis are interpreting it different? Is it because it's nothing to do with that at all? Is it because of just purely because of corruption and stuff that's going on behind the scenes? This is what we need the investigation for.
True. What's the rape capital? The great capital of the world? Do you know where it is? What country?
The great capital of the world? No, yeah. I wouldn't know.
India,
and they're not even Muslim,
right? No, but what I'm saying is the culture comes from there, and if you read the history of their sexuality, temple prostitution, and blah blah blah, the structure,
misogyny. That's what it is. It's misogyny.
I'm saying the structure of how they see women and sex, etc., etc. Just think of it like this, where you've got an idea where when a man dies, he's going to be cremated, and his alive wife is also going to be cremated as well. Yes? So that's the type of culture we're talking about when the Hindus want to go on and on.
So there would be an argument for it to be cultural.
Yeah,
and that's
no,
what
but it's not would be, it is, and it's clear it is. But what I wanted to one sec, religious, one sec. What I wanted to correct you on, Jupiter, because I've noticed a lot of what Jupiter says is because she's not part of it, so she's looking from outside and maybe guessing a few bits and pieces. When it comes to Asian Pakistanis and Islam, well, that's what you're here to correct her on, bruv. So, and Islam, generally when they get into power, it becomes a very insular Pakistani controlled thing, right? And it's their thing, the way they want to do it. And if you want to help them move forward their agenda, that's fine. And they might look after you as a Muslim if you're helping their collective agenda. Outside of that, you're just another person. Your Islam means nothing. And this is an experience for over 20 odd years, right? And if you ask any honest Pakistani, that's the way it is, right? So when you're saying it as
like asking any honest African, innit, that they enslave their own people, mad for years.
One minute. Let me say something. Let the Muslims speak. Let the Muslims speak. Let the Muslims speak.
Triller, one sec. Let's agree. One sec.
Distracted,
no, I was going to come on to that. I was going to say that let's say if there was another group, let's say Somali, they would do the thing. Nigerians, let's say they would. But we're talking about who actually is in those situations where they're becoming mayors of smaller towns, etc. And we can see that they're changing rules like bus lanes for taxis and all kind of. I've seen this in various places, right?
See, you've
wait. You're not going to have a back and forth now. There's too much things. Listen, I missed out on a few points. Let me catch up.
Yeah, fuck that. You got one point, bruv. You failed to neglect to see, right, that how much British culture has to do with this, right? Just the other day we had somebody here saying, oh, you know, they were fucking offended that people weren't coming out clubbing and doing drugs and shit with them, yeah? And that is what English and British culture is, That person's name was Nixie. And then of the day, like, literally, yeah?
Slow down a bit.
No. But end of the day,
I can't hear you.
You might as well just let him have his rant, bruv. You might as well let him just rant it off.
But British culture has a massive part to play when it comes down to people trying to be normal and what other people consider to be normal. They don't want to be alien from the culture. They're trying to fit in, right, and do all these things like you go out, drink, date, have sex.
So you would agree there's a cultural clash,
right?
There's a cultural
clash. No. He's saying they're following English culture by doing it. That's what he's trying to say. He's saying that their loose morals. What Triller seems to be saying is they're following the loose morals of English people, which leads them to do those actions. So that seems to be. Is that what you're saying, Triller?
Yeah. Something that Jupiter brought up, which is actually kind of a point, is she's saying she wants to find out if it's possibly a misinterpretation of scripture or what's taught. So when you talk about rape, there is the concept of Islam that rape has to have how many witnesses?
Can I just, as the Muslim on the panel, can I not quickly say something?
Religious.
Can I not speak? Can I not speak?
In the case in England, you have to have witnesses or at least evidence.
No, you don't.
Pass the mic.
Saying if you've got 100 men with one girl, there's the witnesses, and they all know about it.
That's not true. That's not true.
Guys.
One sec. No, because it's an important point,
Whether it's important or not, you're getting so far ahead of yourselves. You're not letting me catch up to the points you lot made.
Bro.
Irrelevant.
One sec, because this was something. This is the main point. This is a main point of this. So why so religious? Are you saying that if they've got somebody doing it on CCTV, right? There's no one else, not even the person behind the camera was there. It's just recorded, and the woman takes that footage to an Islamic court. Are you saying that person won't get convicted because there's no human witnesses?
So
why so religious?
If you look it up,
just yes or no, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. The mainstream opinion in Islam is that you need 4 male witnesses.
Just answer that question I asked you.
God Almighty.
Has to be, so it's no.
Oh, so no, wait. No, hold on. So why so religious is saying, hold on, at 12:47 midday in the UK, if a woman has CCTV camera footage and audio, and there's no other human witnesses, and she takes that footage
The
where she's
Islamic
clearly,
position is no.
hold on, wait, stop, and she's clearly forced from the video, resisting everything, right? Man breaks through the window, door, whatever. And you're saying we take that to the court according to idiotic, why so religious, that would be rejected because she hasn't got 4 human male witnesses. All right, Rob, you
I
Can I
don't
speak
think that's
now,
what he was
guys?
trying to say.
Guys, it's unfair what you lot are doing to me, man. Like when I spaz out and I start screaming and shouting, you lot are like, Khan's this and Khan's that. But look, when I'm being nice, you don't let me speak.
So
Yeah, go on, make your useless point,
They
Carl.
can't speak, please. They can't speak. So, sorry, Irish Blake.
Let me do the points in order. Let me do the points in order that I want to quickly make. Yeah. In order, what Jupiter said about Muslims being in league with the elites and getting lesser sentences statistically is not true, because Veli the other day showed that Muslims or Asians get convicted with more harsh punishments than actually indigenous white people. And the indigenous white people get lesser punishments for the same crimes. Right? So statistically, she's wrong on that point. Secondly, bringing it to Issa's point, Trilla's point.
I'm talking about the grooming. I'm talking about the grooming.
Wait, I forget who made this point, but there is a point that the Pakistani Muslims are of a specific set called the Barelvis, and it's an ethno religion where you have to be from where they're from to be in their group. It's not just that they're Muslim, but they're a specific type of Muslim, right? So they won't protect Albanians and Turks. They don't care about us. It's about if you're related to them, right? That's why they have a high percentage of they just have a high percentage of
What would you say a higher percentage of Pakistani Muslims in power?
Yeah, but that's just because of the population. That's just because of our system. And do you think
that's a coincidence?
It's because of our system. It's how it is. Proportional representation. You can have an MP.
No, what I'm pointing out to you is that that's where the corruption's coming from.
That's different. That's nothing to do with Islam. That's to do with British politics, right? So anyway, bringing it back to the last point I want to make.
Well, that may be so. That's why we want an inquiry.
All right, whatever. But bringing it to the last point, which is Trilla's point, which is partly to do with British culture, I would agree with him that the current narrative that's being pushed, that these are Islamists or ex-ISIS fighters or people who believed in their religion so much that they would go and die for their religion, have now decided to come to England and rape girls and go against their religion. I don't agree with that. I'm saying that it is partly to do with...
you're arguing with yourself. No one suggested it was ex-ISIS.
I'm just landing my last point and then you lot can talk, right? So I'm saying, in my opinion, it is partly to do with becoming more British, right? Because really, back in the day, Pakistani boys wouldn't even been seen dead with white girls in their cars.
No, because they were
so they have become more British.
And it comes racism for white women. I don't know why you had white
They have become more British. You can't argue with that.
When it comes, it's because it was seen as something where you're definitely committing zina. That's how it was. So you're bringing shame on the family, and then when it comes to getting married, the opposing family tribe will say, "Oh, so and so's son was seen like this," and then that reputation will go all the way back to Pakistan.
What Khan is displaying is the actual attitude what the groomers had. They look down on white women, and that's what he's
just not true. I've got kids from white women. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I feel sorry for her. God knows what she's done being married.
My mum's a proper Muslim. She's got her head covered and everything. Like, she's not racist.
Well, that's funny, isn't it? Because when you split up from her, you went around slagging her off all over the place.
No, that was my girlfriend. That weren't my baby mother. I wouldn't slag off my baby mother. I'm not.
But look, we've already found out. Hold on, fuck that shit, man. Look, we've already found out, right? We've already found out that the majority of the people that are doing rape and that are doing grooming are white people in this country. Therefore, it does make sense that people are basically, literally the bad people that are from different ethnic minorities, right, are just following suit in that regard. You get me, right? So it's like, it's a massive fucking, when it comes down to it, they're always going to be, what you call it, a minority percentage of people that are going to commit crimes and do some vile things. That's always in every community across the world, right? So when it comes down to it, but you lot are trying to make it out like, oh, it's bigger than that, it's in their religion and blah blah blah, which is total bullshit. Because if it was, why wouldn't the majority of people, anything close, you know what I mean, be doing that?
Dude,
It's
they
true.
stone
What do you
women. They
mean?
don't.
People are saying
What,
it's bigger
what
than
do you
that. No,
mean
they're
they
not.
stone?
What we're
Women get
saying is,
raped
right?
and they get
Let
stoned
me
in
lay out
Islamic
again what I'm saying, and then you can all come back one at one. What we're saying is that yes, there are child sexual exploitations in many forms, but we want the form of the grooming gang looked at to stop it because it's become an epidemic. Now, there seems to be a correlation that there seems to be predominantly Pakistani men doing it and majority white women that are chosen as the victim. There must be a reason why. Now, I would agree that some of it is cultural. I agree with Issa on that some of it is cultural, some of the cultural ways that they look down on white women. And I would say that the elites that are involved in it, that have helped cover it up, along with the corruption that's going on behind closed doors and the snobby attitude, also feeds into that. They also look down on white women. So yes, I would agree that that's part of it. I would also
agree with that as well.
I would also agree that the ideology, the wokeism that's been pushed, has actually nurtured it, because where they want to say racism, which is the excuse that the police used, didn't want to be seen to be racist, yeah? All of that has come into play and gave a lot of these gangs room to actually get away with stuff.
So you mean looking down on white women, like how white people look down on Asian people and black people? That's that way you're talking about? How the majority of white people then look down on everyone else?
One sec. Jukes, were you saying that that's an excuse? Are you saying that's an excuse that they use rather than it being a fact?
I think I think in some cases, I think what we're going to find if we have a national inquiry is that actually that it was white men in positions of power, Pakistani men in positions of power, and even black men in positions of power. No, hold on. Who have been pushing an ideology and they've been pushing it forward, right, to such an extent that it gave these people room to get away with what they were doing.
I agree with that. And it's disgusting. And they should all be put in prison for the maximum penalty.
Coming down from above.
I agree.
You don't know what
Orders coming down from above. Not
you don't know what she's saying, otherwise you wouldn't agree.
No, I do get what she's saying.
What's she saying? Tell me. Go on.
She's saying that the snobbery of the police looking down on these girls gave these guys who are also looking down on the girls an opportunity to carry on their operations. And I agree with her.
No, that's not the bit.
But here's the thing, though. The buck stops with the police. The buck stops with the police.
Not with that bit. When she added the black men in there, what she was saying was that with those blacks in authority up top, they're the ones that are coming with the wokeism, as she's saying, meaning you should tread carefully.
Not exclusively black men. I'm saying that you're going to
find.
I know.
The one thing
that is going. What I'm saying, Isa, let me just lay it out.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not saying that it's by race amongst the elites. I'm saying that you're going to find that it's all sorts of politicians from all different creeds and colours, but they will be enforcing an ideology, and that is what has caused and nurtured an ethos where these people can get away from it because they've been protecting that ideology rather than dealing with the problem.
All right, Jupiter, break it down for Issa quickly about how is BLM and wokeism involved in this? Explain that for Issa.
What is the ideology, Jupiter?
So a lot of this LGBTQ stuff. So because this is where it goes back, and this is where you're probably going to get upset. After Stephen Lawrence got murdered, there was a person inquiry, and they found the police institutionally racist. So these police officers could use the excuse that they were scared of being found racist to cover up the fact that they weren't enforcing their job like they were supposed to, when in fact they were getting orders from on high. These elites that were involved in corruption with the voting base, which was the Muslim voting base, and the Muslim voting base were prepared to stick up for the Pakistanis because they were part of their Muslim base. That not because they're Pakistani, but because they were Muslim.
Because they were voting for them.
Voting for them. Yeah.
All right. Let's look at the opposite side.
You can't argue with that. Does make sense.
Wait.
I made that argument in
Hold on, one sec, please. No one interrupt.
No, you did. Give him credit. You did.
Hold on. So let's look at this, right? If it's possible, right, in whatever multi-universe that the police hold on. After Stephen Lawrence's report and McPherson report and they said, boy, they actually are institutionally racist. So they must be seen, as they kept saying, to be fair, be seen to be fair and just, and not to be racist. So therefore, they're tiptoeing not around the local drug dealer, not around the local shop thief, not around the violent thugs or whoever's drunk, but only the grooming gangs. Notice that they will lock up everyone else, right? This is the only place they're scared of being called racist.
Yeah, but Issa, that's why it's a go-to excuse. They use that umbrella as an excuse.
It can't work.
The fact is that there was a voting base that they wanted to protect, and that particular ideology wanted to protect their ideals. So what they did was they made it look like the police were scared to be called racist. The fact of the matter is that's an excuse. There may have been some officers that may have been afraid of losing their jobs because the particular gangs, the Pakistani gangs, the Muslims that were in power, the Muslim voting bloc, the ones at the top of the chain, Muslim Council of Britain and people that we've seen in this video here, these kind of spokespeople would come out and call it racism as an excuse to stop their people being attacked. But the bottom line is that really they were protecting them because they were Muslim. Right.
Okay.
Now. Okay. Right. So that's one part of it. Now go from the perpetrator's point of view. Why were they picking predominantly white girls?
Let's get this right. You're now agreeing.
Now, one point at a time. That point don't make no sense.
One sec. Real quick. You're actually agreeing now that it wasn't actual fear of racism for the majority part, but it was used as a screen to protect the nonsense they were doing behind it, correct? Is that what you're saying now? Hold on, let you put your answer, bro.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yes, I'm saying from the police side, yes, definitely.
Brilliant.
Definitely from the police side, it was used as an excuse.
Let me just say this. If there was the fear that would be considered racist, what's being proven right now is that fear was justified. Because asking for an inquiry is being deemed fucking racist.
No, it's not, because they're trying to inquire about just one particular part of it, you idiot. All right. Anyway, listen, when it comes to her argument, all right, so look, the majority of the people, right, in any fucking constituent, in any fucking group or whatever, right, are going to literally want people to be rooted out that are basically out there doing things that are illegal, crimes, you know what I mean, especially things like rape and grooming and all that stuff, right? No community would literally want that shit to happen, right? So when it comes down to it, she's trying to talk about racism, right? When really and truly, look, our system, right, doesn't discriminate like that. We're just going to arrest people if they break the law. It's as simple as that. Why has race and anything else got to do with it apart from people breaking the law? But that's what it is. You're making she's making it out. She's making it out like it's anything but that. That's what it should be.
Now she's saying Indians are misogynistic. That's why it happens.
Hold on. Trilla, question. Is it true or false that certain employers would get their bonuses because they had a certain amount of ethnic minorities, as we're called, in their workforce? Yes or no, Trilla? And women.
You're talking about hitting quotas.
Yeah, you heard me. So I'm saying the opposite was true, in which if they had if it looked like, it appeared they were stop and searching and arresting more black drug dealers in the area where the intelligence told them that there were equal amount of white people doing it, then when they compared these two, they said, hold on, but you're only arresting the blacks, but your intelligence told you it's equally white.
Anyway, let's hear from the new people. Let's hear from the new people. Let's hear from the new people.
Hold on. If they're not doing the jobs properly, then that's all that fucking matters.
We're being really rude to our panelists. We should let them speak.
Who's new?
Well, that's why we want an inquiry to get them out.
Babs, bruv.
But Issa, we now
let's hear from the new panelists.
So that's from the side of the police. That's their failings.
Yeah.
Now we need to look, and we have to say, right, but we can't ignore the fact that they were predominantly Pakistani, and we know why they were covered up by the police and the officials. But why did those Pakistanis choose to particularly start with Sikh girls and then go on to
again
white girls?
easy targets?
Right, so let me finish. Let me finish because I want Issa to answer this. Yeah. Okay. So we have to look at that right now. The easy answer is that people go, well, it's because they're Muslim, but we can look at other Muslim. Other ethnicities that are Muslim that are not doing it on the scale that the Pakistanis are. So the only answer we can get is that there seems to be an infusion of the cultural attitudes, like you said earlier, that come from those particular regions of the world. And it's an infusion with that and a misunderstanding or an understanding of scripture, whichever way you want to look at it.
So the
But they've used it
majority
as an
of grooming
excuse.
gangs are
Now,
white
the
people in
only
this country,
reason,
right?
So where does snobbery come into it,
Jupiter?
Jupiter, where does the snobbery come into it?
Isa,
Right.
Isa.
No, clearly, right? So the majority of grooming gangs and rapists in this country, right, and pedophiles are literally white English people in this country, right? Therefore, we have to relate that to Christianity, because obviously it has to come from Christianity, because they're Christians, and clearly it's to do with their white race and everything to do with the English culture, British culture.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay, thank you for that, Trilla. So
Christians are paedophiles, it's true.
look at these, your mic's not working. We can't hear you. Ask Getty. So when we look at these Pakistanis, right, we understand that there may be an influence of the religion there, where they've misinterpreted it or interpreted it correctly, depending on where you stand in the scale of radicalism on the side of Islam. But the fact of the matter is, it's an infusion with the actual cultural beliefs from the region of the world that they've come from. And that is what's making the difference. They have an attitude that looks down on white girls, and they have an attitude that's anti-Western. And we're not going to ignore that. It's there.
So didn't British culture play a part though, Jupiter? You've named two cultures. What about the third one?
Hold on. So here's the problem.
No reply.
Hold on, wait. There's so many people of any group, of all the different groups, that have an issue with the culture. So you're going to find white Jehovah's Witness, white Mormons, white Christians, whatever, and they absolutely hate the drunken nightclub culture, etc.
Yeah.
And even the dress sense. There's all kind of various types of culture. So when you specifically, I mean, we're saying Pakistani, but when Khan mentioned Brelvis, right? They literally are, you can say they're different to the rest of the Pakistanis, right? And it becomes a problem when you try to attribute it again to their culture, when you're finding it done directly relating to upper class white people, and lower class white people are doing the same thing. This is the problem, because by saying, well, it's them who hate white girls, it clearly, they don't care what color the girls are. And
So
we're realizing,
I'm saying, Issa, they do care. They do. They're going for light-skinned girls. They do. Majority, they're going. The grooming gangs are going for light-skinned girls, which is why they went for Sikhs and why they went for white girls. Also, the preference is non-Muslims because of their religion.
How do you know this, though?
We get that. We get that. That's what it is. We can't blame just Islam, right? We can't, because
She doesn't know anything about Sikh girls that are being groomed. She doesn't know any reasons. She doesn't know shit. You can't talk on behalf of the victims. Who the fuck do you think you are to talk on behalf of the victims? You fucking dickhead.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Jupiter, the problem is, you would need the same amount of Sikh girls, Muslim girls, and white girls of the same class in the area, where there's not the same kind of consequences that they would face, and to see who they would choose. So, for instance, when you said on your channel the other day, when you was reviewing Ghosts, he said something about they wouldn't try it with a Pathan Pakistani girl. And he was talking about the specific. You seem to think that meant all Pakistanis. When he said Pathan, he's talking about a specific group, right? They're in Pakistan and Afghanistan, and they're mainly known as warrior fighters. And he's saying, once you bring shame to anyone in their family that way, they're looking to incinerate you. So his point was, they wouldn't pick on a girl from there because they know there's serious consequences from the brothers and cousins and everyone else that's coming for them. So they're looking for who it is they can take advantage of, and there's going to be least consequences. Now, if the social services are involved and they're not going to do anything, and the police and the parents won't or can't or don't care or whatever, then obviously that's the easy fix. So the point is, I'm
not arguing that there's not an influence from the elites, but I want to make this point. The girls were.
You're saying they're going after white girls.
Hold on, Issa, please, let me just say this. Look, the girls are chosen because they're predominantly white. They are. There's a correlation there. right? Because we can see it through we can see it in figures. Now, they're not picking all lower class. They're not picking all lower class white women, by the way. Some of these girls were high class daughters. They were people that came from stable homes. The parents had good jobs. Okay.
You don't know that.
Problem is, hold on, let me tell you. The problem is that they had an anti-white, right? And they see all white women as the same. They are an anti-white, anti-Western,
the majority of the women in this country are white women. The majority of women in those areas were white women. That's why. Go with the numbers. You talk about disproportionate amount of people that are committing crimes. Again, you got to talk about the fact that the majority of the population are white people. That's why the majority of the victims are white.
Why can't you wait until I finish my point and then come back?
You did finish. You did finish.
No, I didn't. I haven't finished. I'm going to repeat it.
Well, you have now.
Right. Okay.
You're saying it's anti-white. Where are you getting the idea?
I'm saying that there's an anti-white attitude from these particular predominantly Pakistani men, right? They've got an anti-white attitude, an anti-Western attitude, and they've got a choose a non-Muslim kind of attitude, right? As a victim. But added to that, the reason why they do that as well is that they know that the parents of these children, the children themselves, if they go to the authorities, because the authorities have let us down, that it will be covered as, if they make a complaint, it's not going to go anywhere because these people have been pushing an ideal. Now, Khan said to me, where am I blaming the British culture? The British culture is wokeism that's being pushed, Khan. If you don't understand that, then I'm sorry.
The BLM, that's the black people that did that.
No. Hold on. I just want to know where are you getting the idea? How are you knowing that with such confidence that they're anti-white, anti-Western, and
she's making an inference?
And yeah, but I'm saying from where? It has to come from somewhere.
From court transcriptions where during the act of rape, many of them were reciting Quran scripture. Many of them were calling them white slags, and many of them were referring to their ethnicity and the fact that they're loose because they're white, and many of them were being forced into converting. So, the victims themselves.
Let me put this to you, Jupiter, because this is one of the reasons I disagreed with Veli. When it comes to racial statements or racist statements, doesn't always make someone racist. Okay.
Yeah, but in the context of it all, where they're saying,
I agree. What I'm saying is, for instance, me growing up with black men, Asian men that would talk about white slags, etc. However, guess what? The same guys, the Asians married white women, or married white women, those white women that they spoke, not the same ones.
It's true. They did.
And have kids. And guess what? When I was little, I was about 10. Hear what I'm saying? I was 10, bruv. Around that age. I remember this black guy and his white woman lived in a house. They must have like 5 kids. Like every year they seem to be popping out kids. Every time they had an argument, she used to call me, you effing black, blah, blah. Because he would go away for a couple of days. He had bear, gal, whatever else. You effing black, blah, blah. Next year, a baby's popping out. Can I call her racist? She's using racist terms. Do you see my point? So when you're saying these words are used, to me, I can't say, well, he's actually racist because he uses them. And this is the problem with the terms that we're using today. Well, they said this, that means they're racist. Like, you said things, Droops. I can't say you're racist based upon the words you've said. And this is the problem. I'm saying I would need a bit more than that in relation to how they've maneuvered. Because we generally, historically, knew the BNP or who is it, the NF. They used to
so IICSA, let me give you one case. So there was one girl that was serially abused, right? So she was groomed the normal way. She was young. I think she was 14. They started grooming her at 12. At 14, she'd been abused by loads of men. She'd been made to sleep with hundreds of men. And then what they did was they convinced her that because she was so filthy and dirty, she needed to convert to be a Muslim, and then she would be cleaned up again, right? So they are bringing in the scripture. They were telling her that it was because of her white upbringing and the fact that she was white and non-Muslim, that she was so dirty, and that the God had allowed this all to happen. Allah, actually, in their case, had allowed all this to happen to her, and that it would all stop if she converted. So
So
yes,
here,
there is
yes.
a
So
religious element and a racial
So hang on
element
a
to it.
second. So wait, hold on a second. So these people that are groomers and rapists and taking drugs and alcohol and doing all sorts of fucking crimes, drug dealing and all that, yeah? These the most vile people in our society, all of a sudden now, you're trying to fucking put them on the same pedestal as preachers, as actual religious teachers, and you're trying to say that
No,
they're
I'm
out
not
there
doing
now
that at all.
preaching and teaching. Yeah,
No,
are
I'm
you
not
mad?
doing that at
These
all.
lot are out of their fucking minds, yeah?
Let me say
Talking
this. Let me say
fucking
this.
any shit that
I
they can.
believe there are some
Fucking
Muslims
idiots.
out there that actually are
So
very kind, very charitable, very God fearing, and only want to live their lives. So I
So
don't know
when
what you're
she
talking
talks
about,
about
Triller.
These lot are fucking vile manipulators.
Wait. Jupiter, have you watched a documentary about the women and boys in certain churches? One of them was Catholic church, in which the bishop or priest or whatever that was abusing them was using scripture to get them to do what they wanted them to do.
Yeah, and
have you seen
I
it?
would say it's exact. I would say that is part of the problem, and I would say that the way that we honed in and had inquiries into the Catholic Church and into sisters and nuns, which we've had in this country, we should do exactly the same thing with the Islamic influence within the Pakistani community.
That's not the point. What I'm saying is, would anyone attribute what he did from Christianity or the Bible? Or is he just using it to get however he wants to make that person feel or submit to them, get into their mind using scripture? That's my point.
I think they use it as a manipulation.
Thank you. So it's actually nothing to do with religion. You can use whatever. Hold on one second, why is it religious? That means you can use whichever scripture you want. They could use Hindu scripture. They could use bloody scientific. Didn't they use blooming science to say that black people inferior and all this other nonsense with evolution that they claim? Right, so you can always use something. Just because they're quoting scripture, apparently, that doesn't mean that they have any actual view of religion that's legitimatized.
So there is a difference, though, because because in Islam, people who are not. Well, no, because we're talking about.
You said in Islam, go on.
So Jukes made a comment earlier about the possibility of misunderstanding scripture, misinterpretation, possibly just misunderstanding the religion. In Islam, the concept is that if you're a Muslim, you're covered up, and if you're not a Muslim, but you're a dhimmi, then you have representation on you that you are a dhimmi. And but if you're a slave, you have none of that. And in Islam,
you're no different from the groomers preaching the religion, you know? You're no different from them preaching about religion when you are not qualified and don't know squat.
Oh my God. You never let anyone finish. Why so religious? Why so religious?
So the concept
which part of Pakistan? Chiller. 1 sec. Why so religious? Let me explain something to you. One sec.
Oh my gosh, dude. How do people
all the knowledge
points with you?
Ralph, listen, you've already stepped out of the mark. In Pakistan, their tradition was the local Qari Sahib Imam.
We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about misrepresentation.
Yes, we are. Let me tell you why.
Oh my
because
gosh,
the concept of dhimmi, the concept of dhimmi was not understood in Pakistan. Okay, the Hindus, the Sikhs, and Muslims. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Before they done all these partitions off, that you couldn't tell the difference. Even here, you couldn't tell the difference between a Sikh, Hindu, and Muslim. They generally cooked the same food. They generally dressed the blooming same. Their music was the same. Their weddings were the same. They were so interlinked. Wait, let me finish. So what I'm saying to you is, these concepts you're talking about, I agree. Wait, in an Islamic state.
I'll let you finish.
All right, go ahead. Finish what you were saying. You're right. I'll beat the hell out of everything. Go ahead. Go.
I'm sure your ego will allow that.
No, it's not that. I've got to go, so I'm trying to rush. But go ahead.
The point here is that through interpretation, they could look down on these people. They could look at them while they're not showing themselves as Muslim, and they're telling them, "Hey, you want this to stop?"
Well, can I just intercept?
Oh my!
Can I just intercept? Case in point, Triller. Calling me a slag and all of this, that, the other because of my fucking culture. So yes, Yeah, it does come into it.
No. I like how you try to get decent Muslim women and decent religious women to go out clubbing and take drugs. Otherwise, they weren't British. Yeah, they weren't English. They're not integrating in British culture.
They are.
You think taking drugs is being British, yeah, and being English. Yeah, you're promoting that, not me.
Any personal,
so I do consider you as a slag trying to do that, yeah. You fucking and you taking drugs, yeah. You fucking random men. I consider you a slag.
He's not gonna argue in the back. You know what I'm saying? One sec. Triller, don't please anybody. Just don't mention people and call people out their name where they might feel the need to come after defend themselves. I do understand that's how people are. Just Triller, just anyone else, just don't.
Yeah, no issues.
Yeah. That's fine. But that's what I'm saying. She might feel the need. This is live on TV, bruv. So disrespecting people.
I'm not going to be long, right? But I am going to say, okay, we're going to go back to this being a Christian country, okay? So yes, there are going to be people that are indigenous to this country that have raped and done this, that, and the other. But the fact is, this country we have borders, should be protecting its people. So to have another set of people coming over here and raping our own people, to me, it's almost like an act of fucking war.
Okay, saying if anyone's going to do rape, it's going to be white people.
What's going on, bro?
No, I'm not saying white people don't rape. But what I'm saying is to keep the fucking borders open and just to let anyone come over here unvetted,
No. They don't just rape. They're the majority that are doing rape, the raping, the noncery, the crimes. The prisons are full of white people. Just saying.
One sec. Nixie, so you're saying anybody coming over it, is that white people? Does that exclude like Europe?
I am talking about anyone, Issa. We need
to so any immigrants
first.
Right. Okay. No, I heard you. Okay. Yeah. So those that have been here where their parents were born here and they were born here, are they considered that, or how do you put them?
Well, yeah, I mean, it gets quite complex, doesn't it? Because then you do have, like, I would say, for black people, we assimilated a lot more.
Well, let's say Asian. Let's say Pakistanis whose grandparents came here. And their parents were born here. What about them?
He looks at us, yeah? Case in point, Triller. Look at the way he looks at us. Oh, look at her. She went out clubbing. She did pills. Yeah, look at this, slags. Yeah.
Nixie. We're trying not to make it personal. We're trying to keep it on. Right. So what we're saying is, in general, right, my white friends when I was at school, this was the kind of language they used. She's a slosher. This was the kind of language they would speak about girls. So you could say we learned that from them. You see what it's like? This is how they used to talk. I never used to drink.
I'm saying, Issa, though. Can you see what I'm saying, right? At the end of the day, the way I see it is that each country, it has its own borders. The government is there to look after your own people, whether that be black, white, whatever, So the question has to be raised. If there is a set of people, we're calling them Pakistani, and I have to point out, we're not talking about all Pakistanis here, okay? I'm just saying there are a group of people that have been identified to be doing this. Okay, so to me, that's kind of like, what the fuck is our government doing? Allowing this, basically allowing, because let's not forget that Keir Starmer announced only a couple of months ago that they're voting on purpose, right? So there was an agenda behind this. So it's almost like on its own people, yeah?
Okay, look, here's the problem. You're speaking as if the government and the ruling class has ever cared about the people below.
We have to call it out.
Right? So if they've never cared from as far back as we can go, right? And they've always used them to wars or whatever they're trying to do, right? Then to say now they need to protect their people from people coming in, you've never been their people anyway, right?
Oh, no,
that's the first point. So the second point is, and I'm trying to look at it from both sides because I'll be honest, it's quite complex. When it gets to people that were born on these shores and whose parents were born on these shores, who went to school with Asians, blacks, whites, and so on, and then let's say from what Khan said about the Brailvi community, they're kind of a Indian Pakistani group. They hold on to more to the Indian culture, and they follow the cultural tradition of what they cook. Islam, but most of it's more Indian. Now, if that's the case, you couldn't even put that brushstroke that on Pakistanis, number one. But number two, how do you deal with the fact that any immigrant group or any group, you're gonna have a minority that commit crime, and therefore why are you highlighting that group anyway? Because you're always gonna have a minority that commit crime. So why do you highlight like their race or them being immigrants? What difference does it make? You see what I mean? Because they're a minority of that group.
So I think specifically for children's crime, look, I'm not out here saying that I want people chucked out who've got dual passports for
right.
But I think children's crime is something that's exceptional.
So terrorism, obviously, and children's crime. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is again, Ladio, it's something you can't really argue against, to be honest. I can't really argue against that.
But I would also want this side. So if I was somebody that had any power,
can you hide that person that's doxing, all right, in this side chat, Zara Bashir, yeah? Can you hide that person, please? The little hooker, she wants some attention. Fucking dog.
What are you eating? Trilla, you're eating or something?
Sorry, man, I'm just I'm cleaning.
Get on the fucking panel and say something, bitch.
So I would say this as well. If I had any power, which I don't, it's only opinions, right? I would say this, that we haven't got enough tough sentencing for the people that are here, the homegrown paedophiles, people that do child sexual exploitation, trafficking, whatever it is towards children. We just don't have they're not sentencing them. I don't want the Hugh Edwards and the like walking out of court and not having nothing done to them. There's over 50 MPs, right, that have been done for photos of children, sharing images of rape, etc., all kinds of paedophilia. Most of them, when we were going through it yesterday on Wendy's, walked out of court with nothing. Right? Just a slap on the hand being put on the sex registers offenders list. Now, I want all of those people to be fucking chucked in prison on minimum respect. They don't get rights on anything. Minimum rights, because of the heinous crimes they've done, and left there for life. And I mean life. I don't mean 20 years. I mean till the day they die.
Okay. I think the prison system needs to change, and if somebody's proven 100% to be guilty, they should be made to work, and the money they work for goes to the victims. That's what I think. This whole thing of it.
Yeah, that's a good idea as well. Yeah, hard labour.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. I swear that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, man. What the hell? Like, seriously. I don't know. This is a real something. Nixie, we haven't spoke for a while, so where we've kind of come to. Yes. So, where do you put this in relation to the grand scheme of things? And this is because for me, if we're all agreeing that there's this top group that has been doing this for how many hundreds of years, right?
That's the conversation.
They always think, right, most of the time they get whichever people they can do their dirty work to do it, who can't really come back to where it doesn't look like it's them. They're always doing it behind some shield.
Absolutely.
And again, my theory the other day, in which I still got, is that it's not that these particular Asian people were just thinking, let's form a grooming gang. That's not what I'm thinking.
No, I agree.
My thoughts are, when I saw Tommy Robinson point at a picture and he said, well, that's some chief of police. Next to him is the head groomer. And he started pointing out all these people in the picture. Have you seen that picture that Tommy Robinson points at?
No, right? I haven't.
You haven't? Okay, well, he points out so many people. And my point is, if that's the case, then it's the police officers who are working for the wealthy billionaires who want these images and so on. And then they're the ones that tell these lot down here, like they did with Diddy, we want you to do this, right? And these guys are sick enough to do it. And there's others that are sick enough to do it. There's one I was watching last night with two brothers, and they were some mad whatever, right? So my point is, just think of it like this.
There's something a lot bigger at play here. Yeah.
No, but what my point is, if we agree there's something bigger at play, focusing on these lot is not going to change. You're going to get these lot locked up. And these lot are then going to change and say, right, we're going to use this group now. We're going to use that group. Do you see what I'm saying?
Doing what they want us to do. We're playing into their fucking hands. Absolutely.
But this is my point. And this is where, because I said the other day, we need to focus on the higher ups, and Jupe said, no, we need to focus on all of them. And my point was, we're already focusing on the Pakistanis, so you don't need to mention them. Yeah, I'm saying we right now, as it stands, is those people up top.
She doesn't like to acknowledge the people that we are referring to. For some reason, she just doesn't. But yes, it is them that we should be. Yeah, definitely, because
I'm saying well, you're talking about right top, yeah. I'm saying even of all walks of life, yeah, of all religions who are below them. I'm not even talking about the top because they've got a bigger agenda, yeah. But I'm saying where we can look. In other words, the people like let's say Epstein, like he was one they could just wipe away, like Diddy and those other people. Do you know what I mean? Because we got the Epstein list. What's happened to them? Nothing. They got Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever. Do you see my point? And I'm saying, why are we saying, well, oh, let's focus on these Pakistanis here, while these lot get another bunch of children for the next 10 years, and then we're hearing more stuff come out afterwards.
Okay, the reason I'm saying focus on the Pakistanis, so now I understand what you think I mean when I say that. I don't mean just the ones that have groomed, or I mean the reason behind it. We need to look at the reason behind it to prevent, to set up some sort of not reprogramming, but some awareness amongst the Pakistani people, and to explain to them, you know, and to guide them away from having this mindset that they seem to have, where they look down on Western white women. So yeah, we need to look at that. We also need to look at the fact: is it organised? Are there people such as radical Islamists amongst these people that are doing it as warfare? That's what I'm talking about from that angle. When it comes from the other angle,
explain that. Explain what you mean by that. Explain what you mean by that. No, wait. That's important what she's saying. Why would you say that? Why would you even say that?
Hold on. Jupe said that the other day on our show, yeah? I'm glad you mentioned it again. What connection would you derive between these types of guys drinking, drugs, etc., and any serious Muslim who's got a political agenda? Because remember, to most Muslims, that sounds ridiculous. So, Jupes, in your head, why would that make sense?
Okay, it makes sense because I'm aware that a lot of these jihadis believe that they can do prostitutes, take cocaine, but the minute that they get rid of them, non-Muslims, which are seen as the enemy, then they go to Jannah. And that there is that there is that ideology out there.
Wait,
so
if
amongst these particular Pakistanis, there is radical Islamists that are pushing and promoting this as part of a jihad, we need to find out about it.
And I believe that's crazy.
I believe that there is completely crazy. Some level of overlap with terrorism. I do.
So what's your belief based on? You said you believe. What's it based on? Anything real?
Hold on. Right, some level of terrorism. Let's put it this way, right? There's
just address what she said firstly. She said jihadis are taking heroin and cocaine.
There's more likely a conspiracy with the government and the terrorists than you find these types of guys are Muslim terrorists. Now, there might be an overlap here where the overlap might be. It's not going to be the grooming. It's going to be the drugs and the money, right? That's where it's going to be. Yeah? But when it comes to the other stuff of drinking and blah, 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 anyone who's serious about this jihad agenda and all of that, he's strict on not drinking, not smoking and blah, blah, blah. And you'll see there was one brother who used to go to the park who was, do you remember Solomon, Jukes? The little black brother.
Yeah.
Do you remember he used to come with a white? Maybe I shouldn't mention, but anyway, he used to come with another
we
guy.
Remember, we remember.
And they were pretty extreme, weren't they?
No, you see the white guy? The white guy, I saw him a month ago. He's turned 180 degrees, right? And I told him, I said, I told you. And he's saying, bruv, now I know why you called him monkey beast, blah, blah, blah. So we're now talking, etc. But what my point to you is, generally those people, because remember, we know them. And I used to be around with certain types of people when I first converted, when I was a Sunni. They're very strict on these issues. So I would say there isn't going to be any overlap when it comes to that. And those guys...
we all know that, Issa, but ask Jupiter, where did she pluck that out of?
Bro, from
what
the
part
outside,
of her brain did that come from? We need to know.
Okay, I'll tell you why I believe this, Khan. Because of the news articles and the testimonies of the girls. Because a lot of them were being forced into criminality. So it wasn't just that they were being pimped out. There was a lot of criminal activity going on, and in some cases, the girls were being forced to watch jihadi videos.
Can I just say something now? Seriously, if you showed me that these Pakistanis had contacts with terrorist groups abroad and they were shifting girls from London and England or whatever abroad, yeah, I would say you got a point. Right, if you could prove to me the reverse, that men were coming from war-torn regions of the world and they didn't have any girlfriends, so they were hooking them up with these English girls, I would say you've got a point.
I think that is what was going on.
But none of that's been established. None of that's been proven. The police, there's not one report, apart from you, Jupiter, one person saying this. Wait a sec. Even Tommy Robinson ain't said this. For you to say this, you've created this off your own back. And I think that any fallout for this, you should take responsibility. Because what you're doing is you're aligning British criminal gangster Muslims with international terrorism.
Okay.
That's what you're doing.
I'm quite willing to take a fallout for saying, in my opinion, from what I've read, I'm not scared of the authorities, okay? Because I'm not saying it's definitive.
Only because you're white.
It's an investigation to find out if there is any correlation, because girls' testimonies, victims have been stating that they were forced to watch jihadi videos. And that
what's that got to do with terrorism? What's that got to do with terrorism?
Well, jihadis are terrorists.
Yeah, but these lot ain't terrorists.
How do you know?
Because they don't even leave the country.
They're
running up and down Bradford selling girls.
Can't. Have you noticed what she was saying on the show, what she's saying today, right? And it seems to be going back to the Islamification of Europe. So what they're thinking is that marrying and having sex with European girls is a way of conquest. This is where it seems she's coming from.
Marrying them, I have no problem, Isa. I have no problem with anyone becoming Muslim. I have no problem with people marrying a Muslim man. That doesn't bother me.
Not that type. Because the others in Europe are saying that when they marry, they're not just marrying one. So in other words, if you marry 4, then you've taken at least 3 potentials away from other white men. This is the kind of mentality they're coming with. And if you have
I don't believe you should have 4 wives in the UK.
I know. I'm just saying the angle of those who are coming from that perspective. What my point is, if you're saying it's just try and think of it as you can't really hold those things together and have a straight face with a Muslim. Remember, these lot are praying 5 times a day. They're fasting in Ramadan. The more terrorist type of guys you get, the more stricter they're going to be. Like you look at Suleiman and the other.
So you're being disingenuous, because we all know that in any religion, you will get cultural people of that religion.
Yeah, but
you
not
will
in
get
jihadi
moderates of that religion, and you will get radicals of that religion. We all know.
But no one's talking about your average Muslim.
Hold on, Jukes. You were talking about terrorism, which is a dedicated thing. So I can't be being disingenuous when I'm addressing exactly what you were saying. Now you're trying to spread it across the board.
She's touching at straws.
Listen, terrorism would include somebody that's going to risk his own life. That means they're dedicated and serious. These people that want to drink and so on, they really love this world. They don't have much investment in 72 virgins on the hereafter. Yeah?
Isa, I've seen more than one imam put out on X, right? Doing a jihadi rhetoric, saying that you can go there, you can take the infidels, you can take these women, they're non-Muslims, this is a holy jihad, doing all this kind of stuff, right? So it's not something I've just made up out of my head.
Can you share this?
There are radical influencers who are telling people that are Muslim, right, that they can do this. Now, if you're of the mindset that is radical and you believe that you're a sleeper cell and you're against the government and you're against this country and you're against white people, Western people, then it's quite possible that there is an overlap.
Your government's complicit in the terrorists.
I do think it needs investigating. Yeah.
But any terrorists you catch in England, they're going to be here because of your government.
Can't listen. when you look at the new terrorist laws that came out, remember even European whites were marching against it because the first person to be arrested under the terror laws was a white guy that disagreed with an old white man that was chanting down the Tory prime minister at the time, right? So under the terror laws, as you would call them, Jupiter, that would mean they would catch them much easier because they've got so many. Anyone who's probably said anything who's a Muslim that sounds like he's anti-government or something like that, he's going to be on terror watch. So that would be the worst thing they would want to do because all of that would put them in trouble. That would be the biggest distraction in which, as soon as they step off and find some young girl, now they can't commit their terror acts, can they? So they wouldn't want to risk that. And that's what I'm saying. Everything suggests...
So, Issa, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that every single groomer is a terrorist. I'm not saying that.
No, I know.
I'm saying that at the top of the organisation of it, that there probably is some overlay. Just like at the top of the organisation of the police not enforcing what they should be enforcing, there's going to be an overlay of some paedophiles that are in power that I want to cover up the fact that they're a paedophile themselves and so show some sympathy to the crimes, but also B, because there is a corruption going on behind the scenes with voting blocks. So what I'm saying is it's complex. It's more complex than what people think it is.
All right, Jupiter, here's the problem with that. One sec, Triller, wait, please. Jupiter, here's the problem with that. The police are also supposed to be looking out for terrorist activity. So if you're saying the head of these grooming gangs is a Pakistani or group of Pakistanis who are linked to the grooming and terrorism, and the police are only in on it with the grooming, but they're supposed to stop the terrorists, that means they're arresting their boys. So that doesn't really fit in. Unless, of course, the police...
Well, Issa, just look at what happened. Hold on, Issa, just look at what happened with Southport.
That's a bit of a
the level of cover-up within our governments is high, very high. And it's all to keep this ideology going and to manipulate the voting bloc. If you look at the fact that with Southport, they didn't admit that he had ricin and a terrorist manual until a long time after.
You could have Mein Kampf on your bookshelf right now, Jupiter. Don't make you a Nazi.
Hold on. Who's this? The guy that stabbed the 3 girls? That mad thing?
Yes, so they found ricin in his house. Yeah.
See, but I wouldn't suggest. I mean, to me, the mere fact that he'd done that. I mean, I don't even think you could put that in any terrorism whatsoever. Like, what would be the aim and goal of that? What do you see what I mean? Like, we can understand, for instance, even though as hideous as it is, the Lee Rigby thing. Clearly, they're saying, well, he went to Afghanistan. They're saying he killed Muslims. They got revenge. What excuse could this guy or any political terrorist, whatever, have for that guy doing that to the girls? I mean, that's just a weird one for me.
Well, there is no excuse, but there will always be a motivation behind every crime.
Yeah, but why not just say he's crazy? Why does it have to be like he's got a terrorist manual? I don't understand. Like, where does that come from? How would you connect the two?
It comes from the evidence that the police found.
See, look, can I just quickly say something? Issa, let me just quickly say something, yeah? Jupiter now has said it's not all Pakistanis and it's not all Muslims, and she's happy to back off the point of the Pakistanis because really and truly, yeah, all the Pakistanis are being convicted. And then all the Pakistanis are British born, and this crime phenomenon is over with. But wait, can I just finish? Yeah. When I say all, I don't mean all of them, like every single one of them. But I mean all the ones that could have been convicted are being convicted, right? So this whole grooming gang story is run out of legs. But what they're trying to do is give it some rebirth, some re-energy, and attach it onto these people that are coming over on boats saying that they're immigrants, they're from war-torn regions, they're jihadists, they're Islamists, and they've got this grooming mentality that we're letting rapists, like exactly word for word, what's her name just said, Nixie said, we're letting these people into the country to commit crimes. Yeah. That's what she said. And this is the narrative that's being pushed.
And the majority of the people, hold on 1 second, and the majority of the people in this country on the watch list, right, that are being watched for terrorism are people on the far right. That's white English nationals.
Yeah, that's not true. So
that's why it's just Jupiter and Tommy Robinson.
What I would say to
kick the
do with
can up the road.
immigration, I haven't said anything that Khan said. He's making that up like he normally does.
Nixie said it word for word verbatim.
Nixie might have said it. I never said it. So you're making up stuff. That's not what Jupiter thinks.
I'm not
when it
making
comes
it
to
up.
immigration, what I do think is that if we've got more and more people coming from a culture that, and there does seem to be a cultural angle that have this thought that they look down on white girls, that then they're likely to be able to meet up with people that are already doing this kind of stuff and partake in it, but also possibly could be groomed into terrorism.
See, this is the problem. This is the problem with immigration. The first immigrants that came to this country were British colonialists that were already indoctrinated into thinking the Queen was the greatest thing on earth and British culture
but they
was
don't
everything.
think like that no more. And that's
right, exactly. This is what I'm saying. So exactly. So this is what I'm saying to you. So now that the country's got 20% immigrants, right? The government don't mind bringing in immigrants from other countries that ain't got nothing to do with England and have got no allegiance to England. And the reason why they're doing it is because they've got a finger in their pie. There's British agents like Lawrence of Arabia running all throughout the Middle East, causing trouble and telling the people there, well, don't worry, if it all goes tits up, you can always come and live in England. Now, the English people might not be happy with that, but that's what your elites are doing. That's what your war-hungry, disgusting government are doing. They're out there causing wars, killing babies.
Why wouldn't you want an inquiry then?
But they're not promising you that same thing, what you're asking for.
Why wouldn't you want an inquiry then?
All right, start a petition for exactly what we just said. Start a petition online and I'll sign it.
No, that's your argument.
No, because you ain't bothered.
So our argument is they all
wait a sec, wait. Earlier on, you was talking to Velly about, I'm not upset if you go and start your own petition to get a review on county lines. You're basically giving him a job. A man who represents 3% of this country, you're telling him to go off and do his own review. But you're not saying we'll join forces with you and we'll back you up on your review. You're not saying that though, are you?
Especially by the black spokesman, which is Khan, who is not black, who talks to the black community all the time, and turns it around to racism, which is not relevant.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you telling him to go off and do his own thing? Why aren't you supporting him in his thing? But you're asking everyone to support you on your thing. No, but you're asking people to support you on your thing.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Black and white unite and all that. Yeah, you're saying why would you be against it?
Somebody with your mindset to support it at all, because we've heard your mindset, Khan.
I don't care what you think.
It's
I don't
exactly
care
the
what
same
you think. You can stir your cup of tea with my dick. I don't give a shit.
You look down.
I don't give a shit what you think. I don't care what you think.
Wait, quickly, Khan. Hold on, Khan. 1 second. Jupiter, let me have a quick word with you. So, do you see this whole grooming gang thing, right? This question's been on my mind for the last couple of days. It's my understanding, and I said this earlier on Vellies, that we've seen all the amount of Pakistans that have been convicted for child abuse in relation to these grooming gang scandals, right? And
in recent years, they've started to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if the assailants are now facing justice, surely the attention should be turned towards the state and their negligence and how complicit they were.
Yeah, but that's what we want. That's what we want looked at, Ultra.
Wait. Hold on, Jupiter. Wait. Hold on. I'm happy to hear you say that. So then, if we're turning our attentions now to the state, like how comes the focus is on Islam and Pakistanis?
Okay, so because even though they've in the J report they've brought up the fact that there is a problem with the ethnicity and that it does look to be proportional, right? We need to make sure that that is true facts, because we had Quilliam come out and we've had other people come out but we don't know if that is the true facts, because we have a lot of the Pakistani community claiming that that's not the true facts. So let's have the true facts out there. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if it is down to their mindsets and their ideals of the Pakistanis, and it's to do with their culture, then we need some kind of program in this country to make sure that the people that are coming in from this culture are not going to end up being groomed into radicalization, are not going to end up partaking in these grooming gangs for the future. So, okay, so we need.
Wait. I'm confused. Aren't most of the assailants, weren't they British-born Pakistanis?
Yeah, probably. I don't know on that score.
So then coming into this country's got.
There's a 6-minute congestion.
Do you see what I mean? If they're British-born, then it doesn't matter about people coming into this country. And again, I won't lie to you. You kind of like confuse me a bit, because I'm saying if the assailants are or have been brought to justice now, even in recent years, as you say, and you now want to turn your attention towards the state and how they were complicit and negligent, and from what seems, in my opinion, maybe quite deliberately, but whatever. Why? Yes. How come then it's not the state and their negligence? It's always like Pakistani.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you, Ultra.
Yeah.
Because even though what the state has done and the larger cover-up is abhorrent, and they all need to be brought to book, and I really want them all brought to book. I doubt if we're going to get it, because we're asking the state to investigate the state, if you know what I mean. But really, we do need it all uncovered, right? That's one thing. But the other part of it that we're asking for is the fact that there was an anti-Western, anti-white kind of mindset rhetoric that's out there. And whilst we are starting to prosecute those now in the courts, there's still a hell of a lot of people that have been overlooked. They've not got restorative justice yet, historic justice, right?
Wait. Justice from who?
And
from
going forward, hold on, let me finish. Going forward, we need to be preemptive and make sure that this kind of mindset doesn't fester. It needs to be cut out of our society. We need to stop it in its tracks.
All right, but Duke, come on, Duke. That's thought police and essentially pre-crime. How do you stop a scumbag from believing scumbaggery?
Well, we need to educate these people, because a lot of these people are coming from areas of the world where they're not even having a basic education. They need to understand.
But they were born, but the assailants were British-born Pakistanis.
Some of them were, yeah, not all.
But to be honest, I don't know the statistics, right? But it was my understanding, which I agree could be wrong, but the majority of these dons were all born here. Now, if you're saying culturally South Asians have a problem with rape, then a problem with rape, then that's something that we can't really sideskirt. I mean, we've all got Google. We know the South Asians, you Donnies have got a fucking problem with all the rape. And I get it. But I'm saying, Jupiter, look, if these guys were essentially born here. And you're saying they're from places that are shitty, and that's fine. But the majority of the assailants, my understanding is, they're British-born Pakistanis.
No. So they might be. Ultra. This has been going on so long. It's historic. There's generations of these people.
Yeah, I saw that.
That have groomed. So even if some of them that we're prosecuting are born here, their fathers might not have been. Their grandfathers might not have been, and all 3 generations may have been involved in these grooming gangs.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie.
Grooming is something they've learned on the streets of London or England, but it's inherited from their granddads. That's crazy. There's no evidence for any of these things that you're saying.
There is evidence. It's been going on since the 50s.
So you're saying grooming gangs have been around since the 50s?
The first case of a grooming gang was reported in 1959, I think it was.
And what colour were they? Were they Pakistani?
You mean like how you inherited your racism, lad, from your
Hold
granddad?
on, wait, hold on. We need this clearly. Hold on. I didn't know this history. You're saying Pakistani? No. Wait. Pakistani groomer gangs been around since 1950s in England.
No, grooming itself has been around. The first case of grooming has been reported since 1959.
Yeah, but who are you talking about? Oliver Twist.
But when it comes to the Pakistanis, they're the first ones of them was showing up within the 70s when it first came to light. Yeah.
Grooming gangs or just grooming
in the 70s? She's saying.
Even weren't this when p-bashing was around? Like, how could that happen?
Exactly, it's all made up nonsense that she talks about.
Maybe they were doing it because they had the hatred of white people.
Maybe they were doing it.
Maybe they were doing it because they saw white girls lesser than. I can't tell you. For the 70s and 80s, why they did it.
They used to have their NF badge in the 80s and 90s. Never mind 70s. They used to pull open their little thing and say, "I'm NF." Look at that, mate, and then start being up. Like, what's up? That sounds very unlikely in the 70s. Very unlikely.
There was a lot of it happening in the 70s and 80s. It's all been reported.
I would like to see that. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I just want to quickly say I'm proud of our country.
In Bradford Court, 4 Pakistani men abused a 15-year-old girl in 1955.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? That's not grooming gangs, though, is it?
Can you post that?
No.
I'm saying
that's what Hi-Ho has just come in the side chat and said. Hi-Ho, have you got a link for that?
Yeah, please. My word.
When we're looking at grooming of children on the streets of the UK, it's to do with them being roped into doing jobs and not getting paid. They're making these girls literally grooming them into prostitution, but they're not paying them what a prostitute or an escort will get. They're giving them trinkets and sweets and toys. And when they groom these boys into county lines, they're not paying them proper wages. They're not even giving them minimum wage. They're paying them in weed. So what you're looking at is, in a way, is a modern version of slavery. And because they're children and they're being taken advantage of, and they're financially and emotionally immature, right? They ain't got their own money. Like, they can't tell someone, "Oh, fuck off," and go on the dole, because children can't earn money any other way but through adults.
Right, so now you're excusing it. I don't get you.
I'm not excusing it. I'm saying when you look at the lay of the land, when you look at what's going on, it's a form of slavery. It's a form of using children as labour, right? Even though they're criminal jobs like prostitution and county lines and drug dealing, it's still work that they're doing. Yeah. So when you talk about people drug dealing, they say, have you got any work for me? Meaning drugs. They actually refer to it as work. Because drug dealing is a job.
Yeah, disgusting, isn't it?
It is disgusting. But what I'm saying is when you look at when you look at it from the police's point of view, who's already having trouble dealing with adult criminals, they're looking at these little street criminals as, we just don't need it. This is just extra work for us. Right? So from the police's point of view, for them to neglect...
I can't.
Wait, for the police, I'm not anti-police. For the police to neglect these children and say, wait a minute, maybe their parents should take responsibility for them. Why is it us that needs to, as a police force, parent the children on the streets as well? Right? It's understandable that the police won't really be that bothered about it.
But you're now blaming county lines on the parents and you're blaming groomed girls on the parents, yeah?
It's not about blaming, it's about looking at what is actually going on in reality and not trying to turn it into a political football and actually caring about the children to the point where we make sure this don't happen again. And I'm saying that our government, fucking Keir Starmer has done that. He's done that more than anyone. He's done that more than Tommy Robinson, and he's done that more than fucking Nigel Farage. He's done that more than anyone.
This is bigger than Tommy Robinson. I don't know why you go down that road.
For people like in the Tommy crew and fucking Nigel Farage's crew and fucking Elon Musk's crew. Wait a sec. For these people to blame it on fucking our government just shows that they're anarchists. They just want to overthrow the government. They don't care about anything. They don't care about what's right and wrong. They don't care about children. They don't care about religion. They don't care about fucking people dying in Palestine. They don't care about wars abroad. They don't care about British arms deals. They don't care about none of it. All they care about is their own selves and having something to moan about and trying to overturn their own government after they already fucking ruined things by voting for Brexit. That now they want a second bite of the cherry to fucking totally ruin this country. And they call themselves patriots. It's a fucking shock to me, mate. It's a shock.
Okay.
So-called patriots ruining their own
other
country.
than emotional trauma.
Ruining their own country. You don't see this in other countries, mate. You don't see this in other countries. You don't see so-called patriots trying to overthrow their own government. You don't see it.
Yeah. And this is why the girls never got justice, because of people like you.
The girls did get justice. The girls did get justice.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, what's unjust to the girls is re-raking it all up again and making them live through it all again. That's what's unjust to the girls. But you don't mind doing that, and your lot don't mind doing that.
Nobody's asking them to rake it all up and go into sordid.
But you are. You're giving them stories online about this girl did that. And they raped this girl and they killed that girl. You're the one going on about it.
For their own political fucking gain. That's all they're doing. They didn't got no fucking
They're animals.
Kareem,
they're animals. I didn't even know who Sammy Woodhouse was until I heard Jupiter speaking.
All of these people would disagree with you. They would disagree.
Yeah, but I didn't even know who she was until you started speaking about a week ago. You mentioned her name about 4,000 times.
That's not true. I've known who she is for a very long time.
Well, I haven't.
I've got a question. Is it true that some of the guys who've committed these crimes, let's say 10 years ago, were only brought to justice recently, in the last couple of years?
I believe so, because Keir Starmer and the guy that we saw in Vili's video changed the rules because they said some of them, they got away with it because they were saying, oh, the girls are being inconsistent with their evidence, we can't bring them to court. And these lot said, no, that's not fair. They weren't being consistent because they replied with alcohol.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What my point is that because there was an outcry, whether Tommy or whoever else.
No. The outcry was 2 weeks ago. No, the outcry was 2 weeks ago. No, it's
Tommy, bruv. No, Tommy and them man were talking about the stage.
No.
They were talking about the great gangs way before, and they had the little march. Remember
the little guys? What they were talking about. No one don't care what they're talking about. Anything that they're talking about don't get taken into consideration.
So tell me when this, because remember, he's locked up, right? One of the reasons he was outside the courtroom. And Tommy, he was outside the courtroom.
Listen.
Just focus on my question and stop getting sidetracked. I'm saying to you, if they've committed that crime all the way back then, the girls couldn't get justice 10 years ago or whatever else. What forced these lot to now say, right, they're going to go look for these guys, arrest them and bring them to court? What was that? If it wasn't Tommy's lot.
Next time you're trying to think up a question, take out the parts where... Take out the part...
Hello? Is he gone? Hello? You broke up. Say that again.
You're making go on, go
on mute, bro. Shit. That was a mad.
Oh my God, I think you burnt out.
You made it spaz out.
I know how to prove that Khan is a robot.
Isa, as the only Muslim on the panel, Isa, I'd like to ask you a question, right? You see how he's
that was a good because you'll make it Khan. That was a cheating.
Isa, did you see how the other day some little boy apparently he dashed the Quran on the floor and all the Sunnis went nuts. Do you remember that?
How long ago was this?
Big up.
You remember?
Big up. Now, how long ago? How long ago?
This happened a little while ago, right? Some little kid, he dashed the Quran on the floor and everyone went mad, right? Okay. And don't get me wrong. In a sense, I do understand it. I think it's ridiculous, but like if I put myself in that frame of mind, I kind of get why you'd be vexed. Right, but then we're hearing reports of guys who purport to be Muslim and were probably one of the people that went nuts because the Quran got dashed on the floor. But in the same breath, you got these same men reading the Quran whilst abusing girls. How do we?
They're the wrong ones, man.
How do we square that?
That's easy. That's easy. One sec. Ghost. One sec. As I said earlier on, just like when the Catholics, those viewed by the priests and bishops and whatever else, they were saying that they were quoting scripture to abuse them. Now these are priests, bishops who are actually in the scripture. These guys saying it are taking advantage. So it's not like they're practicing Muslims reciting the Quran and they're thinking they're following the Quran doing this.
Oh, so what you're saying is they're not Muslims. Wait, hold on. Isa, are you saying that they're not Muslims?
Hold on. Say it again.
No, they were not.
Are you saying that they're not Muslims? I don't know.
Can I just say? Yeah, no, it's not.
No, wait. Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. I'm talking to Isa, bro. Just chill out for a second. Isa, are you saying then that they're not Muslims or they are Muslims, just not great ones?
I'm saying if they even are inside the fold of Islam, they would be deemed as the worst Muslims on the planet. You understand?
Yeah.
If they're considered Muslims.
Can I just add something? Also, some people are saying they were reciting Quran. I think it happened in a couple of them. But there was also drug dealers, and there was also alcoholics and drug takers, and there was also like piling the young children with drugs and alcohol and stuff. So that is totally against Islamic values. So they might be Muslim, and they might even look for the justifications and thought, yeah, this is why I'm doing it. Try to convince themselves that they're doing something right when they know they're doing something wrong, which is disgusting.
Wait a minute, Ghost. Hold on a second, Ghost. Come on, bro.
Drink alcohol and think,
no, bro.
You can't be a good Muslim and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna drink alcohol.
Yeah. So wait, hold on, Ghost. So you're saying there's no, if a Muslim does anything naughty, they're not Muslims or they're bad Muslims.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no.
They're not representing the religion. They're not representing the religion as they should.
Okay. So Ghost, can you show me the Muslims that do represent the religion, so that we can use them as the benchmark?
Like if you looked at someone like Mufti Menk, if you looked at him, I think he represents the religion.
So there's bro, I've been told there's like 2 billion. There's 2 billion of you bad boys.
Wait. Can I just quickly say something?
You're not going to know the good Muslims are.
Ultra.
You just want celebrities.
You
just want celebrities.
Ultra. You can't ask for a representative of Islam when the Caliphate was ended 100 years ago. There's no representative of Islam for over 100 years. Alhamdulillah, Muslims themselves, off their own back, are maintaining their culture and their religion.
Why are we even talking about Muslims when anyone
ask the question? Ultra ask the question.
That's crazy.
I'm saying it's been 100 years. Ultra, it's been 100 years. These people ain't had a legitimate leader.
Can't 1 second. When we got all of these wrongdoings here that happen to be white, no one ever questions their religious. No one says, "Oh, they're not Christians. These guys are Christians. Why are they doing this?
They are.
Are they bad Christians?" So nobody brings their religion into it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Even though they could be raping the children with the cross on, nobody will still question.
Josh, what's your name?
My name's Jay. It's J-O-J.
Jay, yeah?
I'll be back.
Yeah, Jay, just Jay. Jay's cool. I've been watching.
Introduce yourself, man. What are you all about, man?
Yeah,
Tell us.
so I'm JOJ. I've been doing a few live panels a bit more of late. This is the first time coming on this one. I was recommended to it by a follower who was like, "Oh, maybe you like this page and stuff." And I've been listening for a while, so I thought I'd pop up. But to be honest with you, I wanted to pop up to interject at a certain point in the conversation that kind of has passed already. So I got a little bit lost in there waiting.
No, bring it back. Wheel it up. Come on.
Well, basically,
Bring it
No.
back.
What I wanted to do is I just wanted to. I don't know if I sort of represent like the everyday sort of person or anything, so I'll just speak for myself. I don't know if anyone else can relate, but I was just quite sick of hearing people using victims of abuse to sort of as like a, I don't know, a kind of beacon towards ignorance with regards to Islam and things like that. I think that when
Yeah,
people
they exploit
pretend that they're
what they do. They
pretend that
don't
they're
care about the
one second,
victims.
buddy,
They
1
exploit
second.
them.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that is exactly my point. They pretend that they're for victims, and then they stand themselves on the shoulders of victims, all the while focusing, saying we're anti-paedophile, for example. That's like the mask that they use to be anti-Islamic, and then they use
Yeah, yeah.
this clever little thing where they go like, oh well, it's all about these victims, and look at all, and they'll explain to you in detail individual cases, very specific with graphic detail, all the while ignoring
Oh, they
the
love it, don't
overwhelming
they? They love
majority
the
of paedophiles.
details.
That
The
they're
so-called
only focusing on
anti-pedophiles, but
a
they want to hear
hyper
all the
minutiae.
gruesome details, don't they?
Yeah, they love
Sick
doing that because they
bastards.
want you to focus on that rather than the reality.
Yeah,
They're actually trying to paint a hyper
that's right.
minutia picture to be significantly larger than it is, and it
That's
isn't
right.
like that. And so that's their way of doing that. So while a small percentage of paedophiles in the UK may be of a certain faith, that isn't indicative of an entire faith that houses and contains billions of people. Do you know what I mean? It's
Jay, I just want to say
yeah.
off the bat, I might be wrong, but I think you're a good guy. I like you a lot, and I think you should come on the panel
I'm
every
secretly an
day.
axe murderer. I wouldn't be
I
full.
think you should come on every day.
Jay, people need to understand that Muslims are just like other human beings. Yeah, there's good and bad. There's some, middle ground, and there's some people that just are wild. But the thing is, on these streams, we've got these far right idiots, the supporters of Tommy Robinson and stuff like that. They just like to exploit these young girls so they can get that sympathy. Think, I'm only caring about a child. Why you arguing against me? Like they don't even counter debate.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Could you imagine going through the
people.
indignities and the horrors of an essay, only to then
And more
go through the
importantly,
indignity of being used as a far right sort of poster child for something that is
yeah.
entirely irrelevant to what even happened to you? Do you know what I mean? It's just,
yeah, exactly.
It's not good for anyone, least of all the
Like
victims.
these kids have been used and abused. Firstly, by the perpetrators. Yeah, they've already done massive disservice to them. They've absolutely ruined their lives. They'll never be the same again. And then people like Tommy and some like that, they come along saying, "Oh yeah, we care about you, we help you," and they exploit them as well for their own political agenda. They use them like a political football. Yeah, and these are real human beings that they're doing this to. And in Tommy's case, some of his members of his team have been sent to interview the girls, and they've ended them having like coke sessions with them and sleeping with them.
Yeah, they groomed them.
This is what.
But you won't ever catch them being like, well, we're anti-paedophiles, so that's why we're attacking all of this very specific, and let's be honest, brown members of our community of a specific faith. And that, you know what I mean? They won't do that to their own. And it's just because it doesn't follow the narrative, because you can't,
Of
it would be a
course, yeah.
political own goal
Immigrants
to
are the
speak in
problem.
terms of
White
political
people
football.
do whatever you like, no problem. But yeah, like you were saying, when you people like you coming on, I don't know what ethnicity you are, but I think he meant people who sound white and can string a sentence. But yeah,
I think Jay's English. Jay, you English?
I'm Welsh. I'm Welsh,
okay.
White Welsh. But
All right.
yeah.
All right.
But no, you don't. People are afraid. They feel like they're being robbed of something, and they can't quite identify it. Because the reality is, we all have. Inarguably an oppressive form of government. It's arguably less oppressive than others, but our everyday life is oppressive. So people, when they lose their rights or they feel like things, the walls are closing in tighter, they get paranoid, and the first thing they do is point to things that they like. The far right like oversimplistic, non-nuanced, easy problems to very complex
this has been happening for decades. But it's been happening for decades now. So we're talking about 60s, 70s. Same rhetoric, same problems apparently that have been going on from that time, as in the immigrants are the problems, we got no room, we don't have enough infrastructure, but yet we've got to 2025.
Exactly, yeah. I'm no less white than I was when I was born. I'm no less, my culture is no different than when I was born. I mean, they changed the speed of the roads around here, but apart from that, I'm not, when people talk about this, great takeover, and as a person, I've travelled a lot, and I love to travel the world. And we talk about this like great replacement theory. I say we, some people talk about it, and they're just, it's apparent it comes from a place of fear and ignorance, which is where all racism comes from. It's not something that's innate within humans. It's something that people get. They get scared and they get
what is interesting,
worried. And they don't know what they're worried about.
Yeah, but what is interesting is that our infrastructure in general, like, I mean, things definitely need improving and so on, right? Don't get me wrong. But overall, I mean, you know, we've got better everything, you know what I mean? We've got a better standard of living as long as you can afford it. But yeah, freaking hell, we've got more opportunities
Yeah,
and
no,
so on and so forth.
I've also heard that the
Yes,
Muslim
absolutely.
community. I've heard people on this panel earlier. They've run now, but I've heard people on this panel earlier mention that the Muslim community, the Pakistani community, have like so much power. This, that, the other. They're doing this. But if you was to say the same, for example, about the Jewish community, that they've got so much influence and power in politics and this, that, the other, you would be called anti-Semite. You would be classed as
That's because it's not fashionable at the moment. It's very
for
accepted within
Muslims
our culture
to
to
call
do that.
Muslims this or Pakistanis this is fine. But if you would use the same rhetoric towards the Jewish people, they would hunt you down. You'll be cancelled. You'll lose your job if you said the exact same things. So where is our power then? That they're allowed to say this to us and nothing happens to them. But if you
Well,
said it to
here's the
remember the
situation,
power
though, isn't it? Here's the thing. There
talk
is such
about
thing as like double standards, and people don't understand that there are double standards everywhere, and that problems within society are very nuanced, and they require a nuanced and complex approach. You need to be able to sit down and really think about issues and really put yourself in people's shoes. But the reality is, a lot of people are very much happy to just go, do you know what? I want a one size fits all answer to my problems. I want it to be easy, simple. I want another person to be able to blame. And who better than somebody that looks different from you? At least then you can say, look, there is a difference, there's a thing. And so people just tend to target and they throw shit. But like when it comes to you know other religions and stuff like that, because they're I don't know, they've kind of been codified within culture where it's like, okay, well these ones are acceptable, but those ones aren't. And then when they meet individuals, they do this really funny thing where they go, oh my god, they're just like me, they're a normal human being every day. Yeah, but I bet you're the good one. The rest are bad though, and they continue with this pretense. Despite the evidence.
Abdul across the road, he's fine. He's fine. I've never had an issue with him. But yeah, no.
He's a good one. What?
It's like we've been fighting these guys for so long verbally, yeah. That we know that they don't give a shit, because when it came down to Tommy's team abusing grooming victims, they blamed the victim. They said, oh, she was old enough, she was groomed before, so she should have known better. And they've, even though her dad's come out saying, look, my daughter was taken advantage of, she's vulnerable, you know, she's mentally not all there, she is vulnerable, and she's still to this day being taken advantage of. And Tommy's right-hand man, Danny Tomo, invited her to a place where they had cocaine binges all night, and they actually slept with her. Like even Team Tommy don't deny this.
There, though. There's no nuance there for them. There is nuance there at that point. They go, well, it's different, and here's why. But what?
Yeah, she's an adult. She's an adult. But the whole point of grooming and
the power
CSA
play.
is that even the adult can be groomed because of the vulnerability, that they're vulnerable.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
no, I 100% agree with you. I think that vulnerability comes, is vulnerability. Trying to put a hierarchy of which of these sort of crimes is terrible is just weird. Just they're all terrible. They're all absolutely terrible. And my point is though, when it comes to their own issues, when it comes to things that are inwardly reflective of themselves innately, when it's someone holding a mirror up to them, suddenly they understand what nuance is. They forget the word irony and they know what nuance is. But when they're looking at others, they suddenly no. And even if you make a clever, articulated argument towards people and say, look, I believe that, maybe it's just lack of exposure, maybe it's lack of this, they'll go, no, you're absolutely right, and then just carry on about their bigoted day.
Jay, can I ask you a question, Jay? Can I ask you a question, Jay? Can you just answer me? Why in this country, like other countries, some majority of the countries, they have severe punishment for sexual crime? Yeah, some people even have capital punishment. And especially sexual crime towards children. But why is this country so lenient towards sex abusers? Like, look at Prince Andrew, yeah? Prince Andrew, the Queen saved him. Do you understand? It's like
100%. Yeah, I agree with you
at
there.
the very top.
The Queen did
And
say that.
and in my, someone that's from an immigrant background, I'm looking at it and thinking, if this country, if the indigenous people were serious about stopping child abuse, there should have been thousands of people marching outside Buckingham Palace, like calling for him to be done,
And
because
that is where
they are so
that's
severely
where it
against it.
suddenly, yeah, that's where it suddenly becomes nuanced, and then suddenly it's a very different story, isn't it? And the reality is, because when you look at British culture in all of its aspects, in every one of its aspects, and as somebody that is British, I'm Welsh, but obviously I'm British, and I'm proud of both my heritage. I'm Celtic, I'm
Yeah, of course, yeah.
British, I've got English family and stuff. I'm proud of my heritage, but we do have it just the same as this is the thing though, just the same as every culture. We do have lots of problems, and lots of them are systemic. So when we have people at the highest orders that are nonsense kids, so Prince Andrew, and I can say this without it being a thing, we know that Prince Andrew has at the very least been involved in some very serious cases, and the reason he's treated differently, and he is treated differently, is because of all those things. He's the pinnacle of British, he's the royalty, he's the pinnacle of the English family, the royal family. And so they can't be doing anything wrong. And so it's easy for people to just sweep that under the rug in the mainstream. But most everyday people, I'm happy to say most everyday people will say, yes, he's an absolute paedophile, he's disgusting. But the kinds of people that you're on about that go out, that sort of target specific groups, and they want to highlight specific what they think are very unique to their cultural only, are completely blind to how their culture completely fits it. Like, we hear a lot about British Pakistanis, and there was a law being proposed recently, or legislation being proposed recently, about cousin marriages and things like that, and everybody's like, oh my god, wait, are you saying that people marry their cousins? And then my take on that was, so we had a culture that was geared up for that because it served us very well for a very long time, and people aren't even understanding that it was British. They go like, it's only recently that they've started talking about changing it. Until then, it was a perfectly lawful practice because it's part of British culture. People don't like to admit that cultures everywhere
This is
across
what
the
I've
world
been saying.
have an underbelly of
Thank you for making what I've been saying. You've exactly said what I've been saying, but when I said it, I was like wrong for saying it. But yeah, for you saying it, I guess is acceptable, because
and I'm not in any way saying that everyday British
family
people are
represent
marrying their
Britain.
cousins.
They are
I'm just saying that
what
the
British culture
structure,
is.
yeah, the old structures that create the cultures that we have now, because most of our structures were developed and cultures were developed a long time ago. So most of that still enables and allows for behaviours that were acceptable then. So I'm not saying that British people are just the same as Pakistani, but it's not a thing that's unique. It's a problem that every culture faces, and the answer to it is education. Mainly, you don't even need more legislation. You just need education. You need to be able to inform people, and that way you remove ignorance. Yes.
Let me say something. Sorry. So, because Jupiter's not here to make our argument, the point is that she's saying, or they are saying, is that basically let's say they've had this problem for years, right? Let's say it's been part of English culture, or whatever. A percentage have been these crazy people doing this crazy stuff, right? What she's saying is, they're still part of the fabric. So their cousins, their parents, their brothers, their sisters, they're still part of the culture. And they may have the country's interest as a collective at heart, even though the individuals from those families are committing serious crimes, right? Heinous crimes. What she's saying is these are coming from a culture that's anti-England, anti-white, anti-Britain, and then doing this to the kids on that basis. Do you see the difference?
But the thing is, they will twist it.
To answer to that though, I would say that I totally understand that is their perspective, but I think it's when they point out problems and they imply that they're entirely uniquely cultural or specific to a certain culture. It also does this thing where they have like a hierarchy of cultures, right? So according to them, I'm sure they would say, well, English culture's at the top because they've got the English rose tinted glasses. So but when you start to put them in a hierarchy, you're then innately adding prejudice and stuff, because cultures aren't innately better than other cultures. You shouldn't be ranked in order of this culture is better than that culture is better than this culture, because it's so incredibly absolutely I think that's how it should be. I think that collaboration has always served us better. To say that certain peoples are a certain way implies that certain other peoples are better than other peoples, and it's not true. It just isn't true.
Hold on. I agree with you. If you try and make a culture specific to the people and try and say it's intrinsic to their basically saying intrinsic to their genetics.
That's the argument I'm saying that they're arguing. Yeah.
Hold on, one sec. I agree with you on the basis, because that's basically what's happening, right? There's no doubt about that. They've linked culture to race, right? And they're trying to say white culture is superior to all others, and then all the rest go down in a hierarchy. Totally agree.
Yeah.
However, we do need to get over the problem that there are some cultures that are absolutely frigging hideous, okay? For instance, some of the military that went to Afghanistan, one of the things they noticed is that certain truck drivers in the Taliban and with their turbans and the rest of it and praying 5 times a day used to carry little boys with them. And these soldiers said, oh, that must be his son. Do you know what that boy was next to him? Do you know what he was there for?
I can imagine.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And this
Can I
just come in?
Can I just come in?
Bro, no, let me finish. Wait, bro. So while they're covering and beating women for showing ankles and bloody wrists, bro, yeah, they go around with little boys. You understand? So when it talks about
Can I just come in now?
Before you jump in, right, I'll be very quick, and I think I can make it quite comprehensive. But I'll try to be as brief as I can. I promise. I will give way to you. I think that the main thing is when you're looking at specific cultures, especially war-torn areas and stuff, what you need to do is you need to look at the cultures and the external pressures the same. So while certain cultures, i.e. the British culture, have been free of wars and oppression that on an extreme level and religious fundamentalism, they've not had the chance to be able to develop socially. If you look at places like Iran and stuff, where they were starting to develop socially very significantly, women's rights were coming to the forefront, people were in bikinis at beaches, and today, after lots more attention, lots more bombings in the area, and the Shepherd Farms and everything else, we see the country being given way to religious extremism out of fear.
Okay, so let me just come in, yeah. So
I'll be very quick. But and that's the thing. I think that you need to separate the dominant force in inner people, so whether it's religious fundamentalists ruling, which will allow these people to be able to step to the forefront, you've got to be able to separate the oppressive nature and the effects it has on culture, because the culture is different.
So let me just come in now, yeah. So you must have noticed that there's a lot of hoo-ha going on around Twitter at the moment with them 2 young white girls, ladies, whatever they are, that they're counting how many men they're sleeping with in a day.
What I said?
Wait. I'm just giving an example of a culture, yeah. So these women are on internet flouting that they're sleeping with men. They're even walking into like restaurants and takeaways and saying to the guy, "Oh, are you on the menu? Are you on the menu?" You got black and brown people working behind, and they're saying, "Oh, are you on the menu? I wish you was on the menu." Harassing them, sexually harassing them, because it is harassment. If a man was to do that to a woman, you get arrested. But these women are we to assume that this is British culture or English culture just because these women are retarded and they're doing this stuff?
No, but that is British culture. You can't.
He's part of British culture.
To count how many men they're sleeping with?
Listen carefully.
Where's the honour in that?
The acts of individuals don't make up the culture. I just want to say that. So she's a representative of herself, and that's the point I think it's trying to be made.
No, but considering how much of a following she's got, you can't just say that.
Listen, this is how you know something. This is how you know something's a culture. When it becomes something that's quite widespread and doesn't have a major resistance, it's part of the culture. Women have been encouraged to do the same as men, to chat men up and ask them their numbers, pinch their bums now like we used to do women back in the day. All of that stuff, it's all equality. So therefore, they're now going forward, just like you said. Right, and I've witnessed that throughout my life from since young. Yeah, back in the day, you'd be there chatting to the brothers. Women were coming. Oh, you're quite nice, aren't you? Blah blah. Do you see what I mean? So it's been like that for a long time, right? And you generally won't find that amongst. That has come about because of the women's rights liberation movement. What I wanted to say to Jay was this: this whole thing. You didn't even address what I said, right? I said culture. This goes back way before European colonization. Afghanistan, the Bachabazi culture with little boys has been there probably since Alexander the Great and the Greek and Roman time, right? So to say that
I don't want to interject, but I can directly answer your point, and I did try to do it, but I can explain it in another way if I'm allowed to finish. That's all.
Go on.
But my whole point is this: when we look at these cultures that we say are quote unquote inferior, and they have like things that are systemic, like when we mentioned like Afghanistan and things like that, we're looking at cultures that aren't able; those people aren't able to be able to develop socially. They're not able to be able to stand up for their rights or go out and protest in streets and things like that. The reality is they're not able to do that, and the majority of people are just trying to stay alive. So when we look at cultures that do have that, they also have extreme and harsh penalties and religious fundamentalism taking over. It's not like the people have been able to go like, right, okay, we get together and we want to abolish this because this isn't who we are. This isn't anything that we're about, and we're not like this. Because you look at British culture, it was very, the age of consent has changed many times over the years. But the reality is, once we stop having an oppressive force in our life, when you have a country that's able to spend some time relaxing and go, okay, these are the social injustices that we see, and here's how we root them out of the culture. That is then what we have. But you can't look at people who have been that are in constant states of influence from other areas. I mean, Afghanistan's a great example because they've been extremely war-torn and for such a long time from several different states. And the reason why they have such an extreme conditions they have now, and we see that the Taliban imposing extreme strict rules, is because we left it to the most extreme people we possibly could. It's not like we left it to the people. We left it to the extremists with all the guns. The people are running for their lives and doing what they can to survive. It's not part of their culture to be. It's not part of anyone's culture to be like that. But when you have fundamentalists,
no, this is what I mean. Again, the second time, but you haven't addressed what I'm saying. If this has been going on,
no, you've not understood what I've said. Could you summarize what I've said then to prove that you've understood it?
You're saying, number one, when they've got a specific, let's say, oppressive leadership group governing them. Is that correct on your first point? Yes.
Forcing them, unelected, forced over them. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you've got an external force of, let's say, the colonizers as well. Yes.
Yeah. Also doing the same thing. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, perfectly understood you. What I'm saying is, have you not seen women also adding to the men and saying this is their culture? Yes or no?
I've seen, no. I have seen that. I've also seen British people doing that as well. I know 1 in 5 British women.
Listen, you said Afghanistan, British. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Prior to colonization, were they in support of this culture or not? That's what I'm talking about. Were they freely practiced it?
No. Honestly, no. So prior to that, Afghanistan was a very modern. I know people that lived in Afghanistan pre-Gulf Wars and stuff. They say, do you know what? We were able to be very free.
I just said prior colonization, and you're telling me blooming 1970s. Do you know when colonization happened?
I know you're talking about obvious historical colonization. I'm talking about recent events as well, where they've had time to relax to develop themselves.
Stop. Listen to what I'm saying. If there is a cultural practice that goes,
I'm gonna stop you right there because you're implying that we went over there and that we that during those times we were doing it too, and we had children in workhouses, they were slaves and stuff. That was the global. Wait 1 second. That was the global trend, and that isn't indicative of a culture.
Yeah, but using children is on next level.
Brother, Ghost. Listen, this guy's talking to me like I'm a bloody idiot. I know that. That's not my conversation. If you're trying to say most cultures had this, and the Europeans got advanced because they suppressed others and they got pushed up and they managed to climb the ladder and remove all kind of craziness from their culture, I might be with you, but stop trying to jump ahead of me like I'm bloody stupid.
Because that is literally what I've been saying, and that's I've been saying that.
I'm challenging what you're saying. That's my flipping point. So don't try and
calm down, calm down. Just have a conversation and leave you.
I'm not raising my voice. I'm not getting irate and stuff, and I'm happy to have a conversation if you will. And that does involve two ways. It's not just make a statement, you make a statement.
That's fine. No, but I let you say the same thing twice, and you didn't address what I said twice. So I'll say it again.
You still haven't addressed what I've said, and it does counter your point very effectively. You're just not seeing it.
It's no point you listen to what I'm saying.
Let Issa finish. Let Issa land, man.
Bloody hell. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm the one that asked the bloody question. So you're telling me to address what you're saying when we both agree on it already. I agree with you. What's going on with their culture and blah, 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 and people invading and oppressive groups and Taliban, I agree. My question was, if they've got a culture that comes before white colonization, so let's go back to 1500s, okay? 1500s, before Europeans went to Afghanistan. Whether they got the Bachabazi, whatever it is, Boiting from the Greeks, I'm saying it was incorporated into their culture, okay? Incorporated into their culture. So,
like ours.
Pardon?
like it was ours at the time.
So did you have Bachabazi in your culture, Jay?
Hold on. Are you saying that it was common for English people to walk around with little boys in public? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying that in the 1500s, it was very common indeed to have sex with underage children. Yes, there was no consent.
Stop. Notice how he's avoiding my question. I said in public because I said clearly they're driving around in trucks.
Yes, there was no law for it in the 1500s. I can back this up with facts as well if you'd like. But in the 1500s, it was very common practice for children to be used for sexual practices. So yeah, so I'm just saying that is true.
Relying on other people to add to it. Just make your point, man.
Hold on, Khan. I'm saying walking around in public, and then he's telling me it occurred and it happened prolifically.
Yeah, because you're inviting his input into your point. Just make your point.
You're right.
Click
You're right. Forget it. You're right. Forget it. Yeah. All right. Ghost. I would say to you, Ghost, that the issue that we have is that on one side there are issues of culture, right? We know as, let's say, brown people, black people, etc., that there is that ill feeling of not only the colonization that took place, but also the fact that our countries, if we want to change things in our countries, when they tell us to go back there, England, America, and the other one are all getting involved. So when they tell us go back to your own country and change it, we can't, because this country, America and elsewhere, is going to mess with us. Yes?
Yeah.
So
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think that
going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. I'm living here, mate. This is my country. I can't go back to my country because they'll be looking at me like you're English. No, but wait. If I went to my country, the first thing they'll be telling me is you're English. Fuck off back to England.
I know. It's mad, innit? You go there, no matter how much you pick at that accent or whatever else, bruv. Straight away, even the way you walk, they tell you, bruv.
Even the way you walk, they can tell.
Everything they're just telling you.
They know, innit?
They'll put the price up of everything soon as they see you walking in. They'll double the price because you're bloody British.
You know what? This is a good point. Listen, Abu said, Issa, you said under Americans the Taliban weren't allowed. Without Taliban, it's the Wild West there. Bruv, you know what? I don't. You know what? Let me know if you respond to that. Yeah, go.
People got all these preconceived ideas about the Taliban.
Ghost. This is what I think. Ghost, what I suggest you do, when you're talking to Jupiter, try and have a conversation. Although I know she goes out there, bruv. She really goes out there with theories, but that's because I personally believe because she doesn't know. She doesn't know what it's like within the Muslim. She can't really distinguish and separate the mentality.
Issa, you're getting it wrong. He's reading off the hymn sheet of Tommy Robinson. She knows.
How can you be so fucking naive, bro? Here's a question for Issa. Where do you think that comes from? Because what you said is true. What you said is true about, like, you know.
Jay is talking to me, Jay. Calm down. He's talking to me. Let me respond to him at least.
We'll talk to anyone. We'll talk to anyone who listens to him.
Let me finish what I'm saying. What I was saying to you, Ghost, is this. She does represent, and this is the reason why. Because she represents a lot of the points that any extreme people out there, and even mild people out there, may have, which we don't get to talk to every day. Do you see what I mean? And we may not think that these people are thinking that, but she can represent to us what loads of people are thinking. Do you see what I mean? So you should let her speak, and then, you know what I mean?
No, Issa, we've been there. Issa, we've been on these streams for like, 6 years? And we've been there. We've had that logical conversation. They've asked us for evidence. Let me finish, man. We've brought in so much evidence, and they're like, no. And the next day, they're back to normal. So what is the point of having an argument?
I'll tell you the point. You're speaking because somehow you think you want to convince her. Yes? That's what problem you lot on it. Wait.
No.
Then why, if that's the case, then why comment on whether she's going to be convinced or not? So obviously that's
we don't need to convince her. We're just disproving the argument. We're just showing people that our argument is bullshit. There's a massive difference. We're not able to convince her. The rest of the audience.
For flip's sake. Wait a minute, bro. Let me just say this. Hold on. Wait. You're not getting the point. I'm saying even if it is, this here may have thousands of people listening. So there may be, let's say, 500 people who think like Jupiter, and 250 of them hear your voice and your perspective, and they get another perspective on it. Do you understand? You don't make it about Jupiter or the individuals up here that you're wrangling around with. Do you understand? You are here to represent a perspective that other people would never get to hear on the street. Do you understand, Ghost? That's my point.
No, I know what you're saying.
You should leave it to us, man. We know what we're doing. Don't worry.
I'm saying because when you get these enmity, because at the end of the day, be honest, right? If Jupiter didn't say the things you were saying, would you ever think other white people would think it? Be honest. Some of the stuff she could.
I don't need to listen to Jupiter. There's Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson making the same point she's making.
Yes, me, yeah. So the thing is,
you just grilled her saying that not even Tommy Robinson says it, and now you're saying she's going to say the same points as Tommy Robinson. What are you talking about, Carl? You just grilled her.
I don't know what Khan is on about, but Issa, there are plenty of people that are misguided and racist like her that speak like her. They're not honest. If I'd rather have a word with somebody that clearly says, yes, I'm racist and what? This is the way I am. Don't try to bullshit us. You're taking us for idiots. You think we're idiots? That you're going to come on here, use the P word against me, yeah? You're going to use the P word against me and then say, oh, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. Call me a Paki again and again and then say, oh, I'm not racist. So what do you expect?
This is, you're not getting the point. I'm saying to you that I'm more concerned, like if someone says certain things here, they should get, let's say in front of your face, they should get floored, etc. But we know navigating in our daily life here, we are more concerned in everyday life about the people that can do stuff to affect our everyday life, whether that be a job, whether that be looking in a store and a security guard comes up to you to harass you and just pee you off for the whole day, etc. We're more concerned about that than somebody just like to say a little word here, they're on the internet. I get your point. All I'm saying is you're going to bring your precious time on the internet to speak about such an important topic. It's not just jokes we're having. You understand? And I'm saying you are representing something and a whole heap of people, whether you think of it or not. Because what you say, these are out here are thinking, millions of Pakistanis think like Ghost. That's how they think.
Wait, that's not correct. But you know that's not correct. And for the normal people, right? Look, you can't hold us accountable for our own fucking actions. Hold the whole community accountable because one person from a certain community said something. That's just fucking stupid. And if people want to believe that's on them. That's on them. If they know that's not how it works, that's on them. And that's on them for being idiots.
But even if it is, so what? What is that? Hold on. So let me get this correct. The reality is that's how people think in the masses. Then when the masses start reacting,
They're the minority. That's the minority of people that are fucking idiots that think like that.
I ain't finished, bro. So then when they go out there, start rioting and setting fires to hotels and stuff, who are the more, even if it's the minority, the ones who produce the actions that make effect are the minority, right? So that's what matters. So my point is, the ones who are listening, they might be swayed one way by what he has to say. My point is, me as a black man talking on behalf of Pakistanis, they'd be like, yeah, well, maybe you've hanged around with them. Maybe they're your Muslim brothers. But a Pakistani man who's got an accent would represent that perspective much better than I do. Simple as that.
So we need to conduct ourselves, right?
Speak, bro. You always speak.
A hell of a lot. We need to conduct ourselves a hell of a lot better than what the thugs, the goons, and the racist mobs that are out there. So we should be afraid not to offend them. Fuck off, bro.
What are you talking about? Shut your ass, bro. You're an idiot. What kind of monk? Did you hear what this idiot said? Conduct ourselves.
You should have it out, toe to toe. Have it out.
That's what you're saying. We should watch what we say. We represent our community. Blah, blah, blah. I represent myself, bro.
Where did I say that?
Myself.
Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
I'm
even talking to you. Where did I say that?
What do you mean? You were talking to Ghost a second ago about this and that, bro. About you represent this. Oh, those students don't know better. Yeah? And they matter. Fuck them, bro. Who gives a shit what they think? They're a minority.
Shush your mouth.
Bro, those fucking thugs and those goons are fucking minority scumbags in every community, dickhead.
Shush. This is what I was saying to him. Because he refuses to engage with Jupiter apart from calling her name because she said she won't come back on the panel while he's on there because he talks about her personal life, etc. This is what she said. I was making a point.
It's just an excuse to run. It's an excuse to run. She wants to knock her chamber, bro.
She's probably eating a whole cheeseburger right now.
So are you eating a bloody cheeseburger? Probably 10 of them. Shut up. What I'm
having
saying
chicken
is,
soup. I'm ill. I've got flu.
Eating the whole thing. What I was saying was, I wasn't saying that he shouldn't come with fire and brimstone. My point is to let her represent what she's saying and then blow what she's saying out the water. I didn't
We've
say
been doing
tip
it
down
for 5 years. We've been
You
doing it
can't
for
say we
5
don't let her
years.
talk. You can't say we don't let her talk. You can't say that.
How
That's
many years?
We've been doing it for 5 years.
bullshit.
It doesn't matter. You're still doing it, though, aren't you? You're not going to stop. So what difference does it make? There you go.
Oh
So my
my
point
days.
is,
Why is it always
days.
black men? Why is it always black men simping for Jupiter? I don't get it.
Blame the minority communities.
It doesn't matter if you're some stupid or not. And even Khan, listen, Khan. Even you, right? A dirty turkey, whatever monkey, right? Even you, racist as you are, I still like the fact that you as a devil are on here talking. That's what I'm saying. You represent something. That's my point. Even though
Yeah,
I know
we know
you're
that.
anti-black, racist, you're a savage, etc. I'm saying you still have an input because Turkish people were the last people that had the Khalifa, okay? And there's still remnants it through your blooming culture. Do you understand? So you're not the same as any other group of Muslims. I've noticed this. You lot are very different because you know what I mean? You've incorporated a lot of flipping history within your culture and it shows, you know what I mean? I'm not going to big you up because obviously you're Cypriot. You're not, in fact, you're not really Turk. So all the good stuff.
Cypriot is where it all started.
No. That's just through colonization. I'm saying real Turks with ancestral Turk. Khan is not a real Turk. Khan, what you Greek, right? A Cypriot, yeah? There you go. Thank you.
But I migrated to Cyprus.
You what? You migrated? Yeah. You left.
My family got run out by the Russians, and then they had to move to the Ottoman Empire. You know, there was Muslims living in Russia before, and they carried out a genocide on the Tatarian Turks, the Tatarians.
Billy, Jupiter's backstage. Yeah. So as I was saying, Ghost. My whole point is not to suck up to anybody because that's not. Oh, he's not even here. But my point is that points that the opposition can make, right? Even if there's, in fact, I would like to hear somebody who's a racist white guy. Don't come out calling names, but we want to hear your true opinion about what you think should happen and how you think things should roll. Because
here's the thing, Issa, here's the thing. Racist white people like ethno-nats, they don't have an opinion. They don't even get into the politics of it. They're just saying, this is our country. We only want 5% immigrants. End of. They're happy to kill you. They're happy to throw you in the river. They're happy to watch you die. Like there's no politics for them. There is no conversation to be had because there's no compromise. They're not compromising.
But their rhetoric is exactly the same as people at Jupiter when the other people who jump on that proclaim themselves not to be far right, but they have the same rhetoric. We don't want you here. Blah blah blah. Or control, a blanket ban on immigration.
I think this speaks to a lot of. I think that one of the undercurrents of the problems is just 1 second. Sorry, I think one of the undercurrents of the problems is a lot of people don't understand the very definitions of things like far right or racist, and they think that if they simply denounce those specific words and their negative connotations, that simply distance themselves from their actions or their words, and it's they don't really understand what it means. They go, well, how can I be racist if this if this, that, and the other, or I've got friends.
Yeah.
I think if we went out on that, that recent riot, if we went out with a pen and a paper and we took a census, I guarantee you 90% of those people that were rioting would deny the fact that they were racist. They would be like, I'm not racist. Why are you calling me racist?
Bruv, hold on. Do you remember in the Black Lives Matter ones when they were saying, we're racist, and that's the way we like it? Do you remember that?
But they're just trolling. That's just British humour.
No, listen. Remember when Tommy called them down to Trafalgar Square? That's what they were saying on that day, bro. So my point is, they've been told you can't.
Even them, they would deny being racist. Even them lot would deny being racist.
Now they would. What my point is, they're using stealth. They're being sneaky. And my point is, we need to distinguish between their language and because at the end of the day, if somebody's got a fair argument or at least some argument that makes kind of sense, it needs to be addressed. Do you understand?
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. My argument recently has been that these far-right people rely on bigotry and ignorance to get their point across because they've already come to their conclusion of the result they want to see. They're not looking to debate with you or have any kind of conversation. They've already decided what they want and they're prepared to use bigotry to get it.
Are you saying Jupiter? Are you saying Jupiter's not racist? Hold on. Are you saying Jupiter's not racist?
I would say Jupiter's culturally racist. She's been brought up to think that white people's culture should reign supreme, that anyone who moves to London should basically bow and sort of like start talking like a cockney and going, "You're all right, mate, sweet mate," and sort of like assimilating into things that she accepts as
Can it be nuanced? Can a person be not innately racist? I was just going to say, can it be a bit more balanced than that? Can a person go, do you know what? I'm genuinely not a racist based on specific aspects, but I harbour specific potentially racist and prejudicial ideologies. Like, can you be? Do you know what I mean? Or are you?
Why don't you ask me instead of asking everybody else?
I agree with that, Jay. I think immigration is the thing that's dividing the whole country.
So why don't you ask me myself, Jay, instead of asking Khan to interpret what I believe?
I wasn't asking anyone. I was literally asking
You've all had a nice
IICSA.
conversation talking about me. So nice to meet you, Jay. My name's Jupiter. Would you like to talk to me about me?
Yeah, if you'd like, I would say that you've got somewhat problematic and troublesome hyperfixation on Islam, especially when it pertains to child abuse, especially when you're in an area where there's, more child abuse happening that isn't from that sector of society than there is. So I would say that, on that facsimile alone, that, obviously it is a problematic hyperfixation.
And I would say that you're using sophistry and you're trying to conflate the issue by bringing in racism and Islamophobia and ignorance to try to deceive me and to gaslight me into not recognising that girls have been groomed and raped up and down this country based on an anti-Western white rhetoric, that they don't like white people, white girls, that they look down on them, and that they're in conjunction with the elites to conspire against us because we are seen as commoners. So what do you say about that?
I would say that it's not only incredibly racist and it's steeped in racism itself, but it's enormously this idea of elitism and conspiracy as well. It's conspiratorial. It's not based in reality, and I think it only further adds to the idea that I don't think you understand what you're talking about, and it's ironic that you say conflation because you are conflating quite a few different things there, including conspiracy theories, and all I was saying was that you're hyperfixating on a very specific. Allow me to finish. I put this to you then. You do put a lot of emphasis on a very specific ethnicity as opposed to your own, for example. When we look at the infrastructure of the church, that is a genuine conspiracy where they are moving paedophiles around. There is substantial amounts of abuse reported, especially from the 70s till now, significantly more than other particular faith groups within this country because it is the dominant one, and there is structurally geared up for that, where it moves people around. That is, by all definitions, conspiratorial. That is conspiracy. But I don't see you making this much of a stink about that. So I'm then led to believe that it's not really about the victims of abuse per se. It's about the people that you perceive are the perpetrators. It's about a particular ethnic group.
Okay, so you said a lot there, so I hope you're going to allow me to actually elaborate on a lot of the things that you've just said. So first of all, we've had grooming within the church. We've had grooming within scouts. We've had grooming within schools. We've had it within nurseries. We've had it all over the place, and we've had paedophilia all over the place. Different sexual crimes have different modus operandis, okay? Different sexual crimes have different perpetrators. Now, when you want to solve a crime and when you want to eradicate that crime from your community, you need to understand why the perpetrators are doing it, what is their motive, and who the perpetrators are. That's the first thing. The second thing is that nobody sits here and jumps up every time somebody says there's white paedophiles in the community. We all agree there are. We all agree that the majority of this country is white, and therefore the majority of criminals will be white. We understand that. In fact, we don't like our white criminals, but unlike other countries where we sit here and we say, well, we've got a heritage outside the country and it's unfair if you send back people with a dual passport just for being a paedophile. That's terrible. We should look after the paedophiles' rights. We say no. Gary Glitter, you cunt. Get back here. Let's bang you up, and I wish we could put you away for life. And if you get let out on our streets, be afraid, because we might just kick your head in. Unlike other communities who say, oh, darling, you're a paedophile. Let me go to court and let me attack the victims outside because I'm married to you. You see? So when you come here and you talk a load of nonsense to me, yeah?
You just talk nonsense.
When you talk a load of nonsense, Every single thing
irony
that
of it.
I've just said, I can back up. So they are predominantly Pakistani. They are predominantly
No,
white
they're not.
victims. They do have a lot of the community that back them up. There is Muslim groups that actually cape for Muslims in this country and hold a voting bloc that sways the judgments of our politicians. We
No,
do
it's
have
not true.
paedophiles in Parliament. Over 50 of them have been named so far. We do have paedophiles that are in Parliament and that have been excommunicated from Parliament and put on just watch lists, not given any convictions. We do
But they're
have
white. They're
paedophiles
white,
within
though.
our society that are
Yeah, but they're
overlapping.
white.
That
But
are
they're white.
overlapping with the grooming gangs. We do have
No, that's
terrorism in
not
our
true.
country.
There's no
We do have
overlapping. You made
radical
that up.
Islam, and we do have an
No, we don't have
anti-white
radical Islam. You're
Western
lying.
hatred for people in this country.
You
And
lied
if
on
all
about
of
5
them
things.
is not a
5
cooking
things you lied
pot,
on.
a cooking pot for
No,
an
you've cooked
excuse
it.
to gaslight the communities into saying, don't talk about it or we're going to brand you racist.
Lies.
And I will tell you this as well, Jay. You are exactly one of those people propagating that.
Wow.
Okay, so can I now respond to that then, please?
Go on.
Okay, so in the because I've listened to this channel a couple of times, and in the times that I've heard you, and when it does come onto this sort of conversation, especially predominantly today, I'll say today's the biggest one. That when we were talking about, people were saying, what about, other sex criminals within your community and stuff? You were very quick and very dismissive, and you're very within your loaded sort of line of
What did I
question. What you're
dismiss?
doing is 1 second, you're displaying a very, like I said, and I'm going to stand by this hyperfixation for Islamic paedophiles, which is a hypermanusia of paedophiles in total, but it is a very obvious and telling trait that you have. And so when you're talking about that, and when you do it, you sort of make it in terms where the narrative is sort of indicative of a cultural practice that is systemic, that is absolutely exclusive almost, and doesn't happen. This is such a serious problem, this one particular thing. And then what you're not doing is you're ignoring the rest of all the other stuff when you say that. And so you're trying to conflate an entire people practice or culture with one specific hyper minutiae of people, which is, it's kind of ironic considering that, as you said, in the majority of this country, it's majority white. So the majority of paedophiles are white, including the structures and everything else behind it. And yeah, you can make noise about it because it's easy to, if I say because obviously no one's going to defend the paedophile, but in your rhetoric, when you're not questioned, the first thing you go for is the Islam thing. And that's where it's very telling. It's 1 second. It's okay
when Jimmy Savile was brought to light, do you remember the whole swathes of the public, including myself, that was appalled at the BBC for covering it up? When Hugh Edwards got let off for coming out with photos of little children and showing his ass on Skypes to other young men, did you not hear the outcry from the public saying it was outrageous and disgusting? When Ian Huntley got put down for what he did to those 2 little girls, yeah, and Myra Hindley and all of the other paedophiles before him, do you remember white people outside the courts banging on the sides of the van, showing their disgust,
can you get to your point?
screaming and
I think I know where
shouting?
you're
Do you
going.
know why that got changed?
Why,
It got
what got
changed for
changed?
Muslims.
What got changed?
Well, you're not allowed to go outside court, are you? You're not allowed to call them names because they locked Tommy Robinson up.
It got
didn't
changed
they?
for Muslims.
No,
That was part of our culture. That was
allow
British
me to
culture.
respond.
It was
Allow me to
British
respond.
culture
Allow
to
me to
call out
respond.
paedophiles.
So that is
But now we have a culture.
Allow me to
We have a
respond.
culture of silencing the actual common man
true.
from
That
calling
isn't
out
true.
paedophiles.
Why?
And
Why
lots, of
do
course,
this
they're
is
white.
this is where your misinformation comes into this now. This is where you've gone down the whole rabbit hole here. Why do you think Tommy Robinson's in prison?
Tommy Robinson's in prison because he pled guilty to showing silenced.
And so that's not the crime. Showing silenced isn't a crime.
No,
What was the criminal
contempt of
offence,
court.
Steve?
Contempt of
So
court.
what do you believe he was in prison for? Do you believe it was like a
He's a
political thing?
political prisoner.
Well, if he's not a political prisoner, then why isn't he being treated for contempt of court and in a category D prison?
Because of who he was as a person, his previous offences and everything else.
Oh, so it's because of his previous and everything else. What previous are we talking about?
So it's safety. It's safety. Simply.
He has a history. He does have a history for violence, including including assaulting an officer while going through a domestic disturbance and an officer that was investigating it.
So
he has been to
assaulted a
prison
police
before.
officer.
No, yes, he has. What I'm saying is
So
that he
if you're
has
in
violent.
contempt
He
of
has
court
violent.
and you
Allow
were
me to finish my
previously
point, and
assaulted a
maybe you
police
would
officer,
understand it.
you're
If you
supposed to
allow me
go
to
to a
finish my
category A prison, are you?
no, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you are a person who has a prolific and long history, that was one example. If you're a person who has a prolific and long history,
He
both
hasn't
with
got a prolific.
violence,
It's not prolific.
he is incredibly prolific. He is infamous for his crimes. Stephen Lennon is
Okay, what other
absolutely known
violent
to
crimes has he
police.
got?
Okay, can you not list them for me? Is this what you say? Are you admitting now that you're unaware of any violence in his past whatsoever?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
So
I'm
you
asking
are, and
you
you're. So
to
we
list
can
all
agree
these
that he
violent
does have one, then,
crimes.
doesn't he?
I'm
So we
asking
can
you
agree
to
that he
list all
does
these
have a violent
prolific
crime.
crimes that he's got, because
And
he's got three or four.
What you're doing is you're creating.
Three or four, like it's nothing.
Okay,
He's
this is a
got
classic
three
example of
offshore.
right. Okay,
And if you look at
please
every
stop.
single
Please
one of
stop
those
listening.
incidences,
Please stop
they will
listening, and I'll be
be.
able to explain. So there we
Yeah,
go
go
then.
on
So
then.
what we're doing is now it's a classic straw man argument. Now please don't interrupt this. What happens is when I'm gearing up and going into making one point, you try and establish an argument with points that I'm not trying to make about other things I'm not really saying, and we're both agreeing that he has a violent past and we're trying to move on. So
He doesn't have a violent past.
Okay, then we can agree that you
Resisting arrest is not violence. There's
No,
many
but
people in this
You're
country.
resisting by violence.
There's many people in this country that have ended up with a charge for assaulting a police officer whilst resisting arrest.
So that's still violence.
So have you finished yet? Are you honestly and genuinely trying to say that Tommy Robinson doesn't have?
Tommy doesn't deny.
So move on to the next violent crime that you believe he's got.
But I mean, why are we playing this game? So aside from assault, fraud, and the contempt of court, so he is
Fraud
a violent
is not
individual.
violence. That's not violence.
Okay, so there was aside from the fact that he was,
and actually, it wasn't him that had the mortgage. It was his brother-in-law.
There was a domestic case that the officer was investigating that then got assaulted for anyway, and we've seen Tommy Robinson be violent. He is a violent. It's on camera. It's on record.
Okay, when you've seen him being violent, when he's defending himself, what you mean when he held down with force the man that attacked his daughter, that actually the man got found guilty of in a court of law? Is that what you're talking about?
No, when he beat up the African toilet attendant. When he beat up the African guy in Spain or wherever it was.
And by the way, Tommy Robinson didn't know that it was a police officer. So why you got
So to get back to let's so you're absolutely right.
Mate.
Tommy Robinson has never committed violence on anybody. He's absolutely clean as a whistle. But what we
he
can
got
prove,
charged for
indisputably,
GBH upon a Nazi.
Oh no, you're right. That's not violence at all.
So what about the African he beat up? What about that? What about the African?
Well, I think there's a lot of your left-leaning friends that would like to hit a Nazi.
Like, I'm sorry, but what I don't understand. So, what do you think your point is by interjecting right there? What do you think you've proved?
Right, the point that I'm proving is that he doesn't have a long. What was it you called it? You said that he had loads and loads of criminal offences, which is not true. That are violent. Most of his criminal offences are down to the persecution of the state against him to try and silence him.
He's a known criminal with violent tendencies, with offences that correlate to that. Things like GBH and things like that. No, that is exactly how you would characterise that.
No. I would say that's self-defence. I would say it was self-defence.
But a court and a jury of his peers didn't.
When a group of Nazis turn up at any rally.
1 second. What we don't see, this is what you're doing. You're conflating your opinion with actual fact. No, stop talking just for a second, Jukes.
If a group of Nazis turned up at a lefty
I'm not going to answer your line of
and
questioning.
started attacking people, and they
stop talking for a second. Okay, you're doing this thing now where you think that because you've overspoken me that you've got your point out, and that makes it okay again. Are you disagreeing that Tommy Robinson is a violent criminal and has violent criminal offences?
Yeah, I disagree. I think
it's okay, and that's fine. Your opinion is fine, but factually speaking, he is a criminal with violent criminal offences. That is absolutely factually correct. You can characterise it how you want. And what I'm trying to point out here is
the Labour politician that stood during the riots saying that he
this is whataboutism. I didn't talk about. I'm not talking about Labour politicians. I'm not talking about these people. You're making
what's that got to do with any of this now? If he's got, let's say
to be totally honest with you, Dupes has absolutely succeeded and completely thought in where the I don't even remember where the conversation was. She just started. We were talking about Tommy Robertson, and I was like, "Well, hang on a minute. What? He isn't such a white and white character." Well, actually,
hold on.
We went down that extensive rabbit hole about it. So if you want to bring it back on track, Issa, I'd definitely like that.
Because it's gone, seriously, all of this, whether he's violent or blah, 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 a lot of young men, we've grown up where we've had to be, defending ourselves, and therefore we might hit first, ask questions later, because we're, whatever it is. What my point is, most of what I've seen is people coming up to him, he's defending himself. Most of what I've seen. He probably was a violent guy in the past, whatever else. He doesn't seem that way. What my point is, what does this have to do with anything to do with the case right now?
We got segued in sidetracked. They developed a straw man argument, and so I started to defend points I wasn't even making.
Easter, do you mean with the case right now? Is he a political prisoner?
Oh, no, with your discussion right now. Because my point is,
Jubes was trying to ask how her line of questioning and how her hyperfixation specifically on this kind of paedophile makes her not sort of racist or in any way prejudicial. Whereas I'm saying that this very specific fixation on a very specific ethnicity.
So you're all fixating on it then, aren't you?
And willfully ignore
because
it.
That is the topic of the conversation. It's not my fixation. It's a conversation about grooming gangs.
When I tuned on and when I was sat in the background before you jumped off, that was literally all you guys were talking about. And then I came on and said, oh, well, the conversation's kind of passed. And so I said, no, bring it back, it's fine. So I brought it up, obviously.
Well, that means you've got a fixation then, doesn't it? It means
no, that means I'm responding. See, that means that I'm responding to what you're saying. Your logic is entirely flawed.
But if
you're doing the thing where you're going rubber
conversation
glue.
is about grooming gangs,
You
it
can
doesn't mean I've got a fixation because I've got an opinion on it.
No, the conversation is about Pakistani grooming gangs. That's the center subject of the conversation. It's not about general grooming gangs. It's about Pakistani.
In the context of the conversation that was being had, it was proven over and over again when she was talking. I'm just being hounded a little bit. If I could respond, then that'd be great. I just want to clarify my stance.
Yeah, I've got a question for Card.
One sec. Let me just finish this little bit. Seriously, just want to say
let me talk first, Babs. I'm here. I'm not going nowhere.
The conversation was the subject matter is Pakistani grooming gangs and whether their culture and religion and basically their genetics are influencing them to do these particular crimes.
Exactly. And then that was when I started listening, and then the subject started to turn into, well, hang on a minute, what about culture? Cultural problems within your own, and then it started to be, well, we don't have as many issues as them. This is a thing on it, and it became very fixated and very one line. It became very mono. It became very mono focused and very much.
I never said we don't have cultural problems. I said we do have cultural problems.
Let me
wokeism, and you're part of it.
Hold on. Wait. Let me just give a little representation here. To Jay, right? What's being said is this: if it's just a general bunch of Pakistanis who are doing a certain thing and they're part of the English community, let's say they're part of their football lads or whatever else, it would be seen different than Pakistanis who are more into their own culture may see England and white girls as inferior, that they can take advantage of them and see them as nothing. It's a totally different angle, and that's the conversation. Do you understand? So I'm saying, rather than just mishmashing it all together, can you address those concerns and those points?
So yeah, now if we're stepping away from the points we were making then, yeah. So absolutely, in my opinion, and again, this is all in my opinion, I believe that there are, of course, many cultural aspects of many cultures that we as Western white people wouldn't be really comfortable with, and so it's up to us to be able to harbour an environment in the community that is loving, accepting, and be able to educate people on certain specific things when it comes to consent and things like that, or like interrelations within family and stuff. The only way we root and STEM is with education and stuff like that. So we need to change our culture slightly to make it more comprehensive, more educational, make it more welcoming. I haven't finished. Make it more welcoming in order to allow me to finish. In order to be able to avoid.
So where the fucking hell is that different from me saying that we need to?
Okay, so what I'm. I'm not allowed. At one point, I've got the person that needs to be just jumping in before I've even finished, before I've even actually made a point for you to respond to. You sat there laughing. Do you not see how this is completely not a healthy conversation? This is just people you're not thinking about what's being said. You're just desperate to get out what you're thinking already. Do you see what I'm saying? So no matter what I say right now, that won't change what you say now. So that's my whole point. This isn't a conversation, then, is it? Really?
It is.
You're literally just you're going to stay at the same point.
Hold on.
One second, and just to prove a point now, because you've been trying to get the same point out, even though I haven't finished, you've been trying to get the same point out. It proves that you're not really listening to what I'm saying. You're just waiting to talk.
But you're not listening to what
let me explain something to you. I pay attention.
She had about 10 goes at saying
one sec. I pay attention to every word in the sentence. Notice how when I quoted it back and I said what the subject matter was, you never disagreed with me, and then you went on your line of reasoning. What I'm saying is the reason
because that was the because wait 1 second. I just because I want to say why you're false there, because you're misrepresenting that. What you did was you brought it back to the original subject matter, and I do agree with that. But while that in the context of a conversation with somebody that was taken onto a different subject matter. So I'd been taken down this thing. We were talking about one thing, then I've been taken down this rabbit hole, talking to them, and you're like, well, I brought it back. I do agree with you. But what I'm saying is that you're in such a rush to be able to get your point out. You're not necessarily understanding or listening to what I'm saying, and it's very obvious by the way that you literally interrupt every opportunity. And I'm not saying I've not done it interjected myself, but when you get multiple people doing it, it's a bit, it's not very healthy.
Trust me, it happens to, especially when you're about to give the right banger sentence. That's when everyone jumps in.
Oh, that's the thing as well, bro. That's where it is. That's where I was just about to, and then.
I agree with you, bro. I don't know what it is. It must be some psychic something to do with the computers. What? The reason I laughed is because you said educate. That would show that you personally believe your culture is correct and the others are wrong, and you need to teach them.
Exactly, Isa.
You understand?
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
One second.
And how is that any different to what I suggested earlier?
Wait, 1 second, Jupe. So can I respond to that, Isa, or have you finished speaking?
No, let me just say this next bit. The other thing is, what if those people who have their own culture are thinking, no, it's you that needs to be educated, right? And then you're at loggerheads with your horns like them bloody rain, whatever it is. Now, go on.
All right, Isa, you're being a bit overbearing.
So to answer to that, though, if I can, though. So what I was actually saying was, though, and this is why I don't think you fully understood me, we're saying that in order for cultural cohesion, in order to be able to avoid, not saying that anybody is right, wrong, I'm saying that in order for people to be able to adhere to cultural practices and things like that, to be able to have a smooth conversation is what I'm saying. To be able to have a smooth cultural exchange. I'm not saying that one culture is bad. I'm saying that in order to be able to meld with any culture, we need better education and a better, a more welcoming system.
I agree with Jay.
Yeah, Jay, why do you want us to sacrifice girls for community cohesion?
See, this is what you're doing. This is a typical straw man argument. At which point did I say, let's sacrifice girls for community cohesion? Or did you try and put those words in my mouth as a straw man argument?
You weren't saying that. Forget that. Jay, can you talk a bit slower? You talk really fast. I don't know which part of England you're from, because some people talk really fast, like Caribbean people. You talk about community cohesion. I totally agree with you. But let's be fair. When you go to Cornwall, when you go to Scotland, when you go to other areas, Wales and stuff, they don't want to be like Londoners and what we would call normal. Do you see what I mean? They've got their own cultures over there, especially Cornwall. It's like another country. Do you get it? And they talk about us as like we're literally some weird people. So, and up north as well, people from London area, we think, no offense to armed guns, we think the Brummies and Bradford people, like the way that they talk is weird. So when you're saying it like
I'm Welsh, I am. That's what it is.
You're Welsh. All right, please talk a bit slower, Mr. Welsh.
I understand, man. They're the fastest speakers.
No, because I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
I understand and I appreciate it. My only point was just to finish that, and just so it's not lost. And I promise I'll be very quick. It wasn't that I was saying that one culture is wrong and has to learn how to do this, that, and the other. I'm just saying in order to be able to adapt to cultures, that there's got to be cultural cohesion, and the best way of having that is education for everybody. Be able to have, a restructured way that we look at this stuff. So, like, I would personally change like the way that we have immigrants, the way that we do background checks and all that. I'm absolutely for that, but I'm not going to pretend that it's not problematic to say that a specific ethnic group are entirely right. And when we have so much of our own, when we know that we have these problems too culturally, that's what I'm saying.
This is actually why I wanted to discuss this issue, because I was kind of seeing the perspective of Jupiter and these other people. What I'm saying, let's say they're kind of mild right wing. The problem is their arguments set the basis for the extreme right. Do you see what I mean? They put the floor and the foundation for the extreme right to now build everything they're saying. Because what it basically does is make people feel legitimate to look at any Pakistani as being a potential groomer. Do you see what I mean? It kind of sets that mentality. Any white person's brain walking down the street.
Yeah, but
do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but
Not
I
just
think,
And it reflects in people's rhetoric as well.
Hold on. So can I respond to that, Issa, please?
One sec, because this ties into the whole lot, and please respond to all of it. Because I was thinking of it on a bigger scale. Every time I see any kind of crime to do with someone that's brown or black, all I'm seeing now in the comments is immigrants. It doesn't matter if they're born here, their ancestors are here. I keep seeing immigrants. And culture, multiculturalism it's best and all that stuff. So clearly the mentality is becoming white English should be first in every aspect, which seems to be wanting to evolve where if you've got a doctor's appointment, well, it's all the white people first and then everyone else can come after. It seems that's the extreme limit this blooming crap can get.
Yeah, how's white people first and people of different ethnicities?
So I want to respond quickly. Right?
Oh, Danny, don't
First
mention
of all, I
English. We're not
don't
even English,
believe
son.
every Pakistani is guilty of being a groomer. I don't believe that. I don't believe every Pakistani thinks the same. I don't believe every white man does, every black man does, etc., etc. I believe that there's different schools of thought. But I think that there is a school of thought amongst these perpetrators that we need to understand and eradicate. That's the first thing. The second thing is that wokeism has bred a culture, an atmosphere, and an ethos where this has been allowed to exasperate because it's been pushed by ideologues to say that anybody that talks about this is racist, and it's still being done on this panel today, and that's part of the problem. Right?
You using the word every, right? It's not good enough.
Finished.
Right? That's too loose. All right, give us a percentage of what you think. Give us an approximate percentage of how many people you think could be perpetrators.
I haven't finished.
It's not a percentage thing. It's a feeling, right? It's just it is what it is.
No, but you can't use the word. Oh, I don't believe everybody. So loosely. Like obviously, that's what they fucking all say all the time. These right people, to get away with the fact that if you look at the numbers, it would be less than a percentage.
If we look at the numbers, it's a minute amount of the country that are actually partaking in grooming gangs, and to find that it goes, look, if this was to just attack Muslims, we wouldn't have defined it right down to where it's predominantly Pakistani Muslims. We're looking for the reasons.
Well, it's not. This is the thing, though.
Because it's the reasons that need to be found.
Muslims is to say that all Pakistani Muslims, that generalization, broad sweeping rhetoric, is in itself inherently racist.
I don't say that. It's
the same reason as white people do it. Why won't that answer suffice? It's the same reason that white people go out there grooming.
We know the reason that white paedophiles are paedophiles because they last.
So why is it not the same? Why is it not the same for British-born Pakistanis? Why is it not the same for them? Why is it different?
Right, I'm going to tell you why.
British-born Pakistanis that do not follow anything to do with Islam, do not follow anything to do with Islam, but yet you trying to create some different narrative. Go on.
I'm going to answer you why I perceive it to be different. Paedophiles, right? Their motive is that they like underage children. When it comes to the grooming gangs, even though the predominant amount of them are underage children, the grooming carries on even into adulthood, and it carries on way into adulthood. A paedophile will lose interest once the child begins to grow into a woman, okay? Whereas with the grooming gangs, it doesn't stop, okay? So it's a different kind of crime. We can't say definitively that it is Islam, but we know there's something about the scriptures and the faith that are influencing the men in the grooming gangs. And that is because the testimonies of the victims have told us scripture was used. They used it as a way of dishonoring them. They use it as a way of punishing them, etc., etc. But in this, we can't say it's specifically Islam because there are a lot of other Muslims with ethnic backgrounds that are not Pakistani that are not doing this, right? This is why it's complex. Now, when we go and look at the fact that it's predominant Pakistanis, we also know that it's not all Pakistanis. So we need to find out from these perpetrators, what is it that makes them different from the rest of the Muslims? What is it that makes them different from the rest of the Pakistanis? And when we find that, then we can deal with the inherent problem. Now, is it because these people are racist, and just like in the wider community, in any other community, you will have racist people and you will have non-racist people. Maybe it's because they're anti-Western. Maybe it's because they're radical. They look at it through radical Islamic eyes. Maybe it's because, you know, the certain villages they come from, maybe there's a connection there. We don't know. And that is why we need the inquiry.
And also with that, we don't know because there's always reporting restrictions on it. So we've got to get the transcripts from court, which is going to cost about $4,000 a go, right? So exactly. After that, after 5 years, they go. So all we get to hear is this person and that person is a groomer and they've got 185 years or whatever. We see the end of it. We don't get to hear the crimes. It's only rare when we hear the crimes. So if you want to say that it's not down to religion or it's not down to the scripture, then you've got to, these reporting restrictions can't be in place, and we've got to be able to know all of what happened.
Danny, hear my side of it quickly. So 1 second. You can't have it both ways because it's contradictory to say that on one hand, it's a very specific group of Pakistanis that come from Mirpur, and they've got this very Brelvi ethno-religious point of view where they're very isolated and they look at British girls as other than and lesser than. And then to conflate that with people that are just getting off the boats who've just come from war-torn countries like Syria and Afghanistan and say, yeah, they could potentially have the same illness. They could potentially have the same warped way of thinking, but you can't have it both ways. Yours, wait a second, wait. I nearly let me just make it clear. Let me just make it clear. You can't, you can be against both of those group of people, right? But to try and say that they both have the same illness, to me, it's a bit rich, because you're saying it's a very specific problem in the north of England, and then you're saying that, but these people just get off the boats, they're exactly the same. Do you see what I mean? You can't have it both ways.
It's not both ways, though, is it? Obviously, they're hiding something, and the only thing that we know is what connects everyone together is what we're talking about. So if that's the only thing that we know, we're going to speak about what we know. We're not going to
that didn't make no sense whatsoever. That did not make no sense whatsoever.
Hold on. What connects them? What connects them?
Islam.
Okay.
But you've already admitted that not all Muslims in this country are part of that group.
Wait. Would you agree then, who's this, Danny, yeah? Would you agree that if somebody's practicing more of the religion, more so, he would be more into that behavior? Yes or no? If that's what he thinks, right?
Not particularly. We need to find out.
Hold on, no, wait. Listen, he'd have a beard, he'd have his toothpick, he'd have his turban, he'd have his long garments on, he'd have his flip-flops, his sandals. Yeah, right? He'd make sure he's praying in the masjid, he'd be learning Arabic, and he'd be doing that. If it's from the religion,
it would depend on how extreme they are, IICSA. Because they could be somebody like that doesn't believe that. They understand that they're living in this country and that there isn't any Sharia rule in this country, and therefore they've made themselves sort of like amalgamating with the bit British culture, etc., right? Mm-hmm. Then there's other people that are very, very extreme that actually believe in Tarahush, or is it Tarahush or Tararush, where you can actually mob a girl that's not covered head to foot. Or that they interpret the scripture to believe that they're at a holy war with the West, and therefore they can do the right hand possesses. You understand what I mean? So it would depend on the extremity of the mindset. That's what we're saying.
I hear what you're saying. There's nothing you've said there that any school of thought has justified any of that behavior. That's the problem. So when he's putting it down to the religion, I'm saying it's so basic in common sense. That if somebody, even a convert, because this is the problem, this should be the behavior. If it's part of the religion, it should be the converts who are doing it, because they're new to it and they go further. I know, because I was back in the day, right? You get these young crazy converts and they're doing the maddest things ever. But instead of that, they're learning Arabic. They're reciting the Quran. They're going to the masjid. They're out in Speaker's Corner on the street giving out.
How many reverts have been terrorists? How many reverts have done terrorist acts on this country?
How many?
How many reverts go out there and hang around
I
with all
I would say a lot. I would
the
say
Anjin Chowdhuries of this world?
a lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, you're right. You're
There
right
you
on
go
that
then.
one.
A lot. Yeah,
There you
but
go
that's
then.
my
That's the answer.
hold on. You're not. No. Listen, you're just, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that's exactly. So you don't find any Anjum Chowdhury and what's the other one, Muhajiroon and the rest of them involved with this group. That's my point. So you're proving my point. I'm saying if they're terrorists, they're focused on that stuff. That's the point I'm making. They're not there drinking and taking drugs. And don't you understand? It's very straightforward.
Exactly.
You're
So
proving my point, not yours.
Exactly. So they're doing the terrorist stuff, these reverts, and the people, the cultural people who are coming over from, the middle of Pakistan and these weird little villages are doing the grooming stuff.
But here's the problem, Danny. The people you're talking about were born here. Danny, the problem is the people you're mentioning didn't come from Pakistan. They were born here. Third generation, Danny.
Wait.
No, but you're saying they came over, but they were born here.
Passed down from generation to generation.
How can you pass down raping girls is your culture? Well, how are you going to train your son to do that? That's nonsense.
Because they're allowing their children, some of them were giving their children entry into sexual liaisons.
Scripture learning.
Right. As I was saying, you've just said, right, Danny, that one group of the converts are doing the terrorist activity, and you're saying the ones that come over. But let's say the ones that are born here, right? And you're saying they're doing the grooming. Yes, is that what you just said, right? Yes.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, I'll go with
that. All
that.
right. So let's look at it. I'm saying, when the ones who convert, who do you think they're hanging around with?
They're hanging around with the people who are forcing them over to convert. So if we use this premise, they'll be acting with the extreme side of it. Yeah, the people who are actively going out to get these people to go and do these acts that they want.
Wait. So what you've said is there's already people who are already for the last 500 years Muslim, and they're already extreme. The people that are converting to follow their script. Yeah. But you tried to just say those that were already Muslim who are extreme, they're doing the grooming. What you've proven is if they're extreme in regards to politics, terrorism, whatever else. They do not get involved. Listen. This is what I'm saying. You can't, bruv. The thing is, maybe you should go out there and just hang around.
Listen, wait. People say I'm extreme, right? But there's other people that people say other people are worse than me because they go onto a different tangent, So you don't just because if you're an extreme person, you have to go with everything on the whole bit. You might specialize and think, do you know what? I want to wage war on the West, and the other people are saying, do you know what? I'm gonna control the children. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna target them.
Okay, so you're saying there's a school of thought that you practice your religion and you target these lot. Is that what you're saying? Included in that is hold on, because you keep saying it. Hold on. So the Quran, hold on. So the Quran makes it very clear that alcohol is part of the devil's handiwork, right? These children, listen to this. These children would come under the umbrella of orphans, right? Because they've had no care for a lot of them.
They'll come under orphans.
Listen, this is a very serious point. I don't know why the brothers aren't using it. In Islam, if you diss orphans, that's serious. If you take advantage of the property and body of orphans, you are in serious trouble under Islamic law. So what you're saying, again, is exactly the opposite. These guys don't know Islam, their culture, whatever else. And the fact that they have that leaning means that they're not studying or feeling the Quran. Just like a priest or a bunch of priests that abuse boys and girls and recite their scripture. Because we know...
But they've got so much respect for orphans that they're not allowed to adopt anymore because of what Muhammad did with his adopted son's wife.
No, you can't adopt because your dad's your dad.
That's not true.
Someone else can't be your dad. Your dad is your dad.
Let me correct this. This is the problem. Hold on. What actually happened, Jupiter, just so that you know the facts, is that certain people would claim they were from a certain tribe so that they would get a certain status, because that's how it was back then, right? So people would say they're so-and-so of this tribe, and therefore they would get a benefit. And some people might even do that to get inheritance. That was the point. So it's saying, stop saying your father is so-and-so and your ancestor so-and-so, Has nothing to do with him marrying an adopted son, ex-wife, and all his
No,
nonsense.
so he had an adopted son. He liked his wife. He went off and asked Allah, could he marry her? He came back, told the son that he was now taking his wife. And because of that, afterwards, no one was allowed to have adopted children.
That's not true. That's not. This is what I mean. All right, I'll tell you the story. What happened was, it said that the Prophet... Hold on. I'll tell you. The story is this. The Prophet particularly thought this woman was really beautiful. He wanted her for himself. However, she was of a high status. He was trying to get rid of the idea that because you're from a high tribe, you can't marry someone from a low tribe. He encouraged them to marry each other. The woman only married this person. She wanted to marry the Prophet. She only married this person because the Prophet influenced her to do so. They broke up, right? So Allah says in the Quran, we know that you've been hiding in your heart what you feel, meaning he fancied her, but he was like, no, I'm trying to do this for the benefit of breaking this thing where you only marry rich people and women look down on poor people and you don't marry from the poor. You should be wanting to marry someone who's righteous. That's what it was. So what you're saying, I don't know where you got that commentary from, Jupiter, because that's
just Islamophobia. They just hate Islam on every little subject.
But even before that incident, the Prophet was saying about them, because it was a common thing amongst those tribes for people to do that. It's no different than fraud today. It's like someone filling out something on in the name of Jupiter and trying to claim a bloody inheritance. Is that allowed?
Do you think, even in the modern world today, even in the UK, with all their free living and that most people would see it appropriate to take a wife from one of your children's ex-wives?
Adopted children.
They weren't his children, though. They weren't his children.
I would say
an adopted child.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as adoption,
no. Hold on, we have to get this correct, actually, because it wasn't like we think adopted. It was meaning he had to look out for him in regards to, because I think he was an orphan, and an orphan in the tribal community can be in no man's land, right? So he didn't adopt him in that way. He was basically saying, I'm looking out for him. So it's not the same as
like a godfather.
No, he brought him up as his own
godfather. It's like a godfather.
His own son.
It's like a godfather. No, it's not like your own son. It's like a godfather.
This is what I mean, because these lot don't understand the tribal community. It's not like he raised them like when you adopt somebody as a child, you're cooking for them and they're living with you and they're going to. It wasn't like that then. There was others who just come around people's house and eat and go away and stuff like that. So I hear what Jupiter's saying now. Yeah, we need to find the correct terms, right, in Islam, rather than using adopted son, like you said, godfather, whatever else, because these things do look really bad, but it's not what people are claiming it is. And the fact that she said, oh, since Muhammad did this, now we can't do that. That's absolute, that's not true at all. But back to Danny.
She don't care. She actually don't care. You can explain it to her for 3 hours. She don't care.
It's not just for her, bro. Danny.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
My point is, I keep hearing about the Islamic influence, and I'm open-minded to it. But the problem is, the more, like, when I converted, none of me and the brothers were thinking, oh, we're converting and thinking them ways there. If we knew even a brother back then, if we knew a brother like had a girlfriend, we'd be going, okay, come on, man, you need to marry her, blah, blah. That's how we used to be. So all of this thing where the more Muslim you become, the more you're going to start drinking alcohol.
They don't listen.
But that's a false premise.
Can I just finish my sentence?
That's not what I'm saying.
They're trying to conflate grooming gangs of England with immigrants.
We're both here to speak for
but
ourselves.
you've already said it 1,000 times today. You're saying that someone who's getting off a boat has got the same mentality as those groomers. That's what you're saying.
No.
That's what they're saying. They're saying it's part of Islam. That's what they're saying. You said it 10 times today. Danny, ain't that what you just said?
That's not what I'm saying.
You said it's Islam that ties them together.
Yes, but we're not saying.
What do you mean then?
All Islamic. Okay, right. Listen to this. Yeah, right. I'm going to be calling out. Yeah, the Labour paedophile gang. Yeah, right. Because there's over 70 MPs and councillors, all part of Labour, or who have a common denominator of being part of Labour, who are paedophiles, right? So I'm tying these all together because
we're officials where the grooming gangs happened as well.
Okay, that's the end of Christianity, then, mate, and that's the end of Catholicism.
Danny, if you're doing that, set up a PayPal. Danny, if that's what you're seriously doing, Danny, listen, forget him. Listen, Danny, forget him. He's a joker. Listen, if that's what you're seriously doing, Danny, set up a
How is that against
PayPal and we'll all
Catholicism?
fucking send you some money, mate,
How
to
is
sort
it?
that out.
Explain that.
Fuck that. Fuck what he's saying.
He said,
Okay,
the
because,
things that got
right?
16 comment there later. No, I think
there's a
what it
common
is.
denominator in there. There's a common denominator.
Oh, all right, look, Danny,
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 so we can look into why Labour people are all becoming paedophiles.
I hear you. I hear your point. The problem is, what it is, a lot of people have
socialism.
Catholicism.
One sec. I hear you. Hold on. What, Danny, what the argument from your side generally say is there are verses, there are commentaries by scholars, there are hadith, there's all kind of stuff which would lean towards a mentality in which Muslims see non-Muslims as inferior.
Yes.
And there's also verses they're saying which say, well, you can treat women and girls a certain way.
Yes.
And, you know, the lies of Muhammad, you know, that they say Muhammad married a young girl. There's basic, you know, you can list about 4 things.
And there's some imams, ISA, that actually propagate it.
I agree. I'm not. Listen, Ali Donkey Dower said he was on camera. These freaking non-Muslim Catholic
Forget him,
clowns.
man. He's an idiot, man. Don't even mention that.
You know,
he's an idiot.
He is an idiot. But guess what? He's a spokesperson for their stinking fake Islam, right? So what I'm saying is, if he's going on there and saying yes, Muhammad at 50-something married a 6-year-old, bruv. I mean, I know the history says the opposite. But the question is, how can he, as a grown man, be bold-faced despite other Sunnis refuting him? Say that. My point is this, Khan. If another group, with the main spokesperson for that group, was saying, well, blacks are inferior, and because of that, we're allowed to take their property, lock them up, whatever they wanted to say, I would be concerned if the main spokespeople, the ones that are still out there walking street and giving interviews and got channels and got so many subs and blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't you be concerned, Khan? Well, you're not black, but I'm just saying. So my point is, when you've got donkeys like that saying it,
but add to that, there's another layer of it. So we're saying all of that, plus the fact that our own politicians, may it be because they've got their own interest in paedophilia, may it be for political reasons, may it be because they want to keep this ideology that they've brought about alive, whatever the reason is, these people have enabled this mindset to increase rather than doing something about the imams that are preaching that stuff, rather than doing something about the mindset that's breeding. They've been allowing it to increase. That's what we're saying.
It's all speculation. There's no evidence for any of this. But if you're going to raise the money yourselves, I'll chip in. I'll gladly chip in.
Wait, can't. Listen to what I'm saying. You've got a Muslim country, right? And they're saying that let's say the rules are quite, they're Islamic, but there's some leeway. But they say no drugs. And then someone else, he may not be taking, because Ali Dawad's wife is not, he didn't marry her young, did he? But they're talking about...
I don't know nothing about his wife, bro.
Bruv, you're not listening to what I'm saying to you. I agree the government should be having a discussion here. Because you're not getting it, bruv. I'm saying when black convert... Listen, when I grew up, we were all thinking of girls... For me, it was girls older because they had form. You get me? I was, I like chunky women, right? So when brothers are converting in their teens and 20s, and they're being told that your best example married a child, bruv, that's a mind F. Don't you understand that, Khan? Do you not get a problem with that? We went to church and whatever else. They say Mary was 12 or whatever else. No one thought about it because, okay, that was back in that time. But now you're telling me I've got a live example in which this is now, according to the scholars, is lawful. So brothers that may have been a bit twisted, all of a sudden he's got a whole door open that he can be thinking them ways there. Do you not find that that's a problem, Khan? Do you not get it? When somebody, Imam says to you that's okay.
And then when we've got Western politicians that have actually prosecuted people for saying the truth, which is that what Muhammad did with Aisha would be seen as a paedophilic act now.
They said, yeah.
And then they prosecute them for saying that and saying you can't say that when it's actually a fact. Then you've got a whole culture opening up for these weirdos.
This is my problem. There's two parts to it. Number one, I don't like where people are spreading it. Obviously, I'm going to look first at the Afro-Caribbean community and even my white brothers, English brothers that are converting, where I'm telling them the converts have to take over and we have to get rid of this nonsense, right? But my point is, how is it that they're not seeking to remove this type of influence? How is that not? How is that any different than these rappers talking about killing and shooting? It's worse, obviously. I don't get it.
Well, exactly. And to find out that we've got over 70 members of parliament or have been in the Labour group involved in this, and some of them sitting in official councillors in the areas where the grooming went wrong at the time when the grooming gangs were going on, then you can see there might be a correlation there. You know. Go on, Danny.
I said, sorry, Danny.
No. That's everything, really.
Danny, I really want Khan to answer that for real, blood. Seriously, because
I don't give a fuck about Ali Dawa, his wife or his daughter. Don't mean nothing to him. Don't give a fuck about them.
Hold on. You're not listening. The imams themselves.
His hypothetical daughter.
Hold on. No. It's reality now. It's reality. If you go to masjids today, do you agree that they are not teaching that the actual age of Aisha is 18 and those hadith are garbage? Yes or no?
I don't believe that Muslims think that the things what Prophet Muhammad was allowed to do means that everyone can do it. Everyone's allowed to have 4 wives if they can afford them. Prophet Muhammad had 11 wives. Yeah?
Okay.
Prophet Muhammad done things like he was like a king. The things that he did, we can look at other kings like King Henry VIII and say the king would do certain things, but it doesn't mean every Tom, Dick and Harry can do it.
Can't wait.
I don't know why you're speaking over me, bro. I wasn't speaking for that long.
Because you're going astray from the point. The point is...
No, the point you're trying to make.
No. The point is this. The scholars, or your scholars, they used Prophet Muhammad's, the fake history of Prophet Muhammad in creating their law, their social law.
Yeah, listen, what it is, Isa, you're right in a way, but you're explaining it wrong. What it is because most of the hadiths, listen, most of the hadiths come from Aisha herself. She's the one who wrote most of the religion herself. Like the Prophet done this, the Prophet done that. She was with him all the time. So when she writes a hadith saying, I married him at this age, it's a bit hard to refute it.
Right, hold on. What you're saying would be true if the history, one, didn't refute that, and number two, it comes through the line of the man who was like had his memory lost. But even my point is that the Quran refutes the very notion anyway. But even, bruv, just deal with what I'm putting to you.
That's a side point. You're asking me about the law, how they write the law. And I'm saying their law is based on Quran and Hadith. And half the Hadiths were written by Aisha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm calling Aisha a liar. What is this, Mr. Lottie? What is wrong with you? Yeah, I said that. So now what? Anyway, what I'm saying is Aisha didn't say it anyway, is my point. The whole thing I'm saying to you is now that they have, in fact, the Shias have been saying it all the time. They say Aisha was 18, right? And that she was engaged before.
Well, she was the same height as the Prophet. She couldn't have been fucking 6, could she?
That's fine. We agree. What my point to you is, Khan, is that we've got these 2 lines of history. One saying she was this age, she was older, who were the minority, which is Shia. The majority saying, no, she was this age. Now, I just want you to have some empathy for the young girls like those in Yemen who literally die on their wedding night because whichever devils, you know the score, bruv. So all of this isn't, you're saying it as if we're attacking something. Me and you should be saying, this needs to be changed. Something needs to be checked here. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm saying it don't even apply to Muslims living in England.
Bruv, this is what you think. Oh, bruv, listen. There's been some stuff going on up north, yeah? All right, there was a brother that come to the park, yeah? And he started accusing a certain famous imam of something with
keeping a 6-year-old in his house as a wife.
No. A little boy, bruv, yeah? And I was, unfortunately, I intervened and said, Aki, wait, before you start making these accusations. And it turns out he was actually right. And I don't know if that's what Jupiter was talking about. One of these famous guys, yeah, basically got in the woman and then abused a little boy. Do you get me? And apparently they're protecting him because he's this. So, and I've heard this has been going on for a bit, bruv. So my point to you is, don't just think about, oh, it's just white girls. These lot do it all over the place. But they've got a more tighter network where, you can't go to the non-Muslim police on the Aki and all of that. Do you get me? Because if they can bully white girls, then obviously they can bully certain weaker ones in the Muslim community too.
Yeah, but
this ain't the issue. The issue is, why did the English police turn a blind eye to their own girls getting groomed? It don't matter who groomed them. They could have been black,
because they
white,
were
or
given
purple.
orders, and some of them are paedophiles themselves, and because some of them are racist.
But what I'm saying to you,
these girls was racially mixing.
Jupiter, what I'm saying to you is, everything you said today plays a lesser or a greater part in this whole thing. Yeah. How important certain things are is debatable, but yeah, everything played a part. The ultimate point is, like I said, why didn't the police do anything about girls on the streets of England being roped into crime? Yeah, you answered that, right? But don't the buck stop with the police? Like this whole thing about Tommy Robinson blaming the wider Muslim community when the police and the social services were there to be dealt with is an issue for me. Because it's disingenuous.
Number one, we're not talking about the wider Muslim community because it's specifically it's Pakistani, right? And we're not even talking about wider Pakistani community because we know that within Pakistanis there could be atheists, there could be Christians.
No, but you're saying there was a cover-up by the community.
Muslims, right? So what you're doing is lying on what our premise is because you want to make it look racist, right?
I don't need to lie. I'm just saying to you that instead of going to the police and social services, which he initially did, he initially went to the police and the social services and he was just told categorically, this ain't going nowhere. Yeah. And he turned the whole argument onto the Pakistani Muslim community, blaming housewives for not grassing up their husbands and going, it's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. They're covering it up. That kind of like punishment of a community should have never happened in this country. That's a witch hunt. That's like burning crosses on people's lawns. That's out of order. Blaming the whole community.
That might be out of order, Khan. But what's even more out of order is that girls have been humiliated.
But that stops with the police.
And lost their virginity up and down this country.
Yeah, that comes to the police. No one great, no virgins, man. Don't lie.
Okay. These girls, well, many of them were 12, Khan.
Why were the police calling them street prostitutes?
Are you saying that all girls are 12 in this country?
Why were the police calling them street prostitutes? Why were the police calling them underage prostitutes? Why were the police blaming them for taking gifts off of grown men?
Do you agree with that point of view?
What's your point, Khan?
Stop trying to turn it on me. I'm saying to you, don't the buck stop with the police.
No! And I'm trying to tell you why, but you just keep talking because you're an emotional baggage. It doesn't stop with the police because there were orders that came from politicians and high-profile people, as well as some police taking it into their own hands because of their own bias and prejudice.
If you're right,
and the way they look down on.
If you're right on that, then the thing that you're asking for, the review that you're asking for, the investigation you're asking for, should look into that then, yeah?
Yes, we want it to. I don't know what you've been hearing for 4 days.
Nigel Farage is not offering that. Nigel Farage and Kelly Burdenack, or whatever her name is, ain't asking for that.
But that's what we're asking for. That's why we're saying it's not good enough.
You said it yourself. The police ain't going to investigate themselves. You said it yourself.
It's not just the police investigating themselves. We want the politicians. We want the social workers. We want the teachers. We want anyone pushing the ideology and enabling this shit who turned the other way if they was in a position of authority and could have done something to stop it. And we want the reasoning and the ideology behind it worked out so that we can stop it. And then what we want to do, we want anyone that was born here that doesn't have dual nationality to have the full force of the law thrown at them. It doesn't matter what colour skin they've got, whether they're high profile or low profile. We want them thrown into jail and the fucking key thrown away. And those that have got dual nationality, get the fuck out.
Yeah, deported.
Right. So, and she said whatever colour, Khan. Khan, my concern is that is he still here? My concern, Khan, is that you don't personally seem to have a problem with the imams not teaching the other history. So what my point is,
no, it's not to do with that for me. For me, it's why didn't Tommy Robinson, when he had the ball and he was up and running with it, bring it to where we are today? Why did we have to wait for him to go to prison and for other people like Elon Musk and Nigel Farage to get involved before we start asking questions about politicians and police and social
Nobody
services?
was listening to Tommy Robinson.
He wasted years. He wasted years and years and years of energy.
He hasn't wasted years. Big up Tommy Robinson.
No. Wasn't he doing that though, Khan? I thought that's what he was doing.
No, but it's like you pass the ball to someone and they go on a London Marathon with it instead of scoring the goal.
Every time Tommy did something or said something.
Hold on, what are you saying?
Wait a minute. Every time Tommy said something or did something, he was
gone for the target.
He was called a racist. He was called a racist by people like you, Khan.
And how did that make a difference to anything? How did that make a difference to anything? He's saying he's got all the names on his phone, Wendy. He's saying he's got all the names on his phone.
Can't.
Yeah.
He pointed out in the picture, police standing right next to one of their head groomers. Okay?
Exactly what I'm saying, Lisa. He knows everything, but he's not revealing it.
He did, though. How do you think I know about it? It's on YouTube.
No, I'm saying there's more to it that he could reveal. That he's got it all on his phone and he's not giving up the evidence because he's protecting people.
No. What the fuck are you on about?
He's not protecting anyone. He's putting it all out there. Where do you think Elon's getting it from?
Well, we'll see, innit? We'll see. If that's the case, then we'll see, innit? And then we'll all owe him an apology. But I don't think that's the case.
Where do you think the list of all these Labour MPs have come from?
Well, let's see, innit? Let's see. If that's the case, then that's the case. But I don't see it going that way.
Can't. I swear.
I would like to be wrong, innit? I would like to be wrong. If Tommy Robinson turns around and implicates 10 Labour MPs and gets them all banged up for this, I'll be more than happy.
Who are you more like? It's weird. Like when you were saying about the police and the police telling them they shouldn't be taking presents and blah blah blah. Let me tell you how it comes.
I never said that. That's the excuse the police will use it.
Well, no, Khan likes to refer to it as child prostitution, doesn't you, Khan?
That's what the police. I never said my point of view. I said that's what the police used to get out of it.
Okay. No, but I'm saying, hold on. They listen to what I'm saying, Khan. If a crime has been committed, it doesn't make any difference because they say they can't give consent under a certain age. So what difference does it make?
Yeah.
Like whether they're taking presents. I don't understand that. Explain that for me. How that can ever be.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Repeat that again. If the police are told that this 12-year-old is having relations, being abused by these certain men and going back and they're giving them presents and stuff, and instead of arresting the guys, they're saying, well, to the girl, according to you, they said to the girl, we'll stop taking presents from them. How does that work in any police force?
No. There's a set of rules that they use to establish whether a witness is credible or not. They're usually for adults. Now, they applied them same rules to the children and basically got out of saying, oh, well, this case can now go to court. They were like, oh, no, she's not a credible witness because she can't remember what happened, or she gave it inconsistent evidence, or she went back to them. If they're so bad, why is she going back to them, is what the police were saying.
I see what you mean. So you're saying that the devils then would have lawyers that would poke so many holes in their case. I get what you're saying. But
so what happened was Keir Starmer had to rewrite all them laws and say, no, they can't get out of it. And if they know about it, they can't turn a blind eye to it because they're automatically implicated as a police officer, right? So he changed the law. And now Elon Musk is trying to make out that our leader, who's actually done something for these girls, is some sort of waste man.
How is that law going to change anything if they continue to do the same thing? No, listen.
But they can't continue. They can't continue.
Listen. No matter what you do, the courtroom is still the same, right? So
no, it has to get to court. No, it has to get to court, though.
Even if what I'm saying to you is, if this is the same scenario in which they still go back and blah blah blah, then it's still going to be the same thing. What can they do? They can't convict.
No, but they've
people.
changed it. They've changed it. They said because they're kids, they can make mistakes like that. They can be inconsistent because they're kids.
Wow.
It's not a reason to dismiss their case.
Yeah, but you see, no, because I don't understand. In this country, you can't make consensual sex is 16. So if a man has sex with a child under the age of 16, that's statutory rape. But that was thrown out the window for your brothers, weren't they?
Yes,
regardless of what the crime is,
we didn't need Nazir to come along. The law was already there. All they had to do was enforce it. And instead of
that's not true. That's not true.
Instead of prosecuting those that didn't do their job,
you've told 1,000 lies today, Jupiter. You should be ashamed of yourself.
When you're under 16, it's statutory rape.
Yeah, we
That's
agreed
always
to that.
been there.
I think it's under 30. Because there was a Romanian gypsy, and he married, I think, a 12-year-old, and she was pregnant or something, and he got arrested, and the wife, 14-year-old wife, was trying to punch the police because she said, he's my husband, and he was like 20-something. And they said
it's under 16. You're not allowed.
No. Statutory rape. They said under 13. I'm saying I read this case and I used it in a debate.
No, it's 16. It's 16.
Oh my gosh.
It's not 30.
You're not listening to what I'm saying to you. The age limit is that, but when it's called statutory rape, is under 13. You're not getting the point. Yeah.
No,
so
it's not. It's under 16. No, you're wrong. It's under 16.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm saying I read the blooming case.
Gypsies have their own rules anyway, so they probably thought they could have their own rules.
It was a Romanian gypsy.
And they found out that they couldn't. They found out they couldn't.
That's fine. He was a Romanian gypsy. They did find out.
Well, there you are. There's your answer, isn't it?
But that wasn't the conversation. Wendy, do you know what subject matter is? Bloody your brain. Anyway, Khan, I would get back to the subject, Khan. Why do you not have a problem with the imams teaching this thing and not teaching the opposite narrative? Do you not agree that let's say new converts, let's say the old cultural Muslims have already seen that their parents get married, let's say Pakistanis, the mother was 18 and the father was 22.
I don't think we should, Isa, I don't think me and you should run off holding hands together, having some Islamic conversation in the middle of this conversation, because then we're just cutting Jupiter and Wendy out of the conversation. That's not the point of what we're doing here.
No.
Who cares about imams right now?
I'll tell you, bruv.
Don't use me and Wendy as the get out clause. We're quite happy listening to what you've got to say in defense.
Defense of what?
Khan. You might be somebody who's thinking, do you agree there isn't a load of Turkish people in your family and your friend group who are converting to another religion? But there are loads of Afro-Caribbeans that are converting in the Caribbean here and going off to fight for ISIS. So fair enough. And this is why I say you're bloody anti-black. Because for me, anyone who cares about black people in relation to this issue, they would care that young black people are converting and go and losing their life after a couple of months. And I don't want to see that crap happen. And that is because they're allowed to teach this nonsense around here. Do you understand?
Yeah. So I see your point. I see your point. Okay. I just don't see what it's got to do with this.
Right.
I don't think it played a part in this.
I agree, bruv. My point is to thrash it out because as far as I'm concerned, those people, the Pakistanis that were doing that, they didn't get their ideas from Islam. So that needs to be put out. And that's what I was trying to do with Danny, because it has absolutely nothing to do with it. Just like the others, the white Catholic priests, they didn't read the Bible.
Maybe not Islam, but from imams that say that they're representing Islam. There is a mindset within the Islamic community that have been pushing war with the West, anti-white rhetoric, and all these outdated fandangled stuff like right hand possesses. And you can
I agree, Jupiter. I agree with you, Jupiter. I agree with you.
Do you know that one victim was offered lessons in Urdu or something, and Punjabi and Punjabi language, so she could understand her abuser better. So that tells me. Wait a minute. That tells me that tells me it's not only to do with religion, i.e. the religion of peace, it's to do with the culture as well of these people.
That's what we're trying to say. There's something
We
within
already
this
agree to the culture.
ideology.
But where's the religion come into it? That's oh god.
Oh well,
They're
because
talking
there've been
about-
people arrested, found guilty, and they've stood there and gone, the Quran told me to do it.
Yes.
The Quran
Right.
says it's all right.
Okay. So they've been caught with something. They've thought to themselves that they can somehow get off the case by using their religious rights. Yes. Because
Yes,
as in-
this is where the wokeism comes in, right? Because what kind of a judge would accept that as
I don't think any judge
would accept that and then have the cheek to turn around and say, because I'm a lay person. I read this story in the newspaper. I hear that these Muslims are saying, well, our religion permits it. And then they call us Islamophobe because this is what the judge has accepted as a testimony and the reasoning behind it. And he even uses it as a way to give them a lesser sentence by saying, oh, they didn't understand our culture. You see where the wokeism's coming in?
I don't see. The thing is, I know brothers that, put it this way, I know white Muslim brothers that got less sentences when they were doing the same thing with other brothers. That was because of pre-sentence report.
Don't believe you.
Shut up, you idiot. And that was because of pre-sentence report. Shut your idiot mouth. That was because of pre-sentence report. Shut it down.
I'm with Wendy. I'm with Wendy on that one.
I'm Wendy, bro. She's so stupid, bro.
I don't believe you. I know white brothers who got less sentences than the brown brothers. Yeah.
Anyway, as I was saying, with one thing I would tackle.
Isa, can I just speak for a minute? What Jupiter said, ironically, was on the money, because she's talking about this different type of Islam that we call Salafism, right? If you know about Speaker's Corner and you know all the different speakers, you know that not all Muslims are the same, right? So these Salafis were paid for by Saudi Arabia and England to go around the Middle East causing trouble, overthrowing countries like Turkey and Egypt and causing trouble for them, right, from within. And they've killed more Muslims in the Middle East than anyone, these Salafis, right? And these are the ones that are in league with England. And what they try to do is radicalize the young Muslims, the Hanafi Muslims of England. They radicalized them and got them all to go and fight for ISIS. That's what happened to Shamima Begum. They got brainwashed by these Salafi Saudi Arabians, right, into this next type of Islam, right? Now, they're out in the Middle East doing what they're doing, but the Muslims that stayed here, that didn't go here, they're more like British people, right? So for me, it's a bit of a contradiction to say that the religious people, even though they were misguided and they were off in the Middle East fighting wars, are the same people that are out in England committing crimes and driving about in Mercedes cars at the same time. Like, I find it a bit of a contradiction for me. That makes sense.
Well, if that mindset is here, then maybe that mindset is in both places, Khan. And at the end of the day, I'm going to take you on face value, right, and say that maybe that's true. You're saying that what is it, Salafi, whatever you called them, right?
Salafis, yeah.
Salafis, right? Okay, let's imagine that what
like
you
your
just
mate
said
Reactionaries, one of them.
all reason why we need a national inquiry, because that could be another tentacle to why our government is covering up for them.
Well, your government paid for them. Your government owns them.
Well, if that's true, it should be uncovered.
Well, I don't know how that's going to work.
Can't. What the thing? I think it was you that said they were Brelvies. It's more than likely they're Brelvies that are doing that.
Brelvies are the ones that live up north that like all vote for this.
Even doing here? Fucking what? What's it doing here? Doesn't belong here.
I'll tell you what it's doing here. When England wanted cheap natural gas from Pakistan, they made a deal with Pakistan to allow their workers to come here. and in exchange they got to build their pipeline and have cheap natural gas, which is the same thing what's moved on now to
I
other
don't think
regions.
so. Don't think
But
so.
if I'm making it up, then why is it still happening now? All these English deals that they're making, all the deals that all the European countries are making with Russia, with Turkey, with Syria, it's all about natural gas and oil. That's all it's about. Even what's going on in Palestine now, look what they've done. They've moved all the people and they're just going to set up an offshore drilling site there and drill for oil. That's why they've killed all those people. Ain't nothing to do with the end of
The
times or
world
anything like
doesn't
that.
need oil the way it used to, Khan.
What do
The
you mean?
world
So why
doesn't
is
need oil the way
my
it
dear?
used to.
Why is it that the gas and electric prices have gone up 70% for no apparent reason? Then, if that's the case, can you answer
But
that for
it
me?
is the case. We don't
Who's
need oil.
Princess
I mean,
Pinky?
and I'm sorry, but like,
Don't need oil.
if we needed to invade
What
a
is she
country to
talking
get the oil,
about?
yeah,
We
we
don't need
invade
oil.
it. Yeah.
Hold on. What do you think? Majority is electric cars. Anyway, who's Princess Pinky?
I've never heard of him.
Kelly, there's Princess Pinky in the back. Yeah, you are a liar, dirty girl out there. Yeah, so Khan, I mean, obviously you don't want to answer that thing, so we have to leave that for another time. The good thing is, the video that Veli was playing about, who is it, Nazir Afzal, I saw that last night, that interview there with Medi Hassan, so I think that does put a lot of these stereotypes and whatever else in the bin, but we're going to see, bro, because, yeah, unfortunately, Card, I think you all don't really see the changes in society. It's interesting, Khan. Would you say you can pass for white?
Oh yeah, I am white. My brother's whiter than me. My brother looks like Danny Dyer. You know Danny Dyer? My brother looks exactly like Danny Dyer.
I bet he talks to as well. I bet he talks like him as well.
No,
it's not that, because I'm thinking your experience, like maybe Ghost and that might depends where they live in it. But if you live in an area where there's so many, like you go to the left, there's more white. You go to the other side, there's brown. And this side is black. Etc.
What, Turkey?
No, I'm saying in the UK, wherever you live, if you're noticing a difference and a change in the behaviour of people, like you see that there's a racial element.
I think it's down to the money situation. When money gets tight, people start turning on each other, and the mentality is the last in should be the first out. So you know what I mean? That's just how it is when money gets tight. People start turning on each other.
Yeah, but that's not what we're saying.
It's the sexual deviancy of the
Sexual
culture and
deviancy?
religion. Yeah.
I'm not flipping.
Of the culture and religion of those people.
You talk about British culture again. Freaking hell.
And like I said earlier, there was a family over Christmas that came from Poland that actually killed their baby through sexual crimes and taking sexual pictures. And I want them thrown out just as much as any of the others.
1,000? Yo, like probably 20,000 on their investigation in Europe.
I don't care what you've got to say, Triller. You belong to a third world country.
That's just your clerics.
Yeah, but Triller, you have the same misogynistic mindset as Groomer.
Leave Triller alone. He's been through enough as it is.
And so do you.
Do you know what I mean, Triller? Why are they picking on Trills?
I could handle it, man. So.
Man, like Trills, they're picking on you, man.
I come in peace, man. I come with my white flag.
You're lucky that you got Ghost sticking up for you, or you'd be for it, mate. You got Ghost on your team.
I'm all right, mate. Got the right people backing me up.
Go.
Well, I don't think
because he knows a lot, doesn't he?
Anybody
Wendy?
the truth, man.
Wendy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, correct. Couple of questions for you. I spoke to Jupiter earlier. You might have heard, but I want to present the same questions to you. So, would you say that excuse me? Would you say? Let me put this headphone in. Would you say that the state who were complicit and negligent in the abuse of all the girls are equally or more than culpable, even more so than the assailants, or are the assailants and the negligence of the state equal in negligence, or equal in the severity of the crime, would you say?
Well, the state can't be more than, because without the crime itself, we wouldn't be looking at the state for what they've been covering up. But if you want to, I would say the state is needs looking at right now. A lot of people, other than the people that committed the crimes, need looking at and have got away with it. Yeah, but without the crime being committed, we wouldn't be looking at the state, would we?
Right. Okay. That's a fair point. But here's my thing now. Obviously the rapists are the rapists, right? And obviously we know who they are. We've seen their mugshots plastered all over the internet, predominantly South Asian men. I don't know why them and they are so rapey, but is what it is. But wouldn't you say because we know who the assailants are, the actual rapists, wouldn't you say, okay, now we know who they are, we know what they've done, we know what they're on. Now the people who were in the position of authority to actually do something because they didn't do anything, now the attention should be turned to them. Now, yeah, don't you think?
Yes, of course. Yeah. And that's what I want.
Ultra, can I ask you a quick question?
I want all of them, of them that help cover it up, each and every one of them.
Yeah. Jupiter said the same thing. Yeah. Look, if it was like a bunch of black people, right, that were basically, photographed and everything, yeah, they were out there
why
grooming white girls.
Wait, you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Why are you interrupting? I'm talking to Ultra. 1 second. My God. So if there was a bunch of black people that were literally out there grooming white girls, right? Would it be fair to literally target the black community for that?
It depends, and listen to my answer. It's going to be a little bit nuanced.
Go on.
If there was a bunch of black guys, if there's black guys running around, and for generations have just been running around and raping, the ethnicity of the girls isn't actually like a factor in this for me. The fact that they're raping is the thing that sticks in my craw for me, right? If black guys are raping and then we do a little bit of scratching beneath the surface and we find out that actually, culturally, rape is like quite casual, then it's only right that we call that out. And I'm sorry, the reason why I don't take it's embarrassing because I'm a black guy, but I wouldn't take it personally because I would actually weed out all the rapists from my community because that's the right thing to do.
Exactly, Ultra. That's why we don't give two fucks about these groomers. We
right, that's why those groomers
from the nearest lamppost.
Yeah, that's why those groomers can't or allowed back into your community, pick up where they left off, and carry on doing the same thing.
Yeah.
No, that's
not
true.
And their wives and girlfriends go to court and pick on the victims. It's unbelievable.
That's not true. All paedophiles get released into certain communities.
It's true.
All right.
All paedophiles get released into the community and they get police protection.
Has anybody on the panel ever come across a groomer in their life? Or
no.
Exactly.
Not in my family.
Oh, I don't know. We could have. We could have, and we just don't know.
You could have come across
She's saying that they'd be your family. I think I'd know if there was someone grooming in my family.
There are fucked up people everywhere, yeah? All right, but what I'm saying is, yeah, it's not like fucking prevalent, is it? Right? Like, it's something that has come up obviously.
Because they're all interbred.
Chill out. Hold on a second, chill out. Does the South Asian community have a problem with rape? And I don't mean isolated to the UK, I mean globally.
So
okay. But here's the thing, right?
Yeah, I didn't say
every community has their issues. I mean, the white community has Jupiter, for fuck's sake. They've got a lot to deal with. But I'm saying each community has their problems, and there's no point trying to obfuscate and shy away from shit, bro. There's no point. Bro, yes, it hurts feelings, and yes, it might even be embarrassing. But if we fucking weed out the bullshit, the only thing we're left with is the good stuff. That's it.
Bro,
what does that mean? Sorry?
It's the same problem in every community. So when it comes down to rape and all that shit, yeah,
that's happening. I think it's the same thing that's happening in every community. Again, how many fucking rapists do you know? You know what I mean, right? I don't know any, right? But there are fucking people out there, definitely, that are some fucked
No,
up
but that's
people.
the thing, Triller. Statistically, you probably do know some. You just I've got away with it, or you don't know about it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So like, it's the same amount in every community.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It roughly is. It is
sure
roughly the
about that,
same.
Triller.
No, it's
No,
not.
it is roughly the same amount of people that are.
No,
Most
it's
things are
Yeah,
like that.
it
Most,
is.
not just. Yeah, it is. It is.
No, do you know what, Con? Do you know why I'm still going to struggle to believe that, right? Is because if in a specific culture, X thing is kind of like, well, you know, it happened, you know, if that thing that is otherwise frowned upon elsewhere isn't frowned upon in community A, then the horrible thing will be more prevalent there, no? Whereas
I
if
don't know,
something
man. I
getting
think
burned out,
there's certain things that people are focusing on. Like, this is a fucked up world, and fucked up shit happens on a daily basis, right?
yeah, I
But some
100%
things are
agree
being
with that.
held up as some sort of a green flag or a red flag, I should say, into, oh no, this is a warning for the future. And other things are just like ignored, like those Jews that were in Guatemala, like with a bunch of kids, and like, what were they up to? What were they? They had some sort of child sex ring going on in Guatemala.
Wait, whoa, Con,
Why are you
what are you
talking
talking about?
Jews? What?
Well,
Yeah,
but I don't know anything about Guatemala. I've
Yeah,
received new
yeah, you
information from you.
Google it, man. Guatemala.
I'm
These
not
Jews
putting
got
that into
caught
my
with a
search
bunch of
engine, bro.
kids.
Just tell me.
All right,
I'm
so
not
what
putting
about the
that into
Jews
my
in New
search
York
engine.
that had the tunnels underneath the city, and they found them down there they were up to all sorts of
Oh, a bit like
disgusting
Gaza.
things.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they had their tunnels under New York.
But the fact still
Like
remains.
certain
Hold on a
things that
second.
make
Are
the
you saying?
news.
Yeah, but that's going to another country. We're talking about here.
Right, we
where
are
we're
talking
living.
about
Understand
here.
we're
So
talking about
what
here,
is
but
this
it's the
country
same thing
producing
here. Like
exactly? Hold on, but what is
certain
this country
things,
producing, right?
certain
This
things
country
here
is
didn't make the
producing,
news.
right?
Like Jimmy
White
Savile didn't make the
people,
news.
exactly, white people that
Here
are
we
living
go.
abroad and
Rob
literally,
Harris.
right,
Who else do you
doing
want to
all
talk
sorts of
about rather
crimes and
than talk
atrocities,
about
right?
the
Literally, no,
real
but this is
thing?
exactly
Yeah.
it. Where are they
What's
bred?
the real thing,
They
then?
are
What's the
born
real
and
thing?
bred,
Tell us.
and
Gary
they are from an
Glitter. Should we
English,
talk about Gary Glitter,
yeah,
Rob Harris?
ethnicity
Should we
that
talk
are
It was in
about
going
the
out
paper the
there
other
in
day,
other
wasn't it?
countries, right?
the Church of
Raping
England,
and
or should we
freaking
talk about the
grooming
No.
and
Pakistani
doing all sorts of
grooming
freaking
gangs?
crimes, right, out there in other countries. And that you
Oh,
can see
shut
that
up,
prevalent in
Triller.
Thailand,
Go and learn
in
Urdu.
Cambodia, Vietnam, right? All these countries that white English people and other white European men go to and commit these crimes on a large scale.
Yeah, and do you
There
know
we
what
go.
happens? We extradite them back and we put them in prison.
Exactly. Look what happened to
That's if
Gary
they get
Glitter.
caught.
Yeah.
That's if they get caught. That's if they get caught. But the
No,
majority
they do
still
get
go out
caught.
there and they're
They
still out
do
there
get caught.
doing,
They
Right.
do get
But you would
caught.
agree if
doing
they
what they're
get, if
doing.
Go out there to
Pakistanis
catch
get
them.
caught in Korea, they should be sent back to their
So
own country.
that's all I'm saying. So like end of the day, so
Yeah, but
people that
Jupiter,
are
you
born
can't
in this
say that if
country,
they're
you
British
can't
born
send them back.
Pakistanis.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
if they're British
Born here.
born, they'll have to go in the system and have the key chucked away.
Well, obviously,
Unless they
I
bring
agree.
back the death
No, you
penalty.
see, I'm of a
Yeah, I
different
agree.
view. If they're British born and they've got Pakistani parents and they've been brought up in a house with a strange culture and everything else, and they're more Pakistani really than they are British.
They need to have better deterrence. They need to have better deterrence. The only reason I'm against capital punishment
Wendy, come
is
on. This is
because,
why I keep saying free
there are
Wendy.
too many
You
cases where
can't
people
say
have been
ridiculous
proven
things like
guilty
that,
when they're
Wendy. Do you know what?
Hold on,
You don't use seasonings and spices because it's foreign crap, right? You said that to me in the past, right? Then that is weird. That is weird, Wendy. You're weird. So should we just fuck you off because you've got an Irish parent somewhere down the line?
England. This is England and I'm English, yeah?
He's a liar.
You can't
okay.
fuck me off. You can't fuck me off. No matter how much you want to do.
What's the English national dish? A curry. Yeah.
Got a question.
No, not in my world, it ain't. Not in my world. You stuff
Triller,
your
I've got a
curry.
question.
Yeah.
Triller, would you agree that the Germans...
Wendy doesn't like flavour.
Mr. Laughter, Mr. Ultra, come on. Right, as I was saying...
Wendy doesn't like flavour.
Wait. Ultra, chill, man. Yep. Yes, fine. Thank you.
Go.
As I was saying, would we agree that Pakistani culture generally doesn't involve drinking alcohol? Pakistani
generally, no.
culture generally doesn't involve snorting coke.
So if we go by Wendy, those guys were more British than the other Pakistanis.
No,
So
what they do is they come over here. They come over here. No, I'm not letting you do this. No, no,
let him talk. Let him talk. Let him finish the point.
Oh, don't make out there's not drugs problem in these Asian countries.
There is, but not cocaine. I said cocaine. I specifically said cocaine. But my point is that the culture of which Wendy is saying that they need to follow, because if she was to say British culture, what would that look like? The things that are different all over the world, people get married. That's part of British culture too.
It's cocaine, Nixie's favorite drug, ecstasy,
all
that they sit
alcohol.
in their Pakistani houses, listening to the culture that they're meant to have been brought up in Pakistan. They look out the window, they see a little white
probably
girl,
listen to
and they
Oasis
think
this
that
shit,
white
like,
girl is easy meat because she got a short
and
skirt
listen, people
on
are supposed
and
to
a
be
little
listening to
knot.
music, by the way. Yeah, they're not supposed to be listening to music.
How can you be that dumb? Anyway,
why do you think they do it? They do it because they're not allowed to do it in Pakistan. That's why.
How do you know? How do you know? You've been there? Exactly. Anyway, so as we were
I
saying,
wouldn't want to go there for third world shithole. I wouldn't want to go near it.
But you sound like you're a third world piece of
No.
She just sounds like a low
We're
life.
just important here, aren't we?
You're just a low life.
No, but then you should be deported then. Where are you from? Because
Well, hang on, you can't deport me. You can't deport me.
Yeah, we
No,
can.
you should just do the white flight thing and just leave. You don't like this country anymore. Why don't you just follow your
United Nations?
You got a problem with this country. Go with it. White flight. Fuck off.
You can't deport me.
I'll pay for your ticket, man.
We can.
No, you can't, you fools. No, you can't.
Yes, we can, Wendy.
No, you can't, you absolute idiot.
Intelligent. You're a dumb. You're an idiot.
I'm English. I'm on Wendy's side. You can't get rid of her. She's only got one passport.
No, I'll give her another one. I don't care. We can get. Oh yes, we can. You're gone, mate.
No,
you're
you
out
can't.
of it. Yes, you're too
How are
dumb.
you going to get rid of her? Under what rule?
The rule is that we have to make sure that when people are in my English land, that their brain cells work properly. We can't have people as dumb as Wendy.
But you're not English, sorry.
Excuse me. I determine who's English, not you, Wendy.
You don't determine
Yes,
who's English.
Yes, I do. I know more about the history of this country and black people in it.
You
darling.
don't determine who's English.
Yes, I do. And I've taken your
No, you
British
don't.
Gentleman.
No, you probably have dual nationality as well.
Well, I was born. I mean, I can get that. I don't mind all that.
Are you jealous? Are you jealous? Are you jealous?
No,
Wait, hold on.
I don't want dual nationality. Thank you very much.
You got a Nigerian passport, so they should deport you back to Nigeria.
Is she Nigerian?
I haven't done anything wrong. They can't get rid of me back to Nigeria.
Just saying, if you did.
This is why I don't understand why Pakistanis who've not done anything wrong are worried about this rule, if it were to come into fruition. Because if you're an upstanding Pakistani, you're not going to get thrown back, are you?
It happens
It's only
anyway.
those. And when I hear ghosts sitting there saying, "Oh well, get rid of your dual nationality," why would you want to preempt that unless you're doing something wrong? It's madness.
I personally think a lot of brown people and black people are more worried about being set up by the system than they are of doing bad stuff.
Oh, here we go. Set up by the system. Look.
No, what Ghost was saying was that the British government was refusing
wait, hold
to
on,
help people.
Wendy, I've calmed down now. Did you hear what you just said? Set up by the system. Remember, just not 2 minutes ago, just before I went into a laughing frenzy, you said yourself that the state is fucked and it needs investigated.
Yeah.
So then, you can't say in one breath that
they're not.
Oh, come on, Wendy.
People up. These crimes are being committed. Yeah.
Not those crimes.
No. I'm not saying that the grooming crimes weren't committed. But you can't then say you've got faith in the system and then in the second breath you don't. That's insane.
Oh, other crimes you mean setting people up?
Yes,
Yeah. On the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so what I'm saying is, if it's a general law for Asians dual nationality, it can be any crime. It could be they're in a blooming waiting to get a kebab and a white person starts a fight with them and they defend themselves and all of a sudden they're shipped out the country. That's my point. So it's across the board, isn't it? Once you've got
but I'm not asking for that. Me personally,
wasn't that fucking cunt Priti Patel, wasn't she fucking kicking out blacks the other day? Fucking, what was she doing the other day? She was putting fucking Windrush people just getting kicked out of the UK for not having a specific document, although they've lived there their entire lives.
There you are, you
See what I'm saying, Wendy? Listen, you want to talk about two-tier? Try being black, man.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that unless it's to do with children. If it's to do with children, they should be thrown or violent crime.
So if they get away with staying here legally, right, then that's okay. If they get away with it for a certain amount of years, now we accept them. Is that what you're saying?
What are you on about?
They get away with breaking the law. As in that so Ultra said he's got a problem with somebody who's been here their entire lives, but they never had their documents in order, meaning he was staying here illegally, right?
Yeah, but if they committed crime,
but they never committed a crime. They just lived here.
Committed a crime. That is a crime. They've overstayed there. They've overstayed it. They've not got the proper documents in place.
No, they were born here.
In that regard. That's
they were born here, but their parents weren't.
Yeah, that's different if they're born
but
here.
Priti Patel, your South Asian sister, was kicking them out, bro. It was a whole scandal.
Yeah, but did they commit a crime? See.
No,
the thing is,
there was no crime committed.
On the ones that didn't commit crime, and the ones that came in here legitimately and then got lost in the system and didn't legitimize themselves the way they should have done, have never done anything criminal. Went to school with us, went into the system.
But how do you know they've done nothing criminal?
They were being thrown out, and they should
have been arrested. You dummy!
Hold on, Triller. These people from the Windrush that came here, that went in our schools through the system, were born on the soil, and just because their parents hadn't legitimized
you have to have legal status, right?
Shouldn't have been thrown out. They shouldn't, if they haven't committed a crime. They shouldn't have been.
The crime is not having your documents in order.
Yeah, but they didn't
They were born
didn't
here.
have their documents in order.
If you're born here, that's different. If you're born here, that's different. How can you
came
deport somebody that's born here?
Bruv, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the issue. There's a lot of black people that when they went back to the Caribbean, they came back here and told, no, you can't come back in. And they're like, what? I've been here for 40 odd years, worked here, etc. And they had to go back and they died in the Caribbean based upon that freaking woman.
Yeah,
you understand?
Yeah, and the reason why that's not fair is because they didn't commit a crime. They lived here all their life. They paid into the system. They worked alongside us. They were educated alongside us. And these people deserve to be allowed back in.
So what, didn't they have a British passport?
Well, also, Jupiter, they didn't know that their paperwork wasn't up to date. They had no
exactly.
What paperwork? Because what paperwork is it? I want to know now. Because they must have had a British passport, right?
No. Listen. A lot of them that came here, bruv, have still got their old freaking passport because one of the reasons is they had land over there. No, we're talking about the ones that weren't born here, bruv. Those that came here in the 50s, 60s, etc. The rules that when they came here weren't the same as those that came later on in the 80s and 90s, right? So a lot of them felt there's no reason for me to have to fill out paperwork because I've already been working here for 30, 40 years in this factory. I've got my house, I've got this, I've got children, grandchildren, and they never thought it would happen because they'd be going to the Caribbean back and forth. No one's ever asked any questions. All of a sudden, this idiot comes in here, Ugly Patel, and then tells black people they can't do this and they can't do that. You understand?
Yeah, I call those people easy targets. The government look at them as easy targets, you see. Oh, we need to get the numbers down, right? Who's the easiest target? Oh, right, yeah.
They didn't. They brought in more people. They brought in more people under the Tory party than they took out.
Your lot are quite safe, but they go for the easiest target. Yeah.
Who's your lot? I'm English. What are you about?
Triller.
You're a Muslim, Triller. And if you ain't,
I'm English.
That one.
I'm English, man. Ain't your son married to a Muslim?
You're not English.
Yeah. Triller,
hold on. Are you? I thought you were Sikh. No,
I'm from a Sikh background. Yeah, I believe in Sikhi, but I'm not practicing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, but you're not Muslim, right? You don't identify as Muslim, right?
Triller, you're Indian. How can you be English? What's the matter with you?
English and I'm Indian, bro. I'm both. My mum and dad are from.
Wait, which one of your parents? Which one of your parents is English, Triller?
It was
Wait, hold on, chill out. Which one of your parents is English?
Bro, I was born here. Everything about me is English, bro. That's all I need to know. What do you mean?
Wait, is your culture English?
Of course.
Yes.
What else is it?
Bro,
I'm born here. What culture is it?
This guy, chill, you're confused, man.
Yeah, he's got identity issues.
I don't listen to Bollywood, bro. I watch
Wait, chill out. Let's see if you can pass my test to see if you're English. How many English kids have you got? Wait, chill out. All right, chill out. How many times have you eaten pie and mash?
Loads of times.
No, you're lying. How many times have you been to Clacton-on-Sea? You ain't English, bro. Don't try it. You ain't English.
Oh, well.
To be fair, Clacton sucks, man. Oh, my God. Clacton sucks.
I need to go.
And in fact, by the way,
it's true.
I need to go.
Hold
on. I need to go and check my fish and chips is ready. Yeah, 1 second. I'll be back.
Oh, he'd rather live. I bet he lives in Jaywick. That's where he lives. Jaywick.
Jaywick, disgusting. Yeah. I live in Frinton, mate. I got a house in Frinton.
Don't believe you. You live in Jaywick.
I have. No, I've got a house in Frinton. Well, it's not my house, is it? That's like my children's great granddad's house.
Your children's great granddad.
What is it with you people? You all live in the same house. It's like piled on top of each other.
No, whoever wants to go Frinton gets to stay in the house. It's like a family house.
I was in Weymouth once, and I swear to God, there was 19 people came out of a house. 19 people. I watched them.
Wendy, maybe they were just visiting family. Again? They might not have all lived there.
No, they might not have lived there. They was off to work, if you know what I mean.
Imagine they're just at the party, and Wendy comes down the road. They all come out one by one. She's faked.
No, it's the same people coming out the front, running around the back, and just jumping in the garden.
No, it's part in the car. I counted them. 19 of them all come out.
They winding you up. They winding you up.
And went into the same restaurant. Yeah.
They went into the
Wendy,
same restaurant.
you sat in the car and spied on these people's house. You're a proper busybody, you know, Wendy.
I was in Walthamstow, yeah. I was in the car. My kid went, how many people does it take to put petrol in a car? And I thought he was telling me a joke. And I went, I don't know. How many people does it take to put petrol in a car? He goes, no, look at them like, over there. There was 5 Indian people trying to put petrol in a car. And I'm trying to work it out, like how to put the petrol in. I was in hysterics. I was tears streaming down my face. He goes, how many people does it take to put petrol in the car? I was like, I don't know. I'm always telling you a joke, but it's for real.
Every time I go to petrol station, I make sure I double check, bro, that shit is diesel. You know what I mean? For petrol, because
I think everyone does that. I think everyone does
that. You probably thought you were talking to 2 attendants, the amount
my freaking work vehicle and my, you know what I mean, my personal vehicle different, so I don't want to get confused when I'm packing up. You know what I mean?
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? The diesel fucking pump doesn't even go into a fucking petrol engine anymore.
When you're a woman, it's best to check because we keep everything mixed up.
Fuck shit.
The funniest one was when we went things. Listen to this. We went Clacton-on-Sea, yeah? Me and my ex Nicola, and we were in is it Morrison's they've got there? Or Iceland? I forget. They've got a big shop. They've got a big thing there, big like supermarket.
That's why you're asking us. We go abroad.
She's gone up to the geezer and she's going, excuse me, where's your world food aisle? And he looked at her like, what? She goes, I'm looking for them little Turkish hot dogs, you know, the little mini ones? And he went, nah, love, we ain't got them. She come over to me, she's going, sorry, babe, they ain't got them. I go, so, babe, this is, what's it called? Clacton-on-Sea. This is like the constituency of Nigel Farage. Do you really think they're going to have a world food aisle in their Sainsbury's?
Oh, that.
Of course they haven't. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
That's dumb, bro. Like, honestly, who does it? Bro, loads of people like eating lots of different foods, bro. Like,
I didn't know you could have food.
Chill out. Wendy doesn't like flavour. She's literally saying It's foreign crap, and I won't have any part of it.
No, it's foreign muck.
She don't even put pepper on her food.
Yeah, Wendy, I can't lie. You can't hate foreigners so badly you'll deprive yourself of a good meal.
Foreign muck, I don't want it. Thank you very much.
She drinks coffee.
Ultra. Do you know?
Baby.
Ultra. Do you know what? Do you know what baklava is? Ultra, do you know what baklava is? Do you know what baklava is?
Of course, bro. I've been to Turkey, bro. Don't piss me off.
We went to Green Lanes, yeah. My ex, she was going to me, let's get some baklava for Pop, right? I was going to her, babe, it's expensive, right? We end up spending about 35 quid on this baklava. We took it up to him. We took it. He's in Walthamstow as well. Took it up to him. He's like, I ain't eating that foreign muck.
Oh my god!
Right, I was on the floor, tears streaming down my face. This is her, but Pop, it's baklava. He goes, it's green.
Do you remember Braden when he came on Outrage?
He goes like that, yeah.
Shit.
She goes, it's meant to be green.
Jamaican woman that was buying
She goes, it's meant to be green. It's pistachio. He goes, I don't give a fuck what it is.
Do you know what's funny, right? The majority of the food available to us on this planet is the same shit. It's the same shit globally. Like, to say that you're going to fucking not eat something because it's from a few hundred miles that way is insane.
No, but he was genuinely not wanting to eat it because it was green. He's like, I'm not eating it,
but
it's green.
Pistachio, all pistachio.
Yeah, she goes, it's pistachio. He goes, I don't give a fuck what it is.
Oh, man.
It's like the Jamaican people that make curried goat. The only reason you ate curried goat in the first place was because there was nothing else to eat in Jamaica. You move over here, why do you still make curried goat? I don't get it.
Because it's fucking delicious. Oh my god, Wendy, hold on a second. If something is delicious in England, chances are it's delicious in Japan too. The geographical location doesn't change the fucking amazing taste. Wendy, listen, I'm gonna have to talk to you. Come to Clapham Junction. Be there in half an hour. I'll meet you.
Get a bigger portion.
Yeah, like, listen, I can't take this anymore. It's insane. Wendy, listen to me. Whatever your favorite food is, Wendy. Whatever your favorite food is, right? No matter how bland it may be, it will be the same if you ate the same dish in somewhere like Vietnam. It would be the same, Wendy. It would be the same. Yeah.
Wendy, have you ever had
I tried having a
only if it's cooked properly though.
Exactly. I tried having a cheese omelette in an Italian restaurant and it tasted terrible. I don't know what they'd done to it. And then I asked what they'd done.
Do you know what they did, Wendy? Do you know what they did? They put salt and pepper.
Yeah.
But what cheese did they use, Wendy? Did you ask them?
This is insane.
Did you ask them what cheese they use?
Wait, hold on, Wendy. When you go on holiday abroad, as in you get on a plane and you fly for at least 3 hours, what do you eat?
Food.
Sandwiches.
No, but what food though? Is it all inclusive? Do you buy your own food? Is it
self-catering? I buy my own food. The first thing I do is go looking for the Brit shops. Oh yeah, I got to find my British shop and buy my own.
That's what happened to us in Turkey. Going to all the shops. They're all American
Wendy,
shit.
what is your favourite English meal? What is your favourite English meal?
Sunday roast.
What roast though? Lamb.
I could eat one of them every day. Dupes. Really.
What beef?
Wait, hold on, Wendy. Wendy, let me see if there's any hope for you, Wendy. With your Sunday roast, do you have rice?
No.
Don't have roast with rice.
You're lost, Wendy. You've gone too far.
A Sunday roast does not consist of any kind of rice.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
Of course it does.
What?
Of course it does.
What roast do you have?
Of course it does. Rice and peas, bro. Rice and peas. Don't piss me off.
Yeah, but talking about rice with a Sunday roast.
She's talking about rice with a Sunday roast.
What are you talking about?
What planet are you living on?
If you stick
Bro,
rice
if you don't have rice with your Sunday roast, is insane. That's insane.
I don't know what you mean.
You don't have rice with a Sunday roast. What?
Do you have gravy with it?
You're insane. This is what I'm saying. I can't deal with this anymore, Randy. You've gone too far.
Do you have gravy on your roast?
Of course.
You have gravy on your roast. How are you going to put gravy on rice?
You have peas.
Of course, bro. Of course you put gravy on rice. You're right.
How are you going to put gravy on rice, man? It's going to turn to soup.
No, you don't fucking drench the shit in gravy.
Of course you
I
do.
don't
You
know what
have to
kind of roll
wait a
you're
sec.
having.
No.
How are you not drenching the gravy all over everything?
No, I don't want my food to taste like gravy.
Yeah,
I don't want the food to
that's
taste
the
like
whole point of
gravy.
the gravy, isn't it?
No, it's not the point.
Gravy and rice is like made
No, you
together.
can't have rice with a roast.
Made
That's what
taste in the back.
you Next, you'll be
Yeah,
saying you
man.
want rice with a fucking fried English.
I mean,
No, that's too far. That's too far. No, that's too far.
and then
No,
I
that's
got
butters.
caught out.
That's too
I
far.
got caught
You went too far.
out. My daughter-in-law.
Wait. Hold on. I just had an idea. Wendy,
What?
do you eat black pudding?
No.
That's
When I was
Irish, though, isn't it?
17, when I was
Wait,
17,
whoa, hold on. Wendy,
wait
do
a minute.
you
When I
eat
was
black pudding? Yes or no?
17, when I was 17, I loved black pudding. I absolutely
Yeah,
adored it.
I knew it.
My brother come on leave from the army, prancing down the stairs. He goes, "What you eating?" I goes, "Black pudding." He goes, "Did you know
Ooh,
that's made of
Wendy.
pig blood?" I've never ate it again. Yeah.
It's a scab. It's literally a scab.
It's
You
not
don't even know what
pig
you're
blood.
putting in your
Pig
mouth,
blood.
man.
Pig blood.
You're
Don't
eating
even
a
know what you're
scab.
putting in your mouth.
No, you're literally eating a scab.
What about haggis? What about haggis?
I'd eat haggis. I would.
No.
No. That's
No.
Wait, Wendy, if there's a dish that originates from Scotland, is that also foreign muck?
Yeah.
Standard.
Right,
Fucking
keep your iron brew. I
No.
don't want none of your iron brew. Thank you very much.
I love iron
You
brew.
don't like
I
iron
love
brew?
it.
Wendy, come
Iron
on,
brew's the
man.
best.
Come on, iron brew's
the best
crazy, man.
There's only one drink
I'm
better than iron brew,
confused.
and that's bubblegum.
Listen to what I'm telling
I
you.
was
All
brought
the
up in a
people that are
household
of an
where
ethnic minority, if Wendy
three of
thinks
the
that Scottish
bedrooms had
food is
Union
muck,
Jack curtains.
you ain't
I
got
mean,
no chance.
yeah, no.
Union
It's
Jack
British all the
curtains?
way or nothing.
What? Fuck that. Oh yeah, wait, hold on, Ultra, you got that Union Jack shit, innit?
What do you mean?
All my brothers'
you were like
bedrooms
showing
had
off your Union
Jack
Jack socks
curtains.
and
I thought you
that
yeah,
woke
bro.
fellas in the back.
I've got
That woke
loads
fellas
of
in the
Union
back.
Jack memorabilia.
Serious?
I've got loads of Union Jack shit.
Oi,
And let me tell you
Ultra,
something.
Ouch. Did your mum and dad have those plates on them with Lady Diana when she got married to Charles?
I got
Everyone had them. Everyone had them.
But I'll tell you who did though. My nan had a plate of the Queen.
Is it?
She had this. It's like a really weird type bar thing, and she had Elizabeth on it. Do you know Elizabeth? She was young, man. I don't know what she's doing with that guy. What's her husband's name? Philip.
Bro, we found out she was 16.
Yeah, that's gone out of fashion now,
Bro,
though, isn't
we
it?
found out that Diana was 16 when she was courting fucking Charles. Mad, isn't it? And he was
No,
like
she
29.
wasn't. You fucking liar. No, she
No,
wasn't.
we found out the other day. Yeah,
You're
literally.
such a fucking liar,
2 days
Trevor.
ago. Wait, hold on.
It's because
So
you
they
haven't
were-
had a
they
Princess
were-
Diana
they-
in your
no,
country.
No, wait, hold
The
on.
best
Apparently,
you can
Wendy,
do is fucking.
don't shoot the
that,
messenger.
When Diana was
Teresa.
16, he was dating
best you can do
Diana's
is who?
sister. That's a lie.
What? So they weren't talking. They weren't talking.
Oh wow! See how they try to downgrade everybody.
I'm
right?
just saying. Like, so
You
what?
make me
So
sick,
he,
Trevor.
so wait, hold on a second. So
that
he knew
woke
about
fellas
Diana
in the
when
back.
she was
Woke
16.
fellas
Shut
in
up.
the
I thought you was
back.
meant to be English. You're not meant to be saying things like this.
You know?
You're moving like a dirty immigrant.
Do you know Princess Diana was more blue blood, if you like, than the royal family?
I knew that. All the aristocrats are.
Charles knew.
Not
Charles
just her.
knew
All the
about-
aristocrats are.
Charles knew about 16-year-old Diana, and obviously caught a fucking fancy, right? Because he married her a couple of years later, didn't he?
Well, not really, considering he didn't want to marry her in the first place, and he would rather
He
have
didn't want to.
married
Lady-
women apart
He's dating the older sister. He's
Lady
dating the older
Diana
sister.
would have been
He
proper
thought,
German.
you know what? This one's a bit too
Prince
old
Charles
for
is
me.
probably half Russian
This one's a
and
bit
half
too old
German.
for me. I'm gonna go for the younger one. Man.
No, you're trying to make it. You're trying to make them
That's what
into
happened.
some sort of
Look,
perverts.
He was 29, and she was 16.
Yeah. You know that woman Teresa that everyone
Mother
in India
Teresa?
loves? She used to give all the money away to the Catholic Church, didn't she? And let
Who,
people
Mother
die in
Teresa?
pain. Yeah, her. Yeah.
She was ugly, wasn't she?
She was a
Little clothes.
cow.
She
Yeah.
was evil. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. Well, she's probably related to Trilla.
Yeah. comes from the same area, I think.
Area.
Yeah.
The same planet. The same planet. You know.
Gurdeep's in the back, and so is
Fucking
that
bowl
bloke
of
from
rice each
LJ.
day for your fucking dinner, and that's it. And be grateful.
You know what? I'll go check my food.
Don't get fucking racist and nasty about
Actually,
Princess Diana.
That was a bit nasty. That was a bit nasty and a bit uncalled for, I'd say.
No, are you dumb? That's facts. That's facts. He knew about
Don't say
Diana.
things like that to people like Wendy.
All right, I'm talking to the panel. I'm talking to the world.
It's not fact, so Triller. I'm sorry.
It is a fact.
If it was
Well,
facts, I'd agree with
Gandhi
you.
was a pervert.
Did they meet? Did they meet when she was 16 or even younger?
Because he was dating her sister.
Right, so he knew about her, right? And then he married Diana.
Well, he saw her like once.
Right?
And then
So,
when she's 18, yeah. So what?
So
you're not getting married at fucking 2.
Why would
What's
he?
wrong with you?
Why would he marry then? Why would he marry somebody he don't want to marry? What's that all about?
He's a prince who can marry who he wants.
He was the prince, heir to the throne, so he had
why
to marry
why did he marry
virgin,
somebody
didn't
a virgin?
He had to marry a virgin, and dear old Camilla was not the
really.
virgin.
Doesn't that sound like somebody? Hold on a second. Isn't that the people that you generally complain about, like these kind of weirdos and fucking groomers and fucking pedophiles?
What did you call them, Jupiter? 14th century warriors.
Nice try, but that was.
I mean,
then.
it
So
sounds like
okay
it fits the
now.
bill. He fits the bill, don't he? And then
No,
his
you
brother
can say as much
Andrew
as you want,
is just got
but
done with
sorry.
going to
Sorry.
Epstein Island, right?
No.
Full of fucking young
No.
girls,
No.
right?
Your country is the rape capital.
That's your
of the
monarchy.
world.
That's your
I
monarchy
mean,
that you're proud
your
of.
country,
I'm not proud of the monarchy.
Triller,
I'm not
is
proud
the
of the
rape
monarchy. You are.
capital of the
I am. I
world.
love the monarchy.
Your royal
Trilla, you don't
family-
even have a monarchy. You don't even have a
Your royal
monarchy in your
family,
country.
your
You're
royal
tramps.
family,
You're
your
a
royal
bunch of
family
tramps,
were
bro.
marrying. Your royal family were marrying within their
You
own
ain't got a
circle.
royal family.
They
You
were
ain't even got a royal family.
Hold on, shut up, Con. Yeah,
They
your
ain't
royal
got
family
nothing.
were marrying their own family. What are you talking
They live
about?
in little shanty
So
towns.
when you say
little
incest
mother.
and inbreds, you're actually talking about your own royal family.
Well, needs to leave the royal family alone, Jupiter. I'm not being funny, but what has Diana
Why?
ever done to him?
What do you mean? Like it was what Charles done to her. Charles obviously groomed her.
Charles did nothing to her.
Charles groomed her. What are you talking about?
No, he didn't.
It weren't
See,
Charles, it was Lord Mountbatten.
Charles groomed her. Charles groomed her. She was 16.
Wasn't it Lord
Shut up,
Mountbatten that
Triller.
wanted them to get married?
Why is India the rape capital of the world?
It's all the
I don't
curry
know.
they eat.
I don't know. There's like over a
Well,
billion
maybe you
people
should
there.
spend some time looking into
There's
that
over a
instead of
billion. There's
making up
over a
lies
billion. There's
about
over
Diana.
a billion people there. I
Yeah,
wonder if
too many
I
of
wonder.
them.
Well, you know what? I'm glad it's been reported, and I'm glad they're taking action on it. Right at the
I don't
same
know how
time,
the
I
Indian
don't know
police.
how
I
many,
don't know
how
the
many,
Indian
how
police
many, how
cope.
many
I
other
really don't.
countries, how many other countries is it being underreported and not being reported? Like not taken seriously when people are coming across.
Oh,
No,
you
but
mean like
Trilla,
the health
seriously,
system as well?
seriously, Trilla, in your country, why do
Medical
they
code.
hate women so much? Why?
I don't think they do because again,
They
when
do
you go
because they
by
beat them up. They do all sorts of shit to them.
see
They
again,
torture
Honor
them.
right?
killings, killings.
Well,
They
see
literally
again,
take
right?
young
When
girls back to India
whenever
to kill them.
so
I mean, it's
I've
unbelievable.
been to India. I've been to India a few times,
No,
right?
we
And
need an inquiry. We need an
I've
inquiry
never
on that.
seen again. I've never seen anything like that, right? Anything that literally remotely comes across as that. I think it's in these remote areas generally, right? Well, and I know the main thing happened in the when Obama was in power, yeah, that great case that happened with the woman on the bus, yeah, where she was alone and the gang basically jumped on her, yeah, which was maliciously. That was fucking violent. That
That little girl,
yeah. That, and on top of that, right, there are other cases that happened well after that weren't taken seriously, right? And it happens, right? And it is a really fucked up problem. And honest to God, I don't know why people can get away with it or think they can.
How do the police find them?
They
Because there's
don't.
so many people in India. How the hell do they find them?
Oh
They
no,
just turn up dead.
no, easily find you, man. Look, they found the killers of somebody who assassinated one musician, right? What you call it? Like out of nowhere, like they got the resources, they got the fucking power and intelligence to find people. They want to find them.
And why are they so keen on sweatshops? What's that about?
Sweatshops? What you mean?
Yeah.
What
You know,
mean?
little 9-year-olds sweating over a fucking Singer sewing machine. What's that about?
Oh, right. So child labor you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, the best way I can explain it is people are just trying to make money, and as in like those kids are out there trying to make some money, helping their families, helping themselves, and people are just happy to give them work. It's the only thing I
But
can
you can
explain.
work at any age then in your back.
I'm not sure. I'm not, but in India is a large place, right? There are it's like, how many states are there? There's a hell of a lot of states out there.
But Trilla, why is it worse in Sri Lanka? Why is Sri Lanka worse than India?
I don't know much about Sri Lanka. What's happening in Sri Lanka?
Like, whatever's happened in India, it's the same thing in Sri Lanka, but worse.
What's worse? Like, could you explain to me?
Paedophilia, the paedophile capital of the world, isn't it?
Well, I think they've had a lot of conflicts.
Didn't they have a tsunami?
Over the last 20, 30 years, they've had civil war. They've had a lot of fucking unrest. There was that fight with the Tamil Tigers, and there was like a rich aristocracy with the government. Basically just holding all the money in. There was like one particular family that would do that. I don't know much facts about Sri Lanka. I'm not, well versed enough to talk about it. I know some basics. That's it. That's about all I know, bro. But they had a lot of conflict.
Well, there was a lot of conflict when they divided it up and Pakistan arrived into our world. Yes.
Yeah, that was in 1947. But what I'm talking about, this
blame the English for that as well.
Yeah,
no, Nero was involved, not just the English. Indians were involved.
Yeah, this conflict in Sri Lanka happened.
That was all England, mate.
That was over the last 10, 20 years or something. Hold on, there's someone backstage. There's someone in the private chat.
There's two people backstage. I've been calling out Veli for a couple of times.
Veli backstage. Veli backstage. All right. Gertie,
they're probably left now. They've been there ages.
No, he's still in the fucking chat. Gertie, he ain't going nowhere. Okay.
Gertie wants to come up, and that woke guy wanted to get on.
Yeah, backstage. Anyway, he's probably covered.
Yeah, don't have a go at this country if you don't want your own country pulled apart.
What do you mean this country? I'm talking about that aristocracy, in the elites. That's not the country. Do they represent the majority of this country? They live in their own bubble, for God's sakes.
You don't represent the majority of this country.
More than their aristocracy.
No, you don't.
I represent the common folk.
You represent the Indian diaspora. That's it.
You get words all fucking jumbled up today, Wendy. What's going on? Had a few too many sherries today, or gin and tonics.
You do though. You just represent India living in Britain. That's it.
I need to check my food. I'll be back in a minute.
Anyone who wants to join Jay or Gurdeep, quickly jump on now while Veli's there. They've been writing in the back. We're not lying. Jay of Jay wanted to come on, and so did Gurdeep, but that was ages ago now.
I couldn't believe the chief of Trilla talking about Lady Diana.
I know.
And then claiming he's English.
Yeah. No, he's got to be joking about that. Can't be serious.
Well, that stupid ghost even goes to the lengths, and I think Trilla does as well, of showing a picture of a Scottish Muslim guy or whatever, and claiming that guy is Catherine's boyfriend on the quiet kind of thing.
Yeah, for
that guy.
Uh-huh.
Ahmet, wasn't it? When his name Ahmet?
Something like that. I don't know. It's all the same to me, but yeah, something like that.
Someone's lover. I forget about whose lover he was. They made a film about it, didn't they?
No.
Dame Judi Dench or whatever.
It wasn't. No, you're thinking of. Oh my God, you're thinking of Queen Victoria and Abdul.
That's it, Abdul.
Yeah, it's not the same. I'm on about Princess Catherine.
Well, she had a lover as well.
Oh,
who's
God.
Princess Catherine? I don't know.
According to
Who's
Ghost, Ghost gets everything wrong.
Catherine, the Princess of Wales, William's wife.
What, the current one?
Yes.
No
I
way.
didn't see it myself, but Wendy saw Ghost running around with a picture.
Yeah.
That's deeply offended her.
No,
Even
they're
Hector's
having a
laughing.
Her in a bubble.
But old Queen Victoria definitely had something going on with this guy called Abdul, who brought something over. I think it could have very well been that ruby or diamond or something, that they brought over to give to Queen Victoria. It wasn't stolen, and something was going on between them two.
Yeah, I know, that annoys me when they give a state present and then 3 generations later you get these weirdos going, "Oh, you stole it." No, it was given as a gift. You know.
Because you've got to remember, Victoria was considered, rightly or wrongly, Empress of India. So,
Oh my God, he says, Ghost says it's Catherine and Ashfaq.
There you go. Hey? I mean, trying to belittle that woman when obviously it's not true.
Oh yeah, the British never stole anything in India from India. Never.
Well, no, Abdul brought the fucking jewel over.
Yeah, blame Abdul.
They stole the prince, right? And what this Elizabeth?
What do you mean they stole the prince? What they do with him?
What prince did we steal?
Well, that's actually kidnapping. But in that Elizabeth's time, that wasn't Victoria. It was Elizabeth.
And they call themselves fucking British, right?
The Maharaja Dalip Singh.
Victoria, who had something going on with the guy who brought over the jewel. His name was Abdul.
No, I'm not talking about that.
She didn't kidnap him. He was her lover. He liked it.
I'm talking. Hold on.
Who are you on about kidnap?
I'm talking about, after, so this is about 1800s, so this would be Elizabeth, not Victoria.
Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth I, with Queen Elizabeth I was the 1500s.
No, what about Elizabeth? What? How many Elizabeths are there?
2.
And there was proper aristocracy as well.
Hold on. So
over in Asia.
So Maharaja Dalip
they could come here with our high society.
Victoria.
Very proper.
So when was Victoria then? What year?
Yeah, Victoria. Yes. What about
what year? What year was she in reign?
She was I don't know, 18 something to 1901, I think it was.
Okay, so it was her then. So basically, she we say Abdul or something. So she basically what you call it, kidnapped Maharaja Dalip Singh, right? Who was they did, right? And she basically, really, really liked him. They got on really well.
Abdul went over there.
You keep saying Abdul. His name is Dalip Singh, dickhead. Get it right.
What?
Abdul was his name.
I don't know an Abdul. Maharaja Dalip Singh. Maharaja Dalip. What, you don't know how to say Singh?
Dalip say.
Sing.
We know him. We know him. We know him.
That sounds like he was giving her lip.
Yeah, we know him as Abdul. And
he was lip singer. He was lip
What do you mean we only know an Abdul?
He was lip singer.
Yeah.
It's the movie is called Queen Victoria and Abdul.
I don't know who Abdul is. Who's Abdul?
Oh.
Wendy, you don't go in for all this interracial love, do you?
It doesn't bother me, to be quite honest.
Some people are against it.
Not unless she talks Wendy, and then she'll have a problem. You've got the only one who's the one you like?
Idris Elba.
Yeah, Idris. If we bring her Idris, she wouldn't say no.
Oh, you mean Idris Elba? Idris Elba.
Yeah.
He's the favourite right now, isn't he? All the girls like him.
Well, he has been for a few years, yeah.
Yeah, she does.
I must have watched Luther 50,000 times. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
I could never watch that rubbish. No.
Oh dear.
He's a good-looking guy, though, isn't he? Can't take it away from him. Oh.
I know. I'm laughing in my head
He's
because
done really well in the.
I've got this image of someone trying to set you up with some black fella You turn up to the date and going, he looks nothing like Idris. What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, what does Bernard look like, Wendy?
Bernard?
Yeah.
He's Jamaican. He's about 6 foot and he's Jamaican, yeah.
Is he good looking? Does he look anything like Idris?
No, nah. He's just an ordinary bloke, lives over the road with his wife and two beautiful little kids. I mean, I didn't know he was, you know, you don't know your son's best mates. I didn't know it was my son's best mate.
Who?
Didn't have a bloody clue.
Who's your son's best mate?
Bernard.
Oh.
Don't you talk to your children? Like, why wouldn't you know?
I wouldn't. Well, I didn't have a clue. It was only when he was in here one day and he looked out. He went, "Oh," he says, "I didn't know Bernard moved around here." And then he went out to go and have a word with Bernard.
Wouldn't you call that a bit of like maybe a bit of neglectful parenting? Like, do you think you could have been a better parent then? I mean, more involved in your kid's life and what they're doing.
We're talking
about
a 30-year-old man, you fool.
So, still your child.
Because you said the name Bernard, I thought he was older. Bernard's an old name.
No, he's
What do you mean an old name? Like you never had the name when you were a kid.
And
You very rarely get someone 30 years old called Bernard.
What are you on about?
Bernard, these names are all coming back, Con.
Yeah,
Really?
Bernie.
Yes. I know a baby that was given the beautiful name. I was absolutely horrified last week of Harold. I mean, what
Who?
the hell are you doing?
Alma.
Calling your kid Harold, you know? No.
Oh, Harold.
Yeah.
I'll have you know I've got a grandson called Harry.
Oh, Christ. But I said Harold, not Harry.
Yeah. No, normally what they do is they put Harold on the birth certificate and then call him the shortened version, didn't they?
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I like good solid names like that, though.
Yeah, good solid. I hate these new names. I can't be dealing with them. Like Nipsey.
What? Nipsey?
Yeah, Nipsey.
I don't like names like Kenneth. I think, oh God.
What, Kenny?
See, I know a Harold and I know a Kenneth. It's mad.
I don't mind Kenny, but when they call you Kenneth, I don't like. Oh, Malcolm. Ooh.
Leonard.
Yeah, there's one, isn't it? Malcolm. Oh,
Leonard.
I know.
I didn't like the name Leonard.
Harold from Jamaica.
I prefer Lenny.
Malcolm's Scottish, isn't it? It's not even an English name. Gareth, that's an old name, Gareth. But it's not too bad. Gareth, Gary.
That's my brother-in-law's name.
Gareth.
We don't believe you. It's something that your brother-in-law's called Gareth.
No, his brother-in-law's called Dilip.
My little
Singh. It's called Dilip Singh.
My little sister's married to Gareth. He's English. My older sister's married to Chris, and he's Irish.
What? No Turkish?
Not at the moment.
You're missing out, mate. You're missing out. Bit of Turkish delight.
Don't they ever go at you for being racist?
That's what my ex used to call me. My little Turkish delight.
But they both think that Tommy's a knob. So.
Well, they'd be wrong then, wouldn't they?
Well, they're 100%.
Well, you don't like Tommy, Wendy. What's happened?
I'm not having it said that he's a nonce. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I said a knob, you idiot. A knob.
Oh. You shouldn't talk with a mouthful of food then, Trilla.
Well, I couldn't help it right there because I'm hungry.
Poor Trilla's got to cook for himself.
Well, he should have fucking looked after his wife, shouldn't he? Instead of chasing her out the house.
You think? Look, my ex missus
chased her out the house.
Just because she can cook, don't mean she has to cook. For fuck's sake, you know what I mean? can make my own food. What the fuck's wrong with you lot? I'm making my own food.
You
I
don't live
bet
with your
Mummy's
wife. You
just
live with your
cooked that.
mum.
Mummy's
I've got
just
my
cooked
folks
that.
here, but my folks, I don't rely on my folks for anything, for fuck's sake. What's wrong with you lot? I'm here for them. My God.
Who was that bloke, Jupiter, that turned up outside of Raj's house that time? I think he was an Indian guy. It
Dogger.
wasn't him, was it? It
Dogger.
wasn't Krilla.
Dogger. His name was Dogger, weren't it?
Oh,
He was
right,
quite funny.
okay.
You turned up outside his house. He said he was in Asda. He goes, he was in Asda
Bro,
with his wife and his
No,
kids.
outside his house, and he didn't
You
turn
weren't
up
outside
alone
his
either.
house.
He brought his own family. He brought his
He had
wife and
his
kids.
wife and kids in the fucking car and all.
There was someone else that turned up outside his house. Dogger saw him in Asda. And he goes, come on, Raj. Like that.
He went to his house, and Raj don't like talking to people, does he? And
No,
he
that was
went
someone
out
else
and he
that went
said,
to
"What
his
you doing?"
You don't
The
like
bloke
talking
said,
to people, but
I
yet you
wanted
go
to bring my wife and kids to say hello. And quite rightly, Raj thought this is a nutcase.
Yes.
I love Dogger, man. I love Dogger.
He was funny. Yeah, that was him just being
He's
silly.
the best, man.
Yeah.
Do you know someone followed him into the toilets in Asda and put the camera onto the door?
What, Raj?
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's bad, isn't it? That's, yeah. That's like, yeah.
Stalking.
Yeah.
That's what that clown world said he was going to do to me, weren't it?
Yeah.
He said, he'll come
What
round my
video
house
you?
and stick a mirror under my door, weirdo.
He wants to see your credit.
I wouldn't go that far. I think my cankles make me safe.
So we're all agreed now that there should be a national inquiry.
Yeah, you've convinced us. Apparently, Dave Roscoe's paying for it, so we're all up for it.
No, there should be a national inquiry inquiring about all of the grooming gangs, not just one.
We're not talking about all of the grooming gangs.
What then? Oh, what then?
We're talking about the ones that we're talking about.
That'll be a waste of money. Look into all of it.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Won't be a waste of money.
Yeah. Why just look into what 15%, right, are doing when you've got the whole 100 up there? That need to be looked into.
They're
Yeah,
already
you'd like that,
looking
wouldn't
into.
you, Trilla?
The J report has covered them. They've already got implementations. We want specific implementation, and not just, by the way, not just the major public. 76%.
What? 76% of the public want a national inquiry into the Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs.
Was it race? We need to know. Was it race orientated or religion? One or the other.
I would like to
And do
know
you know
why
what?
white people are pedophiles.
If it's not, then we're good. If they
Why white people are
cultivate,
grooming? Why 85% of them are grooming?
if they cultivate a place where people can speak up with anonymity, you might actually find that some of these Muslim women that you lot allege is out there that have suffered from the grooming gangs. And actually, Sammy Woodhouse says that she knows of some that have contacted her. You might find that they come out the woodwork.
No, but see, hold
on.
But this is a very sensitive issue, right? And when it comes down to Jupiter, you mentioned something earlier about Sikh victims, right? That have been groomed, yeah? And you can appreciate how a lot of them didn't come out because they're out of shame, you know what I mean? And everything else, right? So they just sort of like, you know what I mean?
Well, you don't think it was shameful for white girls then, no?
Are you not listening? So again, like, of course, like, they probably had the same kind of guilt, you know what I mean, right? And everything else, yeah, that they put on themselves.
White girls being dishonoured.
Right, of course it is. So when it comes down to it, a lot of them didn't probably want to talk about it and wanted to leave it in the past maybe and move on. Do you know what I mean? Whatever the case is. Like, it is a really fucking...
I'm not making excuses. Here we go again.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying. That's a fact.
Yo. Walk one. Come on, Professor Alexis J that carried out the IICSA report, or the head of the IICSA report, did an interview on BBC Radio 4.
Rotherham once.
Let it play.
Oh, not
social
again, for
worker
God's
or a
sake.
counsellor or a police officer knew about child sexual abuse and failed to report it, failed to act. Are you saying that in the future, if this law is implemented, they would be prosecuted and potentially imprisoned?
Yes, we would still have to know the detail of what would be in any legislation, of course, but that, in essence, is what would be involved, and it would include also those in what we call positions of trust, and that would take into account those such as priests or sports coaches,
now, the other
as well as professionals.
The other announcement was about a bit of jargon called a core data set.
Yes.
Put simply, are you hoping that in future, if the government implement your recommendation as they've promised, that we will get data that allows people to say what is the ethnic background of people who are accused of and maybe found guilty of mass rape?
That the data set is hugely important, although it sounds somewhat bureaucratic and nerdy. It is essential because we do not have a clear picture at the moment of the nature and scale of, for example, child sexual exploitation, but also many other aspects of child sexual abuse, and that why it is so important. There's inconsistencies across the piece. It is absolutely the case, which we found, that some areas never record ethnicity of perpetrators or indeed of victims. And that was one of the recommendations in the specific investigation we did into child sexual exploitation. But the importance of data is essential to ensuring that we get a much better picture of what exactly is going on in all aspects of child sexual abuse, including sexual exploitation.
Are you saying that because of the lack?
That means absolutely nothing.
What does it
I
mean?
want to know. No, I'm quite happy for them to say that they're going to prosecute people that don't report it when they're in positions of trust, including youth clubs and things like that, Wendy. I think that's a good thing. But I want to know, at what threshold do they think they've got enough evidence to charge? Because if these people are not going to keep valid reports now, what is the motivation for them to do it when they change the guidelines?
Exactly.
You know. And as for this other thing, saying, oh, well, yeah, we know the ethnicity wasn't recorded, so we're going to, 4 witnesses, said Adam. They never recorded it, so we're going to record it for the future. Well, that's all well and good for going forward. But what about historic justice? You know.
What are you looking to learn from an inquiry? What are the outcomes, do you think? What satisfy you?
What made these people who were meant to be keeping these children safe cover everything up?
So,
what was it exactly? Why?
So you're looking at the top. Okay, why they covered it up? That's what the inquiry is.
We think we know the answers, but we want to see if that bears through, and if it doesn't, what was it then?
Could you bullet point those answers for us?
So basically, we've got people in positions of power that some of them are very paedophile.
Sorry.
So they've got their own sort of like reasons for looking the other way, because they don't see that the crimes are that bad. And they don't want to be the one to start investigating in case someone pulls up the fact that they're known for doing stuff. You know, they've got a vested interest in that way. Some of them are corrupt and taking backhanders, but C, mainly because of the ideology.
The ideology. What? Could you explain that last one then? The rest of them I understood quite clearly, but the last one's a bit open to interpretation.
How?
So we believe that they know that it's bad, but because they wanted to try to stop people speaking for the sake of diversity, they covered up a load of stuff.
So you basically want them to say that, well, in the ideology, it might be interpreted in a certain way for them to do that. That's what you're saying.
No. So what I'm saying is that there was a group of politicians that believed in an ideology, along with people from the Muslim and ethnic minorities, that agreed in an ideology, and that they wanted to promote that at all costs. And so when these girls started claiming that these grooming gangs were going on, there was a stigma that was attached to them from the elites who looked down on them class-wise, and then there was a stigma attached to them culturally from the groomers. So they both agreed on that there was a stigma and a way of looking down on these girls. They didn't value them, they didn't trust them, and they were scared that if it came to light just how many of them there were and that this was going on, that people from the elusive far right would make a big deal of it and it would end up in race relations fracturing. What it actually happened was, so what they did was they then covered it over. They covered it over by saying that the police officers used the excuse that it's because they believe they're going to get branded racist. And in fact, that is what the Muslim quarter used to stop people talking about it when they wanted to cover their so-called group belonged to them, which was Pakistani Muslims.
You know what's funny about that answer is that when we was watching Nazir Afzal earlier, that wasn't any of the answers that he gave for any of the grooming gang stuff, and he was like a Pakistani that was the head prosecutor in the thing. Actually, a guy that you said you respected in this case for the prosecutions that he's carried out.
I respect him for the prosecutions, but I don't think his findings really looked into why it happened. When he was asked that question, he told us all about the girls being vulnerable, but he didn't speak at any point on what the perpetrator, why they were motivated or why they did it. He said that the girls were vulnerable. He didn't answer.
But wouldn't that be speculative in terms of like? So I mean, you're asking him to give his opinion in that regard about why they did it, right? Because how is he going to know why they did it? I mean, he's generally just going to go with trying to charge him with the crime. That's his job, right? It's not to, about the motive and everything else. I mean,
yeah, I agree with you. That's why we want a new inquiry.
That's funny, right? You know what, yeah? It don't matter what you say anyway. Even if you give that modus operandus and every single victim's name and every single alleged perpetrator's name. Yeah. So I was going to be, yeah, I agree with you. I just want another inquiry. So let me just run this anyway.
No, I agree with him that Nazir
knew about child sexual abuse and failed to report it, failed to act. Are you saying that in the future, if this law is implemented, they would be prosecuted and potentially imprisoned?
Yes, we would still have to know the detail of what would be in any legislation, of course.
Watching the same video?
That, in essence, is
what
would be involved, and include also those in what we call positions of trust, and that would take into account those such as priests or sports coaches,
now, the other
as well as professionals.
The other announcement was about a bit of jargon called a core data set.
Yes.
Put simply, are you hoping that in future, if the government implement your recommendation as they've promised, that we will get data that allows people to say what is the ethnic background of people who are accused of and maybe found guilty of mass rape?
That the data set is hugely important, although it sounds somewhat bureaucratic and nerdy. It is essential because we do not have a clear picture at the moment of the the nature and scale of, for example, child sexual exploitation, but also many other aspects of child sexual abuse, and that why it is so important. There's inconsistencies across the piece. It is absolutely the case, which we found, that some areas never record ethnicity of perpetrators or indeed of victims. And that was one of the recommendations in the specific investigation we did into child sexual exploitation. But the importance of data is essential to ensuring that we get a much better picture of what exactly is going on in all aspects of child sexual abuse,
Really?
including
Pause it there a
sexual
minute.
exploitation.
Are you saying that
Medi.
No.
So could that be said then that racist police have actually tampered with the statistics, in that there could be many, many more white offenders of these cases, but the racist white police decided not to record it? Could it be said that's the way it's going there, Billy?
It could be anything. That's why we need an inquiry.
On any of on the opposite argument of it as well. Still, if
No, but what I'm saying is the police have been historically, and we know that they've already been convicted of being racist on many accounts. But I'm saying, to do it the opposite way, they're not known to do that, are they? So their past behaviour is indicative of future behaviour. Isn't that what they say? Yeah.
Well, it could be anything.
Yeah, well,
that's why
what
we
it was,
need an
was that-
inquiry. But I would suggest when you look at the pictures of those prosecuted, it would reflect that.
I don't. If you looked at, because that the same thing, Nazir Afzal said himself when he prosecuted a Pakistani gang in his first prosecution. His second prosecution was 10 white guys in a grooming gang, and it didn't even make the front page of the newspaper. So,
well, there you go then. So what I'm saying is true. They're trying to cover up what they're doing.
Because your concentration is mainly on Pakistani grooming gangs. Obviously, you're going to notice only the Pakistani grooming gangs films. As far as, because remember,
Hold on a minute. If it weren't reported,
listen, hold on. It was reported. It was in the newspaper, but they didn't put it on the front page.
That he said it wasn't.
No, he said it was. He said it wasn't on the front page. But listen, yeah. Also, another point is that, like, guys like Den Tarragon won't even admit that there is such thing as a white grooming gang. He doesn't even think they exist. You know what I'm saying? He said like they don't even exist. Yeah, Den Tarragon. He said white grooming gangs don't even exist. Yeah, and he said that on multiple occasions. And I'm like, I wouldn't even say a black grooming gang don't exist. Yeah, even though I've not seen one personally or whatever, I just wouldn't say they don't exist, right? Because
well, I wouldn't go that far. I say it's predominantly Pakistani as far as.
No, but it's not. But 85% are white people.
But even the predominantly means there's predominantly the majority of cases are, and the highest.
But if 85% of them
highest per capita
represent grooming gangs, right? Then it's obviously white people, not predominant. No, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying when it comes to that type of crime, there's a difference between those who commit the crimes against youngsters, and then there's those who are grooming. They're saying that's a
yeah. They said grooming gangs. 85% of grooming gangs.
Really?
Right? That's what they said, isn't it?
Yeah, grooming gangs.
Are white. 85% of grooming gangs.
85% of white people.
Birdie wants to come up. He wants to know why you're not letting him up.
You jump up, man. Jump up. But last time you said anyone was backstage, when I checked, no one went there, innit? Hey, Birdie, don't go like you're too bad. Like man's too bad. Like you're too bad, and we need to be scared of you, brother. You mad? Behave yourself, man. Behave yourself, bro. You ain't never been that guy. That we're going to be scared to debate or discuss with. Yeah, you better sit back now, what you mean? Man, alright, go on. Let me play the rest here, then you can have a little chin wag.
We simply don't know whether there are many more Rotherhams and many more Oldhams. There may well be, but we still don't know.
There could be, but I wouldn't necessarily hang that issue on the matter of ethnicity. It's in general terms, and we certainly
no, but your report, forgive me, your report looked into 6 towns that you focused on, and you found, did you not, that there was not a reliable picture from those towns, that the data was confused and confusing. I'm quoting your report.
Yes.
And in part that's because you said that people feared that their town or city might be labelled another Rotherham.
That's just what I was about to go on to say to you, that we were concerned that not insufficient focus was being placed on the data. The investigation report we conducted on child sexual exploitation did find a very confused and confusing picture, and a very incomplete picture of child sexual exploitation across 6 major areas, actually, geographically spread. We did that because we saw no point in looking only at those areas where there had already been significant reviews and some kind of profile had been given to the serious problems of child sexual exploitation. We wanted to get a picture across the piece, across England and Wales.
Does this not make the case for more inquiries into more towns and cities up and down the country? The MP for Keighley near Bradford makes the case that he fears that the scale of this issue across the Bradford district will dwarf that of Rotherham. Is there not a good argument now for saying, let's look harder at what's happening right across the country?
No, I don't agree with that in the sense of requiring further and more detailed national inquiries into child sexual exploitation. We have learned quite a lot from what those reviews that have already been undertaken. But locally, people need to step up to the mark and do the sorts of things that have been recommended. I think there's something like 400 recommendations that we identified through a national charity in all the reviews that had already been carried out, and many of those were simply not.
Yo, it's gone 400
recommendation.
Well, you should have let her get to the end of the sentence, right? Because she didn't actually get to finish to say what these recommendations, whether these are 400 recommendations that have already been implemented, 400 recommendations that we've requested be implemented, or what. Well, we just had 400 recommendations.
Okay.
And then you went 400 recommendations.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you to stop. I was shocked.
Alright, well, mute up so you can do your ad-libs if you get shocked again there. Learning.
But if there's cover-up and collusion, if, as you say, we don't know what's happening because local officials are not digging deep, what's the argument against having a national initiative to try and find out whether this is happening not just in Rotherham and Oldham, not just in the 6 towns that you looked at, but maybe the Conservatives say in 50 locations around the country?
No, I'm not suggesting that that it's widespread now that officials, politicians and others have avoided doing this. There is a suspicion about it, but we don't know in some areas. But in general terms, of course, we believe that people are well-intentioned in their local efforts to address any known problems about child sexual exploitation.
Do you think a new national inquiry would actually be counterproductive? Are you arguing that it would get in the way of taking the action that's required?
Well, I think that the time has passed for more inquiries. We've had enough of inquiries, consultations and discussions, and especially for those victims and survivors who've had the courage to come forward, and there are many of them, across the piece in child sexual abuse, not simply in child sexual exploitation. And they clearly want action, and we have set out what action is required, and people should just get on with it locally and nationally.
Do you think it would hinder the implementation of the measures you want to see if there were another inquiry?
It would certainly cause delays.
So you're clear you're not in favour of that. What do you make of those people making the calls then for another inquiry? Do you think they are, to use a phrase that was used on your behalf yesterday by supporters of a campaign group called ACT on the IICSA, in other words, the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, do you think they are guilty of politicising this issue?
I would not attribute that to everyone, but I've certainly been very unhappy about the politicisation of child sexual exploitation and child sexual abuse in the way that many people, sometimes in a very uninformed way, have waded into the argument.
Do you think billionaires in America know what's happening in Oldham or Rotherham?
I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Because you don't want to talk about Elon Musk?
I don't wish to talk about any of those who have directly participated in the debate. I've made my position quite clear.
And just to be clear why you don't want to do that, do you think that risks distracting from the issues?
Yes, I do think it risks distracting from the issues. I've heard very little in the public discourse that's taken place in the last few days, if you could dignify it with that description, that have mentioned children and the appalling and lifelong effects that child sexual abuse can have on people.
So those who are whipping this up are not focusing on what matters, on the victims themselves?
Mainly that's the case in what I have heard of the debate.
No, that couldn't be clearer now. So what do you say to those who say that none of this would be happening if this row hadn't happened, that the government had been forced to act because of the row that's taking place now?
That is an interesting point. And of course, I'm pleased that the subject matter and the inquiry recommendations are finally getting the attention they deserve. But this is definitely not the way I would have chosen for it to happen. But it has had the effect of moving on the agenda.
In other words, these changes would not have happened if this row had not had happened.
No, I can't say that because we have a relatively new government in place, and I myself and others in the campaigning grouping have been interacting with the government, although not extensively, but nevertheless we would have been we certainly would have hoped that we were moving in the direction of implementation.
Just to be clear.
It may well have given it some kind of impetus to move forward.
So to be clear, this has happened quicker than it might otherwise have done.
Yes, that's correct.
Professor Alexis J, who led the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, thank you very much for talking to us.
Yeah, so what do you guys think of that, man? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because obviously, because she probably didn't make any points that go with the points that you're trying to hold up as reasons for an inquiry. That's why you didn't like the points that she's making. Or is there any specific
obviously
points?
I mean, I do agree with her. I do agree with her that
is there any specific points?
People that have known about it and did nothing and looked the other way. I think that's the positive benefit. But the rest of the questions were just stupid. I don't understand what did you get from it?
Well, what did I get from it? I'm asking you about it. You can't try and
Yeah, but you're obviously on here playing it, promote
answer.
it, and say that. So, what are the good things that you got from it then? Maybe I'm not
Well,
hearing.
the people, basically, yeah. What I'm doing right now, yeah, is playing the people that actually carried out the investigation and their opinion on whether they should hold another inquiry or whatever. Because obviously, those people in that positions would have thought about the different angles of investigation that may not have been looked at, that would have, or people should want looking at or whatever. They disagree with having another inquiry. So
Well, they would do because they've done this inquiry.
but why would they? What if the findings in their inquiry, they were saying? So what if they would say they wanted another inquiry? Then why would you agree with them then if they said they wanted another inquiry? Just because they agree with you, so it's not really a point that you're making.
So how are we going to hold the people accountable that she found lacking without her naming who those people are?
Without her naming who the people that was lacking.
Her report is
I'm sure that
full of
the CPS or whatever.
Her report is
Anything that was supposed
stuff.
to be get criminal prosecutions via the CPS or whatever would have been handed over as evidence to the CPS, innit? So
All of her
obviously the report would have been. The report is into the findings after the fact, after people have been prosecuted, after the crimes have been happened, after the social workers have let the kids down or allowed things to happen, after the police have allowed and let the kids down and allowed things to happen. This is after all this that this report is carried out. So all this stuff has to happen first of all before the report is carried out. So they're just doing a report into how this happened and what happened about it, or what happened around it. Because obviously,
yeah, my main thing is this: our report covers everything going forward, suggestions going forward, stop it going forward, apart from what was the motives. But okay, you want to drop that to one side for a minute. Everything's going forward. What about the historic justice? What about holding to account the people that covered it all up?
you do need to ask them direct questions about that, innit? Because I can't give you an answer on what they're saying about that without asking them about that. If you're asking for my opinion, then I can give you my opinion. My opinion would be that as they've implemented any new rules or whatever, if there is any evidence that is historical, with that means that these new laws would be able to get any convictions. If they're able to bring this evidence forward, it's up to the CPS if they're going to convict or if they're going to bring them to court or not. That's what I would say.
Yeah, but you see, this is what I'm saying, it's all going forward. But there's nothing here to get redressed. Apart from some girls that got redressed.
Wait, hold on a sec. How did you not listen to what I said? If they've, in my opinion, if they do implement these new laws and rules and regulations, and the people that have been abused before by people, or people that they can show that people has covered it up or hidden it over, then it's up to the CPS to prosecute. You said, how were the people getting any redress from that? I literally just told you how. Provide evidence to the CPS.
So you're saying all the people that have got a case.
These were the people that covered up so and so.
So you're saying all the people that have got a case that didn't manage to get into court.
How does anyone? How do you? Yeah. How
I'm
do you,
asking
that's,
a question,
that's how you do it,
and
right?
you're assuming what I'm saying.
If you have a case of something happening, you personally was involved in something like that, someone come forward or whatever, take your place or whatever. That's the evidence that they have to provide to the for them to try to make a charge or go forward. That's how justice works in the UK, right? Ain't it? Or is
I don't know, because you broke up a lot, so I don't know what you said.
Alright, UK by if you have evidence of a crime being committed and you provide the evidence to a solicitor or to the police that provides it to the CPS, and they deem this evidence enough to bring a conviction against the said person that you're making claims against, isn't that the way that the people get the historic justice or the charges if they want the people to be found guilty in court and all that sort of stuff. And that's how it works, right?
So what about the ones that gave over evidence and the evidence got lost?
I don't know what they can do. You can turn it to any other side angle that you want now. Even though there's a way for people to get redress.
What I'm saying is,
if they have been abused or whatever. God, is this woman?
What I'm saying is this woman saying that people can come forward and say, right, I went to the police, I got records of it going to the police here. They didn't pursue it because they said there wasn't enough evidence. Can this person be looked at and we in retrospect, and can you go forward looking at this person and call them out publicly and justify it publicly? Are they going to do that? Are they going to, if someone comes forward and says,
that's not what I heard her say. That's what I was assuming from the new implementations. So if the recommendations get implemented and the new stuff that's implemented, any people are able to bring evidence that shows that these people were helping out or culpable or didn't take the case as serious, then they may be able to bring charges against them. It's down to the CPS if they allow that to take place.
So it's going to be down to the same people that didn't act properly in the first place.
Well, who should it be up to then, if it's not down to the CPS to prosecute?
Well, that's why I want another inquiry. You see, this bit that she's suggesting.
That literally don't even make sense. Saying that, yeah, but listen, just saying you want another inquiry because the CPS are going to prosecute literally doesn't even make sense. Because once you get this inquiry done, and then they bring the evidence of this inquiry to bring prosecutions, who are they bringing this?
All right, let's say inquiry is the wrong word. Let's say that we agree with the J report and their findings, and they're going to do all this. We still need a committee of people that need to look at the people that are covering it up to get the restorative justice for these people. And it still needs to be made public as well.
The government does that. How does the government?
Still needs to be made public.
Yeah, but how? What steps does the government need to take to carry that out? What would they need to do?
Why can't they have a task force in Parliament that actually does the questioning
they got agreement
in real time so that we can all see for ourselves?
They got
Can't hear you, Billy.
How
Anyway, Belly's dropped out. I've got to go off. But what I will say is this: there is no point having the government looking for the people in government that covered up. What we actually need is a situation where it's public, so that the public can decide whether someone's guilty or not by the public reaction. That is why we need what we need. Anyway, I'm going to go.
Right, where everyone go, man? Everyone fucking disappeared. Fucking hell. What the fuck happened? What did I miss? Is the show still live? It says here live still. What did I miss, people, man? What's in the chat? Oh shit. Hold on, I've got a phone call, man. I'll be back. So, fill me in, man. What happened, bro? Fucking hell. Craig David, fill me in. What did I miss? Police uncovering epidemic of child abuse in 1970s and 80s. This article is more than 4 years old. PM told to say sorry for remark about spaffing money up wall as 4,024 claims lead to guilty verdicts. Wednesday, 5th February 2020. Sing a song. No, thank you, Stu. Are you fucking gay or something? What the fuck? I mean, dickhead. It can only benefit higher uppers. All your revolutions have done just that. Ah, fucking hell. Where'd everyone go? I'm all busy there. Man, it's only 5 o'clock, people. Fucking hell. 5:43. Mad. Only for you, should I? Oh, motherfucker, you are gay. Shit. Okay. Fucking hell. Could you keep that fucking gay business elsewhere, please? It's unwarranted, right? It's not appreciated over here. Not with me, please. No, thank you. Yeah. I'm going to take those as insults, all right, and harassment. Okay, so I have to report you to the police for sexual harassment. No, sexual harassment, mate. Gay people can be also fucking harassing people. It's unwarranted. Fuck off. A prick. In this instance, no means no. Yeah. Fucking hell. Issa done well today, though. Let's evaluate the show. Fucking hell, this guy Issa done well today, isn't it? Like, in the morning, listening to him, he was doing actually pretty well when Jupiter was there. I was actually, listening up like, for the majority of the day. I was cleaning out the garage. Fucking hell. My dad is a hoarder and a half. I'm going to have to buy his junk off him just so I can throw it away. I swear to God, there's no other way around it. I'm going to be like, look, yeah, how much do you want for this? I'm going to pay you. Yeah, you can buy something fucking brand new if you really want it in the future, if you need it. My God, my dad is so unbelievably cheap. It is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? Fucking amount of crap I had to throw out today. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Breaking my back. Organizing, cleaning, throwing shit out. I listened to the stream, so it kept me going, man. I mean, but I was furious. Fucking hell. Pissed off. Returning, fucking going to the shops, had to return. Like some of the tiles, like 8 boxes. You know how much those tiles weigh? They're fucking heavy, you know. Fucking hell. Bro, one of these boxes of tiles, fucking hell, bro. It is heavy. It's like carrying a person. Like shit, bro, man. What? It must have been like 50 kg? I don't know, bro. Like, I think it was about 50 kg. It was heavy, bro. Adio. And I used to work at Top Tiles. Imagine. Adio. I'd say. Resortive justice does not mean convictions. Blah, 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 blah. I can't be bothered to read. Bro, you're typing so much shit. You're literally copying and pasting. Fuck's sake. That's why you're. I thought you weren't typing. That's a copy and pasting, bro. Can't be asked to read, copy and paste. So yeah. Anyway, so Issa done pretty well. I enjoyed it when the new guy jumped on. What's his name? JB or whatever his name is. I don't know. Like that new guy he jumped on, the Welsh guy. He done really well. I mean, I'm always super interested to listen to new people, right? And freaking, yeah, that was brilliant. Like, he went for Jupiter. I was hoping Khan would shut the fuck up a little bit more, but you know, whatever. He's been here all day, so he's gonna chat his shit. But yeah, like that dude brought very interesting facts, and I thought to myself, he's gonna fucking piss his shit all over Jupiter, right? But he lost his composure when Jupiter took him round and round and round and roundabout. And fucking, he was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I lost my point. Because Jupiter went from one point to the next point. He took him down the rabbit hole, as he put it. And yeah, he was like, oh, for fuck's sake, I lost my point. So it was quite funny. But I was enjoying that. My ears were tweaked. I was listening. I was on mute. And I thought to myself, let's hear this. The Jupiter and this new guy standing off the Welsh guy. Yeah, having a little back and forth. That was fucking. I enjoyed that. I didn't really care for what Jupiter had to say, obviously. But it was good though, listening to like. I was a little bit curious as to how she was going to respond. I'm not going to lie, because obviously we all know she's full of shit. So I just wanted to see what she's going to put out her ass this time. And yeah. But the guy called her out. You're straw manning, you're doing this, you're doing that. He called her out. It is brilliant. That's good. Oh my God. That was quite funny. Fucking hell. No need for inquiry. The case is the inquiry. Dano. Okay. Okay. Con, why don't you jump on, man? Chat some shit. Why are you in the chat all the time, bro? You're a panelist. Literally, you're a panelist. Like, why do you like to sit in the chat? Doesn't your boyfriend allow you to jump on the panel? You don't like you talking. So you gotta type. You on the manners. You know what it is. Just tell your boyfriend, yeah, you live in a free country. Do what you like. What the hell are you banging on about? You little sellout. Do you always walk backwards with your pants down? What is Gertie? Are you projecting right now? Is that what you do? Or are you talking to Councillor Khan? I don't think you're talking to me. Because I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking to me? In what sense? Why don't you jump on the panel and have it out, bro? You wanted to jump on earlier. You literally said, okay, you're going to jump on. You pitched out.
Yo, yeah, man, you can jump on if you want now, you know, Gertie, but I just to the panel really quick still.
What are you saying, buddy?
What are you saying? What are you telling me, man?
No. What are you saying, bro? I'm just holding it up. Okay, where all things though? Where they go?
Yeah, come on. I'm not even sure, you know, cuz everyone got cut off, I think. Like, I was speaking, and the next thing you know, I was just gone. And then I couldn't return for a little minute still, so.
We all got dinner, man. Around that time, innit? I finished.
Yeah, man. I'm about to go home and start fucking quickly slap down the gym and that still, so.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what, did you see that Medi, Hassan, Nazir, Afzal interview? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I did. I watched I think I watched the entire show, or most of it anyway. But like, so with Medi Hassan, I mean, end of the day, you could definitely fucking highlight some points to me. I didn't watch it, but it was a point being like that they were highlighting the fact that 85% of groomers in this country are white people. And I felt like...
But the man only want to concentrate on the next biggest group of the grooming gangs and miss out the majority of it. So...
Right. So why do you think that... Because I feel like, even with IICSA, right, he basically thought that I got it confused when I stated those facts that we presented earlier. When I mentioned that 85% of them were white people, and he thought I was totally talking about pedos. I mean, nonsense. And I was like, no, I'm talking about grooming gangs thing, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah, and literally,
that's the government statistic. That's not my statistic. It's the same sort of thing, yeah. What everyone has to remember, because I know what people like to bawl about belly. Yeah, belly. You know what I mean?
White, yeah. White English British people. Right?
Yeah, but white. The only thing that I am showing people is the statistics that it says on Shake Google on shakegovernment.org. You know what I mean?
What you show?
So, not my opinion, mate. That's what the stats come from. It's not from my stats. I've not made up the stats. I've not done a right reaction and created my own bar chart. Yeah.
No, I mean,
it's the government stats.
They can't. What do you think about the argument that people say, right? I don't believe everyone is so and so. I don't believe everyone is like groomer or whatever from the community. What do you think they're trying to say when they say I don't believe everyone is? Yeah? Does that mean like I still think the majority are, but I think that most of them are, or a lot of them are close to heart, or like a massive, like maybe 25%? Or do you think it's like less than 1%? Majority of the time, when they're talking about the terrorism or that.
Do you know what it is though, bruv? It's because it depends where you get your sources from, right? So if you literally strictly listen to GB News, and stuff like that. Yeah, as far as you're concerned, there's only Pakistani grooming gangs. Like that's the only sort of grooming gangs there is. There isn't no other. Like I said, when we was speaking to Den Telgren, he literally doesn't believe that there is actually a white grooming gang.
When did he say that? Yesterday?
No, you mean yesterday? He's been saying that for young.
Ah, bro,
ask him yourself.
Yeah,
You've been saying that from the time we've been having this discussion about so and so, and I'm like, bro, listen. You're so biased, some monkey that you can only. I'm like, no. The real dons, they got, or like the predator hunters or whatever, whoever takes the bait and falls in the trap ends up getting trapped, cause it don't matter who it is, cause like what happened, that dude Ivor, can't remember his last name, like he's like a Labour or former Labour councillor. You know what I'm saying? Like a Jewish lobby member and all that sort of stuff there. You know what I'm saying? Like so you hear me? And imagine he was just on the news saying, "Oh, you can't be talking shit about Keir Starmer and grooming gang." the other day, and he got yam on one of them paedophile hunter scam stings. Sorry. So.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's not fucking shit, but I mean, you saw how many people from, like, you know, the Sikh community, right? These pedo hunter things, isn't it? On the internet over the last 10 years, right? They've been putting out there, like, you know what I mean? So they've been going out there, taking the bait, like, literally, fucking getting caught red-handed on camera. I mean, one of them actually fucking was from Southall. You know, remember that study? That guy studied that little Afghan thing. Fucking hell, bro. Yeah, he's a little shit, bro. Like, I remember that guy. It's like, fucking hell, bro. He's a pedo, yeah? Fucking hell. Like, I don't know. You see what I mean? You don't know, bro. The work that they put in, man. Fucking dirty bastard. Dirty little bastard. But, you know, when it comes down to it, it's across the board. It has literally is across the board. But again, there's no fucking thing to risk the fact that 85% are white English. And they ain't gonna talk about that. It's gonna fuck up the whole narrative. You know what I mean? That's the only reason they don't want to talk about it. Because when the fuck have you ever heard Wendy or Banksy or Raj or anybody talk about white groups again? Ever.
Banksy told me yesterday that obviously there's enough wrong-uns that are born here, so importing more wrong-uns is fucking up the rotation. You get me?
So what's he saying? It's okay if they're white. They can be wrong-uns if they're white. They can rape if they're white. Man.
So I'm like, just stop all wrong-uns, innit? Like, no matter where they come from.
Obviously.
They're high up, low down, and the ones in between.
No, but his argument just sounded like that. Literally, let's not bring anybody else in because they could potentially be criminals. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, Banks
Which is nuts.
He was well upset yesterday. So.
Bro, I need to listen back to the show, you know. After you not talked about it earlier today, he said that you were talking about it, like, Banksy said he's not going to listen to the show ever again. Like, what the fuck, bro? I gotta know what the fuck happened now, bro. This guy is the most wild fucker out here. Says the most shit out here, and that he couldn't take it yesterday. What the fuck did you not do to Banksy, bro?
Remember when he said he was going to sexually abuse a Vida with the biggest black dildo in the world that's going to split her in half or something like that? Yeah, man. So shut up, Banksy, man. You're a degenerate yourself, man. Yeah, remember far right fascist Phil? What you said you'd do to the AI picture of him? That's now a crime right now, yeah? Because people are doing those AI things. Do you know what I'm saying?
Rob, have you been watching the one? Have you been watching the footballers? Have you been watching the football AI? You know, like when they got the footballers to like chat shit about, you know what I mean? Everything. So like they're doing AI on the footballers, yeah, and the coaches and everything. And fucking, bro, they're just gunning, bro. Busting. Mad, it's called the
I didn't
AI.
even see that still.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I didn't even hear what
funny,
you were
though.
saying properly. You know, it's a little bit.
Hold on.
Say what you said again, because it sounds a little bit funny, man. Is
Yeah,
it me or is it Triller's mic?
Is it my mic? Hold on, my mic should be open. Is my mic choppy?
It sounds a little bit tinny.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, but go on. What was you saying?
No, there's this AI, yeah, footballer AI thing, innit? I'm trying to find the site now, but it's my phone. It's so funny, bro. They do like AI, and bro, it's so real. They're on Alexander Arnold, Mbappe, everything, bro. Like for the interviews, you know when they give us interviews after football.
Okay.
Yeah, and bro, it looks so real. I'm not gonna lie, it's dangerous. It's dangerous, bro. I'm like, yeah, that shit is mad. Hold on, let me get the site for you. Yeah, it's called. Hold on.
This AI deepfake thing is dangerous, cuz.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So okay, so it's called. All right, so it's called Dangerous AI. Yeah. So check this one out. Yeah. Hold on, let me play it. This is Isaac. Yeah.
Hey, what?
So, and I got the guy
What is it?
actually
Interview?
talking. Yeah, like a proper match of the day interview, bro.
Yeah.
He's talking, camera, everything,
Okay.
and he's saying those words. It's mad, you know. I was like, yo, this shit is dangerous. It's called Dangerous AI.
Mad, bro.
He's saying though, bro, Liverpool tomorrow, man. There's not in them.
Yeah, what fucking I was watching the Liverpool match on the Saturday still, man. I was in the customer's house, but I could see the telly from the boiler. You know what I mean?
I missed that. That was the game I wanted to watch as well, you know. Right. Out of all the games I wanted to watch that one. But can you hear me? That's
yeah. I can hear you still.
right there now. Right. This is just fucking nuts. Yeah, fucking. That was the game I wanted to watch, bro. Because Chiesa came on that game. And, bro, I so want Chiesa to be the next Salah replacement. You know what I mean? And I've got a lot of faith in this guy Chiesa, man. He's a great player. Just a bit underrated at the moment. So yeah,
So
man.
they might have signed another contract, man.
Bro, fuck him. We need to replace him anyway, bro. Like he's gonna go. Let him go, bro. Bro, you don't want to play for Liverpool? Fuck off, innit? Like I need to. I'm not begging, bro. We're Liverpool, bro. Top of the Champions League. We're top of the fucking Premier League. We don't beg, bro. You want to go, bro. You know what I mean? You want to play for us? Play for us, bro. You gotta hold the standards, innit? So yeah, let's not go, bro. Like, we'll get somebody else, like, and we'll be fine. Because yeah, it is what it is. I'm not too worried, bro. I just hope we get at least one or two players. Bro, imagine if we get that fucking Travis Kelly guy, whatever his name thing is, you know what I mean? That'll be sick. Unluckily, that'll be sick. We get him, we're good. We get anybody, we're good.
Yeah, my area still. My area still. I am saying walk. Can't live.
Cody, jump on, bro. Why are you panicking, bro? Why are you having a heart attack, bro? Like, jump on the panel, bro. I've got a fucking
Where you at? We want our houses back. Deep, where you at? Where you at?
I'll let
we
you have the panel
want our houses back.
Bollocks, I'm not gonna jump
Hey,
on.
Gertie, where the blood clot you at? I'm trying to tell you that we want our houses back.
You're such a pussy, bro. You ain't had enough fucking cocaine today yet.
Cocaine? What? No cocaine in my brain.
You know how these Indians, bro, they love their coke, bro. These Indians, they love their coke.
You got Rog.
Are you in East London?
Wait, yeah, one sec here.
That's mad. You hear what he said? Is that Raj? I wonder if he's talking about the pigeon. Mad. There's about 1 million Rajas in the world. Oh, good. He wanted his aunties to back him up. Mad. Oh, Gertie, you can't stand on your own. Well, you know, you are disabled, right? So I guess you probably can't. It's a struggle for you to say. You need a Zimmer frame. I've got a Zimmer frame for you, Gertie. You want me to drop it off to you, bro? Yeah, I've got a spare Zimmer frame. Literally, I've only got one, right? But I don't need it. But you obviously do, innit? So, you know, do you want me to drop it off to you, bro? Gertie, call it an early Christmas present, bro. I'm gonna drop you a Zimmer frame, bro. Don't say I'm not generous, bro. Alright, you know it's kind of small, but you're little, well, you're a little shit, ain't you? I mean, you should be able to it should be alright for you. You know, you're like 5'5".
Yeah, man. Big up Gertie Diesel, man. You know? Tell Gertie, I said we want our houses back.
Gertie, we can't hear you, bro. You can jump on the panel and say it, bro. Come on,
It said
bro.
red, green, gold, and black. We want our houses back. If you don't, we knock you flat. Red, green, gold, and black.
I can't hear you, bro. You need to say it in my ears, bro. You use your voice, bro. You use your fucking fingers, mate. Use your fingertips, bitch.
What's mad? Right, you know what's mad though, yeah? Imagine anytime these waste men come over to my channel, yeah? Every time they're hearing sources, yeah? More times the don is either from the person that made the fucking report, yeah? Or someone very close to the source, innit, yeah? You ever hear that on them fucking Bumba Cloud channels, cuz? You just hear like Paul Thorpe. Or some Bumba Cloud, you hear me? Like, what the hell? I'm not gonna play no videos of Nazir, Afzal, or flipping Professor J.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Medi Hassan. Nobody could fucking fuck Medi Hassan over, bro. Medi Hassan will fuck the
walk one.
You know what I mean? These don't know shit about Medi Hassan, bro. You mad? He's a bad man, real bad man. You know what I mean? Joker, aka Killer K, you're fucking The Joker, still, is that you? Is that you, Killer K, Joker? And you keep using doing different stuff. Oh shit, Joker, you're funny. You're so true, bro. You need to calm down, bro.
Alright. Yeah, man. One sec. Speaking of Veli Source's LBC, Yeah, here's one we made earlier.
Give me some LBC, right? And this is LBC.
Here's one we made earlier, man. Let it
gangs
play.
in the UK were almost all British Pakistani. Now you had to that was chastised, wasn't it? Entirely rightly, because it was a false claim.
Well, I disagree with the ruling from IICSA, and subsequent reports and data has shown that to be wrong. Lewis, what you're doing is you're zooming out. You're zooming out and you're looking at it from the broad umbrella.
The Mail on Sunday had to actually put in a retraction of it. What do you disagree
Right. So
about
again, Lewis, so what you're doing is what you always do, which is why you've got a lot. You've called it wrong on a lot of political issues in recent months and years. You're fixating on tone. You're fixating on tone. And
I'm not fixating on tone. It's about facts, Oliver Averman.
So
it's about facts.
I've responded to your question
that what you said was significantly misleading.
I've responded to your question about IICSA, which is I disagree with the ruling. They've based it on a flawed set of data.
You asserted that
You see it there? So even Suella Braverman made a statement in the I think it was the Times, that they had to retract about grooming gangs being mainly Pakistani men. So that's not me. It's not me that come up with that evidence there. Yeah, that's you know, from LB Sizzle. You know what I'm saying? Long Beach crew. You get me? The Long Beach crew. Cause hey, hold on a sec. I got more for you, man. You know what you saying? Let it play.
That some of the discourse could actually lead to atrocities against Muslims because he believes that entire communities are being vilified. This all gets to the heart of the debate, doesn't it, about whether or not there has been enough permission of the discussion around grooming gangs and whether or not we feel able as a society to discuss the demographics of the groomers and whether or not there might be underlying issues there that are contributing to these grooming gangs. It's a difficult issue, and some people think we should be more frank about it. Other people, like Wes Streeting, are saying that some of the rhetoric we're hearing is just not helpful. Let's talk to Gabriel Shaw, who's Chief Executive of the National Association for People Abused in Childhood and an expert on child sexual exploitation, and also Mohammed Amin, who's a former chair of the Conservative Muslim Forum. Morning to both of you. Mohammed, I'll start with you. Do you think that some of the rhetoric could potentially endanger the lives of Muslims? Do you think it's got to that point?
The rhetoric that we've seen in the last few days is, in my view, terrible. And the issue has been whipped up primarily by Elon Musk from America, who seems to have just discovered the issue. And it's being politicized. For example, the Conservative Party, which was in power for 14 years, received the report from Alexis into child sexual exploitation in 2022, I think. In fact, it was published during the Liz Truss premiership. There were 20 recommendations. Nothing was implemented in the following sort of 2 years of Conservative government. And suddenly, Kemi Badenoch has decided that this is such a pressing issue that she's got to absolutely major on it. And I think a lot of the dialogue has been very unfortunate.
Okay. And Gabriel, how do you feel about the rhetoric over the past week? Because, you know, at the heart of it is a really, really important issue, and the victims we must keep in mind at the centre of all of that. But do you think the political discussion around it has actually got us any further in terms of tackling this issue?
No, I don't think it has got us any further because for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the triggering effect of this. Just listening to media reporting, particularly if it's inaccurate, which this is, can have a massive impact on victims and survivors. And becomes impossible to avoid when so many people are adding to the conversation. I mean, if this level of scrutiny was accurate, and if it was informed by data about all forms of child abuse, then I'd be welcoming it. But going back to this particular issue around grooming gangs, policing's most up-to-date data it says quite clearly it's wrong to say that group-based child abuse is committed predominantly by Pakistani men. Mm-hmm. In fact, in the first 3 quarters of 2024, 85% of group-based abusers were white, while 3.9% were of Pakistani origin. So where are those facts in the discussion about that? So
Checkmate.
And actually, I wanted to comment on this. And actually, she corroborated what I was about to say. All right, we know that each nation has an issue of, and for the sake of the channel, I'll say SA, sexual assault. We know this. So we have to acknowledge that these nations already have their own problems. They don't need more immigrants coming in, creating more problems, bringing more problems. So this is why there must be a Muslim ban in the UK and the US. We already have our own problems. We don't need any of you immigrants' problems to come to our countries and affect us. So we need to mass deport all of the Muslims and all of the Pakistanis,
No, we
etc.,
don't.
so that we
No, we don't. No,
can
we
clean up
don't.
our own
No, we
house.
don't. Why do we need that? Why do we need
All
that?
right, and let me just say this: I won't be
Are you
subjected to
making
any.
statements or are you trying to have a conversation?
Yeah,
Why do
let
we
me make
need
a
to
statement. It'll be
ban
brief. It'll be brief.
Muslims? Why are they
Well,
a problem?
let me
Right?
answer
Why
that.
don't we just get rid of all the
Let me answer
criminals
that.
in this country? Are
Well,
they a bigger problem?
you asked the question, right? Can I answer that?
One. Yeah.
And number one, I won't be subjected to any immigrant gaslighting tactics. And my statement is pretty clear.
I'm not an immigrant. I'm born in this country. I'm as
You're-
English as a cunt, bitch. Yeah. I
You
just have
are
my fish and
well.
chips.
Your family is bitches. Your family is bitches from fleeing India,
We
right?
pay more taxes.
Your
My
family
family pay more taxes than most families in this country.
that means your
You know why?
family.
Because we earn a good living, right? And we work hard, right? We work harder than most people. Okay.
Why
And
didn't
we
you work
are
hard in
a
India?
very good, well-established family in this country.
But why didn't you work hard in India? Let's get to that.
In India, well, I'm born in this country.
Yes, that means your family. That means your family abandoned India like bitches to work for the white man in the UK.
I've got hotels in India.
Checkmate.
I've got property in India. I've got land in India.
You're the king of Zamunda. Yes, I know. So the question is, why didn't you stay in India?
I'm not. Well, I don't need to.
Checkmate.
So when you say the word stay,
Checkmate.
right?
Yes.
No, it's not checkmate. It's not.
Yes.
When you say the word stay, right? That infers that I'm actually from.
That means your family left.
I
Your
am
family
from
left.
England. I'm born in England.
No, your family
I'm
left
raised in
India.
England, and I've spent my whole life here. So
All
how
right, so
can I be from India?
let's have the
if I'm
dialogue.
born here, spent my whole life here. How can I be from somewhere else?
Let's have the dialogue. When you take a DNA test, you have no English ancestry. Checkmate. Your DNA is from India.
Again,
Go back
I
to
don't look
India.
at being well.
Help
Again,
build India. Make
I am
India
100
great.
All right,
Why
so
won't you make India great?
Am I British? Am I British?
No, you're not. You know you're not British. Checkmate.
I'm not British.
No, you're not. You're
So
Indian.
according to
Checkmate.
you, I'm not British. Why am I not British?
Because you have no British DNA. Checkmate. So this is the
Again,
problem with
so
the immigrant
being British,
gaslighters.
no, but it shows how dumb you are, right? Because being
No, you have.
British, no,
Yes.
but being British, right, has nothing to do with ethnicity.
You have an identity crisis.
Only, not right.
You have an
only got to
identity
do-
crisis.
Right. So again, being
You've gaslit
British,
yourself.
being British, right? You don't need to qualify with ethnicity, dickhead.
Yes, you do.
Okay?
And this
No, you
is
don't.
why. Let me just say this.
No, you
And
don't.
let's have a dialogue.
You
Let's have a
don't
dialogue.
qualify being British with
Alright,
your
go ahead.
ethnicity, you idiot. I mean, go shut a dumb, you
For the
idiot.
sake of the listeners, let's speak one at a time. And
No
respectfully, Trilla, you are afflicted by the immigrant gaslighting disorder. You even gaslit yourself into believing that you're British when you're clearly Indian. Why won't you go to India to make India great?
All right.
Checkmate.
So what qualifies somebody to be British?
Your blood.
What-
Your blood.
Right.
Your blood.
No,
Your
it
blood.
doesn't.
I
But
answered
you're
your
wrong.
question. Your blood.
But
Your
you're
blood.
wrong.
You
You're
have
wrong.
Indian blood, so you're not. So you disown India. You're not Indian, huh?
You're wrong, right? You know you're wrong.
So you're not
You know
Indian.
you know how ridiculous you sound right now.
No, I'm asking. So you're not Indian.
This isn't. See, I didn't say
Checkmate.
English. I
Checkmate.
didn't. No, it's not.
I'm
checkmate.
asking a question.
Please,
Are you
weirdo.
Indian? Are
Right.
you Indian?
No, yeah, I'm partly Indian. Yeah.
So you disown India. Checkmate.
No, I'm partly Indian.
So why
So
aren't you
when
in
it-
India?
when it
So let's
comes
talk
down
about
to
it. Let's talk about the Indian part.
Yeah,
So let's
I'm
talk
half-
about it.
half
Why
Indian, I'm
aren't
half
you in
English.
India? So I'm asking the question. Why aren't you in your Indian homeland helping to develop it? Your cousins don't even got toilets.
Yeah, look, I'm 100% Indian ethnically.
Exactly.
Right?
So why are you not in India?
Culturally, I'm English, right? But
I
I
know
am
you- I know
definitely, I am definitely 100%.
You cosplay. I know you cosplay as English.
Again,
Checkmate.
again,
You
when it comes
cosplay as
to
English.
See,
I know you.
Malito,
Look, you've gaslit
Mulatto,
yourself. You've gaslit yourself. You believe that you have an identity crisis.
Mulatto, just to help you out with your argument, right?
All right, go ahead.
Like, you don't need to be ethnically anything to be
You
British.
do. You're
No, you don't.
cosplaying.
People
You
making
gaslit
arguments.
yourself.
No, listen.
You
People
gaslit
make
yourself.
arguments.
So the
No,
question
I'm
is,
trying to help you. No, but
and
bro,
look, and I'm trying to help you. Why
I'm
don't
not
you go
trying to
help
like
India?
argue, yeah. But like,
Well,
just hear me
I'm
out.
trying to help
I'm
you.
trying to
Why
help
don't
you.
you?
Just give me a second. Let me just listen
But I'm
to what.
trying to help you though. Why don't you go help India? They need you.
Listen,
You got
bro.
the. Let's talk about it.
Just
India
listen,
has
bro.
the.
Don't be
But
difficult, bro.
India has the
Bro, you're being
largest
annoying, innit?
public
Just wait a
defecation
second.
rate
Bro, just give
globally.
me 5 seconds. Be quiet.
Well, you
Bro.
cut me
5
off, so let's
seconds.
have the dialogue.
Bro,
I'm gonna
be
speak
quiet
first,
for
and I'll
5
pass you
seconds.
the
Yeah,
mic.
cool. Then be quiet for
All
5
right. So
seconds.
why
Let
don't
me
you go help build
let
toilets
me
in
talk
India,
for
so
5
your people
seconds.
don't
Be
got to
quiet.
shit in the streets?
Bro, let me talk for 5
India
seconds.
has
Be
the
quiet.
India has the
Bro,
largest
bro.
public
Bro, you
defecation
clearly
rate
don't
globally.
know what the fuck the
Checkmate.
difference is between English and British.
You're not
What is
either.
it?
Checkmate.
All right,
You're not
what
either. Checkmate.
is the difference between being English and British?
All right,
Let me
let's
know.
talk about it. You're not English or British. Checkmate. You're Indian. So why don't you go
Oh
help
my
build toilets
days!
in
This
India?
guy's favorite word is checkmate.
Yeah,
Are you
you're gaslighting yourself.
autistic or something, bro? Are
Let me
you
say this.
autistic?
Are you autistic?
No. It sounds
Checkmate.
like you are.
If you're not autistic, why you not in India helping to
Fucking
build
hell, bro.
toilets?
This guy is fucking
Why you not
spastic.
building toilets in India for your cousins that shit in the streets? And
What
I
are you
will
talking
not. Let me
about,
say this.
bro?
You
Your
immigrants
mom is shit.
gaslight
Your mom is
yourself.
shit.
Let me say this.
Bro,
you
your mom shits on the street. Shit from
you
India.
immigrants. Let me say this.
What's that
You
make up?
immigrants.
So, but your mom shits
You're
on the
whining
street.
right now,
But
brother.
your
You're
mom
whining.
shits on the street, bro. What's that make up?
And you see nobody laughing, right? Because
But
in
your
India,
mom
y'all
shits on
really
the
shit in the
street, bro.
streets.
So what's
In
that make your
India,
mom?
y'all really shit in the
Does
streets.
that make your mom Indian? Does that make your mom
In
Indian?
India, y'all literally shit in the
Does that
streets.
make your mom Indian?
And
If she
let's
shits on the
have
street.
let's have a dialogue. Let's have a dialogue. India has the highest public defecation rate in the world. Over 350 million Indians literally shit in the streets, have no toilets. Why isn't Triller in India building toilets for his cousins instead of
I don't need to
gaslighting
do that.
the
That's a
British and
government's job.
gaslighting the
That's a
Americans?
government's job. Why do I need to do that with my own
You
money?
cannot gaslight
Why
me.
do I need to do that with my money?
Because they're your
Hold on a
cousins.
second.
Because
Hold on a second.
they're your
So
cousins.
what
Checkmate.
background are you from? What's your background?
Yes, let's talk about it. I'm a mulatto, of course. I have Native
What's that
American
mean?
ancestry.
Right, for
Well, bitch,
all those like me who
I'm
don't
trying to
know,
tell
what's
you,
that mean?
bitch. I'm trying to answer your
Go on.
question, bitch. I
Go
have
on.
Native American ancestry, European ancestry, and
Oh, you
African
like to think
ancestry,
so.
etc.
You
But
like
the
to so you're
DNA, the
mixed up.
DNA don't lie. The DNA
So
don't
what does
lie.
mulatto mean? Is mixed up. You're mixed up.
Yes, and you're
You're all
Indian,
over
so
the
why you
place,
not in
yeah?
India helping
So
to
you
build
all
toilets
over
in
the
India?
place. Yeah, hold on. So you all over the
Yes,
place, yeah?
genetically,
Okay.
yes.
Right. So you're
But
mixed.
why you not in India though?
Hold on. But we
I
refer
answered your
to you.
question. Answer mine.
We generally refer to people like you as being mixed race. Is that okay for me to say? Mixed race.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Make your
So when
point
it
so
comes,
we can get back to India. So go ahead.
yeah, cool. So
Make your point.
yeah, fucking hell.
And you're
Anyway,
lost. Yeah. So back to the
yeah,
question. And I
no,
answered your
sorry.
question. Answer
I've had a
mine.
long day.
Why
I've had
you
a
not
very
in
long day.
India helping to build toilets for your cousins that shit in the streets? You don't care about your
Right.
cousins?
Okay. Cool. So that was my point. That's it. Thank you
Hey,
for
so
bringing me
what's the
back to it.
answer?
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing back to it. So so my answer to that, I already answered it. Right? Is I don't owe anybody anything. Yeah.
Damn.
I don't,
So
that's the
fuck India,
government's
right?
job.
So basically,
No,
fuck India, right?
that's a government's job.
Yeah. So
I ain't
fuck
got to
your
build.
cousins, right?
I don't have to build toilets in
Exactly. Fuck
England.
your cousins,
I don't
right?
have to build toilets in India. I don't have
Fuck
to
your
build
cousins in
toilets.
India, right?
Period, bro.
Fuck them, right?
I'm not unless
You're
you're
a
paying
traitor.
me to build toilets.
You're a
I'm not
traitor.
building toilets, bro. What am
You're
I
a
building
traitor.
toilets for?
You're a traitor against India.
Why? Wait, hold on. So why?
Yes.
Why do I have to? Why do you think I owe anything to anybody?
Because they're your
I don't
blood,
owe
checkmate.
anyone.
They're your blood,
I don't owe
checkmate.
anybody.
So
So what are you
fuck your
doing?
family,
What are
right?
you doing for your mixed race community? What are you doing for your mixed race
You're a
community?
traitor. Yeah, you're a traitor.
So
So
tell us, what are you doing for your
this is
mixed
for
race
the
community
Indians
in
listening.
America?
Let me
You're
talk to
from
the
America,
Indians
by the
listening.
way.
Let
Hold
me
on, are
talk to
you
the
from
Indians
America?
listening.
1 second.
To
Are
the
you from
Indians,
America?
to the Indians
Hold on,
listening,
bro. Where are you
don't be
from?
a coward.
Where
Don't
are
be a
you
traitor
from?
like Triller.
Where are you from? You know I'm
Don't be
from
a
the
traitor
UK.
like Triller.
Where are you from? You know I'm from England.
All right,
Where are
but
you
hold
from?
on. One mic at a time. One mic at a time.
It's
To the
yeah, it's
Indians,
good to know where you're
to the
from.
Indians listening,
Where are you from, bro?
don't be a traitor like Triller.
One
Go
thing
back
at
to
a
your
time,
Indians.
bro.
Make
Where are
India
you
great.
from? One
Go
thing
and
at a
make
time.
India
Where are you
great.
from?
I'm
Where are you from?
American. I'm
Where are you
American.
from? You're American, right? What part?
Yes,
What state?
I'm from Maryland.
Maryland. All right, cool.
Yes.
So when it comes
What
down
part of
to
India is your
you,
family from?
hold on. When it comes down to
I
you,
am.
yeah,
What
what are
part
you
of India
doing
is
for
your family from? Let's talk about it.
Punjab?
All
Punjab,
right, so why
India.
you not with the Punjabi MCs and the Sikhs in your country helping to develop it? Let's talk about it.
I am. I'm building
You're
hotels.
in the UK,
I'm running
checkmate. You're in the
farms.
UK.
I'm running farms. Yeah, you can run
In
things
the
abroad.
UK? In the UK?
You think people can't run things from
Checkmate.
abroad? You
The
can't run
question
things
is,
from abroad.
and
I
look,
don't.
you
Do
see it.
you
Hold
own
on. Let me
anything
say this.
abroad? Do you own
Hold
anything
on,
abroad?
one mic at a time. One mic at a time. And you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
tell I'm you can tell I'm a master
Do you
at
own anything from another
hold,
state?
hold on. Let's have the dialogue. You can tell I'm a master at debunking the immigrant
No,
gaslighting
you're not.
tactics.
You're a master idiot. That's what you are. You're a master clown.
Because the
You're
question
a
is this.
master retard.
It's a
That's what you
simple
are.
question.
You're
It is
just
a
a
simple
master
question.
data. That's what you are, bro.
It's a simple question. Why
You know?
did you and your bitch ass family put the white English dick in your mouth instead of building India? Why did you flee India? Why did your
Dude, we made a
lineage,
better living
your
for
bitch ass
ourselves. We looked
family?
after ourselves. Yeah? My dad, left
Yeah, so
India
fuck
to
India,
make a
right?
life for himself, right?
So fuck
My
India,
mom
right?
left India to make a life for herself.
Yeah, so
And
fuck
she was
India,
just,
right? So fuck
no,
India, right?
again, yeah, dude, why be patriotic? Like,
No,
end
I'm
of the day,
asking. Yeah, so fuck India, right?
what is this
So that
patriotism?
means you're
Like,
a traitor. So you're a traitor by
a traitor.
definition.
So,
Yeah, you're a
what,
traitor.
you're
Yes,
either a
you're a traitor.
patriot or you're either
But
a
let's
traitor.
get
Is
back
that
to
what
the subject of
you're talking
the
about,
panel
like, this
because I already
ethno
cooked you. So
nationalism,
let's get
yeah?
back to the subject. I already
So
cooked
you're
you.
talking about
You admitted.
nationalism, right?
You
But
admitted you're a traitor.
I'm not a nationalist. I'm not a
I
nationalist.
know. You abandoned your nation. Checkmate. You're a
Right.
traitor.
But there you
Yes,
go.
we know
I
that you're
look
a
after my
traitor. Let's
own.
move
I
forward.
look after my family.
All right, go ahead,
I'm not
wine.
looking
All right,
after the
go ahead,
nation.
vent.
I look after myself, my neighborhood,
So
and
fuck
everything
India,
else
right?
after that.
Your
Right?
neighborhood is in
But
India.
the nation,
Checkmate. Your neighborhood is in India.
the
Checkmate.
nation are supposed
You
to be looking
abandoned your
after us.
neighborhood. Checkmate.
I'm paying my taxes, right? I don't need to look after
Your
the nation.
neighborhood is in Punjab.
The nation should be
Checkmate.
looking after me. I pay my
Your
taxes.
neighborhood is in Punjab. You abandoned it. Checkmate.
So again, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
All right, I own real estate, man. What's your point?
You own real estate where? Outside
Yes.
America?
Throughout the entirety of the U.S. and in Latin America as well.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Hard to believe.
I'm a retired lobbyist, though.
How old are you?
Are you familiar
Roughly.
with? I'm
How old are you?
36. I'm 36.
At 36 you retired.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I'm
that
a
wasn't
retired
inherited.
lobbyist. I was a Well, I'm trying to answer your question. Let's have the dialogue. Unlike you, I didn't abandon my country. I didn't become a traitor. Professionally, I was a lobbyist. I advocated for laws to ban the LGBTQ content, the sexually based content that's put in public schools so that our children would not be victimized. Additionally, I advocated to create laws to ban abortion, which I was successful at. I was one of the people that got the Supreme Court in the US to
ban abortion.
to overturn Roe versus Wade, which was basically a Supreme Court decision that
You
granted.
supported something that millions of other people support. But yeah.
Exactly,
Right.
that's my point. Yeah, I was
Right.
successful at it. And look, let me say this: it's billions of people in India that you abandoned. So what's your point? Checkmate. So why are you not in India fighting for your country? Is the question.
All right. So you
Why you
said
not?
you were mulatto. Hold on. Look, my turn now.
Yes.
Yeah? All right?
How
My
many times
turn.
you
My
want to
turn. This
ask
is
me?
very
Yes, I'm a
dialogue.
mulatto.
Yeah?
Yes.
So my turn. You spoke. Yeah. Let me speak.
And let me say this
All right?
to the listeners.
All right,
You see
go.
how he's evading the topic at hand, which is the Pakistani grooming gangs in the UK that target the children. Just notice the
Are we
deflection
evading it? We've been
tactics.
talking about it all day.
Just
We've been
notice
talking about it all day.
deflection tactics that
Yeah.
these
We've been
immigrants
talking
use.
about it all day.
Because he don't
Let's
want me
not.
to talk about his Pakistani brothers that are victimizing the
I'm
white
not
British girls.
Pakistani. I'm not Pakistani.
They're your cousins.
And I don't
It was the
have
British
any.
that
I don't have
separated
any
Pakistan
brothers.
from India.
I don't have
Checkmate.
any brothers. Yeah.
It was the British that
So
separated Pakistan
let me
from
know when
India.
you're done.
Checkmate.
Let me know when you're done, so I can.
Let's talk about it. It was the British that separated
Well, if you
Pakistan
let
from
me
India.
talk, I'll talk
Checkmate.
about it.
You're the
Yeah.
same
If you let me
people.
talk.
You're the same people. Checkmate. It
You
was
wanted
the
to have
white man.
dialogue, right?
Let's talk
You
about it.
wanted
It
to
was
have
the
dialogue.
British. It was the British that drew a line in between what we now know as Pakistan and what is now known as India, and they divided you from your cousins. So yes, you're the same people. So back to the topic at hand. You have Asians such as Triller and his cousins. They are in the UK. They are sexually targeting white British youth and mulatto British youth and they must be removed and eradicated from the UK. They must be mass
Okay.
deported, and there must be a ban on Muslims and other Asians. I say an Asian ban to the UK. We must ban this so that
Right.
we can solve our own problems as people of European descent. We must
Right.
solve our own problems
But we
instead
need to
of
get rid
allowing
of
immigrants
immigrants
to come bring their problems to our country.
the white graping and the white pedophilia. We need to get
We
rid
need
of
to eradicate
immigrants.
that. Yes, we
We
have
need
we
to
have
get
to
rid of
eradicate
immigrants to
that.
solve
Yes,
grapes
we have to
and
eradicate that.
nonsense, yeah, in this
Yes,
country.
we have to eradicate that.
Right. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So eradicate means kill. Yeah. You know that's what that
Well,
means.
if
You're
that's the word that
referring
you
to
want to
killing
use, but
people.
that's not an
And
exact
you say
synonym. I can
you're
tell English is not your first language because
well,
eradicate
eradicate
and
means kill.
are not necessarily synonyms. Checkmate.
Well, it means to get rid of.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we need to
Yeah,
get
and
rid of
I'm referring to you having a very violent disposition on the subject.
So now
that's
you
my
want to
opinion.
mischaracterize me. This is what
Yeah,
immigrants
cool.
do.
That's my
This is
opinion.
this is
That's
an
my
immigrant
opinion.
gaslighting tactic.
No,
This is an immigrant gaslighting
I
tactic. Now
think
you want
that's
to
what you're referring
mischaracterize
to.
me.
I think that you're referring to killing us all.
So you want to mischaracterize me.
By whatever means you
This is
want to
why
get
we
us
don't
out.
need any more immigrants in our countries because they
You're
lie.
referring to
They are
violent
liars.
behavior. So
They are liars.
my question to
When
you was,
we
being a
expose,
mulatto, you can't help yourself,
all right,
can
go
you?
ahead, because you're deflecting. But go ahead.
Right, thank you. Okay, no, it's only taken 5 minutes. When it come down to you talking about you're a mulatto, right?
Yes,
And you're
yes.
talking about me being Indian, okay?
Yes, you are
So
Indian. Yes.
what are you doing? Hold on. What are you doing, right? For all your other backgrounds that you're from, all your others,
Yes.
5 to 10.
And I'm
to
glad you
17
asked that. Let me address that. Let me address
What are you
that.
doing
Let me
for all
address
your
that.
European
Yeah.
cousins?
Let
What are
me
you doing
address
for all
that.
your black
Let me address
cousins?
that. Let me
And your
address
Native
that.
American
Yes.
cousins?
Let
What are you
me
doing
address
for
that.
them?
Let me address that. And actually I've been in contact with members of parliament. I won't say their names, but I've been in the process of creating legislation to grant ancestral land rights and land trusts, as well as monetary compensation to all descendants of UK chattel slaves, meaning not just the African Americans, not just the Jamaicans, not just the Trinidadians. Also, you have descendants of UK chattel slaves in the
So your
Bahamas,
ancestors basically raped
Barbados, etc.
your
So
ancestors
yes,
basically
this is what I'm
raped
doing for my people.
people, yeah.
So
But your ancestors basically
all right,
were
go ahead.
raping Europeans and black people and Native Americans. That's what your ancestors did.
Yes, and that's why I'm fighting for compensation
Your ancestors
for
were
the
raping.
victims.
And you were born out of grape.
Yes,
Is that what you're
yes.
saying? You were born out of
Clearly,
grape.
I'm a mulatto. Yes, yes. I'm not ashamed of
So
my history. You're ashamed of
you're
yours.
telling
That's why
me
you abandon your
that your
country.
father raped your mother. That's what happened, yeah?
No, both of my parents are mulattoes. Checkmate.
But one
Exactly. Look at your gaslighting tactics. They're not working.
So what does that mean? That but you
Yeah,
just
yeah. Let's hear more of your gaslighting tactics.
raped your mom.
Yes. Let's hear more of your
So
gaslighting
mulattoes
tactics.
are out there raping people. Is that what you're saying?
And you see, no one's laughing at your immigrant
I'm
gaslighting
not
tactics.
making a joke. I'm being
Yes,
serious.
your immigrant gaslighting tactics are not working.
I'm not being funny.
You can't be funny. You're not funny. No,
You
you're not funny.
but you just said, right?
Yes.
Your father raped your mother. Is that what happened? Is that how you came to be?
We could literally rewind the tape. I never said that. Your immigrant gaslighting tactics won't work.
You did.
Exactly. Your immigrant gaslighting tactics won't work. This is why. And look, you lie about the rapes that you all commit. Let's talk about it. You're lying now. Watch this.
Hey, you guys, let me run a video real quick, man, because I gotta jump off.
Let me say one sentence. Let me say one sentence, and I'll mute up. I promise. Trilla is lying now, just like the Asians lie about raping. Well, let me say one sentence and then let them play the video. All right, but let me say the one sentence and then let them play the video. Trilla is lying now, just like Asians lie about raping British youth. Checkmate. Go ahead, play the video. Play the video.
Immigrant gaslighting technique. Let it play.
This sea of misinformation, this media fog around the issues of these gangs which he's talking about, it's exactly the kind of political and media environment in which he can insert his authoritarian brand of politics. What we need is some clarity about the research that's been done on it and the data. So let me explain. So the first thing to say is that when you do the research into the ethnicity of people in these grooming gangs, it's very clear that there isn't a huge amount of data on it because the cases are so complex. They take years to go through, and of course there's protected characteristics and all sorts of other things going on. But the data that has been done by the government says very clearly that the vast majority of the people in these gangs, and indeed those that commit SA more generally, are white. The most recent report that we have was done last year, November 2024, and it says that 83% of the suspected perpetrators of these crimes were white, and indeed only 7% were Asian. Now remember, that includes lots of different kinds of ethnicities here, and actually if you look at the Asian population of the UK, it's about 9.3%. So actually these people are underrepresented in terms of the proportions of people involved in these crimes. So they are not overwhelmingly Asian people in these gangs. So when we've got Kemi Badenoch in the Daily Mail the other day writing about how the facts are that these are racially motivated crimes, that's not facts. It's just weaponized opinions in order to curry favor with Elon Musk, who's tweeting out even more absurd and ridiculous statistics about this stuff. And the worst of all is Robert Jenrick, and you can see what he's written here. You can pause to read it. I mean, this is utterly disgusting and some of the worst racially motivated, weaponized garbage that I've read since Enoch Powell's Rivers of Blood speech. It's pathetic. And what's more, back in 2022, when Kemi Badenoch herself, she was the Minister for Women's and Equality in the Tory government, and when the J report came out talking about these gangs, she did nothing. She said that this report didn't need to be followed up on, but now she is. I wonder why that is. I wonder why she might be signing with Elon Musk now. And of course, this has all culminated in, threats against Jess Phillips, who Elon Musk appears to have singled out as the person responsible for all this. We live, David Amass, Joe Cox, we live in a time when there's a real danger to the lives of our MPs, and this rhetoric does nothing to abate that. So Keir Starmer has come out this morning absolutely swinging against Elon Musk in defence of Jess Phillips, which is absolutely right to do, and he's called out the Tories for not acting on it. So yeah, there's so much disinformation out there, so don't listen to these people. Go away, do the research, find out what the actual facts are, and then make some informed decisions before pandering to these authoritarian idiots. Come on.
Oh man. IGLS, mate. Oh, sorry.
Immigrant gaslighting.
IGLT.
I don't agree with his numbers. He said 7%. But even if it's 7%,
you want another one,
all the 7%.
Mulatto, you want some more? Let it play.
Living in the UK, I'm scared of reform voters more than I am of asylum seekers. So I've had to put my last video on Friends Only because of the comments I was getting of proud British at my children who were threatening to hurt me, who were being damn right nasty pieces of shit. It seems you're all for freedom of speech unless it doesn't follow your narrative. The only people
It's freezing up. What was that mine?
I literally got a comment saying that they hoped I got gang raped. So you're not for protecting British women and children, are you? Now, of course, I don't think all reform voters are arseholes. But the ones who aren't arseholes need to call out this shit. Because they're making the party you follow look like thugs. I have an opinion that differs to yours. There's no problem with that. It's okay for people to have different opinions. However, it's not okay to threaten to gang rape a woman on TikTok because she has a different opinion than you. Look at these guys' profiles. They're all like 40 to 50-year-old men saying some scary ass shit to a 30-year-old with 4 kids. As a woman living in the UK.
Yeah, man. Sad times out here, you know what I mean? We got to keep the British women safe from these reform voters. You know what I mean?
This is an immigrant gaslighting tactic. Most likely she has an immigrant boyfriend.
IGLT.
Experience on many occasions of other white people assuming that because we share the same race that we share the same views, and them being open and brazen in their racist ideologies. The fact that they feel so able to be open to me about their racism even when I don't know them at all suggests to me that their experience with other white people is that they either share those beliefs or that they don't challenge them on their beliefs, which is equally as bad. Of course, I do challenge them, I do confront them and call them out on it. Seeing how these people behave around people of colour, I see their disproportionate frustration and irritation towards them. I've seen how they get angry, how they accuse them of things, and because I know their racist beliefs because they've already expressed them to me, it's very easy for me to identify their microaggressions. The white woman that is with a black man and has friends that are primarily people of colour, I've also witnessed and experienced huge amounts of racism. I've had people say to me that I am an N-word lover. I've had people say to me that I am a traitor to my own race. I've had people express microaggressions and fetishization. I've had people come up to me and say, oh my god, you're so lucky, you're going to have really cute mixed race kids, as if that's a compliment. I've had people ask me bizarre questions like, do your parents care that you're with a black person? Or how did your parents react when they found out that you were with a black person? Like, why do you feel like that is okay to ask me? And why do you assume that my parents would have any issue with that whatsoever? I remember the first time someone asked me about how my parents felt about me being with a black man. They were like, oh, how did your parents react the first time they met your partner? And I was like, oh, they said, I assumed you'd be taller than you are since you're a basketball player. And they were like, no, I don't mean about that. And I was really confused what they were referring to. And they were like, don't they care that he's black? Didn't they have anything to say about that? And I was like, no, not at all. It would never be an issue for them. And I said, why would you ask that? And they said, well, my dad would never let me be with a black person. There's this assumption that I'm going to relate to that experience because I'm white. They obviously think that that is a normal experience as a white person because that's their experience. I've also done and continue to do a huge amount of anti-racism work because I think it's so important that it's a lifelong commitment that we make to ourselves and to people of colour. Just because my partner's black and just because I've got lots of friends that are people of colour, it doesn't mean that I don't need to do that work. And a lot of the work that I do now is how to be a good ally, because it's very well and good being able to identify it, being able to talk about it, but actually what's more valuable is being able to challenge it, being able to be a better person and trying to make the world better for people of colour. Racism is so rife in the UK, unfortunately, and it's something that we all need to do the work on to be able to both identify but also challenge, call out and look at eradicating. The more that I learn, the more that I educate myself, the more that I speak to other people about their own experiences, and listening is really, really key, the more I'm able to identify that and see that myself. And I never speak out to try and centre myself in it or take the place of people of colour, because it is so important that their voices are the primary voices in this. It's their experiences that are centred in it. But I've said this time and time again, it is never the job of the oppressed, of the victims of oppression, to be fighting the battle. It's those with the privilege that don't experience those things that are the ones that should be challenging it. As a white woman, I've had the unfortunate and uncomfortable experience on many occasions of other white people assuming that because we share the same race, that we share the same views, and then being open and brazen in their racist ideologies. The fact that they feel so able to be open to me about their racism, even when I don't know them at all, suggests to me that their experience with other white people is that they either share those beliefs or that they don't challenge them on their beliefs.
Which is the same thing, bro.
And let it play. IGLT. And let it play. Oh, man. Yeah,
so we're saying not everyone's racist. We knew that already.
Where's Mulatto gone? Oh, dog.
Mulatto don't want to know about non-racist people.
Mulatto boy, dog. Man.
Mulatto.
Oh, man. Jeez. Oh man, beautiful gun pandy. Alright, what's it called? The immigrant gaslighting tactic block.
It's funny when you say
beautiful gun panda immigrant gaslighting tactic block.
Yeah, no, and look, let me say this. You heard her say. It'll be brief. You heard her clearly say that her partner was black. She has a black immigrant partner, so she has secondhand immigrant gaslighting syndrome clearly, and that's the point. And look, let me say this: I'll be back up here. I'm flicking right now. I come back up.
Second-hand immigrant.
Man said second-hand immigrant gaslighting syndrome.
That kid's seriously not well, you know. The things he comes out with, I swear.
What happened?
He's a psychopath. He's on
Let
psycho.
him let go. Fucking hell, bro. That guy's mad.
He's out, man. He flicked out still.
Checkmate. Fuck me, bro. Fuck every 5 fucking seconds,
Checked up.
checkmate. I bet he don't even know how to play chess either.
Now that would be funny if he couldn't play chess still, for real. Or if you beat him and then, you know, you just get him in checkmate. You say, go on, say it. Checkmate. Take his king.
In 3 moves, you know. Mad. 3 moves. Checkmate, bitch. Okay, now.
Mad. Let me see if I got any more IGOTs for you. I think I got one
Big
more.
up Condo, man. You done more today, bro. No.
Yeah, man. Big up, man. You know we
You ready
do.
for this one, yeah? Let it play.
Got these figures? What methods did you use?
Hello, thank you. So in fact, what we used as method is a method called capture recapture that relies on multiple listing of mortality using the hospital listings. So those that came to the morgue and with names of those that came to the hospitals that died, and we have that listing. We also have a listing from the survey where people report that their relative died with names and age and gender and all that information included. We also have a listing from the social media where we scrape data from available pictures and names and location of people where they were killed. The capture recapture method looks at the overlap between these lists. So these 3 lists, we look at the overlap between them. So the individual is between all the 3 lists. And based on that, we come up with different models to estimate how much actually is the total mortality. These methods have been used in other war settings and other conflicts, including in Sudan, most recently in Yemen, in Kosovo, and in Colombia, Guatemala. So this is not the first time that these methods have been used in conflict zones to estimate mortality.
And how accurate do you believe your estimates are? I mean, as we know, the UN finds Gaza's health ministry reliable for its figures, but the ministry's figures don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Did you factor that into your study?
We also do not have that information of those that are combatant versus civilian. But what we know is that the Ministry of Health's data has been, the electronic health systems in Gaza Strip has been basically deteriorating, and the ability of the ministry to collect data has become worse, and we actually do show that in the study. But what we actually find is that we do have a confidence interval in the study, as you mentioned about the accuracy. The confidence interval is that the mortality is between 55,000 to 75,000. So it's not only one number.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, bro. We can hear you.
All right, cool. Let's see what's going on in the chat while Relly's there. Yeah, don't worry, Vel. We'll hold it down for a few minutes. Hopefully, reception will come back. Who should we read that? Start from the
Go for
top.
it.
Liggy, nah, smoke ciggy, said the mixed race mulatto. Yeah, he's funny, isn't he? Lady Divine, hold on to who threatened her. Lady Divine's funny. She was a sweet girl as well, man. My basketball playing boyfriend.
Lady Divine was sweet, yeah?
Justice.
Hard to believe, bro.
I'm surprised the body count isn't even higher, to be honest. Why? Why is that, Justice? Can you please explain? Cone. James Mays, another tramp. Are you correct? JB. Lancet was saying 18,600. No, sorry. 186,000 6 months ago. Suffer. Wagwan suffer. Sufferation. Really, receptionist has been hacked. Hallelujah. JD, big up old school JD. Been around for time, innit?
Hitler was a
My
socialist, like
brother.
North Korea is democratic. Hitler called his party the National Socialist Party largely to get working class votes from the actual socialists. While Hitler was alive, I don't think anybody referred to him as left-wing. Why did that change and how? People on the right want to disavow the obvious direction their ideas are coming from. As I say in every great lie, there's always some tiny kernel of truth. The tiny kernel of truth is that Hitler did co-opt certain policies from the left. To a large degree, the right tends to take certain things from the left and then repackage them in some horrific form and throw them back again. The idea of the mass party, the youth group, even some of the social policies that Hitler pursued were stolen from the left. And in a similar way, the right wing now is engaged in a similar process. One reason why right-wing populists are gaining traction in a lot of places is they're the only people who are allowed, or are perceived to be allowed, to actually promote socialistic policies. They say, yes, we're all for good pensions, we're all for social security, we're all for health care, but just for white people, right? Kick those migrants out there trying to steal our social benefits, right? So there is a sense, and this is perhaps like what's being played on here, that only the right is allowed to give a little sprinkling of left-wing policies. And one reason that poor people will vote for right-wing populism as opposed, for Johnson rather than Corbyn, is not because they're unaware that Corbyn is offering more, but they don't think Corbyn's going to be allowed to do it, right? They think maybe, if the right-wing guy comes in, even though he's offering a lot less, he might be allowed to deliver by whoever it is who's really running things, which nobody really knows.
Interesting point. Interesting point. I never even thought of that.
The last election in the UK
dynamic.
showed anything.
Oh, well, please call 911.
What was the point that was interesting? I missed a bit of the video.
Saying that people adhere to the right wing more because they're thinking that because the right wing's sort of favoured by the elites, that the things that the right wing politicians promise they might actually get to deliver. They'll probably get the go ahead from the elites.
That's such a stupid argument. The politicians are gonna.
You got to remember, Trina, white
so
people
dumb.
people think differently from us, innit? They've got a different history. They've got a different
Well,
history, especially
politicians.
in England. England's a country, I would say, that the working class people, there is like a strange dichotomy in their thinking. Like, in one way, they're like, we're the best culture and we're like more superior than everyone. But on
If
the
I
other
may,
hand,
let me interrupt you for a second.
Meat, look, just for you vegans, look.
Fucking hell, come on, man. Hamburger, cheeseburger. Swap it down.
More meat.
Fucking, it's a blobby.
Just to annoy you bastard vegans. Meat. Meat.
Mad.
Meats.
I was
Look.
Look, on the point
Meats.
of like what politicians want, yeah, they want to get voted into power, right? So they're gonna literally sing your fucking song and dance around you and fucking say what you want to hear until they get the votes, right? And then they might do something different, right? But generally speaking, politicians are gonna try to appease, what the majority consensus generally is. Correct or not?
Meats. More meats.
Fucking hell. Yeah, it's just fucking mad out here. It's a fucking madhouse, man. Yeah, politicians though, they're not gonna fucking just say something unpopular, are they? They're gonna say things that are popular, right? Even if they're gonna spin a certain narrative, like the whole immigration thing, for example, they just thought that they could just use it as a narrative to try and say we're gonna try to deport people, and immigrants are the actual problem. It's not us. It's not the government. No, it can't be us. We're not the problem. It's clearly fucking immigrants. Fucking so stupid. That's ridiculous. They're the problem. Like, and people fell for it. I mean, how fucking stupid could the people? That's how fucking idiotic and fucking stupid these people are that believe that rhetoric. Immigrants are the problem. It's got nothing to do with the government. Fucking in terms of like, their spending and everything else, right? We got the Prime Minister of the UK, probably one of the richest men in the world, like literally, son of a billion. No, sorry, married into a billionaire family, right? Like, what the hell? He's already got his own money from anyway from his own family, so yeah, he don't need to do fuck all. But yeah, he's milking it. They have to make a whole power grid, just for his house. Talk about how when people are having power cuts and having to pay extra for bills and everything else. He had to get his own power grid made just for his own house. Yeah, for his fucking heated swimming pool and all that shit. Come on, outdoors heated swimming pool, by the way. Yeah, mad.
Meats.
All right, you got a prime minister, right, from the Tory party that's literally fucking out there crying about how Labour put too much fucking effort and influence and money into poor areas, and they try to unravel that and try to, put that money back into rich areas. Like the rich people, of the country are the majority, and that's what we should be trying to do. Such a pompous fucking point of view. Anyway, the Tory party are definitely the worst party out here. Without a doubt. Worse than
Well,
Reform.
thing, Chilla, in India, yeah, is capitalism the same way how it is in Europe? The way they run the country, do they do the same
Ruthless.
thing?
More ruthless.
More ruthless, even, innit?
Yeah, more exploitative. Yeah, because labor is
Wow.
cheap.
Do
Labor
they
is
have
cheap
like
out there.
social services and things like that out there?
Dude,
Like the government's help and
no,
things?
everything generally is NGOs, isn't it? We ain't got NHS. We ain't got
No, nothing
fucking
like that.
welfare. Yeah, bro. Bro. You don't work, you're dead, bro. You're finished. I mean,
Wow.
that's it, bro. You gotta work. It's simple as that, bro. Unless you fucking,
No wonder
are
everyone's running
smart
away from
or
there.
lucky. Well, dude, it's a thing of like opportunities. Generally speaking, like look at what we have done, right? From the last, I don't know, 60, 70 years, right? From people coming over, right? From India to here, and look what they made of themselves. Yeah, they won't be able to make that. Very few of them will be able to make that, right? Because opportunities are different back then from now. In terms of look at
True.
property prices, from now until then, it's
Yeah.
ridiculously like, you got
Uh-huh.
like people born and bred here. wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to afford to buy a property their entire life working here. That's how nuts it is. Like they
Like a
can,
trap. It's like a trap.
yeah, but they can, but obviously they
Oh,
don't want.
I'm trapped. Like a
Dude,
fool, I'm in a
like
cage.
the guy who got me my job, yeah. Dude, this guy is so smart and charismatic and everything. He's been working for years, hard worker, yeah. He's on good money. This guy rents. I'm like, you know what I mean? I told him, bro, like I own fucking multiple properties, you get me? Like and whatnot. He's like, yeah, like for me, I'd rather rent. I don't need to buy a house. He's like in his 50s and he's like, yeah, fuck this. You get me? I'm just gonna rent and enjoy my life. Like, fuck buying a house. This is extra hassle. What's the point?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man,
Yeah.
each to their own, bro. I got you, bro. I understand. And like how many women I see as well that are renting in nice areas, nice apartments, yeah. And bro, they're on some standard kind of pay. They're on like about, I don't know, 21 to 25K. Ain't a lot. A bit overtime might get a bit more, might get 30, but like honestly, bro, I'm like, you can't afford to live where you're living, but they do it anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's mad.
Yeah.
Like people don't care, bro. They care about today.
They
They don't
don't,
care about
innit?
tomorrow,
People
bro.
don't care, bro.
They care about today. They
They're
don't care about tomorrow.
ruthless. People are ruthless, though.
You know what I mean? These chicks and these guys and whatever, all they care about is what they can get right now. That's all they care about. That's it. Don't care about tomorrow. Like, my parents, they were always thinking about tomorrow, building. You know, they were always thinking about that. Whereas these lot, they're more interested in what's happening right now, here and now. I mean, it's a different world, bro. Complete different world. Such an impulsive world we live in today. It's all about how you feel.
Yeah.
Like, it's mad. It's not about doing the right thing, ethics, morals. It's all out the window. It's all about how you fucking feel. Like, and I can appreciate that to an extent because honestly, feelings go a long way, right? But the way that is what made them feel like that. Do you know what I mean? What made them feel like feelings is all that matters? How you feel right now is all that matters. Nah. I mean, they don't care about how you would feel without a fucking roof over your head tomorrow. You know? They're winging it, man. Half these people are just winging it out, bro. It's mad. Careless people, bro. So, I ain't fucking much better, but you know. It's mad. Because if you ain't fucking happy, yeah, you ain't gonna be trying to live a good life, innit? Yeah, you gotta try and get yourself happy. You gotta be trying to live trying to live a good life. So there's a good balance there, innit? Work, make for the future, at the same time, spend a little today, so you're happy, man. You know why you're working. You know what I mean? Don't be afraid to spoil yourselves, man. Shit. Just don't go all out on any front. Don't work too hard. And don't fucking, spend all your money. Simple as that. They're going for Khan today in the chat. Is Trilla Pakistani or Indian today? I was always Indian, dickhead, but I'm also English, arsehole. The two Turks left on the panel. Game. Yeah, you know, you're going to get beaten up one day like you were in Park Royal, right? All right. I'm going to call the same lads that beat you up in Park Royal to beat you up again. How about that? I'm going to find them. I'm going to make sure they fucking beat you up
You got
again.
beat up in Park Royal?
Game. he got beaten up by seat guys.
You know Game's a little pussy, isn't it? You little Bengali.
Game's a seventh dan martial art expert, yeah? We
Yeah,
got
but he
beaten
can't
up
fight
in Park
you,
Royal by some seat guys. They're probably some fucking dickheads as well, you know. He got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah.
It's fucking. I bet you're a little 5'5" Bengali man, Game. Yeah.
Of course he is. He's a little chipmunk.
Again, you'll have to give it large on the fucking chat, you know. Yeah, a large man, are you? Huh? You know what I mean? Who you married to, man? You married to your freaking. How you to go there? Okay. Oh shit. I think I opened up that ammunition for the fucking racists.
You know what irritates me about Gain? He's such a nerd. Gain is the biggest nerd on earth. No, God, it's not like that. It's like this, and He's like one proper nerd.
Yeah.
He's irritating, bro.
Gaines is gonna break all of our necks, bro.
Gain's one of them geezers that in real life, bro, you wouldn't even chat to him. You'd be like, oh, fuck off, you boring little nerd. Don't even chat to me. You know, like them ones where the geezer walks in the room and everyone just goes quiet. He's like, Gain's one of them, bro.
Yeah, you know what? I can imagine, I know
it's like waiting for him to leave and then start talking again.
I'm literally imagining those proper fucking Indian nerds, that.
You know the ones I mean, innit? The computer, the tech guys. He's tech guys, bro.
Yeah.
The nerdy tech guys.
And you're looking at them like, bruv, who gives a fuck? Like, honestly, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's true.
Bro, man's already making money, bro. And
you know, like with me, like I always stick up for the Muslims, innit? I'm always siding with my Akis and all that. But Gain's like the exception to the rule. Like, I don't care who you are, bro. You're just so irritating.
I hate you.
He's the exception to the rule, bro.
The thing is about Gain, what I don't like about Gain is, bro, you're listening to the streams, but you're not man enough to jump on a panel.
But it's not even deep enough to not like him. It's not even that deep to not like him.
I would at least rate you, because he's been on.
No, there's no ratings. Zero ratings. You don't get no ratings.
No, bro. I told you.
There's never going to be ratings for Gain. Never.
Bro. Like people that jump on a panel, I'll give you some ratings, innit? Like, come on, as opposed to people just stuck in the chat. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's standard.
You get some ratings.
You don't jump on the panel, you're a pussy, innit?
100%, bro. Like you
ain't getting ratings though. That's a standard thing.
Fucking dickheads out here, bro. Like and Gain has been on panels before, and Gain's been on Jedi's. Gain's been on G Block, and Gain's been everywhere. But it's like thinks he's better than us by not jumping on. Do you know what I mean? That's the kind of shit.
Don't be silly. Gain could never think he's better than anyone.
Nah, he does though. He does. I know that's his game. Trust me. 100%.
He knows better than that, bro. He knows better than that.
Better than us by listening and by not fucking participating. He's a dickhead. I'm telling you now. He's a dickhead. I'm like, bro, if you got something to say it with chest. Jump on the panel. Be a fucking 7th or whatever, 2nd Dan, fucking black belt, Karate Kid. Yeah? Be a Mr. Miyagi, bro. Wax on, wax off. Come on, bro. Fucking
Gain's one of them geezers, isn't it? Like he'll spend his whole life learning martial arts, right? And all you gotta do is get one. Just to get one baseball bat, lick him in the head. That's it. He's done, bro.
Just to get knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, just to get knocked the fuck out. He'll just step to you and go, "I am a damn dance. You just give him one whack in the face, bro. Shut up, you little pussy. Just shut up. Just smack him up one time.
I'm a 6th Dan. Fuck it.
He'll get fucked up same way.
Don't fuck with me. You better knock him the
We'll still
fuck
get
out
fucked up.
Train. Yeah, hey, bro. Hey, Gain, just admit it. You're commuting, yeah? But bro, you got knocked the fuck out while you were commuting, bro. That's why you can't jump on the panel, bro.
Gain's one of them geezers, bro. He'll be about 40 years old and he'll get beaten up by 3 15-year-olds. They'll just move to him like, who's this dickhead? Little kids, bro. You know when you're Gain, yeah? When you're Gain, it's not safe out there, bro. When you're Gain. Little kids will move to you.
Gain is watching his back every day, bro. I swear, he's literally looking over his shoulder every 5 seconds. That's how shook he is. Walking to work, walking home.
Gain's
from
like
work.
the Indian version of Ned Flanders from The Simpsons.
Yeah,
just a nerd.
I can imagine the glasses, you know. The glasses.
Hi ho, hiddly ho. Fuck off.
Because obviously,
I bet Gain's got a nice collection of cardigans. When his missus is like, Gain, what do you want for Christmas? He's like,
he's got every different
I'll have another cardigan, babe. Yeah, man's got cardigans, bro. Selection of cardigans. He's got one with the square buttons. He's got one with the round buttons.
those thick ones as well. Like, is it to make it
Yeah,
look
with the
even bigger?
toggle. You know the one with the toggle. Is it a
Just to
button?
make,
What is it?
yeah, the big buttons to make it look a little
Yeah,
bit
that's what
bigger
he's
as
rolling
well.
with, bro.
A big
And you know the
material.
leather patches on the elbows, like Ned Flanders style. That's what he's rolling with. Imagine
Fucking hell,
game.
okay, bro. Those you wear those Christmas jumpers in the fucking summer, bro. Man,
Game's the
I
kind
said
of
that.
geezer who comes to work and he's got a whole shelf in the fridge. This is my shelf. Nobody touch it. Only thing he's bringing in is his wife's biryani.
Easy now, easy. Okay,
All right, Con, you said something to me really, really like profound this afternoon. Do you remember what it was?
No.
You said when I said I can't remember who I was talking to. I can't remember who it was, but I said so. Oh no, it's IICSA. I said so. These guys who are doing X, Y, and Z are not great Muslims, and you said something like, "There's been no caliph for like 100 years or 1,000 years." I can't remember what you said.
Yeah, man.
What does that mean then? Does that mean there's no way to determine what a good Muslim is?
Well, obviously Islam is a justice system, like like a judiciary that's administered from the top down, right?
Yeah, but who's
So
the
it's a
top though, Carl?
relationship. It's a relationship between the leadership and the people, right? So you have sort of like the aristocrats, so like the Akis, were like the tradesmen, the skills people, like the people that produce stuff. You know what I mean? Like they're in the middle. Then you got the thingies that are at the bottom, like like the workers and people who are just working, like producing stuff, like working on farms and whatever. Obviously, then you got elites, innit? You got like the Sultan, his viziers. Do you know what I mean? And the Islam is administered from the top down.
Yeah, but who's the top
Right.
then?
So that means that it would be the Caliph, right? The Caliph of Islam, the king.
But if there's been no caliph for 100 years,
yeah, people just been doing their best. They've just been surviving.
So what about the king of Saudi Arabia? What's he saying?
No, he's the king of a country called Saudi Arabia. He's not the Caliph of Islam, though.
Why not?
He's not the Caliph of Islam. Because Saudi Arabia is just a country like any other country.
No. I know he's just the king of Saudi Arabia. But what I'm saying is, like, the reason why I mentioned him specifically is because
he's not the rightful heir.
He's not
the rightful heir. He's not the inheritor. He's not the rightful heir of it. Has to pass from king to king, innit? Because they're from a different bloodline. They're from a different bloodline.
Oh. So what's the bloodline? Oh shit! They got tasers. They got fucking machine guns. What did you do, bro? Fuck! What did you do? Oh my god! There's unmarked police cars everywhere now. What the fuck?
You talking about UK?
Yeah. I'm in Clapham now.
I swear to God, I swear to God, I see an unmarked police car every day, and you would never suspect it. It's mad. I'm like,
yeah, it's crazy.
Everywhere, bro, everywhere. Man,
Do you know what, Con? You've actually given me some real food for thought here, right? Because when you say like the Sultan and like that, it's interesting and worrying and amazing at the same time. Because if there's no standard for someone to adhere to, then the whole thing's a mess, right?
Well, yeah. So like the people just been doing their best, isn't it? Like they've been surviving for 100 years with no proper leadership. Like they haven't. Like you got to remember, they haven't got an Islamic banking system to invest in. Like they haven't got Islamic leadership or justice system to live by or laws. They haven't got
you've got Sharia, no?
What country's got Sharia?
Exactly. What country?
You need to establish Sharia. You need a caliph. You need a king.
Nobody implements full Sharia. Yeah, Afghanistan is probably the closest.
See, so that's why this whole argument
that's a country that was made a couple of years ago.
No, but that's why this argument of once you get a certain amount of Muslims in your country, they can vote for Sharia is a misnomer, because Sharia is administered from the top down. You have to have the caliph or the leadership in place before you can have the justice system put in place.
But don't you think? Why do you think Sharia is not there? Like, as in, like, why these Muslim countries don't do it? Is it because do you think it's outdated?
Because there's no caliph. There's no
No, but don't
leadership.
you think?
So if I was, for example, if I was a caliph,
Wait. Do we want
imagine
Sharia though in the UK? Really?
It's out of date, bro. Come on, bro. Be real, bro. It's out of date.
No, I mean, to be fair,
no,
being honest, from
there
the
could be a
things
modern
I've seen,
version.
the things I've heard, I'm just like,
What?
yeah, but do we need it though?
Who's
Sharia.
we? It's not for you.
Really?
It's not. Sharia is not for non-Muslims.
Oh, Sharia is only for Muslims.
No. People living in those countries, no. People living in those
but they live under those
countries
countries. No, but that's different.
have to
That's
abide
different.
by the law, bro.
Yeah,
So if
that's
the
different
law,
because
it's not different.
that's different. If like for example, if I've got a house and you come to my house as a visitor, you've got to visit me according to like the rules of my house, isn't it?
No,
You
if
can't
I
just come
want
and
to buy
start putting your feet
property
up
in
on
a
the
Muslim
sofa.
country, there are over 50 Muslim countries, right, across the world. If I want to buy
Yeah, they're
property
Muslim countries,
there,
but that's
I
not
have to abide by
Islam.
the law of that land, bro.
Yeah, we calling them Muslim countries, but it's not Sharia.
No, but Trilla, none of those Muslim countries, according to Khan, are actually like great examples of Islam because
it's not that they're not actually examples of Islam. They're not. They're not examples.
None of them follow Sharia, bro. None of them.
Yeah, so there is no Islam in this world.
Yeah, but wait, hold on a second. Khan and Trilla, give me both your opinions. If they were like the majority Muslim countries, why aren't they following the Sharia?
Because it's unpopular.
Because the caliphs ended. They disbanded the caliph
it's not about
system.
the caliphs. It's the fact is it doesn't work in this day and age. In this day and age, those kind of laws do not work.
It's not
They're
true.
unpopular.
It's not true. It's
How
not
will
true.
it work?
The English forced the Ottomans to disband the caliph system.
Dude, are you telling me that the systems that they generally have right back 2,000 years ago are better than what we have today? Like, I'm not saying ours is
I'm
perfect,
telling you that, yeah.
How is it? Because the whole I need 4 witnesses, male witnesses, blah blah blah, to defend a woman, who's been accused or something, whatever, or she's making an accusation. She needs 4 male witnesses. That's just ridiculous. What kind of fucking parity is that? What kind of fairness is that, bro?
But if you're not a trained Qadi, if you're not a judge that's been trained in Islamic jurisprudence, then you wouldn't know how to administer the law.
Why would you want 4 people? You only need 1, the victim and the perpetrator.
Yeah, but you're picking out one thing in isolation.
That's a big thing, bro.
There ain't no such thing as a big thing. You got to look at the whole thing, innit? You got to look at the whole thing.
But dude, generally speaking, that's the main thing that's been controversial, isn't it, over the time. That's why I know about it, right? Because everyone talks about it, So, like, obviously, that's a big contention. Like, in this day and age,
but you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Trilla, both you and Khan completely sidestepped my question. My question was, no, actually, Khan didn't. But why aren't Muslim majority countries living by the Sharia? You can't. I mean, you can just say there's no conflict. But if I'm honest with you, I kind of felt like a non-answer because you can do every other thing.
Look, listen.
Hold on. No, I don't like the way you just said that.
Why is he even speaking? I don't even get what it's got to do with him.
Oh, 1 second, Nah, shut up, bro. I'm part of this world, if you didn't fucking know. When it comes down to it, Ultra, fucking, I answered your question. I said it's out of date.
No, you didn't.
It's out of date and it doesn't work. That's what.
Wait, so no. I heard what you said. But what you did was give me your opinion. But I'm saying if you're in a Muslim majority country and you're Muslim ride or die, and it's like, remember, we have people on panel say Islam and the Prophet are more important than their own children and their own mums. And I'm saying, okay, so then surely living by Sharia is part and parcel of that.
I answered your question, to the best of my ability, now answer mine, right?
And your opinion
you just said it was outdated. Is that an answer though?
It's only us 3, bro. Chill out, bro. Khan. Don't need to chat every 5 seconds, bro. All right. Answer my question, though, Why is Sharia law not implemented in any country in the Islamic countries, inshallah.
I'll tell you what, I'll shut up and in my place, I'll let Waiso speak. I'll let Waiso answer in my place.
No, I'm asking Ultra. Ultra,
All right,
why
go on.
isn't it implemented?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
Because the West wouldn't trade with them.
Ultra, I'm asking you.
What are you asking me?
Why isn't Sharia law fully implemented in any of the Muslim countries around the world?
I have no fucking idea.
Yeah,
Because
no
the
idea.
Like I
West,
can't.
because the
Here's
West
the
wouldn't trade
here's
with
the
them,
thing, right?
dude.
Sheila,
It's
look,
that simple.
I wouldn't dare to or even go on record and say, oh, I know every single fucking Muslim. There's 2 billion of you guys, and I don't know you all. I couldn't even begin to tell you like half of the fucking politics that are going on in the Muslim world. But in my experience, the Muslims that I've met, interacted with, and seen online, like it seems like the religion is more important than fucking air to some of you guys. And that's don't get me wrong. I do get that. I do get that concept. But my thing is, right, okay. So this thing is the most important thing for you. This thing is more important than air. Fine. So why not, where you have political power, it's a Muslim majority country, why wouldn't you live by these laws?
Yeah,
and I'm just thinking, I honestly, I don't get the disconnect. I honestly don't know.
Because the West wouldn't trade with them, dude. The West would not trade with any country that allows slavery. The West wouldn't be. The West doesn't want to trade with countries that stone people to death. Like
I think
they
the West
don't
would
want.
trade
The
with them
West
anyway.
doesn't. The
As long as
West
they
doesn't
Yeah,
got
but
want to
why
trade.
so? Why so? Hold on, hold on.
Dude.
Why
Let me
so?
finish before
Is
y'all
is
interject.
stoning to death in the Quran?
Listen, nobody, dude. That's not the Sharia. Is not just the Quran. The Sharia is also the
Oh,
Sunnah, the Hadith. So,
oh shit.
but
Okay, okay.
nobody would. The West isn't going to want to trade with countries that allow enslaving people. They don't want to trade with people. They don't want to
That's
do
bullshit.
trade.
That's bullshit.
The
That's
trade.
bullshit.
Okay. What Western country
If
is
they
going
got
to trade
something
with
to trade
countries that
with, they'll
enslave?
trade with them, bro. Are you mad?
No,
So when it comes
dude.
to oil,
What
resources,
Western
and everything
country?
else, yeah,
What
gas
Western
and everything
country
else,
is
yeah. Hold
doing?
on, bro. 1 second. When it comes
Dude,
down to it,
you
bro, yeah,
interrupted me.
they
What
will
are you
trade with
talking
them, bro.
about? Hold
They
on a
will trade
second,
with them.
dude.
You're trying to say like they wouldn't do it. They would do it.
I'm having a
They,
great
bro,
laugh.
these companies don't give a fuck.
Dude, so listen.
These
They wouldn't
governments
trade
don't
with
care.
it's dude, Western countries are not trading with okay, so Western countries are doing big trade with
These
Algeria right
countries do
now.
not trade based on your moral ethics and values. They
Listen.
just trade with the prices right.
Dude,
They don't give a fuck.
is the West
They're
trading
literally
with
fucking supplying
Algeria right
arms,
now?
yeah, and causing proxy wars across the world, yeah, and they're causing wars across the world. You think they give a shit about your country state?
So you have no evidence that the West is going to trade with countries like
Of
that's
course I do, bro. Throughout history, the West has always traded
no, the
with everybody. Didn't the West
history
trade
is
with
not the
Saddam
same
Hussein?
as modern
Didn't the West
history
trade with
is not
Saddam
the same
Hussein?
as modern
Didn't
times.
the
You
West,
understand
yeah,
that?
trained Bin Laden, yeah,
Listen,
CIA agent, yeah?
chill
Right?
up.
Wasn't Saddam Hussein CIA?
I get
Yeah?
it. You think that because
You idiot.
historically you think historically countries have had
As
slavery
long
and
as you
have
do what they
traded with
want, yeah,
why
they'll leave
dude
you alone.
can somebody
They only
can you
attack
shut
you
up
when
for a second,
when
dude?
you try and do your own thing.
Dude, I get it. You think the West is the worst culture that really exists.
Dude,
You
they're the
believe that.
strongest, you idiot. They're the strongest.
No, I'm
Might
just
is
saying
right.
you believe that the West
They're
is
the
the worst
strongest.
culture and laws to have ever existed. I get it. But the concept here is very simple. Does the West trade with Algeria right now?
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, they don't, dude.
Why?
Why
What
not?
happened to Algeria?
Algeria has slavery. The fall of
Algeria has
Gaddafi.
slavery. What? Really?
The fall of
What has Algeria got to trade with? Like, what have they got to trade with?
They have like some of
What
the
are their
biggest
biggest
oil
resources?
reserves in the world.
And they don't trade with them. Well, I think that might be the next target. I mean, what do you say? I mean, if they're not going to trade with them,
you bring up a possible point, and Trilla is just like, well, that's probably next. He doesn't even accept the concept.
yeah. Well, why not,
This guy's
dude? That they got, dude.
Because what you just what
Why
I
not?
said shows what I said. But what I said, when you just don't accept it, you say, oh, why isn't my point good? because it's not valid right
No,
now.
I
We're
heard
talking
your
about
point.
the
I
valid.
heard your point. I heard your
Why?
point.
Why so? Sorry, Triller.
My
1 second.
point.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Why
I'm
so? Are you
sorry.
saying
I
that
said
trade? Are you
Algeria.
saying
I
that
meant Libya.
trade is more important than Sharia?
Of course, to the Muslims, of course.
Trade and
I did make
your
a mistake.
country's
I meant Libya.
GDP.
That's the reason I said. That's the reason I said Gaddafi. But
Yeah.
I said the wrong one.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying trade and your country's GDP is more important than Sharia, or living by and implementing the Sharia.
No,
Of
their own
course it
pockets.
is. Of course
Their
it
own
is.
pockets, bro. They don't give a fuck about GDP. They care about their own pockets, bro. GDP
That's
only.
Yeah, but
GDP, dude.
isn't
That's GDP.
Pakistan
You
like
fucking
If,
retard.
isn't it
they
like
have
a
their own pockets,
shithole?
yeah,
Trilla,
they,
you
they would
understand
bankrupt
that
they would bankrupt
GDP,
the country if they could run away with the money.
GDP is their pockets. You
Again,
understand that?
if they could run away with the money, they fucking would, yeah? All right, because you know about civil wars, yeah? Right? You know about fucking civil disruption and all that? It's happened, right? Across the world. So people can fucking take all that money and fucking run with
Trilla.
billions.
The point is that GDP is the pocket money for the higher ups, the ones who couldn't.
I understand. It's
so then what you
beneficial.
just said made no sense.
No, it makes sense because it's only beneficial if they're looking to stay in power and keep on making money. If it basically means that they're going to cause some civil disruption, right, for them to basically run away with more money than they could possibly ever make.
Dude, you were just
talking
sideways out of your mouth.
That's
if they
what
don't care
happens,
about
though.
GDP, if they didn't care about GDP, then their pockets wouldn't be getting
Dude,
lined.
if they
So
could
what
rob,
are you talking about?
So GDP, right? Again, only matters in the long term. Okay, when it comes down to them making as much money, robbing and looting and stealing and pillaging, yeah, from their own people, and then basically having some sort of civil war, right? And then running away with the money while everybody else is out there fighting for their lives. Yeah, that's what happens in these
100%.
countries.
The only reason it's just like the only reason Saudi Arabia didn't outlaw slavery until the 1960s. The only reason they did it is because there was Western international pressure that they would not, that the West wouldn't trade with them until they stopped. Like, do you think that Saudi Arabia just got rid of slavery because of some moral concept when their morality comes from the Quran and the Sunnah that allows slavery? Or was it because of Western pressures about not willing to buy oil from them?
So what do you think about that guy? What's
I'm
his
asking
name?
you, which one makes more sense?
What?
That Saudi Arabia stopped doing slavery, which is a part of the Sharia, because they had some moral epiphany about it.
No,
Even though
the
their
greedy
religion
bastards want
allows
to
it,
make money, bro.
or because the West said that they would stop trading with them if
Bro,
they didn't get rid of it.
MOB, bro. Yeah, in this time, yeah, MOR, yeah, money over religion, all day long, bro, all day long.
Well, then
money
there
over
we go,
religion.
dude.
Yeah.
Everybody's make this big thing because I said Algeria, even though I did say Gaddafi and I was constantly
No, but that's the
getting
case.
interrupted.
It's
Dude,
always
it's
the
just
case.
ridiculous how some of y'all are
Money
petty in this
talks,
chat.
bro. Money talks. Money rules the world.
Yeah,
Money makes the world go round.
so then Trilla, what I just said about the reason that they don't install Sharia is because of trade. That's money. That's
know
money. So
what you
then
said.
you do believe what I said is true.
I believe, yeah. When it comes, well, hold on, no. I believe when it comes to Algeria, like end of the day,
you kept interrupting me, and I said the wrong place.
I heard
said
you.
the wrong place.
What? You said Algeria.
No, that's the thing. You kept interrupting me, but I said Algeria. I said I mean Gaddafi. Since Gaddafi left, which is Libya, you kept on interrupting me, so I said the wrong place. But Libya.
All right, I didn't keep up. No, you done that.
Yes, you did. Dude, the first thing you did.
Why so? Why so? Let me ask you a
The first thing you
question.
did was interrupt me and then say, "Hold on."
Why so? Why
out,
so?
dude.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because I know you're very knowledgeable.
Oh, fuck off, bro. Don't be
1 minute. I'm
patronizing.
asking the guy a question, man. Why so? To establish Sharia, you need a caliph first. Can you tell us the process in which how would the caliph be selected? Would they like have an online poll and everyone pick their favorite guy, or would it be the king of, like, let's say, the most rich or the most illustrious current Muslim country? Like, what would be the
So
process
I saw
involved?
this. I was gonna read this the other day to just double check myself because I haven't looked at it in a while. But if you go by the Sunnah, if you go by the history of Islam, it would be that you have essentially a meeting of tribal, like I guess you would say, like elders and knowledgeable Muslims, and then they would come together and they would select whoever they would put up nominations for who it's going to be, and then they would vote on it. That's how Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Umar were, and Ali were all became caliph, is by essentially a gathering of Muslims that were essentially leaders of their communities and knowledgeable Muslims at the same time, and they voted for whoever they wanted. That's the four rightly guided caliphs. But that popped up a couple of days ago for me to watch, and I was going to read about it, but I just never did because I don't see
So
it
why
happening.
so? So the tribal leaders all get together, and people are nominated, and then the nominees have to basically demonstrate that they have a majority backing from the ummah. Is that correct?
Well, the tribal leaders were supposed to also be like the most knowledge. Like you got to think the people who were the tribal leaders when Muhammad died, or the people who had the most power inside the separated communities across Arabia, were the people that knew Islam the most. Go
Yeah.
figure. Go figure. But so then they would get together and they would vote. That's like people when I used to go on Sir Foz's channel, and they would talk
Uh-huh.
about how they don't approve of democracy. I was like, technically Islam was founded, the four rightly guided caliphs, on a republic. So you do accept a
Right.
form of democracy when choosing a khalifa, a caliph, but you just don't want to admit that
Right.
because so.
Yeah. So there's a process in which they would select a caliph, right? A leader. But apart from the prophet and his nephew, isn't there like a dispute between Sunnis and Shias on how that process is done? Like they like one saying it's a process
Well,
of
Shias believe that it can only be through the direct line of Muhammad, and that's the
right.
reason it stops at the 12th Imam. And then,
Uh-huh.
like, because the Ayatollah, he wasn't considered a Khalifa. He was the supreme ruler, essentially. You know,
Who? The Ayatollah of Iran? You mean Khomeini?
yeah, Khomeini. He was the supreme. What they call him?
The
But he
Ayatollah.
wasn't. Yeah, but he wasn't. He wasn't. He
Who
wasn't.
was he the leader of? Was he just the leader of Iran or all the Shias
He was
or
supposed
all
to
the
be the leader
Muslims?
of
What
all
was
the
he claiming?
Shias.
So he wasn't
When's the
claiming
last
to
time?
be the leader of the entirety of Islam.
No, when's the last time he like they don't believe, just like a lot of Sunnis don't believe that Shias are Muslim. The Shias don't really believe that the Sunnis are Muslim. But more so, I would say the Shias don't believe in Sunnis being Muslim more so than the Sunnis believe that Shias aren't Muslims. They Sunnis say that, there's just a couple of outlining things of belief that definitely can't make you a Muslim. But yeah, that's the reason they believe in the 12th Imam for the most part.
Right.
Is like that's where Muhammad's lineage essentially
Ends.
stopped,
Right.
and he's been around since I want to say like the 1100s or something,
Uh-huh.
and just in a cave somewhere hiding out waiting to come back out and defend Islam and shit. But that's the reason there's a difference. Like they believe Ali was supposed to be the caliph, not the other three imams. They believe that I mean the not the first three caliphs. They believe that it should have been Ali the whole time, and they said they use a Quran verse to justify it, and then it's the Al-Bat, I believe, verse Bayt, that the house of the prophet verse, and yeah, they think they also believe that Aisha poisoned Muhammad, and I haven't studied Shia in a while, but yeah, they don't
Right.
really believe, they don't really have a caliph concept other than, you know, you were born it.
Okay.
Of course, Birdsnet Rafas. No, they don't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. What? I don't know what you're saying. No, they didn't. That they didn't believe that Ali should automatically have become caliph. Yes, they do. They 100% believe that. They 100% believe that the three original caliphs, Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Umar, that they are illegitimate caliphs, and that it should have never, they should have never had any authority over Ali. But
I've heard that being said.
like they are 100% like a caste system where they believe that
It's about the lineage.
correct, and that they, because that, here's the thing, they also believe that they also believe that the imams hold a certain level of prophethood.
Right.
That they are essentially perfect.
Divine beings.
Yeah, all the imams are perfect.
Yeah.
And that they essentially can perform miracles themselves with the help of Allah.
Yes, I've heard that.
Dude, Ali himself said, this is why it's impossible talking to some Sunnis. Ali himself said, Abu Bakr, Umar, and Usman are better than me. Ha 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 ha. Muta. Dude, that is the Sunni hadith. Like Sunnis can and will use some Shia hadiths because if they align with Sunni Islam, but Shias will not use any form of Sunni hadith. So when you give a Sunni position that is backed by a Sunni hadith and a Sunni ideology, that's circular reasoning, dude. Like that makes no sense to be like, oh well, well, Ali said this in our books. Yeah, that's your books, but that hadith is not going to exist in Shia Islam. So like that's not actually, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Shias have the earliest form of hadith collection?
I'm not the person to ask.
I'm pretty sure that Shias have the oldest form of hadith collection, but you know, so
Yes, that's interesting.
so
It's
what do you
interesting
think, Khan, about
subject.
my position that
On what?
that they don't install, that Muslim countries don't install Sharia or follow Sharia because the West wouldn't trade with them?
No, I don't agree with that.
So you think it's just because they
Because
don't have a Khalifa?
I think it's essential to having the Sharia law established that you have to have a caliph installed first.
I mean, I'm not so sure that you necessarily have to have a Khalifa. Like if the
Yeah.
House of Saud, which is
Uh-huh.
a kingdom,
Uh-huh.
they could enforce all of the Sharia just minus being a caliph, and
Yeah,
that would,
so how would they then go about that speculatively? I think they would maybe get a team of scholars together to administer the law. Obviously, the law's already written. They would just have to basically have the scholars in place to kind of be like like you said, the Attorney General position would be filled by a team of scholars. They would then train qadis or judges to go throughout the country and have localized government, and they'll report back to the main government. So it could be done. You're right, actually, it could be done.
yeah. I mean, the only thing would be that would it be an official caliph? No, probably not. But it could be. It could be that somebody becomes And when I just say House of Saud, that's just because they have Mecca and Medina, so I just threw that out
You
there.
mean like an honorary caliph, like for
No, they could,
example,
somebody could,
the King of
just,
Jordan?
they could, if they wanted to, install the complete Sharia, and they have a king, and then it could just be later on the line that all the Muslims across the world, all the scholars see how well they're enforcing Sharia, and then they could say, yes, this person is the caliph. It's totally possible
Right.
that they could
It
do
could
that.
happen.
There's no reason.
So they could reverse engineer it.
Yeah, there's no reason that they couldn't do that.
Right. Yeah, I suppose. But why would you think that the West would stop trading with them?
Because they can't. For one, it endorses slavery. Like, and the West is 100%.
Bro, why would they care? I don't get it.
Because the West is
Here's my
100%.
argument. No, but both of you been speaking.
You said,
a little
why
while,
would
right?
they care?
Hold on. Yeah.
Answer you.
Let me elaborate on my point, if you don't mind, right?
Well,
So when
then
it
don't
comes down
ask
to
questions
it, right?
as your point.
Hold on. I asked the question, but let me elaborate on that. Right? You've been talking for ages. My God. Right? It's only three of us here. When it comes down to it, right? My point being, yeah. Why would they care when it comes down to benefiting? I don't know how many there are. When it comes down to benefiting their country, right, and their themselves in that regard, right? Why the fuck would they care about what the fuck you get
It's
on
true what
with
he's saying.
in
It's
your
true what
home
he's
ground?
saying. You think about it. You think about it. Why so? When the whites went to Africa and they were trading with the Africans had slavery and the whites never, and they still traded with them.
So you can't talk about historical as if that really matters now, right? Because the way that the West looks at slavery is that it's an abomination that we all took part in. That we all took
history
part
is like
in.
pre-1800s, yeah. All right. So when you're talking about history, like you're talking about historical, right? That doesn't count. It counts as current.
Dude, it doesn't. Like,
it does.
Attitudes
Yesterday
change,
is historical then. Yeah. Okay.
Dude,
So yesterday is historical.
that's not what was said. The concept is you can't say just because historically they.
What was historical?
Oh
what was
my
historical
gosh,
then?
fucking faggot,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
So,
no. You're a faggot. But when was historical then? What date would you count as historical being?
The point being made is that sentiments have changed. Sentiments are not the same. Look at all the backlash that Brunei had when Brunei decided to bring back stoning. That's just a portion of the Sharia.
Okay, but yet, where's the king of Brunei?
Wait, let him explain his point. I want to hear it. It's interesting. What happened with Brunei?
That's fine. But where is the king of Brunei's house? In England. The king of Brunei's house is in Southall.
Yeah, he's literally English, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in Southall, by the way.
But that has nothing to do with the conversation being brought up. So when the king, so what happened? Immediately, Western countries started bringing up that they were gonna execute for homosexuality, and instantly Western countries started putting traveling restrictions.
But yet his house, is still there. Bro. He still owns. No, dude, your mum's a faggot. Yeah. All right. And when it comes down to it, he still owns Osterley Park and all the lands and gifts that have been given to him by the Queen. Yeah. He still got all that. So why hasn't that been?
None of that has anything to do with what I said.
That's got nothing to do with it. So when other people like Roman, what you call it? What's that guy's name who owns Chelsea? Yeah, because he's Russian.
Abramovich.
Yeah, Abramovich. Yeah, he fucking got everything taken away from him. Yeah, right, in this country, right? But because he was Russian and the war happened. Yeah, right. But yeah, you got somebody who's stoning and who's enslaving and so on, right? And not what has been taken away from him.
Dude, who is this leader of this country that you're supposedly talking about? Because I'm talking about countries, not just individuals, right? So when
who gave him the land? Who gave him the fucking gifts? The royal family gave him those gifts. Yeah.
Brunei is an example.
Yeah, he's a king. Yeah.
So as soon as Brunei said that they're
the king of Brunei. Yeah.
Not much. So as soon as Brunei said that they were going to start executing homosexuals, the West the West started travel restrictions, started telling people that you shouldn't go there, that it's
As they
dangerous,
should.
it's not.
As they should, yeah.
So, dude, that's a form of trade.
That no, it's a form of trade.
Dude,
That's a fucking
tourism is a
obligation.
form of trade.
Dude, are you dumb? When it comes down to it, right, they
Oh
have
my
to
gosh.
inform people if it's unsafe to travel to these areas. That's a standard procedure. Are you dumb? Like when England, yeah,
It
wait,
is
hold
a
on.
form of
Wait,
trade.
hold on. When England, yeah, had all these fucking riots going on, yeah, because of these fucking white people that decided to come out of their houses, yeah, and start attacking people that weren't looking like them, yeah, right? That we had to basically, you know, we
So
had
wait,
to declare
do you
ourselves
think
as an unsafe country to
somebody
travel in. And
So I guess
people,
somebody.
we were literally downgraded to like Somalia.
So
Yeah?
Gain actually understands it. I guess maybe you didn't understand it. When I say
Go
the
on.
West,
Go on.
do you think that I just mean the governments?
Go on.
Because Gain understands. He says the West was boycotting the Sultan of Brunei businesses, but not the UK government. So do you think when I say the West, I'm just saying the governments or that the culture? Because that's what I'm saying. Like the culture in the West is not going to trade with them, like businesses, like
But yet
independent
they
groups.
still, but yet they still hold property in the UK. Yeah,
That's
and
not.
they're not seized.
No, but
they're
is
not
that what you?
seized. Yeah, like Roman
Is that what you
Abramovich.
thought?
Yeah, but no, they're still theirs. Yeah, I know.
Do
I
you
know that
think?
for a fact.
Did you think that
Yeah?
when I said the West, I was just saying the governments?
I'm just telling you. Yeah, the fact that none of it's been seized, like Roman Abramovich. Yeah, because they went to war with Russia, right? They seized everything he had. But when it came down to the King of Brunei, yeah, because he wanted to kill a few gay people, yeah, and imprison them, mad. Like nothing got taken from him.
Dude, the West. Okay, like the United States has seized billions in assets from Russian oligarchs. They look what they did with Iran. Iran has been shut out of major
Dude,
companies.
Brunei has massive oil reserves, right? That's why they're trading them, right? Massive. Am I wrong?
Brunei does have tourism, but they were being boycotted.
They have massive
West,
oil reserves, yeah.
The Western
And
countries are saying, "Do not go
obviously got involved years ago, yeah. Which is why they gifted them land. They gave them Ostomy Park, yeah, for fuck's sake, yeah. Right,
I don't think you're following the concept,
right? So when it comes out, I don't think you're understanding what I'm trying to tell you, right? The fact is, right, that they are going to leech off them for as long as they can. They're going to fucking persecute people that they can rob and fucking take all their money, take their billions if they can, yeah. But everybody else, yeah, as long as they're just trying to, like, they'll leave them alone. Why didn't they punish the King of Brunei the same way they punished Roman Abramovich? I wonder.
Dude, what am I supposed to say to that? I don't know. But the fact is that they were boycotting them.
That's the first honest thing you said all day. Fucking hell.
Dude. You don't know either why they didn't do it.
No, I know why. Why. There's blatant prejudice. Fucking hell.
Blatant prejudice.
Of course.
Yeah, that's it. That's obviously that's it. That's obvious. There's evidence for that, I guess.
Of course. I mean, you never bring any facts to the table ever. You don't bring any facts. You never have. Of the 5 years I've listened to you chat shit, you never brought any fucking substantial evidence, any facts, all fiction, all your opinion, all bullshit.
Dude, there is evidence. There's evidence. Why Saudi Arabia cut out slavery is because of the West. Like there's videos of African slaves just waiting outside of
It's not because of the West. The fucking Saudis, yeah, obviously found themselves in a position where if they just did certain things in a certain way, it would be a lot more appeasing towards the West for them to trade with. That's it. It's not like they did it because the West told them. Dude, obviously they're not fucking stupid. No fucking Muslim country in the world follows full Sharia law, dipshit. None.
And what's the reason?
Because it doesn't fucking appeal to Western fucking societies today? None.
That's exactly
right?
what I was saying.
So when it comes to trade and when it comes to fucking the mainstream narrative, what are Saudi Arabia trying to do right now? They're trying to buy sport. Hold on.
You just said
Listen,
because
listen.
Sharia doesn't appeal to Western
No
society.
shit, but we're talking about from like after World War II now, yeah? When it comes down to today, 2025, right? What is Saudi Arabia trying to do now? Literally with this MBS, yeah? MBS is literally taking out all the clerics, yeah? Yeah, and told them to fuck off, yeah? Otherwise, you know, what's going to happen to them and their families, yeah? Because he's trying to basically make sure he trajectories, if that's the fucking word, trajectory, like his fucking country on the fucking right path, yeah? In terms of trying to make money in the future, trying to get sports, trying to get entertainment, trying to get tourism, trying to get all sorts of things coming in this country that's not completely reliant on natural resources, which is obviously not going to last forever.
Dude, you just said that because it's not compliant with Western. That was the whole point that I was making.
Dude,
Again,
it's
you said it with your own words.
Dude,
Khan, did you hear him? Khan, did you hear him admit
again,
what I said?
what's it got to do? It's got to do with making money. Have a conversation with me. It's got to do with making money, right?
Trade is money.
Right, thank you. So whose pockets are those filling? Right? The rich, not everybody else's. Just the elite. Yeah?
Dude.
Correct?
If a person travels to a country and they spend money to buy food, that money originally starts with the business that sold them the food. And yes, there is a taxation or zakat or whatever that eventually it does go up to the higher ups. That is true. Nobody is saying that's false.
I knew to go there, right? But who the fuck cares about minimal fucking taxes in terms of GDP when these lot are making trillions, yeah?
Taxes,
quad millions, yeah? Quad billions, whatever it's called, yeah? All right. When it comes down to it, yeah, these are making trillions on oil and other resources. That tax money is fuck all compared to what they're making.
You understand that, okay?
A natural resource.
If your oil, let's say that your natural resources are socialized in the sense that they pay for essentially the services and goods that the government that is in charge supplies to the people. But the money itself for the people doesn't come from that. So what does it come from? It comes from trade. It comes from tourism.
Did you know, right, that Saudi Arabia and America, right, had a contract, yeah, that just ended last year, right, for the trade of oil and everything else, right? That ended last year. Did you know that?
Okay, what? So what?
All right, so that's significant, right? So they had a long-lasting agreement to trade them oil for so many years, right? That's ended. So when it comes down to it, yeah, literally Saudi Arabia are looking at all sorts of different kinds of ways to make revenue because they already got the advantage in terms of having money and making fucking money from adding other streams of revenue right now, which is what they're trying to implement in their country, which is why they're trying to reform to something a little bit more democratic looking and more westernized looking.
Dude, I think like you said earlier, they don't do it because it's not appeasing to the West. You said that in your own words, and that was the whole top.
None of these people care about religion. What country really cares about the religion? You're trying to say about religion, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's your argument. Yeah, no country cares about the religion. They care about making money first and foremost. Am I wrong?
Okay, so that still doesn't negate what I said.
So it does, because at the end of the day, you're trying to make it out like, and I think Ocho was the one who tried to highlight the point, not you. But the fact is, right? Literally, you ain't got no money, you can't survive, right? So we got to make money, right? That's it.
Whatever, dude. It seems you said exactly what I said. You just used different words.
No, but dude,
Sharia does not appease the West. That was the whole
Obviously,
point.
I said that before you jumped on the panel. Yeah, before you jumped on panel, I said, yeah, Sharia law is unpopular, right? People don't follow it because it doesn't work in this day and age. It doesn't work.
You said because it's essentially you said it was because it was archaic, and you gave the example of four
Correct.
four witnesses, which is a good example
Yeah.
of it being
Correct.
archaic,
Yeah.
right? And that there are better systems in place, but that's
Correct.
not necessarily that doesn't correlate to the concept that the West is unappeasing to them to the point where they would socially change from that
No, they
just
fucking
because
wouldn't.
it doesn't
No, they
appease to
wouldn't.
them.
No, dude. Unless these countries were completely sustainable, right? And like super rich, yeah, they probably are. But these fucking people at the top are so greedy, yeah. They don't want to let go of that money. They're making all that money. They're making the billions, yeah. They ain't gonna give that to the people. They don't care about you. They care about themselves. That's going straight into their bank accounts. You know what I mean? Like they don't care. These Saudis and everyone else here, they're corrupt as fuck. You know what I mean? Like they don't give a fuck. It's as
I
simple
would
as that.
disagree that some countries don't care about religion. I mean, look at Iran.
All right.
Whether
Tell me one country. One country that cares more about religion than money. What?
I mean, the United Emirates of Afghanistan definitely. It's not like their trade or
Dude,
anything has gone up.
Afghanistan is not all about money. Afghanistan are literally
Well,
trying to
if it
trade with everybody right now. Are you mad?
I mean, they don't even use their lithium fields, but you could say the same thing about Iran. Iran, if they would have just changed some of their policies, uh, stop funding the Houthis that we claim they are, but that the Houthi rebellions across the world is a political religious concept that they are dedicated into doing. So they are willing to not be able to export their oil except to like 3 countries in the world and limit their money of their people and the trade of their people, that they are willing to do that because of their religion. Like,
Yeah, no, I disagree. End of the day, look, they know what they're doing. They have trajectories, right? They can project what's going to happen. They project outcomes. They project their income, and they project, a lot of other things. Well in advance, 5, 10, 50 years in advance, right? So I'm sorry, I disagree with you completely. They all have their narratives and their agendas and so on and so forth. I mean, what else you want me to say?
all that's fine, but what you brought up is just the conspiracy of the people care more, that the higher ups, they care more about money than their religion. That's fine. We could say
No,
that.
no. The people in power do. The
The
people in
higher
power
ups,
do.
the
Yeah, of
people in
course.
power, the
Yeah,
elites, the what,
100%.
however you want to say it. That's
Yeah,
fine.
100%.
But
Yeah.
that still goes to the concept that they won't trade, they won't money, they won't this, so that they are going to not install things that upset where that money comes from. As much as they can get away with, they are not going to implement laws that could change where the money comes from and how much money they are going to get. That was the whole point. They are not going to do that. They're not going to upset the
Yeah,
status quo.
they're definitely not going to do that. I agree with you 100%. Of course. Of course.
That was
That's quite
all the point.
obvious. That's obvious.
If like if it was 100 years ago, what would that be? Well, it'd be more than that by now, 1920. So if we say 150 years ago, the concept of Sharia, countries would not care about trading with them because they historically have not cared. Like in the 1860s or
I don't know about that.
1870s.
See, I don't. Why would they? Why would they care? Like, this is what I mean. Like,
I
back
said they
then,
wouldn't care about
especially.
those countries' laws. They
Right.
wouldn't care about
You
it.
wouldn't care. Yeah.
But we've had a social change to where
Mm.
when your country, like, look at Israel. Israel isn't implementing any type of like religious law, but they're fighting a war to the point where the boycotts, even inside of Western countries, are
Yeah.
affecting their annual income.
Yeah.
Like
So
they're affecting the money that the nation is seeing, and that's
yeah,
not even affecting religious laws. That's just saying, hey,
right,
we got attacked first, and now we're going to keep attacking until we deem it necessary. We
right.
deem it available to stop, and people still aren't accepting of that. And that is a
Right.
historic concept
So
that
I think
humans.
in that regard, right, you're actually arguing to the fact that Muslims can reform, and they are reforming, and they will continually reform the people, the government, the people in power, and so on, right? The common folk, they will all literally do, yeah, abide by the law, right? And with the program, to benefit themselves and others around them. I mean, that seems to be the case,
Well,
right?
you
Why
don't
so?
really, you don't in the West. You actually see more
So they're
strict
not some
laws.
fanatical, crazy
No,
people that
well,
people
it's
are
not
trying to
really fanatical,
portray
right?
them to be, right?
It's really not fanatical, right? Because
Right.
if there's a ruling inside of Islam, then that's just Islam. Like that's just how it is. It's not radical or extremism if the
No,
ruling
but
inside of Islam
generally,
allows it.
people are literally not doing anything crazy, right? Like when it comes down to it, like most Muslim men, in my opinion, I don't know the facts here, are not married to 4 women or whatever. They're married to just one. Am I wrong in saying that? You think?
Well, a lot of them aren't even married. I watched a video from BBC the other day, and it was about these Sharia councils slash courts, and they let slip that the woman who was in there, her husband actually had multiple wives because they
Yeah.
don't get married under English law. They just get married
So,
Islamic
but,
ceremonies.
but generally speaking, right? Like, I would say the majority are just married to one woman. I mean, you got a great example like Jordan M,
We
right?
can't prove that.
Hold
We can't
on,
prove
hold
that.
on, hold on. Like, let's just go with certain examples, right? Now we got Jordan M, for example, right? Who pondered, yeah. I listened to some of his streams. He was first, he was like completely against getting married to another woman, right? But then he thought, you know what? Why not? I'm allowed to, and my wife gets a bit of time off for herself. Like I can share that time with another wife, and my wife likes a bit of her free time, and it might benefit her. You know what I mean? Which is kind of crazy, but it makes sense. Yeah. I was like, you know what? Like, fucking. So this guy was thinking to himself. First, he said, yeah, one mother-in-law is enough. Yeah, which is quite funny. And then I thought to myself, okay, Jordan's looking at it practically. He's like, yo, my missus, ain't too bothered right now. She's kind of happy doing her own thing. Maybe it's okay for me to get a second wife if my missus is okay
So,
with it.
so it proves that, like, how Muslims would say, "Oh, you have to obey the law of the land." Polygamy is outlawed in England, so they're
No, but
getting around
no,
it.
no, no, no. That's having a legal. That's having a legal marriage, right? So in England, if you get
They
married
consider
legally,
themselves married.
that's only one. You can only no. You can only get married once in England, yeah, right, under the legal system. But with getting married outside of that, like having a cultural marriage, which I regard it as a cultural marriage, right? That you can do that however many times. I mean, how many girlfriends can you have, wife? So if you were single, you weren't married, you weren't, you were totally single, how many girlfriends can you have? You could be shagging fucking 100 women, 500 women, 1,000 women at, any given time, yeah? That's up to you, yeah? So what's the difference between being single and shagging 1,000 women to being married and, having more than one wife? What's the difference? Really? Gotcha, bitch. He's gone silent, so I've got to check the panel. Oh, he dropped off. Okay, now hold on. 802. All right. Yeah. Backstage, Billy. Backstage. Backstage, Billy. Backstage. Oh, backstage. Scientific prick. Backstage. Backstage. Scientific prick. Backstage. Dickhead. You can even a bit quiet there, bro. I was like, this is way too quiet for YSL Religious to be on the panel. I was like, this guy's interrupting me. But YSL, you've been pretty good, you know. I ain't gonna lie. Like recently, 2025, you've been a little bit better. You know, more. You've had a lot more restraints on you, holding back. You know, dealing with the impatient, argumentative fucking dickheads like me. Big up, bro. I appreciate it. It says a lot more about you, bro. Carry on. Backstage, Billy, backstage. 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 Bro, you're lucky I don't read the chat, you know. I swear, I'll put a hit out on all of you. I find out where all you lot live, and I'll literally put a hit out on all you cunts. That's a joke, by the way. In case you don't get all fucking offended and shit. Alright, you're safe. Sleep well, sleep well. Alright, for now. For now. Dickheads. Man, backstage, Billy, backstage. Backstage, Billy, backstage. Backstage, backstage. Backstage, backstage. I'm gaming, so you look carry on. That was one match. 10 men down against Wolves. They were 1-0 up in two minutes. Fucking killed it. Love that game. Great game. That's my bitch out, man. My bitch ain't call me back. So I fucking banned. What playing next? Oh no, no, international break. You're not pissing me off. Backstage, Billy, backstage. Backstage, backstage. Yo, there's some opposition out here, man. Can't bother to talk to the chat, bro. So, no offense, chat. We got. I'm just gaming. Something else to read. Especially when I had a few JDs. Yeah. My New Year's resolution start in February, just so you know. Yeah, Valentine's Day, to be exact. Mad. I'm quitting now. Backstage, ready? Backstage. Backstage. I should start making some shit up on my own, bro. Fucking hell, playing the Marlon streams on my phone. For fuck's sake. Where are the hosts of the shows at, bro? Fucking hell, I gotta do this shit for you. I gotta do everything for you, yeah?
She got £50, I'm afraid.
She wanted 1,000.
What the fuck was that, bro? What did I miss? Suffer. The only one that's desperate is you. You ain't getting no dick in your life. You're desperate as fuck. I swear down. Suffer, Amari. Haven't been shagged in 10 years. How does it feel? My pussy might feel weird. Oh. Suffer wants to try, you know. It's a fucking battery. Fuck's sake, bro. What, man, brother, bro? Projection. I ain't got a pussy, Safa. Yeah? You know, your pussy might feel shit. You know, you don't know what your pussy feels like. I don't know what your pussy feels like. How do you know what your pussy feels like? You ain't a guy. You ain't fucked yourself. Pussy might feel shit. Want to talk shit about me? Damn, bitch. You're in trouble. Yeah? I'll talk shit about your pussy all day long. Pussy might feel shit. Might feel like the worst pussy in the world. But then it might feel like the best. You don't know. Safa might have the best pussy ever. Tight ass pussy. Mad. Mad. You never know, Safa. You never know. I need to go for a piss.
So I've managed to get hold of a copy of Lawrence Fox's most recent Twitter video, which he deleted just hours after posting it. In the video, as you'll see in a moment, his partner challenges him for being racist. And I think it's such a shame that he deleted this video, because I think Lawrence Fox has so much to teach us about racism. So have a look at the video, and then afterwards I'll explain why I think we got something upside down about racism. There's something that we think goes one way, but actually I think it goes a completely different way.
Know yourself, and if you don't like it, leave my country, because this is my country. All right?
Well, it's not technically like yours, but it's England. This is England. That's what you mean.
I think I might have to.
I mean, you don't own it, do you? That's what I'm saying.
No, but it's mine.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right, bitch. You don't know shit.
Misconstrue what you say, so sometimes you have to break it down for them.
What I think is really important about this video actually is not the words that Fox is saying, it's his emotional state when he's saying those words. You see, I think often when we see a person being angry and racist, like Lawrence Fox, we assume that their racism is so intense that it has actually boiled over and made them behave in an angry and erratic way. And this is what I think we have back to front. In fact, I think that Lawrence Fox is already angry and defensive and frustrated, and that emotional force has led him to become racist. In other words, he needs something to attach those emotions to give them a vehicle, a means of expression. I don't think it's any surprise that Lawrence Fox feels this way. He comes from one of the most illustrious show business families in Britain. His brother-in-law is Richard Ayoade, who is an amazing writer and actor and raconteur. His ex-wife, Billie Piper, was a successful pop star and then became an actress and was equally successful in that realm. His cousin, Emilia Fox, is a fantastic actress. There are many more actors, directors, and producers in his family. Lawrence Fox, on the other hand, is most famous for being the sidekick of a sidekick in Lewis. He hasn't acted for years because nobody will hire him now. Now, for primates, all primates, including human beings, status is one of the most important things. Status determines when a primate eats, who they procreate with, the amount of stress they experience in their body. And Lawrence Fox, as an actor, is likely to be particularly driven by status. All human beings are driven by status. There's nothing wrong with that. But what do you do when you are in a family where everybody is better at the one thing that you are even slightly good at? That's got to hurt your status. So what's a quick shortcut to status? Racism. Racism says, I have status and I matter because of something completely arbitrary, the color of my skin. I don't have to work at it. It's not a skill I develop. There's nothing that it contributes to anyone. And so the racist actually is emotionally stunted, angry, frustrated, and low status. They have been frustrated in all of their attempts to develop status through productive, positive means. And so they fall back on the easiest thing that it is possible to draw status from, which is the color of your skin. So meaningless that it is literally skin deep. That is the tragedy of Lawrence Fox, that the only way he can get significance now is by being racist. And I think actually this is the fact for most racists, if not all racists, that the racism follows an emotional stunting rather than the racism creating that stunting. So I've
Yeah, you see it there? Well said, Emily. Cause. So, yeah, man. We're gonna start this training soon still, but I'm just saying that.
Oui.
me and me, the blood clot.
We're gonna start this training, you know.
Yeah, just walk it out to the gym, innit?
Yeah. Well, these earphones make me hear everything. I said that I can hear your shut fucking. Mad.
Yeah.
Too much.
I got a windbreaker on, innit? It's not one of them fucking Shelly windbreaker things. Makes it a bit nice still.
Yeah, you're killing it recently, buddy. I'll give you props though, bro. You got back on track, bro. You know your 1 hour shows and everything, as good as they might be. I mean, generally speaking, you know, it's better when you're doing something like this that carries on a bit longer if you can. People are jumping on, you know. Honestly, like it's just better, in my opinion. My advice, you know what I mean? But the short shows, cool, man. You know what I mean? You got a bit of time. That's it, bro. Do your thing, bro.
Yeah, man. I can't really do mad long shows in the evening again still, man.
Of course, yeah.
Got too much fucking... got too much shit going on right now still, man. You know, like in the winter time, a lot of private work picks up. I know that sort of stuff there. I'm trying to up the. I got some other business and all that stuff I want to up as well still, so.
Good for you, bro.
Enough time to.
No, even me, bro. I'm looking to die down these panels as well. But you know what? When it comes to the same old people trying to say the same old shit, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, bro. I'm not letting you get away with that. I gotta jump on. I gotta tell you what time it is, bro. Okay.
Message Reddy's wearing a Rasta coloured shell suit. Right.
It sounds like you're wearing a shell suit, you know? Yeah, it does, you know? Like a turtle suit.
Yeah, it's it's that material, the windbreaker, innit? But
yeah,
it's not like a shell suit, innit? But it's that.
I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean. But you know, people, they're all old out here. They're all from the 90s, bro. That's all they're thinking of a shell suit.
I know, man. Got bare codgers in the chat, innit? You know, bare man's a codgers, yeah? Man didn't know how old enough of the man them was still. Last one. We're gonna call it C block from that one, Codger block.
Codgers.
Bare fucking codgers in the chat, cuz. You know what I mean? Codgering it out and always barling. Valet? Why don't you do this, Valet? Valet? Shut up. How about that?
I do wonder, you know, how you think about some people out here, you know. It literally would be like that. Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. I mean, man. But you know, you gotta be politically correct nowadays, isn't it, being a host? You know what I mean? Otherwise, they're all gonna cry. They're all gonna cry, bro.
Aye. It's chopping out here still, man.
It's not that bad, bro. I literally broke my back doing bare fucking manual labor today, bro. Fucking hell. Bare heavy lifting. I'm picking up doors, dashing it out. Fucking bare heavy equipment and whatever. I thought to myself, bro, this is long, you know. But it had to be done, man. And dealt with it. All for the sake of my new fucking space, bro. But you know, my dad, yeah, he wants to dash all of his old, you know, like half of his old shit back in the garage, you know. He's a madman, you know. I told him, you know what? Anything you fucking want to throw back in the garage, I'll buy it off you, yeah? Give me a price, and I'll buy it off you, and we're gonna throw it away, and you can buy something new. That's how bad it is, you know.
Right. Why don't you sell it?
Bro, cause you know, like old people, they love to.
Why don't you have like a sell?
Huh?
Why don't you just have like a, you know, people do the car boot sales?
Bro. I want to get rid of it, bro. My dad, he just likes to make money, and he's just like.
That's how you get rid of it, right? If you have a car boot sale, people might buy it, and you might get a little change from it.
Bro, fuck that.
You can buy a bottle of Jack Daniels.
Bro, I'll buy it from my dad, yeah? On the top of scale, I'll buy it from him, yeah? My money. Here you go, yeah? Here's my money. Take it, buy something new, yeah? Fuck it. I mean, I don't need no shit in my yard. But you know, old people like to hoard, like to hold on to shit. And I understand, innit? Like, you know, it's sentimental. Like anything they get is sentimental now. That they don't want to let go of it. And I have to fight my dad, literally. We're in a proper verbal war, bro. I'm like, yo, get rid of it. You don't need it. How many pickaxes do you need? You know what I mean? You got one. Why you need four? How many ladders do you need?
Got 4 pickaxes. Did you say?
Yeah.
Man.
That's what I'm saying.
The police might want to investigate your dad's garden still.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro.
I mean,
How many ladders
we want to have a look. We want to I think we should have an inquiry into Trilla's yard.
That's what I was saying, bro. I was saying,
Carl, my man's got bare pick-out candles.
how many, you know what I mean? How
No, I'm
many,
saying.
how many ladders do you need? You know what I mean? You already got 5. You know what I mean? You only need 1. Yeah, I've 2. Yeah, you got 1 step ladder and you got 1 big long ladder. That's it. You don't need fucking 5 ladders. Fucking hell, bro. I'm like, my God, bro. It's mad out here, you know? I'm telling you, bro. And this is the difference between having your own yard and obviously your parents. You know what I mean? You have to battle it out. Battle it out. Battle royale, bro. Man.
Hey, what are you saying, man? What's the time? How long has it been now? 10 hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, what are you man saying now? Okay, I'm about to go into the gym right now still.
Medi, recommend good time to cut it off, bro. Cut it off.
Say again, bro?
I said, it's a good time to cut it off, bro.
I can't even hear you properly, you know. It's mad traffic out here.
Bro, it's a good time to cut it off, bro. Cut it off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now. Still have to turn it up a little piece. Alright, say nothing, man. You keep it moving, innit? Yeah, big up. Back tomorrow, innit?
Alright, peace. Jamaica.
See you next time on the back here. See you next time. See